they can do, because it literally says their houses will be plundered. Whoever's found will be thrust through. Their houses will be plundered, and their wives will be raped. Their babies' heads will be dashed against a stone, and cut out of the wounds of women. It literally says it in the text.
Yeah, it does.
I agree, Carlita. I agree. Y'all keep tapping up the live. Help us get on the FYP. Share the live out. Welcome if you're just now getting here and I didn't get to say hello. Say what's up in the chat. Send your heart me's. Let TikTok know that you are a real person and not a bot. What's up, Mr. Curtis? Just Cam, welcome in. Let's see. Stephanie, hello, love bug. Justine, welcome in. Chiquita, I see you in the guest box. Are you in there on purpose or on accident? What's up to the YouTube fam? Just getting y'all on. We're gonna start off with some music. Get y'all jumping in here. Don't forget to turn your phones down, because this should be loud. Oh shit. I forgot I gotta go here because hold on. Damn. All right, here we go, y'all. Yeah. Go ahead, tap the screen up. Feed the beast, y'all. Y'all know what TikTok need to push us out. Hopefully we have a good night tonight. We had a pretty decent flow last night. What's up, Rangers Lion? I'm sorry, Rangers Girl. Cleveland Cooley, what's up? Say what's up in the chat, y'all, over there in YouTube land. Make sure you smash the like button, share the stream out. Thank y'all for being here. But just like reason, no basis of ignorance admits we won't stop it till it's normal to admit. Yeah. Say it loud, I think and I'm proud. Say it loud, I think and I'm proud. Say it loud, say it loud, I think and I'm proud. Say it loud, one more time, say it loud. Say it loud, I think and I'm proud. Say it loud, say it loud. Say it loud, say it loud, one more time. Say it loud, I think and say it loud. Say it loud, I think and I'm proud. We sat in churches, prayed from the pews, but the thoughts we had came from folks with no clues. Now we demand that our thinking advance, to think for ourselves, not by chance. We tired of the threats. Now we at 83 shares. We got less than 1 minute to get to 100. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Help us out, y'all. Share the live. 9 seconds. Yeah, thank y'all. Thank you. Thank you, Joshua. I got gasoline, just Cam. I'm on fire forever. Amen. Say it loud, I think and I'm proud. Say it loud, I think and I'm proud. Say it loud, I think and I'm proud.
What's up, atheist black woman?
Y'all ready? Say with me. Y'all ready? Say with me. Y'all ready? Say with me. No. One more time.
We rise, we power in the mind. We think, we build, we rise, we proud in the mind. We think, we build, we rise, we proud. Yeah. Y'all already know I gotta play the one I want. Y'all better, if you ain't in the bed yet, get up and dance, because this the motherfucker right here.
I'm thinking I'm
Proud. Hey. I thinking I'm proud. Hey. Put some brains in the chat. Let's see those brain emojis. Let's see those nerd emojis.
Look ahead. Some people say we got a lot of anger.
Yeah. Yeah, let's go YouTube. Let's see those brain and nerd emojis in the chat.
For a century we were silent, now it's our turn. We've been rebuked, accused of no concern. Treated bad, talk down till we gon' burn.
Say it loud, say it I'm playing. Say it loud, I'm thinking I'm proud.
One more time.
Say it loud, say it loud.
I'm thinking I'm proud. Say it loud.
Sing your harmonies, y'all.
Straight from the pews, but the thoughts we had came from folks with no clues. Now we demand that, I think in advance, to think for ourselves, not by chance. We tired of the threats.
What's up, Noza?
Living by beliefs that always fail. We ain't waiting for salvation from somebody.
Hey, Brian.
We the truth, we freeing ourselves.
Say it loud.
That's my part. Yeah, thank you, Joshua. We rise from the sound. We rise from the soul. We rise from the sound.
Tried to train the body but couldn't find the mind. They washed our brains and thoughts they stole. Drum in the chest, truth in the crown. Our thoughts are free.
What's up, B-Co? Don't type in taps in my comments, Donovan.
Y'all ready? Say it loud. 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 Say that. I say it loud. Come on, say it. Come on, say it. Come on, say it. I say it loud.
Donovan, why do brains make you mad? You need to ask Jesus why people using their brains pisses him off that he got you typing in all caps and screaming on TikTok. Like, your name is Donovan Burt, but it looked like Donovan Butthurt. Butthurt. When you type in our comments, that is you screaming in my comments when you type in all caps.
Come on now.
We ain't done yet.
Brains up, power in the mind.
Brains up.
We think, we build, we rise, we proud. We think, we build,
We rise, we proud. We built.
we rise, we proud. We think,
Brains up.
we rise, we proud.
Come on.
We think,
Come on.
we think,
Come on.
we rise, we proud.
Come on. Yeah, we
Rise, we proud.
Hey. Yeah, that I love that. I'm on fire. Donovan, why did that make Jesus mad? Like, Jesus told you to type in all caps in my comments? Like, and how do you cut off a hard heart, Donovan? And why does the texture of my heart stop your Jesus from being able to show his power? That shouldn't stop somebody with divine power, Jonathan. That is literally the topic. That is literally what we are talking about. Like, y'all want to blame us because your Jesus, honestly, he's weak. If my heart being hard stops him from executing power that he has, then he has no power. My mind is more powerful than your God, and so is my heart. I don't think y'all think about the stuff that y'all say. But anyway, the guest box is open. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist. Chatty Catty, I see you in the request. Are you in there on accident? You said you got to catch your breath? I love it. That means you was up dancing with me. Exactly. Weak, ineffective, and listeners. But, I won't say he's like all the way weak. One thing he can do is, get people to give him money. And so that he can buy gold streets in heaven. Like, you all are funding Jesus's lavish lifestyle in heaven, and his pastors, his workers here on earth that's collecting the money for him. So he has that type of power, right? He's a hellified salesman. It keep putting you in there, Chatty Cathy. I can't take, every time I take you out, it puts you right back in. Katie?
Hello, thinker. I am Yahweh, come from the grave, and I have come.
I don't know. Like, what? I honestly thought it was going to be a kid. I definitely did not expect that to be a grown-ass adult. I didn't expect that to be a grown-ass adult. Y'all keep sharing the live out so that we can get people in here. The guest box is open if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you're deconstructing or an atheist. Nelly, is everything okay now? I was thinking about what you told us yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, it gotta be okay. I mean, shit.
I wonder if he watched the live at all yesterday.
I don't know, because like I said, I don't know what his TikTok name is or nothing. I don't know. So, but I don't know. He, like I said, I ain't heard nothing from him.
If he did watch it, he heard me talking about it and laughing about it, because I told Oso and them about it this morning, since you had already told the live, and we were cracking up. Like, we were cracking up. So if he did, if he is still listening to the live, he heard it. So, and honestly, that feeling of embarrassment, he should feel it and he should sit in it, because that was just fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, it was stupid. His brother called me. I mean, yeah, his brother did call me. Yeah, I talked to him for briefly. But he didn't even say nothing about it. He was talking to me about some trucking stuff, because he drive a truck. He would ask me about something. I can't remember. That was it.
But they'll say that Jesus doesn't cause division in the family and ignore shit like that. They'll ignore their behavior. Like, I saw a video of a black man in the grocery store dancing in the aisles, talking about since EBT is cut off, the lines, the aisles are empty. And then, like, when he turns around, the back of his shirt says Jesus saves. And when we talk to believers, they'll be the first to say, oh, it's Christians feeding those that are hungry. It's Christians that take care of the poor.
Wow.
But will separate themselves from the Christians who's making these fucking videos, laughing at people for not being able to feed their families.
Right.
It is all Christians.
Right, that part. You're right.
I sent the video. I sent the video to my family, and I said, "Are Christians embarrassed yet? Like y'all embarrassed yet? Because these are Christians doing shit like this."
Exactly.
Like then they don't think about the fact that like they're saying that they're doing this because it's people that they believe it's people who aren't working that's getting EBT, but the majority of people on EBT have a job. The majority of the people on EBT are not black; they're white. But they're doing this because they think it's black people who aren't working and getting something for nothing. But the interesting thing is that you want to go to heaven so that you can have a mansion, so that you can live in gold paved streets, pearly gates, Jasper, eat all that whatever life you think you're gonna have in heaven, and not work for it. Like literally, your goal is to live the life of somebody who worked hard and not have to work hard. And then you're mad because somebody gets assistance to feed themselves and feed their family here on
Right.
earth.
That part.
I swear the whole fucking belief system is hypocritical as fuck.
Yeah. They don't see it, but yeah, it is. It's sad too. It's really sad to me because man, I mean, it's like, golly, the brainwashing is real. It's really real.
And then they'll say like, um, the God says, "Store up your treasures in heaven," but then allow themselves to be brainwashed to play fucking what's the slot machine? Turn your Jesus becomes a slot machine on Sunday morning at church when the pastor tells you to put money in the pot so that you can get more money out. There was a Lala one time about a year ago, screen recorded two pastors on TikTok telling people that if they sent a $20 gift, Jesus was going to add multiple zeros to their current income. And so if if they were making a three figure salary, a 5 figure salary, Jesus was going to make it a 6 figure salary. If they're currently making a 6 figure salary, Jesus is going to make it a 7 figure salary from $20 investment. And people were doing it, and he was like, if you want more, send it again, send multiple. And he has his cell phone out, right, while he's on TikTok. He's looking down at the Cash App, speaking in tongue, checking his Cash App. Just speaking in tongue, going, like just checking his Cash App. He send more.
Wow.
On TikTok. And people were just sending cash apps like crazy because they want an increase in their salary for doing nothing. But people can't get help from the government, from taxes that they pay in, because people on EBT work and they pay the same fucking taxes you pay that you're fucking whining about. The difference is you make more money than them. And then I was talking to Jeff today about private prisons, right? And they increased the phone company that has a monopoly on like prison phone calls. They increased the per minute cost of phone calls in prison, right? And and mind you, they have a monopoly, right? Like they're the only ones who handles these phone calls. But they said they're not making a profit, so they increased it, right? Here's the crazy thing. This big ass monopoly, it can whine about not making enough of a profit and increase the price on you. But if you go to the government and say, hey, minimum wage is too low, we can't live, the government says you're lazy, you're whining, you shouldn't expect a cost of living increase. But this billionaire ass company can raise the price for prisoners to call home, for people to stay in touch with their families while they are incarcerated. And it's okay for them to make sure they can make a living off of their company, but you better not ask to make a living because you're just a laborer. And it's wrong for you to ask the government, hey, the taxes that I'm paying in off the money that that you're barely giving me, can you at least supplement food for me? And then you got motherfuckers who are in the same damn boat as you, who got like 3 goddamn teeth, but in their head they have a whole mouthful of teeth because they're Jared Jesus,
Right.
laughing at you for needing help to feed your family because you make minimum wage, and then sometimes you don't. Sometimes you make more than minimum wage and you still can't make ends meet. And y'all out here advocating for your own fucking oppression so billionaires can make more money. That is crazy to me. In the name of your Jesus, at that.
Wow.
In the name of your Jesus, you're doing this. It's saying with your mouth, Jesus said to feed the poor, but then denying the poor food. Where did Jesus charge? Like the way y'all say this, Jesus charging people for the food that y'all supposed to be like helping them eat? Like, I'm confused. Their whole belief system is fucking hypocritical as fuck.
It is.
Nikki, are you up here on purpose or accidentally? Your box is totally black. I can't see anything. Nikki. Okay, I'm gonna assume this is an accident. All right, y'all. The guest box is open. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you're deconstructing or an atheist, don't be scared. Donovan, you are too young to come up here. If you're not 21, you can't come up. Did he type in all caps again? Hey, open book. 3 teeth in the Ford, a 2007 Ford F-150, and voting red, most definitely. And stomach growling because they trying to pretend like all of this shit is okay. I saw a video of a MAGA supporter who, at first, he was advocating for the big beautiful bill, and then when he realized that the big beautiful bill was affecting him, he made another video going off, and he was like, "You know, we don't read." he said,
Damn.
he said the fine print. He said, we trusted what you say. He said, we listen to what you say. He said, you know, we don't read. But at first he was talking shit. Like the big beautiful bill is this and that. Like,
but now you don't read. Okay.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Like, you know, we don't read. But that's what they do even in the church. Like, they trust what their pastors say. They don't read. Like, there's no way in hell people know that they're I don't think so. I don't think people know or knew in that sermon that they were shouting to grape and genocide and murder. They just listen to what their pastors say.
Yeah.
But what could possibly be going on in their head when the pastor says that's a day of judgment? Like what? Like, because in their minds, everybody gets judged, right?
Mm-hmm.
Even the ones that believe, everybody goes through a judgment. So it can't be the standing before the God thing. It can't be that. So like, what could possibly be going on in their minds when they hear that's a day of judgment and a day of joy for us, and it's wrath of the God? Yeah, they gotta know like this is some fuck shit.
Yeah, I be sitting back just thinking, when I was a Christian or a so-called Christian or a believer, more or less, I be trying to remember those feelings or trying to remember how I thought. And that is just starting to become, it's just fading like every day. I can't even remember how I thought about a lot of things when it comes to this belief. You
I
know,
don't think we were never taught about the day of the Lord. Like we were never taught that people were supposed to be stabbed and raped and all that.
no,
The only thing we were taught about was heaven and hell, like the judgment of heaven and hell. But when they hear it now, like it just makes me wonder, like what the hell could they be thinking of?
right? Yeah, I can remember some vaguely of them talking about the day of the Lord, but that part was never mentioned.
Your pastor talked about the day of the Lord in his church?
Oh yeah, I've heard the day of the Lord a bunch of times,
Really? I
but
never
it was
heard that
always,
term.
if I remember correctly, it was used in the term of Jesus returning to come get his people. That was the day of the Lord.
That's interesting. Not one time. We just called it the day of judgment. Like I never heard it termed the day of the Lord. I didn't learn that term until I started actually studying for myself.
Yeah, Seventh-day Adventist is a little weird, a little different. I mean, you want to know some the Seventh-day Adventists really twist the scripture.
Yeah,
They
they got
really
some
do.
weird beliefs.
Yeah,
Y'all keep sharing. Hold on, Nelly. Keep sharing the live out, y'all got continue to feed in the beast so that we can get some people in here that want to come talk to us. Don't forget, y'all, that if you are deconstructing, and you are a nerd, a super nerd, you can come up and you can ask a question about your deconstruction. Um, if you are a dragon, you can come up and take us off topic. And if you are an atheist, you can come up and talk about the topic if you're not a nerd. So don't wait for believers only to come up because we're not just a believer only live stream. Go ahead, Nelly.
no. I was done. I was just saying that the Seventh-day Adventists they really twist the scripture. And I like I said, but it's all starting to fade from me. You know, it is. It's fading, and maybe because of my mindset today is the reason why it's fading.
El Duran, are you up here on purpose or accident? Okay. Hello, Granny. Goody Grams, how are you? What's your name?
Hello.
You're a kid. You can't come up here, okay? I swear, the way this world is going, like if you have kids doing shit like that, like the way this world is going, ugh, like
We
it's
in
in
trouble.
a man, we are in trouble. It is in a bad place. Like I
Two.
can't even laugh at shit like that. Like that's a kid playing sexual stuff on the internet.
Yeah,
Like that shit ain't funny.
yeah.
And like I the I'm starting to see more and more people making videos about how they were essayed as kids. Did y'all see the video of the guy who was essayed by his pastor at 8?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, he's a
No.
black guy. He made a video about how his pastor before his the first lady walked in on him, the pastor essaying him at church before it was time for the pastor to go up and speak. And he said that he heard the first lady over the she walked in and she walked out, and then he heard her over the microphone say, if you can lie to God, you can lie to all of us. Oh, eighth grade, my bad. Yeah. In eighth grade, he was like 12 or 13.
Oh damn.
Yeah. And he gave the pastor's name. That's actually how I found the video of the pastor preaching about the day of the Lord. because I clicked on the search bar of the man's name because I was trying to see if the pastor had responded, but his family responded. The sons and daughters of the pastor responded. But yeah, I'm starting to see more and more and more videos of people coming out talking about, the essay when they was a kid, and the in almost every one of the videos they talk about how their family asked them to keep it a secret or expected them to keep it a secret. And when stuff like that happens, like with that last kid coming up and he's, you know, making sex a joke at such a young age with adults, that's that shit. Like sometimes I wonder if that's children who are in situations like that and they don't know how any other way to like engage. You know what I'm saying? Like they've
Right.
they've been told to keep it to themselves because they don't have an adult protecting them.
Right. That part.
Yeah, it's fucked up. Um, oh God, Castro,
Yeah, my name is Jeffra. To
Jeffra.
yeah,
Okay.
it's a bit of a different name.
Okay, I was looking at it on my cell phone because I had the gift box, the gift thing open, and I thought it said Jeff Races, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Oh no.
Yeah, I could only see a part of it on my cell phone.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people call me Jeffrey when they hear my name at first, but definitely not Jeffrey. But
Okay,
very close. But yeah, um,
okay. How old are you for TikTok purposes?
I am 24.
All right, and are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm a believer in the God of the Bible. Yes.
Okay, and which of the topics did you want to discuss? There's two topics on the board.
Um, Maybe we could start with the top one. Yeah, eternal life in heaven.
Okay, what are your thoughts on that?
It says scam question mark. And first, I just want to know what you mean by scam.
Well, people were sold heaven in different ways. Like I was
Hmm.
sold the idea of heaven, eternal life, a mansion in the sky, paradise, worshiping God, being with family and friends, having the life that, uh, you can't have here because you store your treasures up in heaven. Anything that you can need, uh, like paradise, like Adam and Eve had in the garden. And when I think about Adam and Eve's paradise in the garden, they had trees. They didn't even have a dwelling, right? They were butt ass naked, and told to eat trees. So like when believers say that Adam and Eve had everything, that God gave them everything, and that they didn't, want for anything. That's not true. And then when I look at what heaven, how heaven is described in this Bible, it's not what I was sold.
Hmm.
And then I like there's to have eternal life doesn't seem like it would be different if eternal life was like multiple different lives. Like if I could just like change lives, and have different experiences. I think that would be cool. But like eternal life, one freaking life for eternity, being awake for all of eternity, because it says that, the sun never goes down because the God is the light. There's no moon, no night. There's no need to eat, no sleep, no sex. Like that doesn't sound appealing to me at all.
Okay. Um, I get that. I think the idea of eternity can sound very, what's the word I'm thinking of? Like unappealing in a way because you're like, all right, like my life here, many times is boring. Like maybe, working all the time. So you can't imagine just like, okay, I have to go through that eternally. So
No,
I
it
do
doesn't have
understand that.
anything to do with my life. My life is not boring, trust me.
Yeah, about more on the idea of like monotonous and like maybe not being able to, like you said, experience maybe more things.
No,
Um,
nope. I experience a
no,
lot. I travel a lot. Like, I have a pretty good life. I'm saying in heaven, that's
no, yeah,
like
in the
there's
subject.
no, yeah. Like in heaven, you're just praising your God, and light all day.
Well, the way that the Bible actually does describe eternity isn't just okay, where you're just saying hallelujah the whole time, right?
How
The
does
way
it? How
that
does it describe it?
so the way it describes eternity is that the the people that do receive eternal life are going to reign with Christ, meaning that they will have a part and portion in the kingdom, meaning that they will almost like the way the people of Israel had judges, but in a way of like you become a representative and you help to rule, to bring order and to have that. So the way it basically means that there is gonna be things to do in
Well,
eternity.
who are you ruling then? If everybody that goes to heaven reigns with Christ and rules, who are you ruling if everybody are rulers?
Okay, so not everybody is. So in the book of Revelation, when it speaks of the new heaven and the new earth, not everybody on earth will be gone. That's just not biblical. The Bible does
Wait.
say
What do you mean not everybody on earth? It says that the unbelievers are thrown into the lake of fire. So who's left on earth?
there are some left on earth and there are
Who?
some that do
Some who?
that
Some unbelievers?
yeah, there are certain nations. So when it says before, you know how where it says that the devil is locked away for 1,000 years and then is loosed again to tempt the nations.
Yeah,
If
that's
there
not
is no,
eternity. That's not. That's
no,
before
that
he
is eternity.
destroys the earth. No, that's
So,
not. That's
so
before he. That's before he throws hell into and the devil into the lake of fire. That's before all of that.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it's
But that's not what
he's
I'm
been there
talking
for a
about.
thousand years for the millennial,
Yeah,
and
but
then he's loosed again.
yeah, but
So
Jeffra, I'm not talking about. I'm talking about eternal life after he has destroyed the sinners, cast Satan, and hell into the lake of fire. I'm talking about that life,
okay.
and that life where you live forever with your God. That life is in eternal daylight, right? No eating, no sleeping, no sex, right? If you're saying that you're going to be ruling in that life, who are you going to be ruling if all of the sinners and unbelievers are in the lake of fire with the devil?
Well, my belief in God isn't just that all we have is here, right? I believe that I believe in the expanse of the universe, and I believe that God is a creator, and such as a creator that He is, He doesn't just have one creation, but multiple creations. And I
Oh,
do
so
believe
y'all are
that.
going to be ruling other planets?
Well, I can't tell you for sure exactly what it is, but from the biblical passages, from where the Bible shows, is that there is something to do. There is something to rule. There is something to be in charge of. Just same way that Adam had a responsibility and you could say a job or something that he could do when he was first created. In the same way, God doesn't just say, "Hey, you're just living forever." He understands that in order to actually have a full life and a full eternity, you need to have something to do. You're not just going to be sitting around. Like the angels and those created beings, they exist for eternity, but they each have a role and they each have a place and a position in, the kingdom of heaven.
Yeah, it's interesting that angels chose human women to have sex with, and gave up that place in heaven for sex. I mean, obviously, heaven was boring. That the lust of human women was, um, enough to give that up. And then you have the angels that sided with Satan, right, in your belief system. Those
Mhm.
angels obviously didn't see the goodness of your God and liked whatever Satan was doing and decided to run a coup with Satan and gave up their position in heaven for that too. I find that interesting. I also find it interesting that this book says that the serpent is in this new eternity with the believers, with the same curse that he was given in Genesis 2 in the beginning. That's interesting to me, although it says that the great serpent, the ancient serpent, is thrown into the lake of fire. So I don't know if that's like a different serpent that was in the garden that was cursed, or if all serpents were cursed, or if the serpent is symbolic for, I don't know, the enemy still being on the new earth. I mean, it's kind of interesting. But what when I read this book, I read it very differently. Like I don't look for like interpretation. I just read like the what it says, right? And through ancient Israel, Israelite end time prophecies, it says that the Gentiles, who are the nations, it says
Mhm.
that the Gentiles will be slaves to the Israelites, and the Israelites are the rulers on the new earth and New Jerusalem, and that the Gentiles are bringing in the wealth of the nation. So whatever wealth belonged to the Gentiles, they're hauling it in and bringing it in and giving it to the Israelites. They're nursing the babies of the Israelites so they become like their slaves. They're planting the trees and building the walls in New Jerusalem. So in Isaiah 14, it says that those that attach, the Gentiles that attach themselves to the house of Israel will become the male and female slaves of the house of Israel. And then you see in Revelation 21, where John of Patmos refers to the nations bringing in the wealth, bringing in the sycamore trees from Lebanon, doing work. And so it sounds like to me that those that are ruling are actual Israelites, because Jesus tells his disciples that they will rule with him. So it sounds like the rulers are Israel, and those that are being ruled are the Gentile Christians that attach themselves to the house of Israel. It's really what it sounds like to me in the Bible, not that Christians are ruling other planets.
Okay. Well, in Isaiah 14, and specifically, let's go to chapter 13. It as a is a continuation of 14 is a continuation of 13, and it's a prophecy against Babylon.
Yeah.
So, and during this time of Isaiah the prophet, the people of Israel were captive. So this is a prophecy of God taking them out of captivity and them being served by those nations that actually did um, take them captive.
Yeah, I
And we
agree.
see
I
this.
agree. I know that Isaiah 13 and Isaiah 14 don't have anything to do with your Jesus or Christians, but your Jesus quotes Isaiah 13 in Matthew 24 as a sign of his coming. And so Jesus makes Isaiah 13 about him and his followers and his day of wrath. So, and believers run into this problem because when you take Hebrew scriptures that don't have anything to do with Gentiles or a Gentile God, you have to read that God and or those people into those scriptures, right? We know that Babylon is about the nation that the Israelites were, oppressed by in ancient Israel. But today, because Jesus is the God of Gentile Christians, kind of have to reinterpret it to include yourself in your God. And that's what Jesus did, or the writers of Matthew did, when they had Jesus quote that as a sign of his coming.
Oh, you said he quotes Isaiah as
Isaiah
his,
13 and Matthew 24. I can bring it up. I know you've heard the famous saying, the
the
stars
son
will
will
fall
be.
from heaven.
Mhm.
Yeah, like a sign of him coming back. Matthew 24, I think it starts at verse 43.
29.
Oh, is it 29? Verse 29? Yeah, but I usually start at 20. Uh, I usually start at 23. He says, "Then if anyone says to you, 'Look, here is the Messiah,' or 'There
Mhm.
he is,' do not believe it. For false messiahs and false prophets will appear and produce great signs and wonders to lead astray, if possible, even the elect. Take note, I have told you beforehand. So if they say to you, 'Look, he is in the wilderness,' do not go out. If they say, 'Look, he is in the inner rooms,' do not believe it. For as lightning comes from the east and flashes as far as the west, so will be the coming of the Son of Man. Who wherever the corpse is, there the eagles will gather. Immediately after the suffering of those days, the sun will be darkened, and the moon will not give its light. The stars will fall from heaven, and the powers of heaven will be shaken." That is Isaiah 13:10. And he's giving them, he's saying this is the sign, right, of the coming of the Son of Man and the day of the Lord's wrath. So the prophecy was reinterpreted for a later time.
Yeah, so it quotes 13:10 and 34:4 of Isaiah. For those both of those. Okay. Yeah, if you read literally what it says, it does quote that, and it does say those things for in reference to Isaiah. Um, it can be a little confusing. You could say that it can be a little confusing for uh, the average reader.
Yeah, what's confusing though? I'm not confused. So like
Mm.
I find it interesting that you're speaking for me and
Oh
placing
no,
confusion on me. I'm not confused.
no, and the way in confusing that I mean is the fact that why would this be written into Matthew 24?
I'm
It,
not asking that question. I understand
okay,
why. I
okay,
no, I
you
understand why.
misunderstood.
Like that might be,
Sorry.
yeah, I didn't ask that question.
Okay.
That might be a question you might be wondering right now, right? Because it sounds like you didn't quite know that Jesus quoted this.
No, I'm not confused that it's there, but
No, I didn't. I'm not saying you were confused that it's there. What I'm saying is, it sounds like you didn't know that Jesus quoted Isaiah 13:10 as a sign of his coming. Am I wrong in that assumption?
no, you're not wrong that I didn't know exactly where it came from when you did bring it up. Uh, but it is an interpretation type of thing where I would say when it comes to these things, we see them as the signs. But obviously, when I read this and look at it, it talks about the sun, the moon, the stars, and I see it as simply as saying that there will be signs in the heavens.
Well, the signs of the day of the Lord. That's what these signs are for. Like when you see the sun darken, when you see that the moon is not no longer giving light, right? When you see the stars fall from heaven, that's how you know that it's the day of the Lord, right? So it's not saying, hey, these are types of signs. It's saying these are the signs of this great day. When you see that happen, then you will know that I'm
Mhm.
coming back. That's what Jesus is saying.
I agree. I agree with that. Um, I mean, I don't see how it brings together the fact that of 13 and 14, because I
I
still
didn't
read
bring them
those.
together. You did. I didn't say 13 and 14 were, you said that they were cohesive.
No, I mean, I don't know. It does it. I still read them in context to what is happening, but when it's quoted, re-quoted in this passage, uh, in Matthew, it's speaking of signs, and then it says afterwards that the sign of the Son of Man will come. So a lot of times when Jesus spoke uh, to the Pharisees, in one time he would tell them that they knew how to read and interpret the signs of the heavens, but that they weren't able to discern the things of the Lord and the spiritual signs. So I think when you look at it from that perspective of the way that the culture was and how it was spoken, the sun, the stars, and the moon were very important because they told you the days, they told you what time, what season you're in. So when you look at that, and Jesus also speaks of this, that when you see that, what is it? Sorry, I am bilingual, so I read English and Spanish. So sometimes I get Spanish words that I um so it says
Oh,
when
that's
the
okay.
so when the tree is at its point, that it's going to blossom, you know that the springtime is near, right? So it talks about signs, and it talks about all these things that are able to be observed with the human eye. So it brings things to a more understandable level. So these all of these things here, for the most part, are talking about signs that can be seen and signs that have been able to be seen in the same way that it's been seen by the ancestors, which is the times, the seasons, the changes, the constellations, and
But are you saying that Jesus is not saying here are the signs um, that will help you identify my day of judgment?
I say that there's enough signs that it's not specifically these signs.
Well, he quoted specifically these signs, and it like word for word.
Hmm.
So where are you getting this alternate interpretation that he's not saying here are the signs of my coming? Because he literally says in verse let's see, verse 27, for as the lightning comes from the east and flashes as far as to the west, so will be the coming of the Son of Man. Then
Hmm.
he says, immediately after the suffering of those days, this will happen. So how are you saying that he's saying, oh, you'll see some type of sign, but not necessarily these? Like, where are you getting that interpretation?
I get it from the context of the verse itself. So when you read 27, it says, "For as lightning comes from the east and is visible even in the west," is speaking of the nature of lightning, which is that it's fast and you can maybe only catch a glimpse of it before it's gone. So in the same way, I read the rest of the passage of where it says, "Where there is a carcass, the vultures will gather," basically saying that there will be signs.
That's not what that means. That is referring to the valley of Ben Hinnom, where they would send people for judgment, where they were sacrificing to Molech, where the Israelites had built the Tophet to Molech. That's what that's referring to. That was where the carcasses are, and the eagles gather is the place that they called hell on earth in Jerusalem, the
The
valley of the
the word
shadow of death.
carcass used here.
No, that phrase, that's referring to the valley of Ben Hinnom, where
Hmm.
they would, there is, this place still exists in Jerusalem today, and you can actually tour it for like $850. But it's where they built the Tophet to Melech, and where the Israelites were sacrificing their children. After they stomped out all of that, they turned that area into a place of judgment, and it's where they would send their people who were doomed to be judged, or like the people that they conquered. If they were going to kill them, they would send them there. It's also where they sent, a lot of their trash and stuff. It's what they call the Valley of Death. And so Jesus is, and they also refer to as hell on earth. So like today, it'll say you can visit hell in Jerusalem. It's like $850, and you are told that the history of that area, but that's what Jesus is referring to, that place of judgment on earth,
So is this,
not a
do you
sign.
get do you get this from the scholars?
I get this from history, and again, you can tour this area in Israel today for like $850.
No, yeah, I agree that that's what that is, and that's what Jesus referenced many times in speaking of hell. But the words here don't line up with that
I
at
didn't
all.
say the words mean that. That's why, like, I did not say carcass means this. I said that phrase is referring to that area in Jerusalem. When he says that, he's referring to the valley of Ben Hinnom, is what I said. I didn't say the words in Greek mean that.
Okay, I mean, I'd have to research that to really know that more, but
Yeah, but you realize that you just told me that
Mhm.
that word means, this is a sign. Where did you get that from?
from the verse itself,
What do you mean?
I would see that.
It did,
So
it
where I
says,
see,
it
so
doesn't say that. The verse doesn't say that. The
so
verse
where I see
says, hold
that,
on, hold on, hold on.
yes.
The verse says, wherever the corpse is, there the eagles will gather. It doesn't say anything about this is a sign. It doesn't say that. And he uses this phrase again when he is giving the parable of the two sower, like the people, one is in the field grinding, one will be taken and the other staying. And then two women are doing something, one taken and the other staying. And his disciples say, "Where, Lord? Like, where are they going?" And he says, "Wherever the corpse is, the eagle will gather." So the ones that are taken off the earth go wherever the corpse is, right? In the valley of Ben Hinnom, in the valley of death and hell on earth in Jerusalem, to the field of judgment, right? That's where Jesus is saying they are taken. In Isaiah 13, I think it's 13:11. Wait, no, yeah. Damn, why is it already highlighted? That's crazy. In Isaiah 13:9, it says, "See, the day of the Lord is coming, cruel with wrath and fierce anger, to make the earth a desolation and to destroy its sinners from it." Right? So if when Jesus says one is taken and the other stays, it's the believers, the followers of Jesus that stay to rebuild up the earth, new earth, and the sinners are destroyed from the earth. They're taken to wherever the corpse is.
Okay.
Like, it wouldn't make sense for that to refer to a sign if that was his answer to his disciples when they said, "Where, Lord? Where are they taken to?" And he's like, "Wherever the corpse is, the eagle will gather."
That's an interesting read for sure.
What's interesting about it? Like,
No,
how
it's an
how how else
interesting
would you
read.
read it?
Like, I'm not saying that I read it any other way. I'm just saying it's an interesting read, and I hadn't read it attentively to really see this portion here. Okay.
I
I
think
guess
it's
I'm saying,
Luke 17 is what I'm
yeah,
looking.
17, 30, 30. Well, 30 down, yeah. Verse 30 down.
Let me see. I thought I had it up yesterday. I think it starts with 34 through 37, maybe. Um, yeah. He says, I tell you, on that night there will be two in one bed. One will be taken and the other left. There will be two women grinding meal together. One will be taken and the other left. Then they asked him, Where, Lord? And he said to them, Where the corpse is, there the eagles will gather. So the one that's taken is going here. The one left would have to be his followers because this is the place of judgment. It's the place of death, the shadow of death. Like, I mean, you guys definitely don't think following Jesus is leading you to death, right? That's what you think the non-believers are, where they're going, right?
Yes, that is the general idea.
Yeah. So this is referring to that. And then he says, immediately after the suffering of those days, these signs will happen. And this comes from Isaiah 13, the day of the Lord. And this is what, like, I just made a video about this. Like, I'm starting to see more pastors talk about the day of the Lord. Where,
Hmm.
like, growing up, we didn't talk about the day of the Lord in our church. My father was my pastor, and he never really talked about the day of the Lord. He talked about the day of judgment, but not the day of the Lord in the terms of like Isaiah and Zechariah and Joel, like how they talk about it. Daniel, those apocalyptic visions of this day of judgment, like they're really gruesome, right? Women are being raped, people are being stabbed, houses are being robbed, babies are being dashed against a stone, babies are being cut out of women's stomachs. That is the vision that these Old Testament prophecies give for that day of wrath. And that's what Jesus quotes as a sign of his day.
He quotes Zechariah.
He quotes a lot of he quotes Daniel.
Hmm.
Well, I was referring to Isaiah. He
Hmm.
quotes Zechariah and Matthew 24:30. He quotes Amos. He says it's going to be like Sodom and Gomorrah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, so this ought to say that eternal life as it is painted in the Christian view and perspective is not what the Bible is showing.
No, this has nothing to do with eternal life. You were talking about ruling, right? And
Okay.
you were saying that in eternal life you're going to rule. And my question was, well, who are you going to rule if all of y'all, right, are going to rule? If your reward for following Jesus is that you get to rule with him in eternal life, who's being ruled if all of the non-believers are thrown into the lake of fire with the serpent, with the devil?
Hmm.
And then that's when you said, he creates other places. So, you imagine that you're going to be ruling other planets, right, with him. Your God needing help to rule other planets is wild to me. But that's when you said that. And then I shared with you that from me studying the text, what I see from the Jewish apocalyptic text that
Hmm.
has now been attributed and reinterpreted for Jesus and his followers is that the Israelites rule, right, in New Jerusalem. And we see that heaven comes down and to New Jerusalem, your God's throne sits amongst the mortals. The Israelites are ruling, and the Gentiles, who are the nations, are bringing in their wealth of the nations. They're planting trees. They're nursing the babies of the Israelites. They're building walls. So the Gentiles are working, right? They're serving the Israelites. And I brought up Isaiah 14, which says that those that attach themselves to the house of Israel will become the male and female slaves. of Israel. And that's when you brought up Isaiah 13. So that's how we got here. And you were saying these two go together. Right. But as far as like eternal life goes, I was just saying that it sounds like not appealing to me. First off,
Hmm.
like I don't want to live forever unless I can body hop. Like if I can have different lives and different experiences each time, then I could possibly
Like
see like
reincarnation type of thing.
yeah, like I can possibly see why how that would be a thing. But like just living in paradise or what y'all would consider paradise for
Hmm.
eternity and just being awake, the same experience, the same life, never going to sleep, never eating, never having sex, like you're in daylight all times. You're I guess I don't know if it'd be like you get like a horn, like it goes and then you go hallelujah and then you go back to I don't know. Um I know you're gonna be
Yeah, you're
praising
funny, bro.
him. Huh?
You're funny. You
Because
gotta love it.
I'm trying to figure out like
Yeah.
you're there for eternity. You're praising God. I don't know if you're praising Him like 24/7 or if there's like times that you get notified when He needs to feel validated.
Yeah.
And then like you have a mansion, right? I know the Greek word for mansion there doesn't necessarily mean like a mansion like we know here, but most believers
Hmm.
think that, and that's how heaven was sold to me, right? Like you get a mansion in the sky, but it
Yeah.
actually is a room, right? But
Oh
for
yeah, because it says in my father's house there are many rooms, correct?
yeah, that's
First
the that's
instance
the
of
real
that.
reading of it. Yeah.
Yeah. Hmm.
But the way it's sold to us though is that we get a mansion. Nobody has ever told me or any other believer that I've talked to that that is room. That you get a room
Hmm.
in his house, not your own mansion. So like a lot of believers believe that they're going to heaven, they're getting their own mansion, and it made me wonder like if what do you need a mansion for if everybody in heaven gets a mansion? Like you don't need this big old house with all of these rooms. One, you're not going to sleep because you're in broad daylight all the time, right? Because your God is your
Yeah.
light. There's no sleeping. There's no sex. So you don't need a bed. You don't need like doors. You don't need closets because there's no like Versace. There you don't need a kitchen because there's no eating because you're transfigured into a spirit. I don't know what the mansion is for, right? Like why
Yeah.
do everybody that go to heaven need a mansion?
Yeah. I think when it comes to translation, sometimes we have meaning translation, and sometimes we have literal translation, and then reading, just reading them. A lot of times, it's not literal, and that's where we get, oh, it's a mansion, it's a literal mansion. And honestly, I'm with you on that. It's it's almost like a false advertisement in that sense of like it's not exactly what that is saying, but it's the interpretation was made that way when it was translated. But I do get that. I mean, for me, maybe I could speak of how I interpret that from what I've read and what I've learned is it's basically saying that there's a place for everybody that does come, to God. And I think a lot of times when we take those things that aren't actual literal physical objects, in it's more like a comparison and like a saying thing where, okay, there are many rooms, there's a place for you, right? And I think that does turn into a thing. It's like, okay, now you're painting a picture in my head where I'm getting all of these things. So I do agree with you on that for sure. Definitely false advertising.
Yeah, like and then like what type of rooms, right? I mean,
Hmm.
you could be going into a jail cell. Like it could be like how slavery was, right? Like you don't know. No,
Oh,
and for a person to I mean, you really don't know. Like the God doesn't have an issue with slavery, right? And we see that he prioritizes his Israelites, his first wife. And Paul says that he, is using the Gentiles to make the Israelites jealous so that they would come back. And so we don't know, like especially like if it's so ambiguous here in English, like the translation that this God inspired the translators to provide to us, and we got to do all of this digging and try to figure it out. We have no idea what we're signing up for, just to be honest. And we're expected to just like blind accept, have blind faith, and ignore the characteristics of this God who gave this prophecy in the first place. Right? We see the you know, the monstrous things this God does and allows and condones, right? So I would have to like ignore all of that and just hope like hell that I'm signing up for a, I guess, a eternity with a God that's going to love me as much as he loves his Israelites.
Mhm.
Or either I be in this room, let out to work and put back in the room for all of eternity versus, I don't know, burning.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it that way, definitely not something someone would want. Definitely for sure. I mean, reading those passages is not like it's not an easy read, especially reading Leviticus. Um, Reading through all those things, right? There's so much stuff in there. It's like, okay, um, this does not make sense, or I don't really like that idea. We could probably get into like times and context and things like that, but I don't think that's necessary because there's a lot of things in the Old Testament that I don't agree with, right? With things that were done, things that were said, and I think when it comes down to it, not not everything written is uh how do I say? Not because it's written means that it's condoned, but in a way when it does speak of these ideas like self-gaslighting, um uh, when it
Don't
does talk
don't worry
about
about the comments while you're on stage.
okay, no, I just thought it was funny. But when it comes down to where it does speak of slavery and the conditions for it and the servants and all of these things, it is a little rough to be like, okay, how do I read this and how do I understand it and how can I put this into terms where I can tell somebody, hey, this is what it means or this is what it's referencing to, right? When it literally says a thing. And people are like, oh, well, but why didn't God just say, hey, do not have servants, do not have people in bondage, in these type of like bondages where they paid off debts and they did all these things, why even allow that type of slavery, right? And those are valid questions for sure. And I don't have answers for those personally. Uh,
But if I asked you, did your
yeah.
God, did the people who enslaved um, black people during the transatlantic slave trade, did they follow your God's will? What would you say? Like, were they following your God's will?
No.
And see, so you can answer, right? It's
Yeah, in a
that,
way.
you see what I'm saying? So like
Hmm.
when it comes to that, having an answer is automatic. But when it comes to your God allowing the Israelites to enslave people based off of discrimination of ethnicity, you want to look for a way to make it sound like it's not as bad as what was done during the transatlantic slave trade or the barbarian slave trade or the European slave trade, right? You want to separate yourself from actual history and make what's in this book seem like, you know, fairy tale. And
Hmm.
that to me, it feels a little bit dishonest.
Hmm.
While I can understand why you're doing that, because to you, you see this God as something good, right? This is your savior, your creator. And because you're most likely the type of person that wouldn't enslave another person, you can't see how the God that you love and who created you and who you plan on spending eternity with would justify humans on earth enslaving other humans for life based off of ethnicity, right? And I understand that, but it feels like you're being dishonest to yourself when you try to make an excuse for that.
Yeah, it is dishonest to try and make an excuse. But the way that it is framed and referenced, when I read it, I definitely don't see it as the type of slavery where it's like, all right, you're inferior, so you must serve me. It's almost like the bond servants. I'm sure you've heard of it before, where they pay off debts, or that they are. I know that there are instances in the biblical scripture where it does mention the nation, like you said, the nation serving, and it seems like, oh, they're being forced to serve because they're conquered and they're plundered.
Not really. Let's read Leviticus
Mhm.
25 right quick.
Yeah.
Leviticus 25, starting at verse 39. It says, if any who are dependent on you become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you, you shall not make them serve as slaves. So he deliberately says, don't make them serve as slaves, right? And here he's talking about a fellow
Hmm.
Israelite.
Yeah.
Fellow Israelites cannot be slaves. They shall remain with you as hired and bound laborers. So you're either to pay them or they can be debt slaves, like indentured servants.
Yeah.
They shall serve with you until the year of Jubilee, which would be either every 7 years or every 50 years, but no more, no longer than that. Then they and their children with them shall go out from your authority. They shall go back to their own family and return to their ancestral property, for they are my servants, whom I brought out of the land of Egypt. And then he says again, they shall not be sold as slaves are sold. So very deliberate. Do not make an Israelite serve as a slave. Do not sell an Israelite as a slave. And then he says, you shall not rule over them with harshness, but fear your God. Like, don't rule over another Israelite harshly. When they have sold themselves to your authority, you shall not treat them like a slave. Then he says, as for the male and female slaves whom you may have, right? You can have male and female slaves,
Hmm.
but it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You can buy them, you can get them through conquering, you can get them from people, from the foreigners who live in your land. Says you may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who are with you who have been born in your land. They may be your property, right? They become your kesef, as we see in Exodus 21, right? It says it uses the word property there, but
Yeah.
the word in
Possession.
Hebrew
Yeah.
there is kesef, like they're your money. You may keep them as possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. So these male and female slaves, they don't get released in Jubilee.
Hmm.
They are lifetime slaves, and they are passed down as inheritance. When the slave master dies, it goes to the son. These humans are passed down as property to the son. These you may treat as slaves, right? So don't treat an Israelite as a slave, but these foreigners, you can treat them as slaves. You can rule over them harshly. You can sell them. You can make them serve as slaves. But as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness. So during the transatlantic slave trade, the white European Christians could not be slaves. They were indentured servants, right? And then the slaves, the lifetime slaves that were passed down as inheritance and treated as property were West Africans. So
Mm.
you have slavery in ancient Israel is based off of ethnicity, Israelite, non-Israelite. And then slavery and during the transatlantic slave trade was based off of, at first it was based off of whether you were a Christian or not. And then that changed to whether you were white or black.
Mm. Yeah, definitely. That that form of slavery that came afterwards is definitely like it's taken on. It took on a different form. This, what would you say, primitive form of it, or the previous forms of it, or is similar in the idea of property, using that word, their property. And yeah, I mean,
Like, what's different? I know
no,
a lot of times
mhm,
believers talk about how the enslaved people were treated, right? And so right now, what you and I are talking about, we're not talking about how they were treated, and we
mhm,
can, you know, we can talk about what we know in this book about how some of the enslaved people were treated as Israelite slaves versus how they were treated in during the transatlantic slave trade. But
yeah,
that's not what we're talking about right now. What we're talking about is the structure of how slavery was executed or regulated in ancient Israel versus the antebellum South. And what we see is two slave systems, right? We see
mhm,
indentured servitude and we see lifetime servitude, right? With
yeah,
no right. And we see in both of these we see that the criteria for indentured servitude in ancient Israel was you were an Israelite, ethnicity, right? And the criteria for being a lifetime servant or slave was that you were a non-Israelite. And in the antebellum South, the criteria was white and Christian, indentured servitude, non-white, non-Christian, lifetime slave. What's the difference?
okay. The Yeah, looking at the foreign form of it, where they from outside of the people of Israel, it it isn't the same in the aspect of a specific person, people. It's just every other people.
Yeah,
The
but
difference, but I'm not saying it's better, or I'm not saying it's
what's the
better.
difference though? Right,
Um,
I know
yeah,
non-Israelite, non-Israelite means anybody not an Israelite. So what's the difference? I'm asking between the two structures.
the structure.
Yeah, what's the difference between the two
Mm,
structures? In ancient Israel, you have indentured servitude were for Israelites, lifetime servitude were for non-Israelites. In the antebellum South, you have indentured servitude were for white Christians, and lifetime servitude were for non-white Christians. So what's the difference?
I think the difference is that the people that came afterwards shouldn't have acted in that way, because what the New Testament teaches is not that we should take people as servants, as slaves, but that we should accept everybody as brothers and sisters. And it does say that the worker is worth a salary. So, like, you hire people and pay them. You don't just buy them and take them for your own. And that's the,
Well,
I think,
so
I
I'm
think
not.
when
Hold
it
on,
comes to,
hold on
yeah,
for a
so
second.
like,
Wait, hold on.
yeah,
I'm not asking you whether you agree what they did. I'm asking what is the
no, yeah,
difference between the two structure systems. That's what I'm asking.
no, yeah. What I'm trying to say is that
I know
the
what you're trying to say. I'm not asking that. We'll get into that in just a second.
okay.
What I'm asking is what is the difference between how they were structured?
I can't really tell you,
There isn't one.
because yeah, I can't really
You
tell you, because I
it's
wasn't,
not
I don't have the experience of, like, oh, I
that
was
you're not
there
being, but you're not
during the
being
time.
honest. You're not being honest, and you're doing this again to yourself, right?
Okay.
Like you know that there is no difference, but you refuse to state that there is no difference because again, your loyalty to this God, right? You're having to lie to yourself right now
No, I mean,
because you know that there's no difference, right? Indentured
yeah,
servitudes were
there's
Israelites, non-Israelites were lifetime slaves. Indentured servitudes were white Christians, non-white Christians were lifetime slaves. Like there's no difference between how it's structured, but your mind is trying to find an answer for why they look alike, and so you refuse to say, you know what, they are structured the same. And you're
yeah,
saying I wasn't alive at that time. Is what you're saying, right?
well, okay, yeah. So the structure is the exact same. Well, I wouldn't say exact same, because I don't
What's
know,
different?
but from looking at it, and with the information that is given, it is the same.
Hold on. When you say I wouldn't say the exact same, I didn't hear what you said after that. You said because you wouldn't say the exact same because of what?
Because we don't get any more information than what's given or what we have from history on exactly how the treatment was.
We're
Because it
not talking
doesn't
about
say how
treatment
to.
though. Yeah, and we're not talking about treatment. We're not talking about treatment. We're talking about how it was structured. Treatment is a different conversation. We're talking about
Oh,
how it was structured.
okay. So with the information given on the structure, it is the same.
Right. Okay. And so now we can move to you wanting to justify it and say that, because remember, the reason why we started this is that you were saying that you couldn't necessarily say whether or not a God, the God that you believe in, whether or not like it's okay for this God to, condone or allow this type of practice, and this is who you plan on spending eternity with, and whatever room He has for you. And you were immediately able to say that it was wrong for those in the antebellum South to do exactly what your God did here, just based on a different criteria, right? And so now I heard you say that Jesus talks against this type of treatment or this type of practice, and if you want to talk about that, you can.
I mean, no. What I was trying to say was that the people in the previous forms of slavery did have these writings where they could have read it and said, "Oh, it clearly this speaks on that this shouldn't, we should hire people for what they're worth and not own them, right?" Because it was written throughout the New Testament, with the writings of Paul, with Onesimus and all these things. It's clear that the love that a person should feel towards another person, um, especially in that day and age, should not. There's no reason to do that, especially to do that to people that are potential, um, that could be potential believers, potential friends, right? Things like that. And I think that gives you like, okay, you have all this information, but you're choosing to still treat people and still do this and still go this way, right? That I'm trying to say is those people barely have even less justification to have done this, especially because I would say if the culture from the times before was like, all right, everybody was doing this or whatever, and there's guidelines for it or something like that or whatever. But I think to have that later on with more information and with everything that we have to say, oh, I still need to act on this slavery to move forward with whatever I'm doing and have these servants. It's For me, it just doesn't make sense. The more information that you have, the more educated decision you can make. So,
The interesting thing is that your God was very explicit about what not to do to an Israelite. Why
mhm.
was he so ambiguous about what not to do to a Gentile? Where does he say, "Do not enslave my Gentile followers," the same way he says about his Israelites?
I don't know.
The reality is that he doesn't, and
Yeah, he doesn't.
as
I don't
right
know.
he doesn't.
Hmm.
As Jesus, he actually uses the institution of slavery a lot in his parables and in his teachings. And there's one in Luke 17 where he's talking to fellow Israelites and he's saying, which one of you would say to your slave who's been out working in the field all day, come in and sit down and take your place with me at the table? And he says, wouldn't you rather say to them, go and fix me something to eat, put on your apron and fix my food and drink, and later after I eat, you can eat. Then he says, do you thank your slave for doing what they have done? And he says, so you also say to yourselves, we are worthless slaves. We only have done what we ought to have done. right? Like him using the institution of slavery. And here he talks about the treatment, right? He talks about the environment of how the Israelite slave masters are treating their slaves.
Yeah.
They're having them out in the field all day, and instead of them coming in and resting and eating with them,
Hmm.
they're expected to go and serve more, right? And then after they're done serving their masters, then they can take care of themselves. And then the master doesn't show gratitude or thank them because they're worthless slaves. They're just doing what they're supposed to do. Their property, their money. And Jesus is saying to the Israelites, this is who you are to God. Like you see yourself like that to God, or to me if he's God to you. And don't expect to thank you. Don't expect a seat at the table because you are a worthless slave. Like you're no more than that. So we know that Jesus knew that the Israelites were still practicing this slave system. We know that he knew how they were treating their enslaved people, and he saw it as a teaching tool. There was an opportunity for him to say, "Don't do this," and he didn't. And then he refers to his followers as slaves in the parable of the nobleman. And he talks about leaving people in charge of the slaves, and then he comes back and he's gonna, you know, stab the slaves that didn't want him to rule over them. He's going to get his slaves to bring the slaves to him that didn't want him to rule over them, and then they're going to stab them in front of him. They're going to kill them in front of him,
Hmm.
right? And then we see him tell Paul, if Paul is getting revelation from Jesus, we see him tell Paul, tell the slaves to obey their earthly masters and to do it with fear and trembling, with enthusiasm, right? Not to please men, but to please me, because it is my will. We don't see Jesus ever say, stop enslaving Gentiles.
Nowhere.
Yeah.
And there's examples of that throughout the whole New Testament. That's just one example.
Hmm. Yeah.
It's like, has anybody ever asked you if you would want to go to heaven with the slave masters from the antebellum South?
No, nobody's asked me that.
Would you want to be in heaven with the ones that enslaved people from the antebellum South and did all that horrible stuff to them?
Uh, Definitely not with a person that lived with a heart like that.
It's interesting, like when I do talk to believers who disagree, that believe it or not, there are believers who agree with the antebellum South and think that that needs to come back. You'd be surprised. And people of all races and ethnicities, not
Really?
just, yeah. I've talked to Black Christians who said that if their God told them to go back into slavery, they would. And they that Black people were disobedient, that's why we were enslaved. It was better when we were enslaved. I serve a God that is a slave master, and I'm okay with it. Like, I've heard it all in these conversations.
Mm-mm.
And so, yeah, I've heard white people say that the days of slavery was better. One guy got up here and said that he bought his wife as a slave in Morocco or something. Like like believers have some weird ass, like, just wait up the gig sometimes. But it's interesting when I do talk to believers and I ask that question of any ethnicity or race, that those that are against what happened, and it's more that are against it. Let me say that it's not like a high number of people who are for what happened in the antebellum South. It's more that are against it, and they try to separate themselves from the God of the Old Testament condoning it. But when I asked that question about if they want to be in heaven with the slave masters of antiquity, they all say no. And I'm like, well, if you don't want to be in heaven with the slave masters who gave this God to you, right? These are the same people who gave the God to you, but you want to go to the heaven that they preached about with the God who laid out the plan that they followed, who is also a slave master. So you would essentially be agreeing to go into lifetime servitude, eternal servitude to a slave master God. And I don't, it doesn't make sense to me.
I mean, it. I think it's very. It's in a way dishonest for the people to say, "Okay, I am gonna agree with this," and but the other things that are in the Old Testament, they don't. They don't follow. So I. That's why I don't. I wouldn't, as a person who understands the fact that there's an Old Testament or Old Covenant, and then there's a New Testament and New Covenant. For someone to take that in that context and say it applies to me today, right? Seeing as the whole idea of the New Testament is that everything is fulfilled, that the law in itself is fulfilled, meaning that it fulfilled its purpose and isn't required in the new covenant. What's required is to love God and love your neighbor, right?
I find that interesting too, because old covenant, new covenant just means that the agreement, right? A covenant is just an agreement, right? The word
Mm-hmm.
covenant. The agreement was with the God and the children of Israel. The new
Yeah.
covenant is with Jesus and the Gentile Christians. But the law didn't change. Jesus didn't give you a new law to follow. And like the ordinances, right? The hakma did not change. Jesus was actually teaching the law of Israel to his followers. He didn't teach anything different.
Mm-hmm.
He actually told them to follow the law and the prophets. And when he says that it is fulfilled, he's not saying that you no longer have to follow it or it's done away with. Like, you fulfill laws every day. There's a law that says you have to pay your taxes before April 15th. Every April 15th, you have to fulfill that law. It doesn't, just because you do it April 15th, 2025, don't mean you no longer have to do it, right? And Paul talks about fulfilling the law of the commandments in Romans 13. He says that the loving your neighbor, right, as yourself fulfills the law. And the law that he quotes is do not murder, do not commit adultery, do not steal, right? And so you would equally have to be saying that Paul is also saying that you no longer have to follow these laws of do not murder, do not kill. They're done away with, because loving your neighbor as yourself means that those laws are no longer valid. And that's not what Jesus was saying. Neither is that what Paul is saying. And then I think it's interesting when y'all say the Old Testament, like people shouldn't read today the Old Testament and apply it to yourselves, when that's literally what y'all are doing with the Adam and Eve story. The Adam and Eve story is in the Old Testament. You're reading that as, oh, this is the fall of man, and I'm guilty of what these two characters did in this story 6,000 years ago. Therefore, I owe my life to Jesus because I'm sinful and wretched. You are applying Old Testament theology or mythology to your life today in 2025. You do that with the Ten Commandments. You do that with the Noah's Ark story. You do that with the Sodom and Gomorrah story. You do that with King David. You do that with King Solomon, with the Leviticus 18, when believers want to say that homosexuality is a sin, right? So you take whatever story suits you and your belief from the Old Testament and drag it along with you in like a separate suitcase with this New Testament covenant. But whatever you don't like, whatever contradicts or conflicts with your personal morality, you say your Jesus did away with. And like, it just seems dishonest to me.
Well, what I was saying was the application. Um, what I'm saying is that so we have what law is spoken of in the New Testament is mostly the moral law. So you have the civil law, you have these three different laws, the traditions, all these types of, well, there's three different types of laws. And so the law that is basically active in what's being preached to the Gentiles, being preached in the New Testament, is the moral law. and they
Jesus doesn't
originally.
preach to Gentiles here, though. Most of the time, he's
Yes.
preaching to Israelites. He's not preaching to Gentiles. No,
Yeah,
he's
and he
not.
does. No, I know he's not speaking to Gentiles. Yes, I agree with you. But what I'm saying is, Jesus didn't come to the Gentiles at that time. That's why, when he did speak to those Gentile people, he did say, I have not come for you specifically, right? But he
Right.
did, but he did in the writings, he did do miracles and did heal certain Gentiles. And but
After they admitted that they were inferior to Israelites, like those times where he did that, that's supremacy ideology. Like once they're like in Mark 7:26, when the Canaanite woman, she was, and Mark, she's classified as a Greek Syrophoenician woman,
Mhm.
right? Matthew changes her to Canaanite because the writer of Matthew didn't want Jesus dehumanizing a Greek speaking woman. So, but after this woman says, "Yep, dogs eat the crumbs from their master's table," and Jesus goes, "Oh, wow! Only your faith would have told you that you were allowed you to admit that you were inferior to Israelites as a Gentile, right?" So, like literally, that's supremacy ideology. Like, he calls her a dog.
I mean, she kind of said that in a
No, he
way.
said it first. He said it first, and she agreed with him.
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
correct. Yes, correct. Um,
He actually calls Gentiles dogs in Revelation 22. Also in Philemon, he calls them dogs again. So like when in Matthew 15, like when you say that Jesus only preached the moral law to his followers, that's not true,
no, I
right?
didn't say that. I was saying that the writings afterwards
After
mostly
what?
spoke.
After he died, or
So basically the writings of Paul, they spoke mostly of the moral law in
right?
in
Yeah,
through faith, through grace, through all these things. And
yeah, because Paul is his intended audience are Gentiles, right? And they had the meeting at the Council of Jerusalem that the Gentiles did not have to follow the law. Like they were trying to figure out, like, are we going to make them follow this law that's been like a chain around our neck? And they ultimately decide, no, we're not. And then he says that the Gentiles are a law unto themselves, right? He says they're already either excusing or convicting themselves with their own conscience, so they don't need this law of Moses. It's like they'll be judged by their own conscience,
yeah,
right? So that's why Paul did that, because the Gentiles were never under the law of Moses. That the law of Moses was for Israelites. That was a covenantal law. Like if you joined a Masonic lodge and they have like ordinances that you have to follow as a Mason, you wouldn't expect a non-Mason to follow Masonic order. Right? The Israelites were a cult, and so when they were discussing the inclusion of Gentiles, are we going to make them follow the same ordinances as our traditional cult, or are we going to let them do something different?
yeah.
But what I was talking about is what your Jesus taught while he was alive, and he taught the Israelite law. He taught the the ordinances of the law, and so when he quoted Leviticus 19:18, when they said, what are the greatest commandments of the law, right? They're asking him, what are the two greatest commandments of the Masonic order or of the Israelite cult, of the ordinances of the cult, right? And he quotes from the Levitical law. He says, "You you shall not hate in your heart any one of your kin. You shall reprove your neighbor, or you will incur guilt yourself." He teaches this when he says that if you hate your brother in your heart, you have already committed murder, right? That's a Israelite law. That's also more detailed in the Talmud and the Mishnah. The Midrash. Then he says, "You shall not take vengeance or bear a grudge against any of your people, but you shall love your neighbor as yourself. I am the Lord." This is referring to a fellow cult member, right, or a fellow order member. Then how we know this is because in verse 33, he says, "When an alien lives in your land, you shall not oppress the alien." When they live in Israel, do not oppress them. The alien who lives with you will be like a native Israelite. They'll be like a cult member. And you shall love that alien like you love yourself when they live with you. Because when you were in Egypt, you were an alien, right?
Hmm.
So what Jesus quoted here was referring to a fellow Israelite. It wasn't referring to Gentiles when he says that the greatest commandments are love your neighbor as you love yourself, right? And love the God of Israel. He quoted Deuteronomy 6 and 5. Love the God of Israel with all your heart, soul, and might. He quoted the Israelite cult laws to them. And then when Paul quotes it, Paul says it's not two. Paul says it's one that fulfills the whole law. Right? Jesus says these two on the whole law, these two hang. Right? These two laws, the whole law it hangs on, and if you can do these two things, then you'll be able to fulfill the law because they are both based off of loving in Israel and loving the God of Israel. Paul then says, if you are able to love your neighbor as you love yourself, then you will fulfill the greatest law, which is love your neighbor as you love yourself. You won't murder. You won't steal. You won't commit adultery.
Hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
Because Paul doesn't focus on the order, like the ordinances of the cult, because y'all aren't in that cult. You're not an Israelite.
Yeah. So then in that passage that you have up, then it mentions the alien in a separate way, correct?
Yeah, kind of like saying how we should be treating the foreigners that live amongst us right now in America, right? And as believers, I don't see them doing that. I don't see them treating their foreigners the way their God wanted them to treat foreigners when they live in their land. Do you?
Definitely not. Definitely not.
Yeah.
Everybody treats them, especially because I think when you come from that background, then you can understand. But when you don't, then people just lack that heart and that empathy and that, and
Well,
it's
I think
sad.
I actually think they have some contradictory texts that they could follow, which they are following, right? Ezra and Nehemiah, when they came back into the Levant area, Ezra and Nehemiah said, "Make Jerusalem great again." Y'all speaking different languages. You don't marry foreign women. You don't know your culture. You telling different stories. So they go through, they destroy all that stuff, and they deport foreigners. They make people leave their families, their foreign wives and their foreign kids, all for keeping the holy seed pure, according to Ezra. So they actually have text that they could follow that supports what the fuck they're doing here in America in the Old Testament.
I mean, again, I that applies to that those people of Israel,
Yeah, but you
and
just said
I'm
verse
not.
33. Hold on, though. But you just said verse 33. They should be following verse 33 and not oppressing the foreigner. So this is what I'm saying, right? Like the things that you agree with in the Old Testament, you should follow. But the things you don't agree with, it doesn't apply to them. They shouldn't be following that.
No, I'm not saying that I don't agree with it. It's written historical account. If
No,
you
no,
could
you're
say
saying
that.
they shouldn't be following it. You're saying that don't follow Ezra and Nehemiah's example, but follow what the God says in Leviticus 19:33, because you should be treating foreigners like yourself when they live in your land. But that's still Old Testament.
Yeah, but it's not even about that. I'm speaking more to the moral conscience that we have as people, which is
Everybody doesn't
to
have the
not.
same moral conference, though, Jeffra. Everybody doesn't have the same moral values. I saw a video today of the Foundation
Yeah.
conferences. If y'all don't watch their conferences, you're like, it irritates my soul watching their shit. But that's the only way to know what the fuck is what they're planning, right? But I saw their video on YouTube, and they were talking about like basically ushering in one race and how diversity is a poison, and like really holding up Charlie Kirk and uh, praising Charlie Kirk for the amount of white people who are married, and saying that Charlie a billboard of Charlie Kirk up is what made them get married. Like really gaslighting the minds of people to be focused on going back to the white supremacy through Christian nationalism, right?
Yeah.
And the pure race. And this, you have the term keeping the holy seed pure in the Bible. And so the point is that they have text that they can use to back up the bullshit that they are doing, right? In this book. And when you all like ignore it, it, it just makes, like, for me, it feels like you're giving them the green light when you say, "Oh, I don't want to read that. That doesn't apply to us." Right? But you have people on earth who are reading it. And then you've agreed to apply what you do agree with to your life from the Old Testament, and just throw out everything else.
I mean, I don't throw it out. I just read it all in context, and then it's not that, oh, I don't agree with it, so I'm not taking it. I just read it all with my with the context that I can see from it. If it if that makes sense. I mean, maybe it doesn't make all that much sense.
when
Or
when you say you read it in context, what do you mean? Like when you say you
so,
like are you taking historical context into consideration, like outside of the text, and you're going to see like what actually was going on during the ancient Near East? Like how did the other nations actually handle slavery, things like that? Like are you actually looking at that type of context, or are you just like reading the Bible?
well, I could look at those sources. I haven't looked into them as much, but from the context in the Bible itself, I think from my understanding, it's obvious that these things are being applied and used in a specific people, in a specific time, in a specific cultures. And if I don't have, like, for example, there will be texts that speak of, you know, having a sword to carry, right? Maybe nowadays that would be compared to a an arm of some kind that one would carry for protection. But if it doesn't like, if in my life I don't have that, then I don't need to. That's not a guideline for me. Like if I don't have that, it's not a guideline for me. So
So wouldn't
it's
you
kind
be
of
the
like
one
a.
deciding what is a guideline for you and not your God, right? And then either your God knew that in 2025 you would not be primarily carrying swords, and
Hmm.
you would be carrying guns,
Hmm.
and he just didn't give a damn because he wasn't talking to us in 2025. He was talking to people back then, and had no intention of you reinterpreting this, reinterpreting the word sword to mean gun,
Yeah.
for yourself. Or your God didn't write this. This is humans who wrote this for a specific audience. because you're having to reinterpret something that was written for people during the late Bronze Age, the Iron Age, the Hellenistic period, the first century Rome, right? First century Greco Rome. You're having to reinterpret sayings and language and, you know, specific words to make it relevant to you today. And you're doing the work. Like, you're the one deciding what's relevant for you. And then I guess you're saying a God is guiding you or leading you to do that. But at the end of the day, you're the one using your brain and your mind, your principles, right? Your values, your culture, your existence, and your experience to decide what's relevant for you.
Yeah.
How is that different from the people who read this text and said, "Hey, God told them to follow Leviticus 25:39 through 46"? How is what you're doing any different than them saying that their God is leading them?
Um, because there's identification for the books in the Bible, historical, poetics, prophetics, and I think when you read things with understanding, then you don't see that as, it's just when you have the desire to unlawfully or with a heart of hate to do something, then then you're doing it with an intention of hurting somebody. And I think, let's say if I take any text, any scripture, and I have the intent to do it because I simply don't like somebody, or I simply don't believe that someone has any rights in that aspect, it's 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 almost like a unlawful and incorrect way to apply it, because the whole point of it, of being, let's say, a Christian or a believer or somebody who follows uh the golden rule, is to not act that way, to not act out of self, and to not act out to put someone in harm or put someone in a bad position. So I think that's the perspective that I have on everything here.
I understand your perspective because that's who
Yeah.
you are, but that's not who the God is in this book. This God did not like people. He didn't like the Gentiles. Neither did Jesus, right? Like, the love spoken of in this book was for another, a fellow Israelite, or if a Gentile married into the Israelites, or if a Gentile agreed to go into covenant with the God of Israel. Right? The God talks about hate. Like, he says, Jacob I loved, Esau I hated, right? Jesus says, if you, like, you can't be my disciple if you're not willing to hate your mother, your sister, your brother, your son, your daughter, and even your own life. And I know a lot of Christians say he's not talking about that type of hate. He's saying that you have to be willing to put him before all of that. And there are times that Jesus is going to require you to do things that you otherwise would see as immoral or won't want to do in order to follow the law, right? And sometimes that is killing your own family members according to the law. And in Deuteronomy 13, Jesus as God says, if your brother, your sister, your son, your daughter, and even your friend who you love tries to convince you to worship another God, you are to kill him. And your own hands has to be the one to kill him. And then you are to bring him to the people so that they can kill him too. Zechariah in Zechariah 13, or yeah, Zechariah 13, Zechariah says to the people, if your son or your daughter, not your daughter, it's your son, if your son falsely prophesies, The parents have to be the ones to stab him with stones, have to be the one to stab him and kill him for prophesying falsely in the name of God. So the God would require you to do some hard shit. And if you go into covenant with this God, you have to be willing to put the God above your son or daughter, because you may be required to do shit that you don't want to do. And that's what Jesus is saying, right? And so we get families that disown their son or daughter because they're in the LGBTQIA community, or because they're atheists. We get people who say, God told me that my son had a demon, and they do horrible shit to their kid because they believe that this God is telling them that their child has a demon. And they're willing to do these things because they've put the God above the life that they can see, which is what Jesus requires.
Yeah. I mean, I get that not everybody thinks the way I do or sees it with my perspective. So I understand that my my argument wouldn't be valid for other people, just for myself, I guess, in my perspective, if that makes sense.
That makes a lot of sense because it feels like that's what a lot of y'all are doing, right? There was a guy on stage yesterday, and I was trying to explain to him that I talked to a lot of believers, and it just seems like you all have different gods that you are engaging with in your personal relationships because y'all don't necessarily agree with what this God is saying or what this God actually wants, or what this God can do or does. And a lot of times the gods that I meet or the Jesuses that I meet on this stage usually mimics the person's personality, right? And so while your God doesn't see that enslaving other people is something that he would do, and you disagree with people, reading the text and taking it to this is God's words, another person's God will be like, yep, I said it. Yep, it's okay.
I mean,
Because that's who they are.
it's a very valid argument because in in the way that we think, it's like, okay, so if it's not good, then they would say not good, don't do, right? Simple as that. Or at least in our logic, it would say, all right, it should say that. If it was wrong to God, then God would say, don't do this.
Yeah, like grape. Like the God never says, "Thou shalt not grape another woman." Like when with the grape law, it's about ruining her virginity because the father can no longer get the bride price, and you have to pay the father the bride price that you fucked up, right? If you rape a woman that's already betrothed or married to another man, it's about defiling the property of that man, right? But just general raping a woman, there is no law that says do not rape women. That where that law came from? The very first law against raping women came from Rome.
No.
It came from Rome. Emperor Justinian's wife convinced her husband to create a law against women being raped, in around like the year 599, something like that. It didn't come from your God. Similar to slavery being abolished didn't come from your God. That came from humans saying this is fucking ridiculous. Like we cannot keep this going. People had to go against what was being taught in the Bible and backed up by Bible. They had to say, fuck that, Jesus, not this time. I'm not hating my mama. I'm not hating my brother. I'm not hating my sister. I can't put you above them. And what they decided to do was reinterpret scriptures, and because they couldn't find anything where Jesus says don't enslave a Gentile, don't enslave another human. They couldn't find that, so they started using love your neighbor as you love yourself. I came to set the captives free. Right? They had to use other things that Jesus said to convince people, hey, this is not what Jesus wanted. But it was humans who made those changes, right? As humanity evolved. But sometimes I feel like Jesus is stopped people from progressing. Like I feel like Jesus is anti-progression.
Hmm. I mean, I I appreciate your point of view and bringing, I guess, a different understanding for me to think about. Um, it is 2 a.m. for me, so I do need to go, but
Yeah,
definitely
I enjoyed the
I think
conversation.
it's yeah, I think I'm very open to hearing, and I'm not like one, oh no, I'm not gonna like go around in circles. I guess maybe at times it did sound like I'm going around in circles, but I think for me it's a little difficult to get to the point that I try to get to. But
I,
definitely appreciate it, man.
you're welcome,
Uh,
and I understand your point. Like you're a believer, and
yeah,
you know it feels like you have to kind of find a justification for it. But no, I definitely appreciate you not, you know, doing what a lot of believers do on stage is crashing out. And it was a great, a great conversation. I appreciate you.
yeah, we don't get good representation, man. We don't.
Yeah, no.
It's I just I will definitely study up more and read more and see other sources and you know get more knowledgeable on everything and see just maybe make more sense out of it. You know, um, yeah. But I appreciate it. I don't know if you guys are gonna stay on a lot longer, but have a good night to
Thank
each one
you.
of
Yeah,
you.
I'm here till 10:30 in the morning. Have a good
Oh.
night.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Selena, are you with us or you sleep? Thank y'all for being here. Um, I think only nerds are in the guest request box. If you're in there on purpose, please let me know. Y'all, the guest box is open. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, I know Selena knocked out. Nelly done left me. I don't see you in the box. Not you, Selena. Not you. I'm talking about not you in the comments. I'm talking about my Selena on stage. Betrothed, betrothed damsel. No, not you. Bree, Punu Punk, and Londro, I see y'all in the guest request. Yeah. Let TikTok know that y'all are awake and y'all have not fallen asleep. The goal is to be here until 10:30 tomorrow. Hopefully we can keep the conversations going. It seems like really quiet tonight. But if you are a believer, if you are deconstructing or an atheist, y'all, the guest box is open.
Second.
Hey, chapter.
Hey, Tinker, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, good. Yes, there's a lot of non-theists in the box, and I don't know what to do to help you. But something I wanted to mention is I'm very concerned about Jehovah's Witnesses.
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, they are very against blood transfusions,
Oh
and
yeah.
yeah, I don't know. I mean, there is alternative sources of transfusion, including beetroot juice and but they won't even accept plasma donations anymore.
Yeah, I know.
What do you do? I mean, I understand that they find that if they get any transfusion, it'll defile the body, and they won't be able to reach heaven anymore. And I've had a lot of students of mine who are Jehovah's Witness, and I'm like, is this what you believe? And they're like, yes, 100%. And that concerns me a lot.
Yeah, I honestly don't know what to do. I'm not. I don't know much about where or why Jehovah Witnesses get that idea. Like I know it says that not to eat anything, you know, of the life force, but blood transfusions.
Correct.
I have no idea where they get
Well,
that from.
yeah, it's something to do about what goes in the body can defile the body, and you know,
I mean, Jesus
There's
was talking about germs, and he was
I
wrong.
100% and wrong, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
Was that in Matthew? I can't remember.
Matthew 15. Yeah.
Matthew 15, that's right. And, he accused the Pharisees of, being hypocrites and accused them of not stoning children. What the heck? I mean,
Paul said abstain from eating the blood. He didn't say abstain
right.
from like they definitely were not giving blood transfusions back then, so
No.
we're not creating laws about blood transfusions.
Yes. And also, Paul also said if you gave meat that, what was it? It was something about giving meat that was not, sacrificed to idols. It was fine. Something
This
along those lines.
this just kind of like reminds me of the lean not on your own understanding thing. Like you're
Well,
literally
oh,
leaning on the
yes.
understanding of the creators of your doctrine. They
Yes,
understood it that way, and so therefore now it's your understanding, and now you're dying when you don't have to die because you have
100%.
anemia and you won't get a blood transfusion. You're dying from something as simple as anemia.
Yep,
And
and
then
even Paul
hold on,
said
chapter.
he did. Oh, sorry, go for it.
Hold
Please, please, please.
and then they will say that God gave doctors or scientists knowledge to create the surgical procedures, the instruments to do heart transplants or stuff like that. But blood transfusions, your God didn't give them the knowledge to do blood transfusions. Like that doesn't make any sense. Like you're leaning on the understanding of people who had limited knowledge.
I agree, Thinker. I was just going to say that even Paul, I don't really know how many letters of Paul I actually believe in. I think a lot were written by scribes, and I don't know what they were based on. But even in Paul's letters, he said he actually leaned on his own understanding, and that contradicted Jesus and the Old Testament.
Paul contradicts Jesus a lot.
So much. So much. And that's why I think people today, I call it neo-Christianism. They're Paulinians. They don't believe in Jesus. They believe in Paul. They really do.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, I don't know what to say more than that. They follow Paul more than Jesus, even though they call themselves Christians. And then some people distance themselves from being even Christian. They just say they're followers of Jesus. What's called Sadakmak Biftaj? Is that the term?
Yeah. Mm.
Yeah, Sadakmak Biftaj. Which I think is ridiculous. They want to distance themselves so much because they realize how bad the stigma is.
Yeah,
And
I think like that what they're trying to say is that they follow the Jesus that tells people to be good, right? This oral version that isn't in the Bible.
for sure, and I always tell people that good message, even from the Ten Commandments, it's derivative. You've got the Code of Hammurabi and older codes, and it's either stolen or derivative. There's nothing new in the Bible that we need to follow. Nothing new.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like the reason they're hanging on to Jesus is because he said, "Do not kill," but so does you know, uh, your local government, your local laws say
Nothing.
don't kill. Like, do you give your life and your soul to your government because your government says don't kill, your government says don't steal?
Correct.
You know, I, it's interesting how they see do not kill, do not steal, obey your parents. They see things like that as spiritual, but we'll also see those same laws in their government, and it's not spiritual. It's
Correct.
not
It's
because of God. Like it's
so
interesting.
contradictory. I mean, you've got the first three that are God related, can be disregarded. You got the next set that are seen in so many countries and under governmental orders, and then you get down to the end, and you've got do not covet your neighbor's house, wife, or slave. People forget that a lot, don't they?
Yeah.
Don't covet your neighbor's slaves. What the heck?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Anyway,
They just
thank
say it was a
you.
product of the time.
Yes, yeah. It was a different time, and God is unchanging, and God's laws are unchanging. Mm, no. Yeah. Do you get to watch Ian's live sometimes?
Not a lot, but I haven't
From
seen it
time
in
to
probably
time?
about a week. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I think Ian really covers that well, where he discusses, some of the philosophy, but you you get a lot of Phil Bros too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I really enjoyed him. What was it? Talking. I can't remember his name right now. Anyway, I'm a bit tired. I'll talk to you next time, all right?
All right, chapter. Thank you for coming up.
Thanks so
Have a good
much.
one.
You too. Bye bye.
Spoonie? Oh.
Well done, Lua. Well done, Lua. Yes. Lua, can we dance? Are you going to dance with Monkey? Dance with Monkey? Are you going to jump with
Huh?
Monkey?
These are the humans that we are
You
living
done?
on Earth with. Like, this is sad. Just think about the mindset you
Run to the
have to
bathroom.
have to sit in a queue to just do that. Like, people are bored. People are stressed out. Like, these are the humans that we have to share the earth with. The not even human, the minds. Like, that's crazy. Max Brooks,
Hey, how's it going?
how are you?
I'm well. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. They weren't playing with the baby. That was a tape. That was a recording. I'm doing good. Can I get your age, please, and let me know if you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm 21, and I guess I would consider myself agnostic.
Agnostic atheist, agnostic theist. Which one?
I guess agnostic atheist would probably be the most accurate description.
Okay. And which topic did you come up to discuss?
Um,
Wait, you do know that I'm an atheist too, right?
no, I didn't know that. I just wanted
Okay.
to.
Did you think I was a believer?
I didn't really think anything. I just wanted to,
Oh,
I
okay.
don't know, talk about it.
Okay. All right. Which topic?
Well, what I guess just what do you think about Christianity, about the Abrahamic religions?
So there's two topics on the post. Do you see that? Selena, can you block Spoonie there in the guest request again?
Hold it.
Thank you. So the topics that we're discussing is eternal life in heaven being a scam, because I definitely think it's a scam. And then Jesus's power being like, is it in the mind of the believer? Because when
Mm-hmm.
in the story, when this Jesus was on earth, nobody recognized his power. Nobody knew he was God.
Right.
And if this God is all powerful to the point to where rocks supposedly cry out his name when he walks by, why in the hell is my human mind strong enough to like block out his power?
Yeah. I mean, I guess I just agree. I don't. Sorry, I might be wasting your time.
No, I talk to atheists. Like, if there's
Oh, okay.
perspectives, yeah, if there's perspectives that you have that I have not thought about, like, that's the type of shit. Like, this is a research based live.
Okay, yeah.
Like, I do speak to Christians, and we have like debatable discussions. I don't debate, but we discuss, and sometimes it gets real feisty.
Yeah, I'm sure.
But
I'm sure.
yeah, but I like talking to atheists too, who have different perspectives or information they can share.
Okay, yeah. I guess I grew up Jewish, as a kid. But I think I just kind of, I guess grew out of it. I don't know if that's the right way to describe it, but just I don't know, kind of stopped believing. I don't know. I was never like a hardcore, super religious guy, but I don't know. I don't really. I haven't really found reasonable evidence, and I mean, I think evidence is really all you can ask for if you're thinking about a substantial claim like that. So yeah, I guess I'm just lacking what it would take. I mean, I don't know what it would take for me to believe in a dogmatic religion, but I haven't seen it yet. That's my
Yeah,
thing.
I honestly like for me, one of the things I don't necessarily like discuss is whether the God is real or not. Because even if it was real, I still wouldn't worship the motherfucker
Right.
because a lot of the stuff that the God does,
Just doesn't align with,
man,
your
no,
system. Yeah.
absolutely not. And then when they be like, "Oh, we were created in His image," I'm not. There's
Right.
no fucking way that I am.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, I get you there. Yeah. Um, yeah. Do you affirm that there is no God, or do you take the position of more an I don't know, or like I can't, like I don't believe in it, but I don't not believe in it?
Well, I don't believe in it, but I can't prove it. I
Yeah.
know that I can't prove it, right?
Yeah.
The only evidence I have is that I've not engaged with the God, and I
Right.
know that for a fact, right?
Yeah.
In all my life of living, I thought I was a missionary for 20.
Oh,
I was
seriously.
a Christian, huh?
Wow.
Yeah,
What made you kind of take the switch?
studying, actually reading the Bible.
Scripture?
Yep, well, history. I started
Yeah.
reading, looking at the archaeological evidence, like trying to find proof of
Right.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I one day I just told myself I'm reading about Egypt. I'm like, let me look at what Egypt says about this. Let me see
Right.
what Babylon recorded about this. So I
Yeah.
started
Yeah.
reading the Assyrian Chronicles, everything, and I'm like, holy shit!
Yeah.
Like there are times where I would be so because when I tell you I thought I was like really in a relationship with this guy,
Uh-huh.
and the more I learned, like there were moments of like anger. I'm like,
Hmm.
holy shit! Like we've been lied to like a motherfucker.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I guess that's completely rational, because if you can't make a connection from what you read to the real world, like historical evidence, I guess nothing would really differentiate the Bible from any other story, right? Like, I don't know. So like you can't just take I guess some people would tell you that's what the point of faith is, but you kind of need some grounding to real life. Otherwise, it's like you could just believe in anything. I don't know.
And that's kind of what I've been experiencing when I talk to believers on here. Some of the most wildest beliefs,
Hmm.
down to people who would do harmful shit, who justify or advocate for harmful shit.
Yeah.
Down to tonight, somebody said that the ruling, which this guy is really nice, and I'm not making fun of him, but I'm just
Hmm.
talking about like how
Yeah.
wild their imaginations can go.
Yeah.
But he said that ruling in heaven, because I asked, I was like, if all of y'all go to heaven and y'all are all going to rule, who the hell are y'all ruling?
Right.
Because the sinners are in hell, right?
Right.
So who?
Who else is left?
Yeah, he said, well, God creates other planets, so they're gonna. It's possible that they're gonna help rule the other planets. And
So he creates them for the purpose of them being ruled by the people in heaven.
yeah,
That doesn't make sense.
and these other planets are waiting on these people to get ready to be their bosses. I don't know, but
Yeah.
I said I think it's crazy that your all powerful God needs help ruling other planets that He created. Like
Yeah.
that.
And I mean, there's so many ways that I guess Christians, but I mean, religious people, I'll just say Christians for simplicity, will kind of interpret scripture. Like you could talk to a different Christian and they probably wouldn't even say that, about planets. And it seems like you can just kind of make your own reality with it sometimes. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's like when they say I am a believer, it's like they're saying I make up fairy tales or I read
Yeah.
fairy tales or I
Yeah.
accept fairy tales, right? Tell me your story.
It's
I'm going to
it's
believe
not
it.
very consistent, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we're, in the most part, kind of on the same page. Um,
Yeah. I say you have a following. Do you do lives and stuff or?
I don't. Like 7 years ago, I I made videos for like a video game, um, but that was a while ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no,
Like Twitch, like online gaming and
I didn't do Twitch. It was just like I would post like clips and stuff.
oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah,
Pretty cool.
but yeah, I don't really have anything else. But it was nice talking to you.
Same here. Thank you for coming up. Hope you have a
Thank
good
you.
night.
Thank you. You too. Take care.
All right, you too. Are y'all awake in here with me? Like, are y'all sleeping?
Probably.
No, and I wasn't when you asked the
How's that?
first time. I was in the bathroom.
Oh, you're in the bathroom. Casper?
No.
I can barely hear you. Like, your microphone is muffled.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age, please? And then let me know if you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, or if you are an atheist.
I am 28 years old, and I believe in absurdism, and I kind of cherry pick from every religion.
Okay, explain that to me a little bit more.
So absurdism, the main concept with it is making meaning of the meaningless. So I believe that everything within the world is meaningless and we give it meaning based on our own perceptions, our own experience.
Okay, and how does the God of the Bible come into that? Like you say, you in order to give meaning to your existence, like basically you're saying you start off as a blank slate, and as you experience life, you're assigning meaning
Right.
to your life. Okay, and the God of the Bible, you cherry pick from that God in order to apply meaning.
Like certain things I've learned from like the Bible, seeking God, seeking Jesus, praying. There's comfort in that for me personally. But I also believe in Christ consciousness, and ultimately, I'm like most at peace of where I've ever been since I was young, and I just came from a live where they were talking about if you like from the Bible, if you come to Jesus in as his child, it's like that's what he wants you to do, and so they were trying to convince me of following their faith and being in the Word of God and reading Scripture, but I don't necessarily think that's necessary because I feel so at peace in how I'm living my life these days, and I eat cleanly. I try not to dilute my perception or my what is it called? Like the present moment. I try not to, my awareness, I try not to dilute it through like drugs and stuff like that. Because I think all we have is our awareness, and the clearer we can see that, allows us to be our most free.
Okay. And so Jesus is helping you with this, is what you're saying? Helping you achieve this peace?
Yes, yeah, my personal peace. I had to, for my personal peace to get where it is, I had to make peace with my inner child, and figure out, like, had to take all the layers of identity away, take all the traumas I've been through, try to take that away and not like see myself within those experiences, just like pulling back the curtain, of we were always perfect in God's image. Like we are all one, and we're all just trying to make it through this thing.
How did you arrive to the idea that you are perfect in this God's image if you start out with having no meaning whatsoever?
If you start out with having what?
No meaning.
Because we are all perfect.
Yeah, but how is that? Like, you can't be in a perfect state if you are on this mission to find meaning, right? Your God
Well,
created you with no meaning, right? And you see that as a perfect state. So if in your God's ideas you were perfect with no meaning, then you shouldn't be looking for meaning then, right?
I'm not looking for meaning, right?
But you are. If you are, if you're saying that as you experience life, you apply meaning to your life,
We all
right?
do, yeah.
No, you're saying you do. Like, when you speak about your experience, you have to speak for yourself, right? You're saying that you started out as a blank slate with no meaning,
Hmm.
and you're calling that perfect in your God's eyes, but yet you seek to change what you consider perfect to your God, and that is apply meaning to your life.
Well, I'm kind of forced into it because to like live in the world, you need like money or, you know, to get food so that you can keep living.
What does that have to do with applying meaning to your life? Are you
Because
created to
like,
like work and eat?
yeah, work. So I'm trying to find work that gives me meaning, like enough meaning, um, so that
Right,
I'll,
but
still have my spiritually free, um, sense of, yeah, just like freeness, just being in love, being in compassion, and being in peace.
that kind of contradicts what you're saying, right? And I'm not, when you say that you're forced into working so that you can eat, right? And that's you applying meaning. It's like you're saying that your reason for existing is so that you can work and eat, if that's
Y-
the meaning.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much.
So your God's perfect state for you was to be without meaning, and then it somehow switches to the reason you were created was so that you could be a laborer.
You could be a what?
A laborer. Why does your voice keep changing on me?
Because I'm bringing, hmm?
Your voice keeps changing on me.
Oh, because I'm bringing the phone speaker to my ear so I can hear what you're saying.
Oh, it sounds like you're saying that you were created to be a laborer.
Yeah, I think society kind of made it that way, yeah.
Did society create you, or did your God create you?
Um, my parents,
You just said that you were created perfect in your God. So, who created you? Your God or your parents or society?
there's not like one specific God I pray to.
But yeah, but
Um,
you were created perfect by your God. Which one of them created you perfect?
which God created me perfect? My
Yeah,
parents?
so your parents are your gods,
Yeah.
and your parents decided that you were meaningless.
Hmm?
Your parents made the decision that you were meaningless.
I didn't say that.
You said you were created without meaning, and that was perfect in your God's eyes, and now your parents are your gods. So your parents are the ones who decided that you were meaningless?
No, I think we are all born without meaning.
You're born without meaning.
Yeah.
And you said originally you said you were created without meaning. So now you were
Right.
born without meaning. Who decided that you have no meaning? Who decided that?
I did. My belief is there's I
You
believe
decided this as
there's
a baby? You decided
no,
that you were
not as
born
a
without
baby.
meaning.
This
So
is
how do you know
recent
you were born without meaning and that as you became an adult you just decided that life had no meaning?
because I find peace in knowing that all of life is meaningless.
You find peace in that. So why are
Right.
you applying that to everybody else? Why,
Uh,
why not say you were born without meaning? Why are you making every human born without meaning just because you feel what your existence is meaningless?
I'm just sharing my perspective.
Yeah, but you keep saying we were all born without meaning. Why are you
Oh,
saying
I don't mean to
everybody?
push anything on anyone.
No, I'm asking like why do you say everybody though, and not just you? Like if you're the one that's assigning meaning to your life, and you've decided right for yourself that there is no meaning to your life, then you have that right to decide that because you're the only one experiencing your life,
Hmm.
right? But you don't have the right to say that because you don't find meaning in your life, nobody else does. You don't have the same experience as everybody else. I definitely feel my life has meaning. There's not been a time, even when I was going through shit, there's not been a time in my life where I felt like what I was experiencing was for no reason or no meaning. I think like there's this belief, right, that when people don't necessarily believe in a God, that it automatically leads to a nihilistic view that you just don't care about life and life is meaningless for everybody. There are people who take on a nihilistic uh, point of view of life. And I'm learning that absurdism is another form that people take on. But I think that's a choice that people make for themselves based off of their lived experiences.
Right. So whatever brings you the most peace, love, and happiness, as far as like, because that's what I want out of life. Everyone wants something different out of life, but that's this the way I was just sharing what has given
Yeah,
me those things recently.
yeah, and I'm a little confused because you said you attributed to first you said a God, then your parents, then Jesus, then yourself.
Yeah, I started off with saying I cherry pick things.
Well, you say you cherry pick different religions.
Right.
Where I didn't name any religions.
So Christ consciousness,
No,
like
I'm saying in our conversation just now, right? You attributed it to the God, then you attributed it to your parents, right? No,
mhm,
you attributed it to the God who created you, then Jesus, then your parents, and then you, right? Those are not religions. These are different things that you're crediting to this piece.
mhm.
I find it interesting though that the last step on that is yourself.
The last step.
Yeah, the last thing you attributed or you gave credit for your existence was yourself. You started out giving credit to your God, then Jesus, then your parents, and then yourself.
Yeah, because I believe we are all one. We're all doing this together.
What does any of what I just said have to do with other people?
Because I am you, you are me. We are
We're not.
mirrors
I'm
of
not
each
you.
other.
I'm not you.
We are mirrors of each other.
No, we're not.
Yes,
No, we're not.
this is my belief.
But that's not true. Just because it is a belief, it doesn't mean it's true.
Fair enough.
But I still don't understand what I have to do with the fact that you went through a process of attributing your experience to different things with yourself being last. What is you seeing yourself as a reflection of me and have to do with that?
Because you say I'm attributing it to different things, but I think we are all everything and nothing at the same time.
Yeah, that still doesn't answer my question though. If you originally said your God created you with no meaning,
Right.
right? Then you went from your God to uh, your parents, then Jesus, then you, or Jesus,
Which
your
are
parents.
all the same things. Right.
Your parents are Jesus.
Right, they are.
In what way?
Because, like I said, we are all everything
Yeah,
and
but explain
nothing
to
at
me
the
how your
same
parent
time.
and explain to me in what way. I hear you saying this cliche, right? But can you further expand on the cliche? In what way are your parents also Jesus?
Because they have access to Christ consciousness.
But and having access to something doesn't make you that thing. So I'm asking for you to like,
Why
oh,
doesn't it?
they're Jesus because they do X Y Z, like Jesus did in the story. My parents does X Y Z, right? Like my parents are the son and daughter of Yahweh, right? How are they Jesus? Is what I'm asking you to explain.
Because we have always been here. So we are all the same.
So you are everything.
I believe everybody is everything. Yeah.
The shit that comes out of your ass when you sit on the toilet
We're that
is
as
you.
well. We're everything.
I think the view that you have of yourself, like if it brings you peace to see yourself as a big ass turd that falls out of some big guy's toilet, sitting in the middle of the desert, then hey, more power to you. But that's definitely not the reflection that I see or think about myself in the mirror. But I mean, who am I to say that you're wrong for seeing yourself that way? I think it's interesting that you try to apply it to everybody else. Like if it brings you peace, that's what's important, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, but I think it works for you
Right.
to see yourself that way, right?
Right.
It doesn't necessarily work for everybody else.
Right. So I'm just sharing.
No, you just tried to tell me that I am you, which is a big ass turd. Do you realize that that's what you're saying to me? You see yourself as shit, as a piece of shit. You see yourself as a flower, right?
Right. I see myself as a fan. I see myself as a computer. I see myself as speakers. I see myself as everything. We're literally
Right,
every
but I'm not.
atom
No,
in the
not we.
universe. We're the Big
Not
Bang.
we. Not
We're
we.
history.
Not we. You are. That's what I'm talking about. Like, if you want to say to yourself, I am a big ass turd, then you have that right. What you don't have is the right to tell another person that they have to see themselves as that. Right? That's a belief that you've adopted for yourself. Like, and it, what you're doing is what believers do, right? Believers say Jesus or Yahweh created everybody, and they'll come in here and they say, "Well, He created you too," and I say, "No, the fuck He didn't." Like that's your belief,
Right.
your right, but that you're doing the same thing they do when you say we are all this, we're that, like that's your belief. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
All right. Did you have anything else? You got quiet. You done?
Oh no, I just we're all our own individual perceptions of life. So we can only experience things through our own lens. That's just
Let me ask you a question. How long have you been in Absurdius?
I'm sorry?
How long have you been in Absurdius? By the way,
Absurdism?
hold on. Absurdius,
Absurdist.
hold on for a second. Absurdius Igneous. I understand you now. I understand. I understood the Igneous part. I didn't understand that the Absurdius part was your identification of like how you see the world. But I definitely understand. No, you said no. That's not what it is. Okay.
What?
No. Not that you agree with this person. I'm not saying you agree with Casper. I'm saying that I understand your username now because I had to look up what absurdism was. I know what ichthyius is, but are you saying that that's your identity? Like you are an absurdist ichthyius? Is that what you're saying? Not you, Casper.
Oh,
I'm talking to somebody in the community.
oh,
Is that what you're saying? Absurdist ichthyius? That like I know Bass is an ichthyius. Are you saying you're an absurdist ichthyius? But to you, Casper, how long have you been an absurdist?
well, I never, like, once stopped identifying with stuff and just pulling back all the labels, then I joined a live and they were telling me about, based on my, just how I am in these lives, they said I should look into absurdism because it seems like that's what I was identifying with.
Oh,
So I
so you
looked
got
into
it
it.
from a TikTok live. It why like
Yeah,
I'm gonna be honest with you right quick, okay? It sounds like you are changing your voice uh to sound feminine.
I'm not changing my voice.
You're not. It sounds like you're trolling right now. Are you? Are you being authentic right now?
Yes, this is me.
Okay. So someone on TikTok told you that that you should look into absurdism, and so you just started saying, "Oh, I get peace from absurdism."
Yeah.
So, and how long have you been on TikTok?
How long have I been on TikTok? I think since like 2018 or something. I don't know.
And when did this conversation happen?
Why does it matter?
Because I'm asking how long you've been in absurdist. You said somebody on TikTok told you. So I'm
Right.
asking like how long?
But
Like when I
I
ask how
believe
long,
time doesn't
when I ask
exist.
well, when I ask how long have you been identifying as this, you gave me how you started identifying, not how long.
Right. I'm gonna choose not to answer.
You choose not to answer. Is it because like this isn't really something that you follow? Like
No.
saying that somebody told you that you should identify as this and then you
No,
attributing your
they
piece
didn't
to it
say
is kind
that.
of wild.
They
That's
didn't
what you
say that.
said.
No, they said to look into it, so I did.
Right. Somebody told you that you should look into absurdism. You go look into it and you're like, oh, I'm an absurdist.
Yeah, I was like, oh, this does sound a lot like how I'm seeing the world these days.
Right. And then you start telling people, right, this is where your piece comes from
Yeah,
identifying as a absurdist.
right.
Yeah, it just it doesn't quite make sense to me. Like, wait, did you get peace as soon as you had a name for it, or
No, I had
were
peace
you already
before
feeling
it.
peace?
I was already feeling peace before it. I just now I have a way to like explain it a little bit because I just pulled back all the I, identities that I like try
Like what?
to, you know,
What identities?
like I think like what you we were talking about originally when I joined. Um, when you're first born, you know, I believe you're born pure. I believe you're born perfect. But then the world gets to you, and then you build this identity. You get all these experiences and traumas and all this stuff that becomes your full identity. And if you pull back all of that stuff and you stop identifying with any of it, then you realize it's all a facade, you know?
Yeah, so I'm asking like, what identities have you pulled back?
Oh, like this Casper Hayes identity.
You pulled that back.
Yeah. I'm like, I'm not necessarily this. I, you just choose it and then live by it. And so if
What
you
what what does pulling it back mean to you?
like, like debunk it, like think it's not real. It's like everything is everything and everything is nothing, you know?
No. If you're going by the identity, you still have it. You haven't pulled it back. You're still going by that. Is that the only identity that you've pulled back?
Um, No, I think the way we live in this world, like, it's just, there's a lot of stuff that we don't work out. And,
No, I'm asking about the identities that you've pulled back.
right.
Yeah, what identities have you pulled back?
Oh, like being the son and being the brother and stuff like that, and like how that works. I realized that I don't have to put on a mask and try to act in a certain way. I can just be.
So you no longer identify as a son or a brother.
No, I am. Like, I mean, based on how the world works. But, like, putting on a mask for those roles, you know?
What type of mask would you put on as a brother?
Talking in a certain way, to try to, you know,
I don't.
give give
Brothers talk a certain way. No, I don't study the DSM-5. No. Brothers talk a certain way.
yeah. I mean, when, like, you have all these experiences. I have a sister. You have all these experiences with your sister, right? Well, I do. And then that leads you to act in a certain way in daily life with that person. And when you pull back that identity and realize that was just based on all the experiences and everything that we've been through, it's really all we have is our awareness in the present moment, ultimately.
That doesn't make sense to me as far as like you identifying as a brother. I don't.
Like the role of being the brother I was at the present moment based on all the past experiences layered on each other and traumas and all that.
Like, were you the one to take care of everything, or something? Like, did you oversee your other siblings?
No.
I'm okay. So I don't know if I'm asking the question right. Like, when you say you peeled back identities, I hear you say you
Mhm.
pulled back the identity of being a son, of identifying as a son, and the identity of identifying as a brother. Are you saying that you no longer identify as male or any gender? Is that what you're saying?
No. I'm saying that I identify as all genders. I identify as all roles.
So you're gender fluid. Is
I'm
that what you're saying?
everything. I'm everything. Just like I believe through my lens that everyone else in this world, every other human being is everything too.
No, we're talking about identities, right now. Are you gender fluid? Like, what box do you check? Do you check non-binary, uh, male, female,
I just check
trans?
male because it's easier to get jobs that way.
What are you though? I'm asking, what are you?
I believe I'm everything, so all genders. Male,
So
female,
gender fluid.
sure.
That's the term for it.
Okay.
How long have you been identifying as that?
How long? Well, um after like identifying with absurdism and that everything is everything and everything is nothing, I started identifying with everything,
It's
all the
interesting.
genders. Yep.
It's very interesting because just a minute ago you told me that you always thought this way. You just
Yeah,
were given a name for it. So you didn't
yeah,
start identifying as someone who is gender fluid until
right.
you read about what absurdism is.
Um, I'm just getting back to my roots of where I was before all the traumas and before all the experiences, and not drinking or diluting my awareness. I'm not smoking uh, the smoke and uh, not uh, having any caffeine, and it just, my awareness is how it's been since I was a child. And you get realizations as you go back through that process.
Have you always felt gender fluid? Is what I'm asking. Like your whole life, or are
Probably.
you? Thank you, Vaughn. That's what I feel. I'm gonna tell y'all like the reason why I'm asking these questions because I feel like we're being trolled by someone who's trying to uh, associate nihilism with gender fluid, transgender. Like I feel like we're being played right now. So this is why I'm asking the questions that I'm asking. And it's interesting that you went from but prior to this you said that you always had this mindset and this piece, and then when someone on TikTok told you to look into absurdism, you just had a name to put with it. Now all of a sudden, it was after you started studying absurdism that you started feeling gender fluid. And a person who is non-binary knows it way before then, right? They just don't necessarily feel comfortable coming out saying it. They don't know how to explain it, but they know who they are from birth, right? From the time that they're young children. And they typically have to, like somebody said this morning, your brain is not going to lie to you. Your brain is not going to let you lie to yourself for quite too long. Nature is not going to let you lie to yourself. You are who you are, right? And so a lot of times they have to fight to fit into societal norms and try to ignore who they are because of society, right? They don't just wake up one day and go, you know what? Because I'm an absurdist, I think I am now all genders, right? That's not how non-binary typically works. I'm not, for sure saying that that's what's happening here. It's just that I don't know. It doesn't sound too trustworthy. Like your voice keeps changing on me. I don't know that you're being forthright. Is what I'm saying. I mean, I could be wrong. I could be
Okay,
reading it
well,
wrong.
I've tried to share my piece. If someone else would like to speak.
Well, I definitely thank you for coming up. Okay.
Of course, anytime.
All right. Have a good one. Yeah, I don't know about that one. I don't know. Thank you, Hannah. I hope that it's more you know it's not what I thought. I hope it wasn't a troll, but it definitely sounded like somebody that was trying to role play. I don't know. But I learned what absurdism is. Didn't know that. Yeah, Joshua, exactly. I kind of knew where it was going when that conversation came up, but you don't know that for sure, Swamp. Uh, Darth, gently, thank you so much for extending your nerd subscription on YouTube. Appreciate you. Reclaim the Nation, how are you?
Good evening. I'm doing pretty good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age, please, and let me know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist?
Um, I'm 26, and I might not necessarily know what you mean by the word deconstructing. I might fall into that definition if depending on the term.
Someone deconstructing is someone questioning their faith or challenging their faith and or their belief systems, their core values, things like that.
Okay. I would probably fit into deconstructing then.
Okay.
Um, so I was raised uh in a kind of split family of like Catholicism and Episcopalianism. Um, and I'll admit, uh, throughout my childhood, I experienced various forms of like religious trauma. Um, and as such, have kind of moved away from Christian beliefs. Uh, but there are parts of my faith that I sometimes have difficulty distinguishing between um, what came from what I was raised and what I feel and what I believe inherently independent of the way I was raised. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. You want to be more specific about what those things are?
Um, like I do believe that there is a God. Um, I I want to believe deeply that there is a afterlife, that there is a heaven or some form of existence beyond just our mortal lives. Um, and I know that I can't defend those feelings with evidence or proof, right? And I wonder if that's healthy, if that's good for me. Um, I'd like to believe that it is healthy to believe those things, regardless of the evidence that you have to demonstrate the veracity of it.
So let me ask you this: what is the purpose of believing in a God or this heaven? Like when you say it's healthy to, some people could believe in an afterlife or heaven because it helps them deal with grief. If that afterlife or heaven is attached to a specific sacred text and specific criteria to get this afterlife, that could be harmful, right? But the belief in the afterlife so that you can see your family members again could be beneficial to help you get and cope through the grieving period of losing a loved one, right? Or the fear of death. But it still can cause harm while you are alive to yourself and other people within your
Um,
society. So, like, what are the benefits when you say,
um, I do believe that you know, I'll see my brother again someday. My brother passed away a few years ago, and I desperately want to believe that the last time I saw him is not the last time I will ever see him again. Um, I want to believe that when I pass away, that the knowledge of the world around me that I've strived so hard to acquire while I'm alive is unfolded before me when I you know should I pass away. I talk all the time about like I desperately hope the afterlife is just one gigantic library in which I can just research and learn new things constantly all the time. Um, and I try and figure out like is belief in something like that good for me to have now? Do I lose focus on what is important in the moment by hoping and wanting to have faith that there is better to come afterwards? Um,
I guess I don't understand what the library is going to do after you're dead and
because
why.
it's
But
fascinating.
one second. But the things that you are talking about are material things, right? They're physical things. And so it sounds like in your death, you're going to take the material world with you. As far as I'm concerned, when people are in a casket and people put money and jewelry, clothes, all this stuff in the casket, that stuff rots in the ground. None of that is taken into death for any benefit. And in fact, grave robbers come and rob shit, or
Mhm.
sometimes funeral home directors take shit before they close the casket. But I guess I don't understand the benefit other than, like I said, if you are someone who fears death and this is the dream, like the vision that you've given yourself to be able to envision on your deathbed, that's one thing. But like, are there criteria attached to achieving this vision for yourself? And does that criteria that you attach to achieving this life after death affect how you live and engage in the world today?
I
That's my
want to
question.
believe that if, for whatever reason, if there is guidelines that I have to achieve in order to deserve, quote unquote, the afterlife that I want to believe that I'm fitting into those guidelines.
What
Um,
are they? What are
to
the
do good
guidelines
on
for
this
you to get
earth,
this?
to look to the people around me with love and respect, um, to take care of my community, to take care of my family, um, to, you know, leave the world in a better state than I found it, whatever that means. Um, whoever tallies up the ledger, if there is even such a ledger, when my life is viewed as a total, you know, history, I want to believe that by simply striving to be a better person day by day, that is the requirement to get into heaven. I really hate the idea of belief in Jesus Christ, that Jesus Christ um, was sacrificed in order for me to go to heaven, that I have to believe in those things to deserve to go to heaven, right? Like that, it seems so unfair that a person should have, like, a person could lead this entire life of good, of wholesome lifestyle values, but because of the fact that they didn't believe in a individual with very specious evidence supporting them, that in and of itself revokes your right to a peaceful life in heaven.
Let me ask you a question. Your username, Reclaim the Nation.
Hmm.
What does that mean to you?
Um, I think that our country has been, like, captured by hyper nationalist interests that have combined a very, like, corrupted view of religion, corrupted view of politics, of morality. Um, and I want to inspire people to take our country back from the immorality that I've seen kind of occupy our politics, particularly with this current administration.
When you say a corrupted view of religion, would that be a corrupted view of Christianity?
Absolutely. I think
And
that you
what
can be a Christian and be immensely immoral.
you think that you can or can't be a Christian and be that
Can,
way?
C-A-N, can.
But what is the corrupted view of Christianity, though? What's corrupted about it?
Um, the idea, one of the big things that's really upset me is the idea that um, men are inherently superior to women, is becoming much more normalized within Christian circles.
But why are you
Um,
saying that's corrupting the religion when that's what the book literally says?
there are other, I would argue that there are other passages within the Bible that are contradictory to that sentiment. You know, and,
Which
and
one?
this is the issue with the Bible is that people use it to support what they believe is
That definitely is true. Which ones are you talking about? That
um
that
I
contradict.
couldn't name it off the top of my head. I apologize.
Like, can you just give me like a summary of which ones? Like, you don't have to say, oh, it's John such and such.
Mm,
Like, which ideas in the Bible give a contradictory perspective that men are dominant over women?
I mean, the Bible, I would argue, doesn't have a moral prescription for like the Bible doesn't condemn Eve uh, in the way that a lot of Christians interpret that to be.
What do you mean?
Um, well, like when you read Genesis,
Hmm.
it's kind of a history of an alleged history of what occurred at the beginning of time, and Eve was seemingly created as an equal to Adam. There's nothing within Genesis that demonstrates that Eve was meant to be subservient to Adam in any way, at least as far as I'm aware.
She was
Um,
actually created to be his supervisor, like according to the Hebrew text, but she was demoted in the story.
Following her eating the apple,
Well, it didn't say apple, but
right?
following her eating the fruit and gaining
Mhm.
her own moral conscience, she was demoted. And it says that Adam was made to rule over her. That's the narrative, right?
Interesting. And I'll admit it's been a while since I've read the Bible. Um, I think there are other passages that demonstrate that, like, you know, men and women may occupy separate but equal roles within society. Um, that women serve like have a purpose on this earth that might not necessarily be equivalent to the same purpose as men, but that doesn't diminish the value that they hold on this earth, right? And some of these passages definitely don't say that that purpose is simply to be um, within the, to be a caregiver, to be a household manager,
I mean, I think,
to, oh, sorry.
no, go ahead. I'm sorry. I thought you were
No,
done.
no, you go ahead.
I think in the Hebrew scriptures, you don't quite find that specific role where women don't have any value at all. The Genesis story definitely demotes her to, you know, where the man rules, but she still has, value, just not as high as the male. It's the which is still is problematic as hell because the God, when he's giving valuations on humans for votive offerings, females are valued lower, males are valued higher. The Adam is made to rule over her when they both did the same damn thing, and Adam it sits there like a puppet, right? Doesn't say anything. He's there with her. He doesn't do anything to prove that he deserves to be the leader, right? But because this God
He
is
follows
mad,
her in her
I'm,
decision
I'm
making.
sorry, right? And because the God is mad about that, he puts Adam in charge. That makes no sense, right? But when you talk about it being allegorical or an etiological tale for how this writer saw the evolution of history, what we see throughout the rest of the text and in history is that this is the rise of the patriarchal ideals, right?
Hmm.
It's the telling of the story of patriarchal ideals, where prior to this, a lot of the ancient Near East were matriarchal, right? And they worshipped the mother goddess, then the supreme god El, and so forth, other deities. And so this God here, with his jealous self, is focused on stumping out that mother God is that feminine power, right? For the woman to be able to be equal to the man. And then when you get into uh, the Greco-Roman period where Jesus is, you get into the institutionalized version of Jesus and the pastoral letters of Paul. You see them shutting the woman up. She can't talk. She has to ask questions at home. Her education shouldn't be on the level of a man. She has
Hmm.
questions she needs to ask her husband. She can't preach. She can't teach. Right? She's the neck, and her husband is the head. Like, or the husband is the head of the home, like Christ is the head of the church. Right? So the husband is in the Hebrew scriptures in the beginning. The woman is described as the Azer, which is how the God of Israel is described to the Israelites. They're Azer, they're helper. She's akin
Hmm.
to the God. And after they've successfully stumped out the mother goddess worship and put the woman in her place, in Jesus' covenant, the man is just like Jesus. The man is like the church. So it switches from the woman being the God or similar to the God to the man being the God and similar to the God. It's kind of like a battle for power.
Right. Can I ask you what uh what your interpretation of the fact that um Jesus had a woman as a disciple, and there are certain interpretations of her that indicate that like he viewed her of an equal stature to the men within his flock.
So in the Canaanite Bible, it doesn't say that she was a disciple, but I am aware that there are other apocryphal or pseudepigraphal texts that describes Mary Magdalene as a disciple of Jesus. There is in the Gospel of Thomas, he tells her that she has to become a man to even be taken seriously.
Really?
So
Yeah.
yeah, so he's still misogynistic even then.
And see, and this is the really distressing part about it is, you know, growing up in the church, I I was always told these interpretations of the Bible um, that indicated to me that the people reading from it believed that women are of equal stature to men, that they are deserving of just as much autonomy, just as much, you know, freedom to make decisions uh, as men do. And perhaps when I was reading the Bible when I was younger, I was not looking at it through the critical lens that I do now as an adult. Um, and it's hard for me to kind of square the idea that like if there is a God, why on earth would God design the world in such a way that they intended for men to be superior to women? Why on earth would we want it that way? It makes no sense. Um,
It's interesting that you say that you think that people that were interpreting these scriptures or reading these scriptures early on saw women as equal when, like, you do realize that in the early times of even America, women were not allowed to learn the alphabet.
yeah, no, and this is my point is that like I'm of the belief that people use the Bible to justify um, what they personally believe on a base level. It is easy, I think, um, particularly in times gone by, to, as a man, want to exist in a universe where you're the superior gender, that you are the head of the household. You are commanding and domineering. And it's easy to believe those things and then to look to the Bible to justify those beliefs, right? Um, and the more that I'm kind of speaking to you, the more I am recognizing that there is very little, perhaps, in the way of actually like equitable beliefs within the Bible as far as gender politics go. Um, and that's frustrating to me because no loving God would design the universe so that one half of all humans is subservient to the other half.
This God didn't focus on one half. Like, this God discriminated a lot. He discriminated against women. He discriminated against children. He
Yeah.
discriminated against people of other ethnicities, right? Different belief systems. This God was supremacist in ideology and in culture, and he taught such, right? He had supremacy of gender, supremacy of beliefs, supremacy of ethnicity.
And you'll hear Christians make the argument that the God of the Old Testament changed, quote unquote, um, following Jesus's sacrifice. Um, that what once was a prejudicial, unloving God suddenly became merciful and concerned with equity and equality.
Except he
And
didn't.
I'm not sold on that either.
Yeah, there he didn't. There isn't anywhere like the we see when Luke starts writing, when Luke writes his historical version of the stories that he's heard about
Mhm.
this Jesus character. Luke focuses on Jesus bringing in the Gentiles, right? Luke's Jesus is more of a social justice Jesus, not necessarily even social justice. What Luke's version of Jesus says to feed the poor, right? Take care of those that are poor, but not necessarily go and tear down oppressive systems. Jesus didn't fight against the oppressive government, Rome. Like, they were under Roman occupation. You don't see him going against the 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 systems, right? The
I mean,
government.
he attacks the debtors, right?
That's not Rome,
I mean,
right?
they were weren't they like basically part of the governmental structure of Rome that
He
like
did.
these
What do you mean he attacked them? You talking about in the in
he
the in the
threw them from the
marketplace?
temple.
That was other Israelites in the temple collecting money. They were exchanging money for Rome, right? For Roman currency inside the temple. There were Pharisees there with prayer boxes on their head, right? Uh, Collecting money in the prayer boxes, right? So they had turned the temple into a marketplace, and he just didn't like that. But he wasn't going against Rome when he did that. He
Um,
literally said, "Give to Caesar what is Caesar's," right? And then the tax collectors who were collecting tax from the Israelites on behalf of Rome had been, you know, deemed traitors by the other Israelites, and Jesus takes them under his wing. He didn't tell them to stop collecting taxes for Rome. He said, "Give to Rome what is Rome's. Give to Caesar what is Caesar's." And the emperors, right? Like, they became gods after their death, right? The Senate would vote on whether they lived a life worthy of becoming deified. And so
um,
at that point in time, Rome required the lands that they conquered to, they could worship their God, but they had to pay taxes to their pantheon, right? So you don't see Jesus
and
going up against that.
sorry, and I've heard the interpretation before that the whole give unto Caesar what is Caesar's thing was more of a like like a sarcastic statement, or rather like a tongue-in-cheek idea of like, you know, the one who owns everything, God, is deserving of everything. Caesar is not God. Caesar doesn't deserve what is deserving. What he's like, and I'm not exactly explaining this properly, but I've heard interpretations that that's more of like a sarcastic statement.
Give Caesar what's, even if he was saying it sarcastically, Caesar only gets taxes. God gets your life. It's still the same thing. He never said don't, give Caesar a dime. Jesus is not seen in here going against the oppressive systems. He goes
What
against
about
the religious zealots of the Israelites, because the Pharisees, um, because they were like reinterpreting scripture, right?
what about the like the passage about how a rich man could get into heaven as easily as a camel could fit through like the head of a needle?
He's saying to sell all that you have, right? Like, don't focus on being rich. Is is what you're saying? That's not him going against the Roman government. That's him telling people to be okay with being poor, not uh, to strive for any of these things on earth. Like,
Well,
it's
I
the
would.
same thing, like with when King Leopold II went into Congo, and he told the missionaries in Congo to convince the people in Congo that their resources, that they shouldn't care about the resources that they were there to ravish, right? Because store up your treasures in heaven, right? It,
I mean,
it's it's just
I would assume that he would consider Caesar and those high up within the Roman government to be sinful by the very nature of them hoarding their wealth.
no.
Um,
He never said that.
well,
He,
no, I'm saying, well, first off, if he said that, he would have been executed. Um, I would assume, but
I mean,
not
he was
only that,
executed anyway, so he knew he was going to be
yeah,
executed. So there would be no reason for him not to say it.
well, I, and that's a really complicated conversation because again, I am not of the belief that Jesus was inherently a divine person. Maybe he was, maybe he wasn't. Um, as a historical figure and from a historical context, I'm certain that he had to speak in very coded language, uh, and had to avoid disrupting the higher powers that absolutely would have like destroyed him instantly if he said something that was too critical of those who had power above him politically. Um, I'm sure that there were dozens, if not hundreds, of much more outspoken Jesus type figures in his era who we never heard of because they were removed from the history books before they could ever like speak to a wide enough audience and be critical of the government structures that were around them.
Uh, like looking at, let's see, um, let's see. Then Jesus said to his disciples, "Truly I tell you, give me just a second. It would be hard for a rich person to enter the kingdom of heaven. Again, I tell you, it is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for someone who is rich to enter the kingdom of God." When the disciples heard this, they were greatly astounded and said, "Then who can be saved?" But Jesus looked at them and said, "For mortals it is impossible, but for God all things are possible." So he's not saying rich people can't go to heaven. He's saying if they do it without their God, if they do it without Jesus, they
Hmm.
can't. But you can be rich with God and go to heaven. That's what Jesus is saying there. So there's no way that that scripture is him going against the oppressive regime.
No, you're absolutely correct. Um, I agree with you on that one. I think that's a pretty simple literary fact that like he is the belief that a lot of people um hold, which is the only thing that can get you into heaven and absolve you of your sins is your belief in God and following Jesus. The the idea that Jesus was the Son of God and sacrificed for our sins.
Yeah,
Um,
anybody can go to heaven as long as you believe that.
and
Like it,
that's always been a it's always been a really frustrating part about the religion. Um, that I think it absolves people a lot of the bad that they do on earth because of the fact that they believe that belief and belief itself is the only thing that is like necessary in order to obtain salvation. Um,
isn't it speak like it's isn't there like a parable in here where a rich man did go to heaven because he like repented or something?
um, I'm not entirely certain. Admittedly, it's a little late. I'm not able to like drum up all of my Bible facts off of the bat, but um, it wouldn't surprise me. Uh,
Yeah,
Again, I think that there are a lot of contradictory aspects of the Bible. And we have to acknowledge the fact that the Bible that we read right now has gone through so many revisions, primarily revisions from people who had vested interests uh, in maintaining their own power structure and maintaining their own hierarchy within society.
yeah, but when we started this part of the conversation, you were saying that your TikTok name is focused on like reclaiming the nation from
hmm
people who have corrupted the belief system in the religion, and it just sounds like to me that they're actually just following the book and they're
I mean,
following Jesus, that they're not the
there
ones
are
corrupting.
there are Christians in this country who like there have been Christians who have been the drivers of nearly every single civil rights movement within our country at various points. Abolitionists, uh, suffragettes, civil rights leaders of the 1950s to
Yeah, but they're not.
70s.
Yeah, abolitionists. Uh, like the Bible doesn't say to abolish slavery, right? Abolitionists, whether they were believers or not, because it was people with all different belief systems who worked to abolish that practice here in North America. But it wasn't biblical.
I mean, the abolitionists absolutely used the Bible as
I didn't say
justification
they
for
didn't use
abolition.
I didn't say they didn't use the Bible to help abolish slavery. Abolishing slavery isn't biblical. There is nowhere in this book where your God says not to enslave people.
Um, I mean, the idea that we are all created equally in
There's
God's
nowhere in
image.
this book that says that you are created equally in your God's image. Your God actually says that He loves the Israelites as His treasured possession above all other humans on earth. He never says, "I love all humans equally" in this book, and He literally tells the Israelites that they can, participate in the institution of slavery. Israelites cannot be slaves. They can be indentured servants, but anybody that's not an Israelite can be a slave for life and treated as property and passed down as inheritance.
So, where did the abolitionists get that notion then?
From love your neighbor as you love yourself, reinterpreting scriptures. Like they had to get crafty, no lie. Like
hmm
I'm not saying that they did not use biblical scriptures to convince people who were already using the Bible and using like the literal words in the Bible to justify slavery. Abolitionists had to go in and pick different things that Jesus said to convince people that Jesus was against slavery, because Jesus never says He's against slavery, and neither does the God of the Bible. So they use scriptures like love your neighbor as you love yourself, do unto others as you would have others do unto you. Um, Jesus said that he came to set the captives free. Like they had to reinterpret this text in order to convince people that slavery was against your God's will. But the, and I'm not saying that was a bad thing for them to do, right? Because slavery was a horrible thing and it still is a horrible thing. But they couldn't use your God's words because your God never said stop enslaving people or don't enslave people. He said don't enslave an Israelite. That's the
I
only
mean,
time he said don't do it.
and again, uh, I'm not a devout Christian. Um, I think the belief that the Bible or any religious text for that matter um, is a perfect one-to-one recreation of God's perfect rules and law and history. I think that that sets you up for failure, right? Um,
I mean, if it's not, then why do you believe any of it? Like if it's supposed to be your God's word, but it isn't perfect and it's flawed, then how do you know what is your God's word
um,
and why do you believe that?
and maybe this is a very, blasphemous belief, but I believe God's true law is written on our hearts.
I mean, you're just saying what Paul said about Gentiles. That's what Paul said about Gentiles because Gentiles were not under the law of Moses. And so Paul said Gentiles are a law to themselves. It's their own conscience that excuses or accuses them. So like
Right.
for example, I don't believe in a God, right? And so I don't sin because your God's law has nothing to do with me. But if the moral principles that I set for myself, right, according to Paul, would be my conscience would be what either convicts me or excuses my actions. And I don't need a God for that. And when Paul is saying this, the Gentiles didn't have your God. What's happening is your God then comes in, according to Paul, and judges the Gentile based on their own moral conscience.
I mean, if God were to judge me for my own moral conscience, I would assume that I am on the right side. Uh, I don't think that belief that I don't believe that human beings who've participated in atrocities throughout history did not experience a degree of conscience uh, that told them what their actions were doing wrong, that they had to repeatedly and consistently tell themselves to deny what they knew within themselves was wrong. Those who participated in slavery, those who have established patriarchy and hierarchies. Um, I truly do believe, and I can't prove this. It's impossible for me to prove this, but I do believe that those people obeyed or felt conscious conscience that their conscience told them what is wrong and they ignored it.
There's no they literally have words from your God telling them that it is okay to do. Like, there's no reason for me to believe that everybody that was a slave owner had this conscience that was eating them up every day when they are the ones who gave this Bible to my ancestors while they were
Mhm.
enslaving them and preached it to them. Like, there's no reason for me to think that they felt bad about that. The God was backing them up in the book.
Um, and I can't prove that, right? There's no way for me to be able to say one way or the other. Um, but I don't believe that in our base nature we we desire subjugation.
I don't.
Um,
When you say it's like you're trying to like argue objective morality here. You're trying to say that everybody has the same objective moral conscience, and that's just not true. Everybody don't think that it's wrong to enslave another person.
um,
Just look at
I mean,
private prisons,
we even have writings from former slave owners, or not former,
but not all of
but
them didn't think
from
that.
historical slave owners who demonstrated that a number of them
Not a,
recognized.
not a lot of them. The majority of Christians fought to keep slavery. It was more Christians who fought to keep slavery than it was to who fought to abolish it. That's just historical fact. So not all of them had this, you know, moral conscience awakening. And many of the Christians who fought to abolish slavery didn't do it because they thought that everybody was equal. They did it because they thought that the treatment that the slaves was getting was horrible and inhumane. Some of them did it because they felt like the it was creating an elite class and costing the lower class more trouble than anything. It's like I, for example, like the elite in society today, where the wealth is all funneled into a specific set of humans, right? And those we see all the time, like those humans get all these tax cuts. They make the majority of the money. They harbor the majority of the money. They create and own damn near everything that we use, right? They own our land, our cars that we buy. We work at their companies. And so when we get paid, our money goes right back to them, right? And so there were people in the antebellum South who saw this same problem with the bourgeoisie, right? And so some of them felt that abolishing slavery was, you know, more beneficial to the economy and them, and not so much about, you know, whether black people or West Africans, you know, deserve their freedom or were equal to them. So there were different reasons that, you know, people fought to abolish slavery.
Okay. Um, can I ask you then, where do we go from here if that's the case?
What do you
That
mean?
so there will never, I don't think there will be a time for hundreds of years at least where there aren't going to be people who have the Bible to look to support their desires uh, for a hierarchy, for subjugation, for things like that.
I mean, first
Where
it
do we
starts with
go from here?
knowledge. First
Right,
it
right,
starts
but
with
but
knowledge.
some
You
of
have to be
these,
able to, people have to be able to critically think. Right now in these religions, they're not encouraged to think. They're not encouraged to question, right?
but
Like,
how do we demonstrate that from outside the bounds of the religion? In the sense that I presume you're an atheist. Is that true? Um,
the how else do you demonstrate critical thinking?
well, as in, like, how do you presume that we can push a person towards equitable thinking to desires against these hierarchies that are preached within the Bible, in a way that doesn't make them feel as though you are trying to push them away from their religious beliefs as a whole.
I mean, whether they feel that they're being pushed away from that doesn't have anything to do with me. When you think critically about, you know, metaphysical claims, they're going to feel that way anyway, because pushing back on, you know, someone's faith feels like rejection. It feels like an attack.
Hmm.
That's not my main concern when I'm having conversations with believers or with theists. My main concern is does is what I'm being fed right now logical, right?
Well, I guess my main concern is the fact that, like, you know, I don't see anywhere on the horizon the world that I want coming to fruition anytime soon. I want to live in a world free of hierarchy, free of capitalism, um,
And so that
free.
means that because you're not going to get it, that means that you don't work towards it. Like you came up here and you said that the criteria for you to get your library in the afterlife
Mhm.
is for you to leave the world better than when you came. And so because you don't get to experience the world without this dogmatic religion, nobody should. Those after you shouldn't.
No, no, no. I'm saying that I I I want to have a world currently uh, that is free of these things, or at least is moving in the direction of those things. You don't disagree, I assume, with me that patriarchy, racism, sexism as a whole, all of these bigotries that exist in our country, they're absolutely supported by the Bible, and um, they're absolutely not something that can be easily dissuaded from a person when they are providing benefits to the people who believe them. And I want to know what the off ramp is for them to at least get from a point of believing that religion itself supports their bigotries and supports their desire for power and at least helps them arrive at a more equitable view of the world.
That you're kind of asking for a one and done, and that doesn't exist. And
Right.
you're not going to like get everybody to desire that. Everybody doesn't want this type of world that you're desiring. But and the only thing that you can do, like I said, is just have conversations that promote critical thinking. And if you want to, uh, you know, get people to think about how these systems are supported by the Bible, you have to have conversations about it and not be so scared or tiptoe around these conversations. A lot of what religion has done is instill this sense of fear and this sense of reverence for a person's belief system, right? If they say that they are a Christian or Jewish or a Muslim, Hindu, uh,
Hmm.
people automatically there's this expectation that you automatically just respect that that's their belief, and you don't say anything to make them doubt their faith or question their faith. And so they have this right to comfort already built into their belief system because of you know that expectation. We have to first get rid of that right to comfort. One, it allows them to be protected because don't people have a right to have a belief, okay, but do they also respect the right that people have the right to not have a belief? They don't. So when they come to those of us like myself who don't believe in a god and they try to force their beliefs on me, I don't tiptoe around their belief. I don't respect the right for comfort, the right to comfort. They're not respecting my right to comfort.
Do
But
you
you have
believe
to
that
have
that
the
encourages
conversations.
critical thinking on their part, though?
A lot of times it does.
That
Which
that
is why it makes them angry because it does encourage critical thinking. When they crash out on me, is because I've made them think about some shit that they don't want to think about. And not like I've had several believers come back in here and tell me they hated my ass at first, but I made them think.
see, and this is the really tough part, right? Because that's kind of contrary to what most people argue is the right way of and this is a very like niche conversation, but like that is kind of contrary to what people believe is the way to get people out of cults, right? That you can't like you can't be overly critical and challenging and aggressive because it causes them to retreat further into their beliefs.
So,
Um,
and I think you and I are talking about two different things. I'm talking about promoting critical thinking. You're talking about getting people to leave a religion. I'm not talking about
not a
that.
religion, but to at the very least, I think that the Christian nationalists um, in this country are a I don't know if I can say this word, an unaliving cult. Their desires are for the loss of life of other humans, whether that's the loss of liberty, the loss of freedom, um, a of self-determination, or a literal loss of life. I think that the Christian nationalists within our country right now are within a cult, and we have to deal with them through cult dynamics.
Right, but the question that you asked was how do you get people to start thinking about and seeing that what they believe in is backed by this book. Those that are Christian nationalists, they're already using the Bible to back what they believe. They already know
Yeah, I
so
already
that's
opened up with that statement.
right. So like you're switching now, right? Like your original question was how do you get people to recognize that these bigoted systems, these oppressive systems, are backed by the Bible. When you ask that question, you're not talking about Christian nationalists because Christian nationalists already know it's backed by the Bible because they use the Bible to back up what they say and do. It's believers who have this reinterpreted version of this God and believe in like the oral teachings of this God that don't know that these oppressive systems are backed by this Bible and this God.
Okay,
And so how do you get those people to know? One, you have to encourage critical thinking. You have to encourage studying, right? Them actually reading the text for themselves. I made a video today about a preacher who is now teaching his congregation about the day of the Lord. Like I think they hear these conversations on TikTok. So because they know that their members are engaging in these conversations, they're now having to talk about the things that we're talking about. Right? We saw one who had to stand up and say, yeah, the serpent didn't lie in the garden. And then he flipped it and said, but what he did was he tricked him with the truth, right? They had to come out and talk about how tithing isn't biblical and the story of Ananias and Sapphira. So these stories that are not usually preached about in the pulpit are now these pastors are now being forced to talk about them, and so like the video that I made today was when the pastor was talking about the day of the Lord. You have people in the congregation who are all he says is the day of the Lord. When you hear the day of the Lord, that is referring to an Old Testament apocalyptic prophecy of the day of judgment. And then he tells them those that don't believe in God are the ones that should fear that day. Those of us that believe in God, it's a day of joy, right? He doesn't go into detail of what the day of the Lord, what that scripture says, that on that day people will be raped, people will be slaughtered, babies will be dashed against a stone, cut out of their mother's wombs. He doesn't go into that, right? He just mentions the day of the Lord because that's what we talk about on TikTok, right? And then you have the congregation just accepts what he says. They don't go read it for themselves, right? And it just becomes a belief. And so these conversations encourage actually reading the text for yourself and not just taking what someone else says. It encourages research, it encourages questioning. And when we do that, more people are like, wait, like, first off, I didn't know that God set up the structure for discriminatory enslavement, right? Like, it's one thing, like, they usually come in here with slavery was already a thing. Everybody in the ancient Near East practiced slavery. And then I'll ask them, do you think it's more merciful to have a slave system that uh, releases you after 3 years, or one that releases you after 7 years? And they'll say 3 years. And I'll say, well, that's Babylon's slave system. What about, you know, a nation that, has lifetime slavery versus one that doesn't? And they'll say, of course, the one that doesn't. Well, that's Babylon. Your God was the first to have lifetime chattel slavery without the possibility of regaining your freedom. What about slavery based off of discrimination? That's ancient Israel. There's no other ancient Near Eastern society that based their slave system off on whether or not you were a specific ethnicity. That came from the God of Israel. And they're usually shocked because they think that that was created by the antebellum South, right? And so education is going to be the thing that's going to, for people who actually give a damn, right? There's going to be people who actually care about what the God says in the book, that's going to get them to push them to think, right? And then it's going to be people who actually care about humans. But those that don't give a damn about humans, they don't care about hurting humans because they loyal to the God, you aren't going to change their mind. Those conversations are not valuable to me. Like, we will get people on the stage that'll say, well, God can do what God wants to do because he's sovereign. All right, conversation over. Like, there's nowhere else to go. Your morality is in the shitter at this point, because, like, well, I'll ask, if your God tells you, if you believe your God is telling you to sacrifice your child, are you going to do it at the drop of a hat? All right, nowhere else to go. Your morality is in the shitter. You aren't who I'm interested in talking to.
I mean, you're right. Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. Um,
But that's not to say that no one can reach those people. That's just not me. Not for me.
and it's tough, right? To think that the only options that we have available to ourselves are to just have these conversations and hope that the education from an outside bounds is going to be enough to influence someone to essentially break from these preconceived notions that we've had for literally centuries.
What do you think they did with slavery when they reinterpreted scripture? It was conversations,
I mean, you said it
debates.
yourself that they lied about scripture ostensibly.
And I also said I don't think that it was a bad thing that they did that. They had no choice in order to convince people who were already convinced by the Bible that slavery was biblical. But what they did it with conversations and debates, and ended up convincing people,
Hmm.
is what I'm saying.
I mean, so I try to open up this conversation um, by asking you what it is within the Bible that like denies certain bigoted beliefs and ideas, and you said that there aren't any ostensibly.
They're not. No,
And
I asked you.
when
You opened it up by saying that there were contradictions in the Bible that contradicts the inferiority of women, and I asked you to tell me which ones are you discussing, which ones are you talking about. I didn't tell you that there were not any. I asked you to tell me which ones you were referring to, and you couldn't.
yeah, and what I'm saying is that if you're saying like the way to achieve these goals ultimately is through conversation and debate, if it seems as though the only way that we can do that is by telling people that what they have believed for potentially decades of their life is a book that is supportive of what I think the majority of Americans do not believe in. And that's
I
like
guess, like,
like you
are
said,
you
like they
confused
had
by
to
that?
lie about what it is that the Bible
I
actually
didn't say
says.
lie. I said they
Mm.
reinterpreted scripture. But I'm like, are you confused by that? By just reading the text and telling the truth?
It's more so like I've seen these things in practice before.
I mean,
Um,
I've been doing this for 2 years.
I know, like when I was growing up in the church though, like I would present these same arguments that like the Bible does support slavery. It does support these things, right? And I would have religious leaders come to me and they would say that it was a different time. There was always some new justification that they could find around why it is that
That's not
the
a
thing that they
justification.
believed wasn't um wasn't
Why do you feel like
supportive.
that's a justification?
What do you mean?
When you say they come with some justification, like, did you stop there? That's not a justification. It was a different time when people were worshiping other gods, but the God fixed his mouth to
I
say,
was just
don't
giving
worship
an
other gods.
example.
But, right. And I'm speaking to that example, right? Like, if someone says to you, it was a different time, one, the God is supposed to be timeless. Two, the God is supposed to be all knowing and all powerful. Uh, Three, the God didn't want people worshiping other gods, and he said as much. He didn't want people eating shellfish. So the excuse that it was a different time and the God had to take his time with human beings who are, flawed when it came to slavery is bullshit. And it's gaslighting.
I I mean I agree with you. I'm saying that this is like human nature, that there
It's
is a
not.
natural inclination to preserve as much of your beliefs as you can, that you create these barriers and these walls from having to actually like absorb what the reality of the situation is, which the reality
Which,
is.
yeah, like, and nobody said that it would be easy. But what you're saying, it's almost like you're saying you shouldn't do it because you have to tell them the truth because they've believed a lie this whole time.
I guess my thing is that I'm more, I don't know, I feel like there's a deeper solution.
I mean,
Um,
do what, if you feel like there's a deeper solution, I mean, by all means, do it.
oh, and I'll admit it, I'm not smart enough to know what that deeper solution is.
It's interesting that you feel like there is a deeper solution, but you don't know what it is. Like that's
Because I
interesting to
feel
me.
as though there has to be a stronger hammer to get through those walls.
I mean, if like I said, it sounds like you want it faster, like you want it now because it's in your lifetime. I'm not optimistic that it would happen in my lifetime. That doesn't mean that uh, I'm not going to continue challenging, what I think I know, and encouraging critical thinking with the hopes that when I do die, I would have left the world in a little bit of a better place than when I got here and when I left. But you want it now because it affects you and you want to see it in uh, your lifetime. It sounds like you're saying that something radical needs to be done. I don't necessarily know that you would be successful with that. But I mean, I who am I to tell you, what to do?
No,
Like,
and again, these are not thoughts that I have had like perfectly lined out for me, right? Um, you know, I see just how much suffering is being wrought as a result of these beliefs in people. Um, and it is a difficult thing to process the idea that I may leave this earth without seeing an end to that kind of suffering. And that's like, that's silly. I know that like that's just how life is. Literally billions upon billions of humans have lived and died, not seeing the world improve the way that they wanted it to. Um,
So, what do you do when you see the images of what's happening in Sudan, what's happening in Congo, what's happening in Palestine? What do you
um,
do?
I mean, I argue for whatever actions can be taken, first and foremost by my government, right?
Like what? What actions?
I mean, for starters, I don't know exactly what the American government can do specifically to prevent what's occurring in Congo and South Sudan, but I
The,
do believe the
the
first thing
American
that we could
government
do
is
is stop.
involved in what's happening in Congo and Sudan. The,
In what way, if you don't mind me asking? I'm just not educated enough on that.
America has been in Congo since the 1800s.
Hmm.
King Leopold of Belgium started
Right,
it
I'm
first.
familiar.
Yeah, he started that first, and then America, when they had the Berlin Conference, they divvied up Africa, and they've been in Africa ever since. Like
And
Israel is involved in what's happening.
oh,
Uh,
and we need to
the
stop funding Israel instantaneously. That's the first and foremost thing that we should be focusing on, because they are such a large governmental conglomerate that has ties to so many other paramilitaries and mercenaries and all of these other groups across the world that are causing so much strife.
but you're saying you don't know what America could do. America is in bed with Israel.
Yeah, and that was kind of the first place I was going to say, like, that we should move, like we should make moves towards is stopping any kind of funding that's going to Israel right now.
But my question was, what are you doing? Like when you see
I
this,
I advocate all the time for the end of funding of Israel
in
as it
what
is
way?
right. I mean, I support the BDS movement. I have participated in the protests. I call my congressman. I, I get on here and I argue all the fucking time with people uh, about Israel because it is such a contentious topic, and I'm very devoutly like I'm very strongly on the belief that we as Americans need to come together and have a like collective shout that our funding of this country is causing so much suffering for so many people. I guess what can I
And
personally
what
do
and what
beyond
way
that?
in what way are you supporting BDS?
Um, I mean, I pretty much tell anybody I can that they should do it, and
Like do what?
um, boycott primarily, divest. Um, if I know anybody who is actually like supporting certain investment things, um, this is something that I deal with on an interpersonal basis more than almost anything else. Um, every once in a while, when I have the opportunity, I will try and support. I'll try and send donations to aid organizations within Palestine. Um,
It's interesting because BDS is also working on, like, there are other countries that BDS um, uh, is working on boycotting and divesting for, and Palestine is the only one that you see when you
um,
support BDS.
I think that it's I think it's one of the more politically viable options that's available to us.
It's interesting. BDS has been fighting for people to boycott and divest from the funding of what the I think it's M13 in Congo, the funds that go into supporting that militia group, America funds them.
Um, could you give me some organizations
It's
that are
on
on
the
that list?
BDS website. I mean Apple.
Okay.
Like it's on the BDS website.
Yeah, I mean, like I was aware that Apple is funding a lot of different just horrific things all across the world, right? You don't even have to frame it through a BDS argument. Um, Apple is responsible, I think, for a lot of suffering in a lot of different parts of the world.
Yeah, Zohar, I kind of figured that, but like, I it's interesting. Like sometimes I feel like there's this goal to get people out in the street and protesting. Like I don't know why. Yes, I do. I do know why. Um, but as I'm saying, like for me, right, when it comes to the belief system, encouraging critical thinking is going to be the strategy that I use specifically for myself, and then those that benefit from it or get value from it as I do the thinking for myself because I'm deconstructing. Don't type in caps in my comments, please. And yes, definitely free Sudan. I actually take that back. Take that back. I take that back. I take that back. If you're typing free Sudan, free Congo, free Palestine, that's okay. So I take that back. It's okay, Zama. I actually do want y'all to type that in all caps. But the when it comes to the radicalization, I think having people get radicalized without planning, right? Or like I just think doing it without a plan, like you're saying that you feel like something deeper needs to be done, but you don't know what that is. That could be very dangerous. And I think that there is this goal of the current administration to get people in our country out in the streets doing things that will allow them to kill. And I don't think that's the move right now. I think they want us to so bad that I think that is not the move right now. But that's just me. Like I'm nobody to listen to on that.
Um, I sorry, could you repeat that one more time? I apologize.
I said that's just my thoughts. Like I'm no one to listen to on that.
Um, I understand, and you know, I understand that there is a lot of different things that we could be doing to prevent what is happening in these countries. Um, having you are right that one of the first things that we can do is talk about these things and discuss them in whatever way possible. Um, like what would you consider like the premier action that someone could take to kind of combat these colonialist ambitions within various.
I think I've already answered that question, right? Like the right now it's having conversations. We
Right.
like I yeah. That I don't I'm not going to say that people need to get out in the street and do some fuck shit.
Right. And I would hope you wouldn't say that, given the massive surveillance state that's getting built up around us. Um, you know, I think it is reasonable that like what we need to do right now is just continually like hammer down and talk to people and explain all of the like different problems that are associated with, these colonialists, um, and I feel like we are moving the needle slowly, ever so slowly. We are making progress, towards changing people's minds. Um, and you're right, it does start with education. It starts with talking to people. I'm sorry, I don't know what else to say at this point.
Well, I definitely thank you for coming up.
Yeah, and I don't say any of these things because of the fact that, like, I'm looking for some kind of, like, praise. Um, you you demonstrated yourself as a, like, as somebody willing to provide some degree of education, deconstruction, as you said. Um, and I do feel like that you've given me some things to think about, um, to kind of reflect upon. And I appreciate you, for your time.
You're welcome. Thank you. I hope you have a good rest of the night or
Yeah, you take
morning
care.
now. You, you had a vision that I said those who do evil is good. That's weird. I definitely wouldn't say that shit. I'm not sure what gave you that vision. That's crazy. How do you pronounce her name?
Cree.
Cree?
Yeah.
Hi, how are you?
How you doing?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age, please?
I'm over 21.
I need an age for TikTok purposes, just because of the conversations we have here.
25.
Thank you. Are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing or are you an atheist?
I've already deconstructed 100%.
So are you an atheist?
I would prefer not to go by a title, but for the purpose of the conversation, yes.
Okay. Which one of the topics did you want to discuss on the board? It's two.
I guess I'll do the first one.
Okay. What are your thoughts on that topic?
Eternal life in heaven, is it a scam? Yes. It's definitely a scam. So it's a lot of Christians and just people that believe in a God or Allah, whatever you believe in. They believe that if they do good, they get paradise in the afterlife. And my entire problem with that, not even problem, but what doesn't make sense to me is a lot of these people will see the bad that is going on in this world and the bad that is going on in their life, whether it be financial or mental or, family problems, whatever, and they give it up to God, right? They give it up to somebody that they can't see, or, they may claim that they hear, or just delusions. And I think we need to accept the fact that it's no such thing as, I can better paraphrase it like this without sounding condescending. During slavery, right? Everybody knows this. Religion was given to slaves, and the reason I feel like it was given to slaves by the slave owner is because they wanted the slaves to believe that if they work hard and they do the right thing, not necessarily do the right thing morally, but do the right thing for them, because they weren't being treated right, even though in God, religion, you're supposed to treat others the right way. Religion is a scam. That's the best way I can put it. It's a scam. And they want us to believe that if we sacrifice our life here on this earth and go through these dark days and go through hard times, we're going to get the riches in heaven. And none of that is true. Like, I'm probably sounding all crazy. But yeah, I don't believe in, I don't believe that if you know what I'm saying? I really don't know what the afterlife is. I feel like it's a bunch of delusion when it comes to religion and the afterlife. And I feel like the people that truly believe that are selling themselves short, more so because it's like you can have heaven on earth, but can we really have heaven on earth and ignore every single thing that's actually going on? Because how can we, I feel like the only people that have heaven on this earth, or what, we would call heaven, is like, the people that can wake up and, have that privilege and not worry about the actual chaos that's being caused behind religion.
Yeah, no, I agree. And we definitely talk about how, one, the idea of storing your treasures up in heaven and focused on, eternal life is biblical, right? They're not. It's literally what the God says in the Bible, and it allows people to live in this metaphysical world in their mind, right, and ignore all of the oppression that is done in the name of their God, in order for certain people who are higher up in the hierarchy of their God to experience this heaven on earth, right? Like, it's interesting how they've allowed themselves to be convinced that they have to pay their God's electric bill in his house, and at the same time pray and ask their God to help them be able to pay their own electric bill. But at the same time believe that he's bright enough to be the light for them in eternity, where they're going to have this mansion and not need electricity. That's the mindset that most of people who believe in this God and this afterlife have, and it allows for the harm that we see on the earth today. So I agree.
It's definitely delusional, and I just wish that people would stop with the whole ideology that a God is gonna come and save us from all of this stuff that's going on, because in all actuality, we don't know where the actual source of anything in the Bible came from. And then not even just that, we have to understand collectively everything that's given to us in this world is given to us for a reason. It's kind of like that book, right? It's this one book called The Ender's Game. And in that book, everybody is in this utopia, and they're all given this daily dose of medication to properly function in this utopia. And I feel like religion per se would kind of be that daily dose, because it's like a lot of people that are religious are, and not even just the politicians, not even just the government, because the government and God we trust, it's a part of the oath. No one actually looks at that and says, okay, what am I praying to? For all we can know, well, not even we, but for all the people that believe in God, you could be praying to a whole deity that is a part of mass destruction and capitalism and all types of stuff, oppression. Like, you don't know what you're praying to. And because it got the whole America, not even just America, it got the whole world in a chokehold. It's kind of like if you keep giving power to something outside of yourself, you lose your mind and your actual focus and the ability to actually think for yourself. Because when you could think for yourself outside of religion and what your mama told you to do and what your grandmama told you to do every Sunday, you get up and you listen to this pastor who 9 times out of 10 only has this church for monetary purposes. Because let's keep it a buck, a lot of pastors are living wonderful lives. They're no different than the corrupt leaders that we have in the government and in politicians. They make money spreading gospel and spreading this word that a lot of the times they don't even follow. Not even just that, God is responsible. In the Bible it says God is responsible for good and bad. Why? And then not even just that, but God condemns you for so many things, and but then says he loves you. Nobody ever questioned to think, is God a narcissist? You know what I'm saying? Nobody ever questioned to think, like, who is this God I'm praying to? And is this person something I'm supposed to be praying to? Because praying is not even actually a good word. It's a word that none of us should be using, and we should not be saying, I'm gonna pray for you. I forgot what it means in a different language, but I can't think of it off the top of my head. But it's definitely not. A lot of the English words that we use are spells. And because religion is like I said, it's like that pill you got to take every day to remain properly functioning in this utopia. Everybody is on it. I told someone today, I'm not even going to get into what I went through yesterday because that doesn't even matter. But if we all were to actually deconstruct from religion and say, man, this is some crazy stuff that's going on in this world. God is not about to save us. We need to save ourselves and we need to save our people instead of worrying about this delusion that was given to us since birth. And a lot of people aren't going to break out of it. And that's the scary part, right? Because what if when you go into that afterlife, you've been praying to this person, you don't even know who you're praying to, and it's not even what you think it is. You know what I'm saying? Well, I know you know what I'm saying, but it's just sickening, how people use religion to, it's kind of like a pacifier, like a coping mechanism. And it's not a good one. It's not a good one at all. It's people it's families, it's children, woman, like, oh my gosh, woman, children that's going through so much behind religion. And nobody under these religions stop and say, wait a second. She not supposed to be married at the age of 12. She's a child. It's nobody that's in these religions that say, hold on, wait a second. We shouldn't be graping this child. This is a child. We shouldn't even be acting upon this type of behavior because it's animalistic. But of course, these people have manipulated religion to the core, to the point where these actions have been justified through their God. And it's sickening. It's so sickening how over 1 billion people feel like it's okay because it's God. Well, I don't think it's okay at all. And what about it? Should I be condemned?
And I agree with everything that you're saying. We talk about that in here a lot. And I think, like, one thing that I noticed is, like, we're dealing with people who haven't allowed themselves to, mature in their thinking. and to look at it logically. A lot of them approach this belief system through fear because they've been told that, you are the clay and the potter can't question the clay, right? They're afraid they're going to be struck down. They're afraid of blaspheming against the Holy Spirit. They're afraid, of going against the pastor because they've been taught, touch not my anointed, do my prophet no harm. So they're very immature in their thinking, right? And they're like kids in their thinking. And so sometimes they don't agree with the shit that they see, but they're too afraid to say anything, and they just pray. There is a survey from Abel and Harlow, who surveyed over 2,000 child essayers, and a lot of the essayers in their interviews said that they identify as religion, predominantly Christian, because it's easy for them to get their victims in the church. And in 9 times out of 10, the church does not report them when they find out about the abuse. And they said that when children do tell someone about the abuse, the adult typically prays for the offender and hope for the best because they're more concerned with being seen as a good Christian, right? And forgiving the abuser. So they say it's easy for them to get their victims from the church. And this is the mindset that narcissists typically need. They prey on people who are, kind of immature in their thinking, who, are afraid to speak up and speak back.
That entire study is sickening, and I could see how that has become a thing, and it's not just a gender-based thing or male or female, because what I've also seen is a lot of women that are Christians or Muslim women. They often tend to protect these type of men, these type of abusers in these religions because of the religion.
I
And
think the
all for the
women are
sake of
also essaying and not being looked at, right? Like women aren't looked at
correct,
as essayers, so they get away with it too.
correct. And I definitely was gonna say that as well. And the thing with them is forgiveness, right? And that's another thing. Religion was created to control people, right? Because if I give you this book and I tell you to abide this is your God. This is who you will worship. You will forgive, right? And I go and I control the entire world, and I go in this land and I dominate this land, and I uh genocide it, colonize it, whatever you everything, everybody gone, and I'm taken. And here's this religion. You gonna forgive me under this God. Why was that put in there? And it was for a reason. We should not be, people need to wake up and understand you don't have to forgive anybody that hurts you. That's almost like allowing religion to cross boundaries that shouldn't even be crossed, right? Because why would you, that's like me forgiving someone that essayed my sister. Why would I forgive that person? I don't care if it's blood. I don't care if it's a friend. I don't care if it's family. I don't care who it was. You are unforgivable. And that's the problem. If we keep this whole religion thing going, this world is going to continue to be fucked up, because we cannot keep just forgiving every single thing that happens, because people know right from wrong. You don't have to be a religious person to know right from wrong unless you are mentally disabled. If you're mentally disabled, then you opt out of the whole having a conscious mind. If you have a conscious mind, you know for facts, I should not go outside and commit this crime against 10 people and catch a felony charge and go to jail today and risk my entire life. You don't have to be a Christian or a Muslim to have common sense. Why do
Yeah, I
people
would
think
say that
that?
people who are mentally disabled definitely have a conscious mind. They may not have a high level of intellect, you know, or a more developed mind, but I definitely think they have a conscious mind. And like even things that are done to people who are disabled, like this God is very, in his writings in this book, he's very discriminatory towards people with disabilities, and we see that abuse as well, within that abuse and neglect, uh, you know, at high levels within this belief system as well, because people look at them as if, you know, because they're not on a uh, the same intellectual uh, level as them, they don't think that, you know, their rights matter, or they can't speak up for themselves, right? And so they need to be looked out for because they're being abused at high levels too.
I meant, I had met like those cuckoo crazy people, like, you know, the ones that's like tapped out. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, they're still conscious, right? They're just mentally ill, right? Conscious means that like there's no brain activity.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, yeah. Like they're still humans who are alive. They're just suffering from mental illnesses.
Yeah, well, I just was trying to say, like, you know, the only people I would actually opt out, like, not, you know, I wouldn't say
Yeah,
not knowing right from wrong, but, you know, because see, I can't really argue against what you're saying because it's not even really debatable, because even Jeffrey Dahmer knew what he was doing was wrong.
yeah, yep. And the crazy thing is that they put Jeffrey Dahmer in heaven at his funeral. I think he spent a life eating people, killing people and eating them, at his funeral because he said he accepted Jesus. They put him in heaven.
And that's if people can't understand that that's the problem, then I really have no hope for this world at all. I just don't. It's like I could sit here and deconstruct religion with so many people, but it's so many people that's stuck in this thing. Like I said, it's like a pacifier, you know? And I was telling someone earlier, like, you are your own God, you know, and once you get into the mindset, like, now, of course, we're not in control of everything, you know, because stuff happens, you know, like people do things and health problems and all types of stuff, you know, we're not in control of, you know, we play a part in certain things of what we do in our actions and taking care of ourselves and stuff like that. But some things are inevitable, of course. But once you get into the mindset, like, I am my own God, then you can start to think about, you automatically already think about the community and the state of the world, you know, and how can you serve your people? How can you aware your people and give knowledge to your people? I feel like people that can be highly religious can be very selfish and very ignorant, you know, and spread this word And indoctrination, you know, they indoctrinate their kids, and their kids indoctrinate their kids, and it just passes down. And it's like, how do you actually think for yourself? How do you actually be confident within yourself? Because when you base everything off the Bible or the Quran, you know what I'm saying? Like, even when it comes down to the LGBT community, like the people that have different sexualities, those people are automatically
You can talk
condemned.
regular on here, like it's
Okay.
yeah.
But those people that have to go through those things, they're automatically condemned through religion. So they automatically have a tough time growing up and being confused, and they get condemned for those type of things. Even down to masturbation. I remember when I was a Christian, I used to feel so bad for self-pleasure. And till one day I was like, you know, this is safe. This is natural. This is a natural feeling. And this should not be condemned. This is my body, you know? And when I started to feel that, you know, that's when the real power kicked in, because it's like, I'm my own person and I don't have to be in this, you know what I'm saying? Like, as long as I'm not out here hurting nobody or, you know, just shaming people just because, just doing the wrong thing, I don't have to identify as a Christian woman. I don't have to worry about living up to this expectation and this book that a part of me can't really get jiggy with. Because one thing I can't get jiggy with is child marriage. I just can't. You call it what you want. I'm not for children having to be put in adult situations for another person's pleasure or control or ego. I'm not with none of that.
Yeah.
And if anybody's for that, I'm questioning you. I'm looking at you sideways. I don't even want you, you know what I'm saying, around me or my kid or my younger siblings, you know, really nobody kid.
Yeah. I agree with everything that you're saying. Did you have anything else?
No, not really.
All right. Well, I definitely thank you for coming up. And I hope you have a good rest of the night.
You as well.
Thank you.
And you, everybody else on the panel.
Thank you. I don't know.
Thank
Selena,
you.
are you? Oh, okay. Yeah. The other one is just my backup account. But thank you.
That was a nice conversation. She sounded just hilarious.
Oh, really? Yeah, it was a good conversation. We've had some pleasurable
You
conversations
want
for
me
the
to put
last
this
2
currently in
days.
prison?
Yeah, you ain't.
Uh,
Oh Lord, just. Oh, okay, okay.
yeah.
That was an
Yeah.
accident. Okay, because I was about to say, yeah, it's been real chill.
Yeah. No crash outs.
Kareem said he hadn't heard me yell tonight, so it must be a good night.
Yeah. 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 Hopefully it'll stay that way. Fino? Fino or Fino? Uh, it says his microphone is turned off, and I can't send him an invite to turn his microphone on. Somehow, if you're there, you got to. If you request it on purpose, you got to come back up. It sounded like they may have came up on accident though, 'cause they came up
Yeah,
loud.
because they were in the middle of a conversation. Yep, my app about to crash again.
Lush,
Oh, hi.
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 How are you?
I'm 64.
Okay. Are you
I'm
a believer?
deconstructing.
Okay.
No, deconstructing. I
Which
was
topic?
wanting to
Topic.
talk about. Sorry.
Go ahead. Topic 1 or topic 2?
The heaven scam.
Okay. What are your thoughts?
Now, yeah, this is a difficult one because I come from the UK, and it is classed as a Christian country. Although the church attendance has gone radically down. I think we're in a completely different situation than you are in the US. I've learned a lot about your situation in the US with Christianity. Now, we have a different problem. We've had a massive influx of Muslim religion, where our political and religious, we're a secular country, and it doesn't really interlock. It's kept separate. Lately, there's dozens of councils, mayors who are Muslim. That's changed the scene of the UK. The so-called, people class themselves as Christians. If you talk to ordinary people in the street, they'll say, "Oh yeah, I'm a Christian." They never go to church. They never do anything like that. They have Christmas and things like that. Now there's a big uprising of people saying that they are Christians, and the UK, because of the politics, is on the verge of civil unrest. Everybody's saying that because of what's going on. I can see a real problem where people are now saying they are Christian, and they're marching protests against the Muslims. So it's going to be a massive problem, this Christian and Muslim. And for the future, I'm really, really worried about it. Now, both of them, Christians and Muslims, believe in heaven. Muslims believe in, going to have 77 virgins, things. It's all about the men. It's not about the women. I don't know where the Muslim women go when they go to heaven. So this heaven thing is a real problem for Christians and Muslims, because they are not thinking about the life they have today. They're thinking about the life they're going to have after in heaven. They're both thinking about heaven. And it's creating a war. And I'm really, really worried about it. So this uprising of Christianity in the UK is not because they really believe they're being Christians. It's because of saying, we're against Muslims.
So
So,
I am going to stop you because
okay.
what you're talking about right now is not the topic.
Okay.
The topic is basically how heaven, like if you're deconstructing, right? Like you would talk about how heaven was sold to you and why you believe it was a scam or not a scam. Your microphone went out. So I can't hear you.
Hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, sorry about that. I think the whole heaven thing is a scam because people aren't looking at what Christianity is doing. And people, I think just ordinary people think, "Oh yeah, I'm going to go to heaven." They don't know anything about the Bible, what the Bible teaches.
What do you think the Bible teaches about heaven?
I was brought
Like
up in a religion. I was brought up in a religion where we didn't believe you went to heaven. We believed that the second coming of Christ, and it was going to be a new earth and a new heaven, and people were going to live on the earth in paradise forever.
Okay,
So
which would be a version of heaven? Like, do you still believe that? Like you say, you're deconstructing,
n-
so do you still have a
no,
belief or?
no, I'm really with these lives, your lives and others. I've really got away from that. I don't believe in God anymore. To a point, I do a little tiny bit in my brain that I'm trying to get rid of. Um,
Are you
you know,
also Irish?
I live in Ireland.
Oh, okay. I heard the accent coming.
Well, I'm Welsh, really, but
Oh, okay.
um, yes, it's happening on Ireland as well, Ireland and the UK. And so I think religion has got it's got a massive problem in the world today, and it's Catholic in Ireland, big Catholic. Everybody's Catholic. Um, and I used to think, well, it's a good thing that people have got something to believe in. Um, that they go to heaven and things like that. But listening to how it's happening in the US, you've got a real problem that we've not seen in the UK or Ireland. It's still there, but people are more secular over here.
Yeah, I do find it interesting that, in those countries, um, religion is on the decline and your
Mm,
economies seem to be doing better. Um, the atmosphere, the environment seems to be safer, right? Less violent than the United States, which has a higher religiosity, right?
I think what's happened is we weren't violent at all. There was no violence really. Um, there was no violence, but with this influx of this Muslim dynamic, there's a lot of violence, and people are going on protests and rioting, which you never really saw. But people are scared. Ordinary
Yeah.
people are scared. And
I
you
heard
know,
that the churches that shut down in the UK, a lot of Muslim churches have moved in and have bought the buildings and set up mosques.
yes, it's huge in the UK and Ireland. This influx. I don't know how much you know, but they're coming over on boats. 1,000 a day. That's a lot for a small country like ours. Unvetted, undocumented. They're just put in the communities. They're sexually assaulting young girls and women. Women are terrified of walking the streets now, where you never were. I mean, there's always been sexual assault, of course there have, and you've always had to take precautions, but you wear freely. You went about your business, you went on trains and you walked
Yeah.
about. Now
So
women aren't doing that.
yeah. So I am going to take you down.
Okay.
So yeah. A lot of the things that you're saying, there's people in the comments that are saying that it's not actually happening in that way. And then I like my life isn't about um, you know pitting one specific religion over another. I think all the Abrahamic religions are harmful.
That's what I'm
Um,
saying. Yeah.
yeah. And then yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and take you down.
Okay.
But thank you for coming up. Okay.
Okay.
All
Okay.
right.
Thanks.
Mhm. Yeah, I don't know about that, but I do know that I read an
Mhm.
article a couple of months ago because I was looking at the stats of how Christianity is on the decline in the UK, and several of the news articles did say that where the churches have closed down, Muslim churches have opened. A Muslim mosque have bought the buildings and open, and so there is a rise of Muslims in the UK. I read that a couple of months ago, so I know she was telling the truth on that. But the other stuff I have no idea about, and I definitely didn't want that to keep going. But yeah, y'all, I'm gonna play some music so that we can wake up. It is 4 a.m. We've had some good conversations tonight. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist, the guest box is open. Do me a favor, y'all. Tap the screen. If you are here and you are a nerd, please make sure that you send your heart me. For some reason, TikTok doesn't think that I have super fans. And I don't know if you guys have to send heart me's in order to activate your memberships. But I put a screenshot in the Discord, and they said I have to reach out to their legal team, and I sent them a message today, but I haven't heard anything back. So we will figure it out. Oh, your super fan badge is back. Yeah, I think if you don't send a heart me, it's not counting you, I think. But now that doesn't make sense because y'all send heart me's every day and it still says 0.
Right.
So I don't know what the fuck is happening, but please make sure you send your heart me's. Let's listen to some music and let's wake up. It is 4 a.m. on 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, 4 a.m. Central, y'all.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, 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 yeah. Scrub is a guy who thinks he's God. He's also known as a liar. Always preaching about the Holy Ghost, but he broke and still begging for tithes, bruh. And so, no, I don't want your fruit word. And no, I don't wanna follow you. And no, I don't want no scrub. A scrub is a guy that believes in magical trees, hanging out the passenger side in his chariot ride, trying to indoctrinate me. I don't want no scrub. A scrub is a guy who can think critically through it, quieting up the book with pride, but can't justify why his God stays ghosting me. So what if you read Paul? He gaslit y'all, now you gaslight me. Saying doubt is a sin, but questioning's where the truth begins. You just mad cause I broke free. Keep your altar calls, keep your guilt trips and your threats of fire, cause the same old song, it's tired, it's played, and I ain't buying your eternal life flyer. Yeah, I don't want no scrub. A scrub is a guy that believes in magical trees, hanging out the passenger side in his chariot ride, trying to indoctrinate me. I don't want no scrub. A scrub is a guy who can think critically through it, writing out the book with pride, but can't justify why his God stays ghosting me. Y'all, tap the screen for thinker. If you tired of these scrubs trying to save us, share this live out. Let everybody know we ain't following no broke-ass theology. I don't want no scrub. A scrub is a guy that believes in magical trees, hanging out the passenger side in his chariot ride, trying to indoctrinate me. I don't want no scrub. A scrub is a guy who can think critically, quoting out the book with pride, but can't justify why his God stays ghosting me.
I figured out how to use the bathroom while I do the songs. Just connect my AirPods and listen to the live while I go. Yeah. So I don't have to wait on a co-host or anybody or bother you. Just like put my AirPods in.
Not bother.
Yeah. Coffee breaks and all that. Nikki? Nikki Boss. Okay. Did you come up on accident? Okay. All right, y'all. The guest box is open. Yeah, don't make me sit here in silence.
Having good conversations. Wait. Oh, never mind.
Usually at 4 o'clock is when people start waking up and
Mm-hmm.
coming in. Y'all getting quiet. It's been a cool, solid night. Quiet night. Um, Zenon,
Hello.
hi. How are you?
Good. How about you?
I'm good. How old are you?
Hold on. All right.
You gotta think about how old you
What is happening? Yeah, I don't know about that. Goodness gracious. I think he had to like do math or something. What's up, Six Pain? Yeah, I think he had to go to like his calculator and do math or something. I don't know. Same here, Brian. It made me smarter too. Yeah, he. Yeah, I think he was getting ready to like figure it out. But to wake up in the morning before you go to school, to talk about Jesus, to hop on a live and talk about Jesus is kind of weird.
are.
I'm so proud of my
Yeah. They don't
17
have
year old
school
son.
today.
They don't.
Oh, what did he do? It's election day.
Oh, that's right. Um, he made the basketball team. He has so he this is his senior year. He's tried out every year, and because of his height, like I used to feel so bad because he was so short. This is the one that I was pregnant with, and I had the subchorionic hemorrhage, the one that they told me died while I was pregnant.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's been short his whole life, but he's played AAU ball. But when he tried out for like the high school team, he never made it because the coaches would discriminate about how short he was. So he's had a growth spurt, and now he's taller than me. And so he tried out this year, and he found out yesterday that he made the team. And his
That's so
coach,
good.
yeah, he said, "Mom," he said, the coach said to me, he's like, you homeboy, you got heart." He's like, "You tried out every year." It's like, I'm so proud of you for not,
Yeah.
for not giving up. And each time he failed, Mama, can you sign me up for AAU? Mama, can you give me a trainer? And like he just kept trying, and this year he actually made the team. So I'm proud of him.
So amazing.
Yeah.
That's what that's what tell you he could have done it the whole time.
Yeah.
They don't give these short men a chance. And
Which
that's not right.
and it's right. It's not right. Like they can't help their genetics, right? And I
Right.
like it's high school basketball, not the NBA. But these high school coaches, unfortunately, they do take their game seriously, and
Yeah.
it affects kids' self esteem a
Right.
lot.
It
And
our best basketball player when I was in high school, BJ Johnson, I'll never forget that boy. He was BJ was 5'5", and BJ could hoop. That boy is amazing. So whenever I hear that they overlook the kids because of their height, I'm like, please watch BJ's tapes because that boy was amazing.
is he in college now or? No, you said
No,
when you
he
were in school.
yeah, when I was in high
Oh,
school,
okay.
no, yeah, he went on. He became an engineer, but shoot, that boy could. I think he played in college too, but he didn't want to. He didn't want to go beyond that. But shoot, look at Spud Webb. I don't remember how tall Spud Webb was, but he wasn't.
That's who I kept telling my son to think about. I was like,
Yeah.
fuck what these coaches say. Think about Spud Webb and Michael Jordan. I was like, Michael Jordan didn't make his team in his ninth grade year.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, just because you didn't make it, don't mean that you can't still, play. So, Oko Roko, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Y'all, let's get some conversations going. I want to stay live until Rhea goes live. But the only way we're going to do that is if we get more people in the room. So let TikTok know that some of y'all are awake. Keep hitting the screen. Keep feeding the beast. sending your heart me's. If you're in here, don't be scared to come up. As y'all can see, I don't cuss everybody out. Only disrespectful people get cussed out by me. If you know how to have a conversation and be respectful, agree, be okay with people who disagree with you, we can have a good conversation. He was 5'3", yeah.
They say Spud was 5'6" or 5'7", but they had like Muggsy Bogues was 5'3". He only 60 now. You know what?
Who's 60?
Muggsy Bogues. I didn't know.
Because I'm up in the middle of the night. I've always worked in the middle of the night. Daff? Yeah, I started the lives at third shift. One, because there were not a lot of lives at third shift. And so it was a good place for us to be. Plus, we were already up working in the middle of the night anyway. And then there were like people. We thought about people who work third shift, who don't have a lot to listen to in the middle of the night while they're working, truck drivers, and people who have insomnia. So we started the lives for them, and it's just been the best for me. Monday nights though, for some reason, are always slow as hell. Mondays and Saturdays are the two slowest days. But we always have like a lot of people in here, and I don't know if like the majority of the people here are like non-believers, people deconstructing, or atheists who don't necessarily, like, a lot of people come here to just listen to the conversations to see if like they're challenging their belief through the conversations. So it's difficult to get people up on stage because they're afraid or nervous or have stage fright. You're welcome, Kill Bill. But y'all also know my ass, because if I got to do a lot of small talking, that ain't going to work, because I don't like small talk.
Exactly. Come on, y'all.
I don't have to worship your Jesus to fucking talk about him. That's like saying
What?
because people talk about basketball, they might as well be a basketball, Dave.
Right.
Or football.
Dave, you
Shit.
stupid.
Or Beyonce.
Yeah, that was dumb. Right. May
I,
as well worship him.
I swear y'all be typing stuff and then like your follow through with your thoughts just don't exist. Like y'all think in your head and you be like, yeah, this finna eat. And you don't think through that at all. Y'all will sit here and y'all will listen to the shit I say about your God, and you, like, in your head, all you hear is that I'm talking about your God. You don't listen to shit else. You either get mad that I'm talking about your God. Well, the only reason why you said that is because you are mad that I talk about your God every day. And you thought that you were like, I don't know, defending your God in that. I don't know. But like, y'all just hear me saying your God, your God's name. You're not no fucking ex-atheist. And then here's the crazy thing. When motherfuckers be like, I was an ex-atheist, and then you come into a room full of atheists and say that you don't act as if you don't understand the mind of an atheist, I know you're fucking lying. Like you were not an ex-atheist with your lying ass. And like, why do y'all have to lie for your God? Like, You do realize that lying for your God tells us even more that he ain't real? And there's nothing to him because you can't even see truth in him. Like, truth can't even defend your God. That's ridiculous.
Right. But he's the truth.
That, oh my God. Dave, go sit your motherfucking ass down. What's the Dave, yeah, Blues Clues. Go get a clue. Go get a clue, Dave. Howard Baker.
I wasn't trying to come up.
Okay, no worries. Have a good day.
How would you in a washing machine?
Sound like he
How would
working.
Sally?
Is that DL Dave? Is that the Dave that we call DL Dave?
I think so. No, I think DL Dave don't have an E.
Oh. Well, damn. Are you? Oh God. What the fuck? That baby's
Oh,
like
whoa,
3.
whoa. Wait a minute, that choked me.
Oh, I bet you it's somebody that fell asleep to the live and their child don't woke up and they got their phone.
The baby got the phone.
The baby got the phone. Like, I cannot deny that Five Ass joined Zena's live one day while I was listening to it. He picked up the phone and he has joined Zena's live, and then on somebody's live he disconnected Mac.
Oh,
He was
dang.
pressing the button, then he dropped Mac from the stage.
5 said, enough of you. Yeah.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna give it 15 more minutes. We'll give it to 4:45 to see if we can get. Actually, we'll give it to 5 o'clock. See if we can get some conversations going. If not, we'll call it a short one. I'm gonna play one more song because I cannot stand the silence. Let's see. Yeah, we got 100 people on YouTube and 564 here. 674 people watching the live,
Think you got nothing to say,
and
doing
nobody in the
yup,
guest box.
Think you got nothing to say, doing yup, Think you got nothing to say, doing yup. Think you got nothing to say. Shut the fuck up, cause you got nothing to say. Doing all that yapping while you act that way. Is it your desire to control? You tryna hide. You ain't real, you a show. Valley Nas, Japanese, that's what you speak. Talk too loud, but you're saying nothing. Lying as Japanese, you just yapping, just bluffing. Don't run them out, run receipts. Cap so thick, you Louis. You talk over me, that's your defense. Filling up silence, just sound intense. You scared of the facts, so you shout instead. Hoping volume will cover what the fuck you just said. Every time I drop knowledge, you pivot or stall. The flex project can't answer at all. Your ego in the mic, but your brain on mute. Feeling threatened by receipts, a woman in blue. Cold confidence, arrogance, cause it shows what you lack. Every truth I unpack, make you double back. Can't handle the weight of your own misread, so you yap till you drown in Japanese, waist deep. Japanese, lying ass Japanese, we see through the act. All that ish is just fear, and it echoes back. Shut the fuck up, cause you got nothing to say. Doing all that yapping when you act that way. Is it your desire to control? You tryna hide what you don't know, but it ain't low. We all know you ain't real, you a show. Lying ass Japanese, that's what you speak. Whoop, whoop. Thinker, hit the mute, spitting fast, you catch a spook, now you showing. No last thing you're gonna say and choke that, but you do it anyway, cause your pride choose what you say, won't let you learn, can't discern. You more concerned, you gon' burn, like damn, you can't wait to speak till it's your turn. Wait your turn. You that dude that sit on the firm pew, begging Jesus, so your pastor to finally pick you. Loud ain't wisdom, noise ain't truth, but the mute button's ticker, hallelujah for the proof. Yapping, still talking, still lost, trying to flex facts, you ain't never crossed. See, silence is a skill, yapping is a symptom, silence is the sleep that nourishes wisdom. You scared of the quiet, cause too much like thought, so you talk to the noisy races, what it taught. Confucius says silence is a friend who never betrays. Thinker says loud theological lies, mean you're afraid of using your brain. Yeah, all that noise don't make you deep, it just means you speed. Japanese, 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 shut the fuck up, cause you got nothing to say. Doing all the yapping while you act that way. Is it your desire to control? You tryna hide what you don't know, but it ain't low, we all know. You ain't real, you a show. Valiness, Japanese, 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 that's what you speak, yeah. Cause so loud, but you still speak Japanese, yeah. You talk loud, but you still speak Japanese, yeah. You talk loud, but you still speak Japanese, yeah. Japanese, yeah.
Y'all come on and get in the box. If y'all want this live to stay up. I know y'all awake. Don't be scared.
Come on. Y'all getting ready for work. We know. Or getting ready to go vote in a couple hours.
Y'all, that song is out. It's on Spotify, Apple, all the streaming platforms. You know how people be yapping. So instead of Japanese, Japanese. Midterms. It's Japanese. Can you give me the name, please? Come here, please. Thank you. What? Yeah.
What?
Yeah. What? I don't know. I don't know. Tasala? Tasala? Tesla? I don't know how many more of those I can take. But y'all, we have 17 minutes to get a conversation going. 600 people watching this live right now. It can't be 600 people just here to listen. Valapalooza, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? On purpose? Okay. I don't know. If we keep going like this on Monday nights, I might have to go back to 3 days a week and then Saturdays sub only. What's up, Valapalooza?
Good morning.
How are you?
Good morning.
I'm well. I hope you guys are doing well too.
I'm doing good.
I figured I'd come exercise my mind with the second question, just so like maybe to keep some weirdos up off the stage until somebody is brave enough, I guess.
I think it's interesting. Give me just a second. Zohair, I saw their comment when I told someone that was on stage that they could talk normal, and they typed, yeah, talk racist. It's okay to talk racist in here. I think Zohair is a believer, but he was happy that you came up so he wouldn't have to. Like, that's interesting, or she wouldn't have to. Like, that's interesting to me that there are believers in here who are afraid to come up.
Yeah, I think they're always in here, listening for some reason. But
I think
mhm.
they take back what we talk about to their pastors. I don't know. But go ahead. You said you want to talk about which one?
The second one is Jesus' divine power real or in the mind of the believer?
Okay, go ahead.
So I think that, well, I don't think Jesus' divine power is real because I think he was just drunk. But I do think that your mind is powerful enough to like create whatever it wants to believe. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Hmm.
Hmm. And so I figured this wasn't going to be like a really long conversation. And also, I don't know. I was just vaping, and I remember you used to always break your vapes. So I wanted to ask you if you still vape too.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I haven't quit yet.
Yeah.
But I do think that that's why I asked the question like why is my mind powerful enough to stop the divine power of this God? Me have like the fact that I have to believe that the God has power. Yeah, like Coach Vic was in my comments yesterday answering the question that I posed. Y'all, hold on. I am going to read some of the. Damn, I gotta fucking log in. But the comments from the believers on that question, when I have to constantly say, you didn't address the question. Please sit and think about what I'm asking. Because I literally asked the question that's here. Like, is Jesus' divine power real, or is it in the mind of the believer because no one recognized Jesus' power? And they didn't recognize him as God when he was on earth. He had to do miracles or, basically teach for people to be like, oh, he's anointed. But if he's God and he has God's divine power, why is it that the mind of the people, like, it depended on the mind of the people recognizing this power in Jesus or recognizing this God? And then you have the Israelites who were in relationship with this God for centuries. They didn't recognize the God in Jesus. That don't make sense. Like if you look like your daddy, people gonna be like, "Oh boy, that's Jeffro's daddy." You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And
Yeah.
yeah, and so what believers are saying is that my one of them was like my mental eyes and my mental ears are blocked. And I said, if like listen to what you are saying. If my mental eyes and my mental ears are blocked, and that keeps me from hearing and seeing your God's power, then that means that my mind, that your God's power is mental, and my mind is stronger than your God's mental power, and
Oh
it
dear.
depends on my mentality in order to for your God to actually have power. If it relies on my mental eyes and my mental ears, that don't even make sense. Like power is power. But Coach Vic was the only one that gave like a detailed answer. But in his in one of my responses, I said to him that the analogy of the tornado, a tornado has power regardless if I want to believe that tornado has power over me or not. Like I could stand in the middle of the storm. I'm going to feel the effects of that storm, right?
Mhm.
And I'm going to see the effects of that storm once it passes or while it's there and once it passes. I could say in my mind all day, the tornado can't harm me. The tornado is not here. But that motherfucker gonna do what it's gonna do because that's real power. It can't be denied. My mind, it's not dependent on my
Mhm.
mind. So Coach Vic was like, that's a good analogy. Then he said, you're experiencing the power of God right now. And it was basically saying that me asking questions and having this conversation with him was the power of his God. And I said, you don't get to assign my mental capacity, my intellectual ability to your God. Like you like the fact that you are trying to say that you see your God's power in me and not yourself is crazy. It's crazy as fuck to me. Like you should be saying that I'm experiencing the power of your God, and I definitely don't feel any divine power in this conversation. This is two humans talking. But the fact that you try to say my asking the question is divine power, like that's like first off, that's you assigning my abilities as your God. Like the fuck? And then why don't you see your God in you? Like why the fuck you see your God in me?
Yeah, I love when you use that analogy. I think it's perfect because like power is just if it has power, you're gonna nothing's gonna stop it from having that. But I think when you said that, like you broke him, like you broke it. Like it's just like he just doesn't have that mental capacity to even accept it. And so to keep himself believing in God, he had to give something to it, even if that was just off.
And it's
He had to
crazy
give
because I
something
like
to
Coach
it.
Vic. He's a pretty cool guy. But I had to tell him, like, you're crossing a boundary right now by trying to say that your God is using my brain. Like, you're crossing a boundary, dude.
Yeah, and he didn't even realize it. Or
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know. We're all, I think we're all just like having a hard time accepting the fact that there's really like not too much that we can do about the fact that there's more people than not um that are actually willing to change or that still can at this point.
Yeah. Like most of their responses were attacking me for even asking the question. Somebody said, somebody commented and said, some of y'all just think too deep about stuff that don't matter. That was their response to my question about is Jesus' divine power real or is it in the mind of the perceiver? And I responded, I responded and I said, what you just said was some of y'all think and it don't make sense. Now he said some of y'all think too deep about stuff and it don't make sense. And I said, I said what you really just said was some of y'all actually think and it don't make sense. And then somebody said, what, you're not supposed to ask questions? He was like, yeah, ask questions, but they ain't not that deep. Like, what?
Right.
Like, like, are you mad because I made you realize that Jesus's power is subjective to your mind? Like,
Yeah.
I didn't think of that shit until I was sitting down thinking like, wait a minute, if because I was watching a video of a Nigerian lady. She was talking to another guy who was a Christian, and she was like asking him why he was a Christian and why he don't like honor his ancestors and stuff. And she was talking about like your ancestors' blood is in you, like you look like your ancestors. And as she's talking to him about that, I started thinking about Jesus and God, and I'm like, wait, why didn't they recognize God in Jesus? Like this is a new thought for me, and that's just actually listening when people talk and pondering what they say. But I think believers don't do that, and they're not really given the opportunity to do that in church because they're preached at and not talked to or talked with.
Hmm. Yep. Because that's a lot of people's problem. Like they stop asking questions because that power is taken away from them, like by the church pretty early on.
Yeah.
It's a
It,
shame.
yeah, and it irritates me to see them like try to stomp it out. And as much as our community, was held back from even thinking for ourselves or, learning or being intellectuals, to see the black community try to stomp out intellectualism or the ability to critically think for the sake of a God, it irritates me. Because I'm like, do you hear yourself? You're telling people not to think for the sake of a God.
Hmm. Yeah. It's all really sad.
Yeah.
Mm.
Did
But
you have anything else, Valapalooza?
no, thank you as always for having me.
You're welcome. Have a good one, okay? Thank you for
You
coming
as
up.
well. You're welcome.
Bye.
Bye.
Give
See ya. Mhm.
Whew. Yeah, I think so, Ducky. Sarah? Okay. I think so too. But I mean they're here. They're just afraid to come up and talk to me because I think I don't know, my yelling and screaming, I guess. Or the fact that I don't allow them to gaslight me. I don't know which one it is. It may be all three. But y'all, we got 5 minutes. I've seen believers come in here type demons, devils. There's one on YouTube right now that just typed repent sinners. Um, that's all they know how to do. They're like bots. And even in the comments, like if we've been without a conversation for almost an hour. Um, if in the comments, like, because they can't engage with the question that I'm asking, they're just attacking me for asking the question. If I'm going to heaven, why am I worried about what? If I'm going to heaven, did you mean if I'm not going to heaven? Like, if I'm not going to heaven, AJ, then why the fuck are you worried? Oh, my bad. I was going to say, you said if you're going. Oh, yeah, that's what we should ask them, right? Christian, yeah, okay. I thought you was talking to me. But yeah, for believers, if they're going to heaven, why are they worried about what we're doing? I agree. Miss Cray, Miss Cray, did you come up on accident? I made a video saying that too, Yolanda, and they didn't like that either. And to see black Christians say that that's not true, that Jesus suffered more than our ancestors, like, the brainwashing is crazy. Which gospel do you want me to turn to? It's Men in Nightmare says repent and turn to the gospel. I'm trying to figure out which one. They've been sending popular votes all night. It's almost 600 people in here. Oh, so there are enough people in here to come up and have a conversation. Getting on the FYP isn't it. There's 100 people on YouTube. There's 575 people in here. That's almost 700 people watching this live. There's enough people in this room for there to be a conversation. Popular votes ain't the problem. But also, I think there people are waiting for Christians to come up, and I have to keep reminding people that my live isn't Christian only. Yeah, this isn't a Christian debate live. I know a lot of y'all like to see me talk to Christians, or like to watch the lives that talk to Christians only, but my live is not focused on that. My live is like, if you are deconstructing, if you're a nerd, like, you have stage presence, you can come up, you can talk about your deconstruction journey, you can talk about like something, maybe a question that you are pondering as you are deconstructing, right? I talk to y'all about the shit that I be pondering and with me deconstructing all the time. So that's what this live is about. So please do not sit back and wait on a Christian, because I'm telling y'all, if y'all depend on Christians for this live to continue, that's not going to happen. Right? Like, the live is created for me to deconstruct, for y'all to deconstruct. Christians would love for this live to not exist.
I literally came off mute to say that. Don't
Yeah,
give the
like,
Christians what they want.
don't give them what they want. Y'all can't sit back and let that happen. OMG Israel.
Anchor, can you hear me?
Yes, how are you?
Oh my God, I'm sick as a dog, but I could not just sit by because I'm like, she's talking about me. She's talking about
Oh,
me.
oh my
I'm
God, are
new
you
to
okay?
it sounds like a sinus infection and a head cold, but I'm new to the community. So somebody had pointed me to you as like somebody to listen to go on the deconstruction journey. And I'm nervous and introverted and a very anxious person. So I'm sitting here like trembling talking because I'm not
Oh, you're
normally
in safe
a
hands.
speaker.
You're in safe hands. Take a deep breath. You're in safe hands.
But
If you need us to turn off the comments, whatever you need so that you feel comfortable, just let me know.
That's very sweet. Oh no, they're fine because I come in and say good morning every time I come to your live. But I didn't want you to end the live. I'm like, no, because I work at 4 a.m. And I'm like, no, please don't. I
I
just
want to
started.
stay. I do.
um, but I wanted to answer your question because you have it up here. And I want to first say that I'm not like super knowledgeable about the church. I just know I always felt it wasn't right. Like I have a lot of Christian friends and Christian family who go to church, but I never felt right in the church. So when I came to TikTok and I was talking to somebody about it, yes, I'm sorry. I work from home. So it's okay. Um, but when I would be in church listening to sermons and I'm like, this shit just does not sound right. But I never had a community where, because a lot of my Black friends and Black family are definitely diehard Christians, and it just never felt right to me. Like I try to read the Bible, and I guess I always try to start from the beginning, like Genesis, and I just never could get with that shit. And I'm like, well, if if I can't read this book, there's something wrong because I love to read, and I don't know if it's because it's the language that is written in or what, but or how the words come out. It just never sat right with me. So when somebody was like, "Hey, I am an atheist," and thinker is somebody who you should listen to, maybe some shit will start to make sense to you. And I kid you not, I follow the whole community. Like I love all of y'all. I'm like, finally, some people I can understand. Like this shit does not make sense, and I'm not alone. So to answer your first topic, I do think that eternal life in heaven is a scam. I mean, like, why would we spend our whole life giving and doing God's work just for eternal life to be in a mansion? How is that fitting like everybody? Like I just never understood the logistics behind that. And then
Exactly.
yesterday you were talking about somebody came up here or somebody said something in the comments about Biggie in a blender, and I'm like, wait, what?
Yeah,
What?
that
That
there's
makes
a
no
lady.
sense.
Yeah, a lady, and she went viral. And here's the crazy thing: the believers ate it up. They believed it, like
I
no
sat back and
questioning
just
it.
like, what?
Yeah,
Oh my goodness. But I will now that I've gotten over my stage fright and I feel welcome to the community, I will become a nerd and join the Discord and be more
yay.
talkative because like people want to feel belonged. Nobody wants to feel like out. And so like this morning, my mom, I told my mom I was sick, and she's like, "I'm gonna pray for you." And whenever people tell me they're gonna pray for me, I just be like, "Oh, please don't, please don't pray for me. Just say I hope you feel better." But that's your mom, so how do you just tell her not to pray for you?
Oh, I
So
told my mom I revoked her right. I love my mom. Don't get me wrong. I
for
love her.
sure, for sure.
But she said that she was praying that I have no peace until I come back to Jesus. This is before I got married. I was living with he was my boyfriend at the time. This is before we got married. And she didn't like that I was shacking up. And she called me and said that she was praying that I have no peace until I give my life to Jesus. And I told her, I said, why would you pray something like that? And I said, if
That's
you're going,
horrible.
yeah, I said, if you're going to pray stuff like that, I was like, you can't pray for me anymore. I was like, I'm revoking your right. Like, you don't have the right to pray for me anymore. And
Period. I don't
like,
blame you.
yeah, like, and I know that she's like in her mind, she doesn't necessarily mean malice by it. In her mind, she's doing the right thing. Like, let her not feel peace in her situation. And like, I just I wouldn't say that stuff about. I wouldn't speak those words over my kids. You know what I'm saying? And so
Hmm.
I told her like, yeah, you can't pray for me no more.
Yeah. If that means I'm not gonna have no peace because your prayers, I'd rather just not have peace. I don't
Yeah,
blame you. I would have said the same thing. But I
yeah.
hate that I came up when I felt so sick, but I was like, no, she's gonna end the live at 5 a.m. No.
I'll stay live
But
just for you so you can feel better.
oh, thank you. And I want you to know that I have downloaded your EP that just came out on the 31st. I almost like
Oh,
took a
thank
Delta
you.
flight to Apple. to download
Thank
it.
you.
You're welcome. And I want you to know that you are reaching a younger audience because my daughter is 14 and I never make her do, like, I don't want to push religion or anything on her. But my daughter is very smart at 14 and she's like, Mom, I'm definitely deconstructing Christianity. Like, I just don't believe any of this is true. And she too listens to you sometimes.
Oh, wow.
So
That's so awesome. I love
please
it.
know that you're reaching a broader audience. We may not all come up and talk, but we love you and we appreciate what you do for the community.
Oh, that makes me feel so good. Thank you. Look, I'm so glad
You're
that you
very
came up.
welcome.
Thank you so
Oh,
much.
thank you. You guys have a wonderful day and much love to you all.
Thank you, you too. And I hope you feel better.
Same here.
Thank you. I don't know how to get down. Can you let me down?
Yeah, I got you.
Thank you.
All right. That made me feel. That makes me smile like really really big. I
Yeah.
don't know if y'all can hear the smile on my face. That makes me smile really big. Thank
Yep.
you for
We can
sharing
hear it.
that.
It's loud
Huh?
and clear. I said it is loud and clear.
That is so awesome. And I think Jess Cam said his kids were dancing to the music yesterday. Um, and like, yeah, the young ones, because that's who they going after right now in the schools. Those are gonna be the ones when the teacher pull out the Bible, they're gonna be like,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
it says slavery in Leviticus 25:39-44. Like last week when we talked about it in U.S. history, this is the same thing. Pushing back on the teacher, and the teacher gonna be like, you go outside, and you stand in the hallway." Gonna give their teacher a run for the money. It's on Apple Music and Spotify. Title like any streaming platform.
You right.
But yeah, um, yeah. I don't know. Maybe I did like break the believer's mind with this divine power question, and uh, but I can't take it away because the fucking question is on my mind because if it's real, my mind shouldn't be able to deny it. I can't stop thinking about that. Flamingo,
Good morning.
good morning. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. It's Thinker. It's the you're gonna have to look for the name of the album because there's like 11 thinkers. Yeah, I'm not unique in that sense. But it's Unholy Intelligence is the name of the album. So if you type in Unholy Intelligence Thinker, then you should find it. Flamingo, can I get your age, please? And let me know if you are a believer, if you're distro kid, Sandra. If you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, or an atheist, please.
I'm 41 and I'm deconstructing and supposed to be getting ready for work, but I'm not motivated. So I was listening to you say about your sharing your ponderings and it's for experiences. And I was like, there was something I wanted to mention. So a couple days ago, a bunch of me and my friends and our children went to a Halloween event nearby. Sorry, my dog is
No, it's
upsetting my
okay.
child.
It's okay.
We went to a Halloween event nearby where there was a lot of free things like free pumpkin painting, and there was a free tarot card reader, and one of the other children wanted to do it, and I went in with him while she like did tarot cards for him, and I went ahead and I went after him. It was free. Why not? So the last thing I was expecting was for in the middle of the reading for this lady to be a Christian and try to tell me why God was good.
Wait,
And
the lady that was doing the reading
it
was
was
Christian?
yes, the tarot card lady.
What?
So it was crazy. It like really thank God thank goodness the reading was free because she completely ruined it in the middle. Like she started my reading by asking like by saying, "Oh, you know there's really heavy things weighing you down.
it seems like you're thinking about things a lot, like what's bothering you. And I'm not, my closest friends and family know that I'm deconstructing, but I don't just share it with regular people. Like, I don't really know you. I might be like a Facebook troll and fight with people there, but in general, I don't talk about it. So when she asked me what I've been thinking about, I was like, oh, yeah, my sister and I had a falling out. We're not talking. I'm deconstructing. I mentioned one more thing. She's like, well, what does deconstructing mean? I was like, well, I was a Christian and now, I'm deconstructing my religion. I'm against the God of the Christian Bible. And she's like, what do you mean?
Oh,
And she was
she got
so,
mad.
yeah, she was so upset. She was like, well, what's wrong with God? I was like, he's evil. And she proceeded to tell me, do you even know what the Bible says about psychics? And she's like, it says that you're not supposed to talk to people who commune with the dead, but I don't do that, so I'm good. And she's like, but why do you think the God is evil? And I was like, well, have you ever read the Bible? And she said, most of it.
Wait, who is
And
if
I
she's not
told her,
communing with the dead, who's giving her the inspiration of the tarot cards? Is it Jesus?
thinker, I didn't ask her. I don't know. Maybe it was Jesus. So then I told her that the Bible condones rape and slavery and these other things. She's like, it really doesn't. I was like, it really does, but I was here for a tarot reading, not to like tell you why God is evil. And so she kind of like got back on track. But at the end, she's like, just leave that deconstruction stuff alone. She's like,
Wow. Like, I don't know what the Bible
be
says, but
fine.
just stop. That's crazy.
And I was like, I laughed there. Oh, then she tried to tell me that there was like, and it kind of really triggered me actually. She's like, yeah, you can leave the religion stuff alone. And, but there is, because she's like, it doesn't have to have the name God. It's like source and creator. And there's just something out there that like just loves you so much and just wants nothing but good for you. And the fact that if there is something out there, I'm sure it wants me to die and wants evil for me. I'm like, oh, I just can't with you, lady. And like, I went out and I left. She did well with the kid. I thought she did great with the kid, like very like gentle, like, oh, you're worried and you're anxious, tell yourself, whatever. She did fine with him. But with me, she's like, oh no, God's not evil. The Bible's not evil. I haven't read it, but what you're saying is not in there. And my friends were like, how did it go? I was like, she's trying to like, and that's the last place I expected someone to try to like convert me back to Christianity, was a psychic reading tarot cards.
That is
But
insane. That's crazy because I was always taught
that's
that,
all
like,
that.
as a Christian growing up, I was taught that tarot cards were evil and that we were not allowed to do it. Um, a Christian tarot card reader is wild to me. I not heard of
Yeah,
that one before.
I was taught that it was evil as well. So like, don't do it, don't touch any of that stuff, is bad. And she's like, no, I just can't commune with the dead. I can do anything else. Like, okay,
If she's not
whatever makes you
communing with
feel
the
better.
dead, who the hell? Like, if she, who is she talking to then? And
I
when they say they
know.
can't commune with the dead, Jesus is dead. Like, Jesus died.
Thanks for
I'm,
pointing that out. It's funny.
I'm confused. Like, what?
Yeah.
I don't know.
So yeah, that's my story. Something else I ponder is whether or not and I hear you say we can say lots of words in your life, but I don't remember if grape is one of them. But we cannot say that one.
Yeah, you can. So, well, for the victims, they say they prefer grape instead of the word. Y'all, I
Oh,
am so
okay.
sorry. I haven't released Japanese. I thought Japanese was on this album. It's not. I have not released Japanese yet. Um, it's gonna be on the new one. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Flamingo.
Oh yeah, no, that's the other thing that's been living rent free in my head, and I've had a large argument with my ex-husband about it. But I just keep thinking about that God raped Mary, and I just really want to do like a rage bait TikTok live with that as my header about God raping Mary. But that's
Oh
just something
yeah.
else I ponder a lot.
Yeah, have you
But
seen the
that's really
TikTok
all.
video of the lady talking about a 14-year-old, a man who like impregnates this 14-year-old. He leaves her, she takes care of the child. Like she's telling this story of this 14-year-old, and then at the end she goes, "Oh yeah, by the way, the child's name was Jesus." And like ends like the whole time I'm watching it, I'm getting mad because I'm like, these fucking men, like why would they do this? And then at the end she goes, "Oh yeah, his name was Jesus." I was like, pause. I was not ready for that. Like,
No, I have not seen it, but
yeah,
maybe I'll seek it out and watch it because yeah, that's I think I heard someone on some other live like kind of allude to it. And I was like, in no world, regardless of what the age of consent was back in those days, the power imbalance between a god and a lowly human makes consent never possible, even if she was a grown woman.
yeah,
And it's something I just can't stop thinking about.
that's why when they say that Jesus came to a child, like an angel came to a child and it's like, "Oh, you're gonna have the savior of the world," and this child is like, "Oh, you picked me." You know, like what? Yeah, no,
Yeah.
it's
Okay.
interesting.
Have to get ready for work. But
All right, have a good day. Thank you so much for coming up.
thanks, you too.
You know, the crazy thing is, the believers will say, "Well, you have a carnal mind." And you don't know God. God knows best. That 12-year-old's body was different than a 12-year-old's body today. Yeah, age of consent back then was different.
Sounds about right. Sarah is back in the box.
Who?
Sarah, you brought her up earlier and she bounced up.
Oh, okay. Good morning, Jazz. You. Oh, what's going on? Hop up on the stage. But and I don't necessarily give advice, but if I have some relatable experience, I can share that. Sean and Hank, way too real. Are y'all in the box on purpose or on accident? Sarah. Okay, Sarah. Uh, Sean and Hey, way too real. Are you in the box on purpose or on accident? You said you were almost late to work watching the live. Oh no. Ray Theo.
I was trying to draw back. That's an accident.
No worries. I'll take you down. Have a good one. Okay.
All right, thanks.
All right. Your nerd thing is grayed out. Say your heart me, Ray Theo.
Okay, I will.
All right. Thank you. Y'all gotta let TikTok know that y'all are in here and that it's not a bunch of bots in here. God is punching me. Where is he punching me at? Zohair. Hank. Hank, way too
Hello.
real. Hey, how
Hello.
are you?
Okay. I'm 54 and deconstructing, and my purpose. I enjoy the life. I enjoy teaching, and I'm here to keep the life going. And
Thank
I
you.
wouldn't mind discussing either of the ones. Um,
What do you think about? First off, you have my dad's name. Just want to let
wow,
you know that. Yeah,
Hank or Martina? Well,
Hank.
you don't see
Hank.
Martina. Okay.
Hank. And my mom used to call him Hanky. Hanky.
Well, Hank is my father's family last name.
Okay.
Hankins, but they call all the male in the family Hank, and it's embedded in me so much that I even receive mail that says Hank, and it's actually a nickname.
Yeah, even when you say it, like you sound like my dad when you say,
Well, I'm from the country.
"Yep." So is my dad. So,
Yeah. Okay.
what
Uh-oh.
what are your thoughts on the topic of Jesus' divine power and people not recognizing Jesus as God on earth? And it's like my thoughts is if he is his father's son or if he is the God, the Israelites at least should have recognized their own God in this vessel, right? If it's because the Bible says he was fully human and fully divine, like fully human and fully God at the same time. So to me, it's almost like saying the human vessel has the power to either completely mask the power of the God or completely reject it.
Uh, it is so much in that question to me to try to start out. Um, People believe what they want to believe and they accept what they want to accept. So if someone has talked to you and has been around you and you genuinely like this person, some manipulation can start to come in. And if they want to believe certain situations that's presented to them, that's in the mind of each individual person. But as far as his divine power, I I have a problem accepting it because if you are divine and you are one with your father, my mind tells me, why would you have to pray to him if you have the same authority and power as he does? That part there just didn't resonate in my mind because if you're my child and I'm home, I'm away from home, or I'm not in your presence, and I say, well, baby, you got the right to do whatever. Why would I have to consult with you before I use the authority that you have already allocated to me? So the ones that are believing it, that's just what they were choosing to believe. And the ones who knew you as well, what did not see in you to say, this just some BS? Nah, because it seemed like his people hated him more than anybody.
Do you think people are choosing it? Because like one thing that Fee says a lot is that people can't choose what they believe in. Like, do
They
you think that they're really choosing this?
um yes, I do. I say that they are choosing to because you can present the truth to someone and they still do not believe it. And you can also present a lie to someone and they'll believe that as well. So, yes, I think they have the power to accept what they're choosing. For whatever reason, their mind doesn't allow them to comprehend what's right in front of them. I I'm not a psychologist, but it's just something that has my mind throwed. Like they
Like, it's
just
difficult to have empathy when they are denying facts. Like, it feels like they're choosing it. Like that. Were you in the live earlier tonight when we were talking to? Y'all, my memory is so bad when it comes to names. The guy that was on stage for the majority of the night.
no. I was just recently logged in.
Oh, okay. There was a guy that we talked to tonight, and we were talking about the slavery. And first, we were talking about heaven, and I asked him this question. I asked him, would he want to go to heaven with the slave masters of the antebellum South? And he said no. And I said, it's interesting that you're looking forward to going to this heaven which is the heaven that the slave masters gave your ancestors, right? The same God, same heaven, same book. But also in this same book, that God was a slave master, that God condoned slavery, and he didn't, you know, agree. At first, we went through the scriptures. It took him, like, he refused to say that the slavery and the Bible at first he refused to say that the God condoning slavery, that he could knew enough to say whether or not that was something he agreed with. So I said, do you agree that the people in the Bible said that they followed the Bible, and enslaved people? Do you think what they did was following your God's will? And he immediately said no. And I said, well, you do know how to decide when slavery is right or wrong. You're just refusing to do it when your God is involved. So then when we went through the text and discussed the two similarities and the similarities in the two systems, he refused to say that they were the same. He said, I don't have all the information I need. And I said, what other information do you need to say whether you see differences in these two systems or whether they're the same? And he eventually went on ahead and said, because I called him out and I said, you are choosing not to acknowledge that they are the same because your mind is telling you to defend your God.
Yes.
And and
And
and so I feel like they don't know that they're doing that.
it's hard to go against what's been embedded in you. Like even me going through this deconstruction, I was born into Christianity, what they call sanctified churches back in the day. And I really thought that I was knowledgeable about the Bible. In Kojic, they teach you to do everything from the front to the back.
You were Kojic too?
Yes.
I
Yeah.
was too. My daddy was a Kojic preacher.
So now I
Now
realize
I can hear it when you say now. Are you from Memphis?
Alabama.
Alabama, okay. Yeah, you sound
Now I
Kojic.
now I realize I don't know shit. But I
But
I have come to accept that I had a great understanding and was able to navigate the belief system that they put in front of me. That what gave me great ability to have an understanding to deliver for Sunday school, for Bible study, for YPWW, for all of that. So the belief system that was put on me made me seem to be knowledgeable about the scriptures. So everything that I was speaking and everything that I was interpreting was about what they taught me to believe, not what they taught me to understand. Because I've always had questions in my mind and things that I would say when it was truly my own thoughts. It was debatable questions always. But when I went ahead and gave them what they wanted to hear from the belief system, it was okay, yeah, we like that and all this and that. So I think it's hard for people to go against what's just been embedded in them all these years. Like, that's the dilemma that keeps them from saying, nah, God ain't real, nah, Jesus ain't real, because it's deeply in you. So to me, when you come to a higher understanding of self and be real with yourself, if you can't do that, you don't have nothing to offer to the world. So the biggest battle is really being real with your own thoughts and to control your own thoughts and to accept them. And at some point, you can be able to express them. But until you come to the reality that maybe what I was taught was from a limited education level, maybe what I was taught was out of fear. So once you get past that point and realize that, hey, it's more information accessible to me today. Hey, I'm an adult. I can control my own thoughts. Uh, I am a human. I can express my own ideas and thoughts now. then you can grab the concept that maybe it was just some BS I've been taught all these years. So,
Yeah, coaching definitely instills a lot of fear in you when it comes to you using your own mind to question things. Um, the first off, coaching is really big on authority, right? And
hmm
so when you question what a pastor or a bishop or an evangelist is saying, you're immediately shut down, and it's Satan, the Lord rebuke you. Satan, the Lord rebuke you, like immediately, and you're scared to think. And I can remember the last time I went to a church. It was a friend of mine. He had taken over his dad's church after his dad passed away, and he asked me to come to the church. And I was sitting there, and his mom was up, and she was like condemning every woman in the world to hell for doing any and everything. And I looked down. I can feel my hand like just going crazy, like shaking the anxiety. But I look down, my hand isn't moving. That's how much anxiety I was feeling. Have you ever,
yeah.
like, yeah, and like my nerves was going crazy, and I had to get out of there. I was like, I cannot. And that was the last time I stepped in a church because there's a lot of fear mongering when it comes to you, like just being who you are. Like they damn near teach you that you being you is the sin.
You know what I just thought about? When you just explain how nervous you are and having that sensation around you being nervous, you know what they would have said? Oh, that's the Holy Spirit around you. In reality, I'm just nervous because y'all around here jumping on pews, walking across them, running up and down the aisle, swirling yourself around in a circle, jumping up and down on the floor, spit flying out everywhere out your mouth. All the women are running around throwing blankets on top of the lady, over there banging on the tambourines like you got some kind of Tourette syndrome or something. That, as a child, that was a nervous experience, not understanding exactly what was going on. And I'm looking at all these people like, well, shit, why it ain't happening to me? It's happening to y'all. And then when I, become of age, you want to push my head back and tell me to repeat these words and tell me to say I'm fast and fast and fast and fast and faster. Hell, I don't even understand what's coming out of my mouth.
Yep. I used to create the spit, the white spit they used to go when you
Yeah.
tarry on the altar. I was so jealous that the Holy Ghost wasn't coming to me. I just started like letting spit like fill up in my mouth, and then I would just pretend like the spit was coming out because that was tearing for the Holy Ghost. Yeah, like frothing up like that was tearing for the Holy Ghost, and I was like 12 when I finally believed that I had the Holy Ghost. Like at 12, 12, and
Well,
I'm on the altar begging this God to fill me with the Holy Ghost.
my thing was, if I have all this understanding that you all can agree with, and I'm speaking the words that everybody can agree with, how come it ain't hit me like it's hitting y'all?
Hmm. Yeah.
I mean,
And there was never an interpretation in Koji. Koji didn't do interpretation of tongues.
no, nowadays I know they would just been lying out of their mouth because I pretty much listen to you every day, and I be wanting to get on here and talk so bad and tell my experiences because I'm well traveled and I've been introduced to, like, I grew up on Long Island. That's why I graduated high school. So coming from the south to the north, being introduced to different religions in New York, and I used to consider myself a realist because I didn't think it was a coincidence that I was being introduced to a bunch of different religions. But I used to tell myself, well, take what you think is appropriate to help you be good in life, and whatever else you don't get, that's okay. You just try to be a good person. So, uh, my experience really hasn't led me to be quote unquote a good Christian while I was growing up. but it did make me be a decent person. But I attribute it to being introduced to a bunch of different religions and lifestyles and environments, not just coaching. But I never would have told them that growing up. But now I ain't got a problem telling anybody anything.
How was you introduced to Kojic? Like, were
From birth,
you from birth? Okay,
yeah,
so
it
that
was right up the
you got to
street.
be born in.
I'm talking about literally right up the street. So, it wasn't no missing nothing. Church on Monday, church on Tuesday, church on Wednesday, church on Friday, church on Saturday. I mean, yeah, church on Saturday, church on Sunday morning, church on Sunday night.
Or
And
what a
then,
third service. Don't let a third service
well,
happen.
no, it was Sunday school. I love Sunday school because I love being introducing to the teachings and trying to understand it. I've always had a passion for learning, but what I was learning, I didn't know was nothing. I was just learning belief. Uh, but I also had a father, a dad, who was just the complete opposite of my mom. So with as much as church as I got equally amount of the streets. So I used to say I had a balanced introduction to life, and uh, but I enjoy talking and I enjoy listening, and I kind of ramble, so I'm sorry if it's kind of hard to follow me because I go
No,
on and
I'm listening. I'm enjoying this. It's like I said, I don't get to talk to Kojic, former Kojic members a lot. So no, I'm just sitting here thinking about all the stuff that you're saying and the experiences that I've had in the religion as
yeah.
well.
Now I grew up Kojic, right? And I got introduced to all the different religions as a adolescent and a teenager, and then I eventually come back to the South, and I come to a Baptist church then, and I realized the difference from Kojic and Baptist was comfortability. According to the church people, they kind of bend and shaped their rules to make people comfortable. And to Kojic, you could never smoke. Just for example, you couldn't smoke
Hmm.
a cigarette. But in the Baptists, they be out in between breaks smoking cigarettes.
Right
You-
after church in the parking lot.
Yeah. So religion to me, or Christianity, is about comfortability. And, you know, I noticed like the women that I grew up under and Kojic, they were homebody women. And they used to pop their collars about, yeah, I've been a Holy Ghost ever since I was a child. And yeah, but you don't go nowhere. You don't got no involvements in the streets. You stay at
Hmm.
home all day. You don't have really no temptation. So, and I can't see in between people walls in their houses, but you ain't out here in the environment that we in. So to say you don't drink, to say you don't smoke, to say you ain't no whore, to say you ain't fighting, to say you ain't stealing, to say you ain't messy. Some of those attributes, I don't see how you could have developed them when you don't never come out of your house.
Yeah, messy Kojic. There was definitely a mess in Kojic. They just kept it on the low low. But like they also couldn't see it because TV was restricted.
Yeah, yeah.
Like my dad used to joke and say that's why he had 7 kids because they weren't allowed to watch TV. But growing up, we weren't allowed to go to the movies. We couldn't go to the mall,
Mm-mm.
haunted houses. Like we could go trick or treating, but we had to dress up as something other than like a witch or a ghost or like. But we couldn't do other things that other kids were doing growing up.
Me and my sisters were just talking about Halloween at the Sanctified Church, right? And I reminded them about us bobbing for apples. I said, y'all remember that bucket, big old silver bucket they had the water and the apples in? and all of us sticking our faces in there trying to get an apple with our mouth. I said, y'all mean to tell me ain't now one of them adults realized how nasty and infectious that was? Not
Yeah,
one
I
of
wouldn't have
these
never done that.
sensible adults said, nah, y'all ought to, figure out another way. But then my sister gonna say, oh, I used to grab mine with a spoon or something. Quit lying. Y'all stuck y'all face in that bucket just like everybody else did. But not one adult said that, that ain't sanitary.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't have never done that in the first place. No, my dad ended up releasing pants before the jurisdiction did. So my dad released pants. He released us being able to go to like the mall, and he released a lot of things when he became pastor. So we started to be able to do some things. He didn't release the whole secular music thing. We could wear pants, but not in the sanctuary. And we
I
could
never saw my mom in a pair of pants ever.
Me either. To this day, even though it's been released, and my younger brother took over when my dad died, and he has released a lot of stuff. My mom is still in the, you know, pre-releasing area. Like she's stuck in the long skirts. Like even her
Mm-hmm.
pajamas are long. Like
Mm-hmm.
they're- she may put on some pajama culottes.
Yeah.
That's about as far as she's gonna go. She's not gonna wear pajama pants.
You know what? I want to ask you this. Say, let's say we were brought up in culture, right? Or in Christianity. And because of the belief system, it allowed us to live to the certain age that we became until the deconstruction period started for each one of us. Do you still, or would you still attribute that belief system to you being a good person up to that point? And are you glad that now you see difference? What I'm saying is, I want to knock it because I believe that I got some false teachings, but can you discredit it for how it kept you safe and decent until that period started?
It actually did it, right? Like I got kicked out of the house when I was almost 15 because of the God. So I've been on my own since I was 15. And I don't I credit who I am today because of the parents that I had. My like I said, my mom and I, we didn't get along growing up.
Mm-hmm.
But she's always been the type of mom that's been there for me. I can't take that away from her. You know, when I had cancer, every time she was there, you know.
Mm-hmm. I'm glad you overcame it.
Thank you. My dad is the type of father who, no matter what the fuck I did, he never let go of my hand, even though I didn't live at home. And there were times that he tried to get me to come back home. I tried to. My mom and I would get into it, and I would leave again. She didn't give a damn, right? But he never,
Excuse
no matter
me.
where I was, he never let me go. And because of, I would say, because of them and who they were, specifically my dad,
Mm-hmm.
I am who I am because of them.
Yes.
There isn't really a teaching that I can honestly say that I take from the Bible. I don't agree with love your neighbor as you love yourself. I don't want anybody to love me the way they love themselves. And I generally, from a kid, I've always been the type of person that just cared about other people. I think what a lot of the teachings that I got from this religion taught me to put myself on the back burner and allow myself to be abused and accept a lot of negative and abusive treatment.
Can you hold that thought? So, and I feel what you're saying, and part of that is because of the Bible. So the experience that you're describing as a woman, as a female, and how it puts you on the back burner and causes you to be abused. Because of the matriarch and patriarch system, most men probably would see that a little different because there's very few examples in there where it glorified a female. So for a woman to say that that is how the religion put her in that mindset, but as a man, a young male coming up, seeing all men glorified and trying to live like that, it would probably be just a little different, you think?
Yeah, I definitely think everyone's experience with the religion and the belief system is different. I do think that for some men who are raised in this, uh, the domineering
Yeah.
personality that a lot of men have most likely did come from the belief system.
Yeah,
I don't necessarily see that as a good thing, though.
exactly.
Yeah. I think that's something that a lot of men need to deconstruct. And I was really proud of Critical Plus yesterday um, when he came up and he gave an update on his, him deconstructing his misogynistic views that he got from the belief system. But
Can I share? Because I'm going through a current situation, at home, and I had to do some self-checking and realize that now, yes, give myself some credit, but I was real prideful and not accepting that the same good that I do, my wife does the same good as well. So wait, what makes mine more better than hers? And that just, I'm sorry, but that just brought me to the point of something that was actually going on in my life currently. And I had to swallow some pride and some ego. And I think it's because of the upbringing that I had that wouldn't allow me to see it at first. But because of this deconstruction that I'm going through, it's causing me to elevate my thinking just a little bit and realize I'm still not shit if I don't do the right thing. And I can't put my right things to the front and act like what someone else is doing is not as equally as good as mine. But because of the upbringing that I had, well, I'm thinking, well, because I'm a man, I'm trying to do it right, then I ought to be acknowledged. No, it ain't a good thing because you don't go to jail. That's normal. So doing good is what you're supposed to do anyway. So the other person is doing good too. So yours is no greater than theirs.
yeah, and like I don't know if believers allow themselves to recognize that it usually is a lot of people who are raised in a religious household that end up, getting in trouble with the justice system, right? Damn near all of us, except for maybe one, two, two of us have, been arrested before. Have gone. I'm the only one who basically like has been on their own since they were 15, but all of us either have gotten in trouble, became teenage parents. Being in church 6 days a week didn't stop any of that. You know, it didn't,
It
and and
made you
and I
want to get
didn't.
out and just explore it more.
Yeah, and I didn't raise my children in that, and I didn't have that problem with them growing up. Right? I don't. None of my children became parents as teenagers. My oldest son is 22. Um, shit, my oldest son just turned 23. He's 23, and I have multiple. 23. Not as adults. Not as adults. As a teenager, and they're all sealed.
Well, I
But
got lucky. I only have one, and I didn't have them until I was 30.
oh, I can remember one time I got caught stealing cigarettes, and I had like 6 packs. So the guy, like, I'm running out the store, and I had a sweatshirt on. When I tell you, he did like, "Are you kidding?" Like, grabbed my hoodie and yanked me back. And as he's like walking me back in the store, I'm like, "Oh shit!" Like I tell the man that I'm on my period. I said, "Yes, you made me bleed on myself." So I go to the bathroom and I put some of the packs inside my pennies. So we get caught with less packs. But my dad was so pissed that he had to get up out of the bed in the middle of the night and come and get me. Like that was another time he had to come out. It was always my dad who had to come get my ass. Like one time I was like drunk as fuck. He had to come get me, and like he's in the car. I had got to fighting. He was in the car. He's like, "You stink. You smell like alcohol." Like he's going off. But like every time, he always had to come get me. And one time he said that he told me I was driving him crazy because he said that I'm taking his sleep. And he said I sit up in the middle of the night and wonder if I got enough insurance to bury you. And although like it affected me, it still wasn't enough. That wasn't enough to change me. It
Hey,
was it was him. It was me hearing in his voice that he was fucking done with my ass. Like he was disappointed. Like I was high out of my mind, and he called me on a Sunday to check on me, and he could tell that I was high, and the disappointment in his voice, like he was done. And I was like, oh hell no,
you,
like
you know what I used to tell
not
my
this
parents?
nigga.
Tell my parents and my aunties and the people who call themselves raising me. I used to tell them, y'all ought to be glad about me. If it wasn't for me, I wouldn't have y'all. Y'all wouldn't have a relationship with God because y'all say I keep y'all on y'all knees praying. So y'all not be mad at me.
For real.
Good. I thank you for allowing us to go down memory lane. And I want to say that I am so grateful to be a part of, be able to join this platform. You ladies, I love you guys. Y'all speak so eloquent and well, and I'm glad that y'all can get gangster boogie too. You know what I'm talking about? So hey, I love y'all, man, and keep doing what you're doing because it's very helpful to me. And for those who want to hear it, let them hear it.
Hey, good morning, y'all. Can y'all hear me?
Hey Fee.
Hey, I'm whispering because I went to Charlotte and got my mom this weekend, so she's with
Hey
me, and I don't
Fee.
want to wake her up. Good morning. It's something you said I wanted to mention because I struggled with this early in my deconstruction about the concept of figuring out if there were any beneficial aspects to who I am now that came from something that I'm wholeheartedly rejecting. And a friend of mine, and I think I shared this before, a friend of mine, we were in just a general conversation. I was still like in my angry phase because I'm like, I missed out on everything. I didn't get, they told me all these lies, blah, blah, blah. But two things can be true at the same time. And there are certain aspects of what I looked at it like this. You can like the frame, but not like what's on the canvas. You can appreciate the structure that the frame creates, but not necessarily like the picture. So part of the deconstruction process for me, I had to look at it like I'm cutting out the canvas because I didn't paint that picture. It was painted for me, but there were certain things about the frame that I did like. There were certain things that I had to adjust, but it doesn't mean one doesn't cancel out the other. Like in Jehovah's Witnesses didn't do like all of the tarrying and the theatrics and things like that, but we had to be extremely studious. And I think that being raised in that type of environment, connecting with my dad that way, because he and I used to research and read all the time. And yeah, it was very limited and it was very directed, but it still gave me that foundation to love learning, to appreciate research, to know how to make notes, to read something and then be able to kind of think about it. Yes, it was confined, but I still learned that skill set of developing those thinking skills. So I think that it's okay to give ourselves permission to look back fondly over the things that we're looking at differently now. That doesn't erase the benefit that we gained. My dad used to say that if it wasn't for the religion, we would have been all, like every other girl in the projects that grew up and maybe made bad choices. And I completely disagree with that because he was erasing who we were individually, because me and both my sisters are completely different people, even though we were raised in the same religious household. So I just wanted to add that it's definitely possible to look back on these things and say, oh yeah, that's a beneficial thing. Like thinker, I don't think that the Bible provides any revolutionary guidance. I disagree with much of what it says in terms of personal relationships because it wasn't rooted in anything remotely close to understanding of the human psyche. So I think that it creates this dissonance in us where well, it did in me, where I felt like I had to hate everything about it because I was so mad at it and I knew it wasn't true. And I had been taught wrong and all of these things, but there were some beneficial things. Like I look back fondly over the conventions that we went to. Like it was the time of the year where all of our friends from all over the region got together. You met new people. Like it was fun, and it was okay for me to hold on to those fond memories. And I think that's something that we have to remember in deconstruction because it can get really heavy.
Because I know it gave me a strong sense of a confidence to be able to talk. It let me be comfortable to be in any crowd. Like that's what I was asking Thinker because I didn't want to just discredit everything because
Yep.
some of it helped build a personality that I am comfortable with around others. Like being on this panel and talking. It brought up some confidence in me being able to speak, even though I'm not the most eloquent speaker, but I still have confidence, and that was one of the things that it did give me.
Yeah. and
Yeah,
and
I
I think
wish that I could say the same thing. Like for me, like I said, I didn't necessarily build community within the church, and I didn't hang out with people at the church like my siblings did, and so my memories from it, like being in the church was more so obligatory,
Yes.
and wanting to, like, being told that you have to move up in the organization, like you have to become an usher, do the choir director, become a missionary, then become an evangelist, right? And then go out and start preaching. So I was more so focused on that, and I think my goal of that has always been like the same thing as it is today, right? Like trying to fix what I see is wrong, if that makes sense. Um, and so like there isn't really much for me that I can, other than like Fee said, the conventions. But I think for me, because my father died the night of a convention,
Mm, wow.
yeah, like, and his anniversary is getting ready to come up in a couple of days. Um, but I think for me, to think about the conventions is a like something that I put outside of my mind because I did lose him the night of a convention. But like that would have been like the only thing. Um, but like other, I never really felt comfortable in that environment. Like it wasn't my home like a lot of people made it. It wasn't my community like a lot of people made it. And I'm the only one in my whole family who never dated or married somebody within the denomination. Like all of my friends, even the man I married, was outside of the church.
Like for me, when I think about the submissiveness part, right? But in my mind, I have always tried to take anything that was trying to bound me to negativity, depression, anxiety. I used to use laughter as healing, but when I equate it to submission part, I say I try to find the good in everything so that it keeps me from being depressed, keep me from having bad thoughts. So I I flipped the script. So even though they were teaching submissiveness, whether through good slaves or through surrendering to the spirit or whatever was bad, I didn't let it bound me. And I don't know if I took that part, I feel like I took that part of it and just said, in life, I'm not going to let nothing beat me up. I'm not going to let anything hold me down. But where did I learn that from? So that's what I kind of think. Some of the things that Fee was saying, I may enjoy the framework, but some of the stuff embedded wasn't with good intentions. But I still can find something to say. Well, at least it did let me do this.
Yeah.
Think about, oh, I'm sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, yeah. I agree, and that's why I was saying everybody has different experiences with the religion and with the belief system, and so I don't think there's just one right answer to that, or
And I don't want to be up here pushing it either now. I don't want nobody to get that because I clearly have a different view of the words and how I read the words. So I'm not up here pushing that. And I don't want to give your listeners the wrong thoughts because I am under deconstruction. But
No. I don't. No, I don't think anybody thinks that. What I'm saying is like everybody's experience is different, right? Like Fee was a Jehovah Witness. You and I were Kojic, but I was Kojic in Tennessee. You were Kojic in Alabama. I'm. I didn't grow up in my parents' household. Like my siblings have memories that I don't have because I was out on my own at 15. You know, and so when I did go back around the family, uh, as an adult and started going to church and getting into the church, I already had a different life. And so I didn't embed my life into theirs. And so my experience is different. And then how I viewed my being in it was different too. I like for me, like I was always on a mission. And it was just different. And I don't necessarily, other than the parents that I have, and I can't even say that I'm grateful that they were in the religion because I think it took a lot from them. Like even today with my mom, I wish that she was allow herself to live more life, and I see her hurt. She's anytime like she's cried to me about things like times where we should be celebrating because she's waiting on this God to give her permission to do things. She can't celebrate with me when things happen in my life, you know? And so I feel like it has taken a lot from my parents. And I don't think they are, the, I definitely don't think that my dad is the loving dad that he was because of this religion. My dad had horrible parents growing up, and he told himself even before he got in this religion that when he grows up, he's going to be a better father than his father. And he made himself a promise that when he have children, that he's not going to raise them in the projects, and he's going to be there for them, right? And he did that. He was an amazing father. He was an amazing father to us. He had 7 kids. My uncle and auntie died. He took on them 3. My oldest cousin got kicked out the house when she got pregnant. He took her on. His sister was out she was on drugs. He took her 2 kids on. And then when we would bring our friends home, when they had bad parents, they would come and stay with us. My dad never met a child that he didn't want to help father because he had horrible parents growing up. And so I don't think it had, my dad isn't who he was because of the God. My dad is who he was because of who he was.
yes.
You know, my mom is who she is because of religion, because like she didn't know anything else. She went from her parents to my dad, and that's all she's known. And she is an amazing woman. I love her to death, but she loves the God too. And so there are things that I think it's stopping her from being able to have a relationship with me. It's stopping her from being able to have a relationship with herself, with her life. And so I don't necessarily, there isn't anything that I can necessarily look at and say that I am who I am because of the religion. While there were good things that, like fun things that we, did while I was there, but I don't think that it made me who I am.
I also think that the concept of all or nothing is a mindset that I had to push through. Like I don't have to hate everything about it in order to dissect it and see how I see it. I think that's a religious residue, or for me, it felt like religious residue because even people that I engage with that I don't find it pleasant or enjoyable, I still learn something. I benefit from, okay, this is how they cut me off, or this is how, when I feel myself getting frustrated and wanting to cut them off, I learn something. So I think when the journey becomes the destination, we don't have this tendency to try to put things in buckets. When the lesson becomes the goal, we don't necessarily have to label it either good or bad. It's an experience that led to who we are. And all of those experiences, inside religion, outside of religion, our parents, their upbringing, the choices that they made for us, and our upbringing, all of that leads to who we are. And some of that may feel better than others, but one doesn't cancel out the other. So I think being able to give ourselves permission, like Thinker was saying, to look back on those things for what they were, how they made us feel, but all of those things, it creates the composite of who we become as humans.
That's why I said, like, when believers be like, oh, you honor your ancestors, I'm going to honor who my ancestors were. My grandmother, like, she did not play. And like the humor that y'all hear me have, that's Granny Poo. Like, that is all vast tie. It's so much so that, like, my grandmother means so much to me. She would call me Miss Piggy. I don't know, because I'm skinny as fuck. But for some reason, to her, I was Miss Piggy or Icky. And like, she means so much to me that, like, my daughter has her middle name. And when she died, there's no way in hell that I'm not going to honor who she was in my life, because when there were times when my mother and my father couldn't feed us, Granny Pooh came through. Farina and tripe and the big buttermilk biscuits and the ham, the country ham. Like, Granny came through. And like, sometimes, like, we'll sit around and we'll just talk about, somebody will just say Farina, and like, it's Granny. I'm going to always honor who she was in my life. Her humor. When I was going through domestic violence, she told me to boil some rice. She said, you better have that pot ready. She said, don't you let him put his hands on you no more. Like, Granny Pooh taught me to fight back, like, not to sit there and let myself, be abused. My dad, right? Like, he saved my life. I'm not gonna say Jesus did it when I know that it was my father who always stuck his hand out for me times that I didn't deserve it. I'm going to honor the people in my life. I'm gonna honor their lives, right? The stories that they've shared with me that made them who they are, the moments that I've spent with them that made me who I am. I'm gonna honor that shit, and I teach it to my kids. I taught, like, my kids didn't get to meet my dad that way. My dad died when my my second daughter was 1. And so my kids don't remember my father, but they know him because I talk about him all the time. Right. And like, I just passed down who he was to them. And like, that's the power in our ancestors, in keeping their memories alive, their stories alive, their DNA and our blood and our bodies, because it makes you who you are.
It's hard not to honor them when that's who out here talking to me. I don't know what God voice sound like. I don't know what Jesus voice sound like, but I hear my mama saying, boy, you better do this. I hear my grandmama saying, one monkey don't stop no show. Those are the voices that I hear in my head when I'm faced with a dilemma. So I attributed, the thoughts that I hear in my guidance from my ancestors, because I don't know who that God is or who that Jesus is. I can't see his face. I don't know what his voice sounds like. And it's so many descriptions of he was here, he was there. I don't know how to speak no overseas language, so how am I know what he's saying? And how he know to speak what good? Well, anyway.
I'm gonna tell you, like, that. There was one time I had a dream. I told y'all, like, my sister said she doesn't mind me telling her story, but I had a dream one time. My dad was in the dream, and he was looking at me, and I was like, "Where you been?" And he looked at me and he said, "You're not my only daughter." And I looked at him like, "Whoa, what you mad about?" And the dream panned to my brother and my mom standing on the circle, and he was trying to, like, communicate with them, but they weren't hearing him. And he looked at me and he told me to, like, basically check on my sister. And so I texted her the next day and I told her about the dream, and I said, I know that, I said, I feel like after dad died, I didn't check on you as much as I should have. And I was like, I'm sorry. And she was like, yeah, because he was my dad too. And I was like, you're right. You know, I'm sorry. I should have checked on you, you know, more than I did. And then she, at that time, you know, she was saying that she was having heart problems. And so I, you know, told her to go to the doctor and get checked on. But what it turned out is she was going through psychosis, and I didn't know it at the time, but my brother and my mother knew about it, and they were saying, "Oh, they was giving it to God. God's gonna handle it. God's gonna handle it." And one day, my mom called me and was like, "Your sister done locked me in the house." And so I had to. My mom lived 45 minutes away from me, and she was staying with my mom. So I had to drive out there, and when I get there, my mom is like standing by the door, scared because my sister's outside, done locked my mama inside the house, acting like a demon.
Mm.
And so I go and I was a little irritated because I'm looking at my mom like, why are you let her lock you in the house like this? So I go outside and she's standing by the trash can and she's like just talking like a Jamaican. And I just sit there quietly and I just let her do what she's gonna do. And I said, Mom, I'm about to take her to the hospital. And my brother, who's a pastor, he comes over, and like as they was going to try to do an exorcism. I'm like, no, we're going to the hospital. And so I drove her to the hospital. My brother stood outside the hospital because the way she was acting was like, you know, she had a demon, and he was afraid, and so he's standing outside the emergency doors, him and his wife, and I'm like, y'all not gonna come in? He's like, no. So like he's in the emergency room talking about y'all gonna see a show tonight, like doing all of this in the ER.
So keep your mind on Jesus. Say
Man, I'm like, oh my goodness. So I talked to the nurses. They were not going to see her. So I said, where is your charge nurse? Because she needs to be seen. So I had to get a charge nurse for them to see her. I had to like basically just show her love, right? To get her to behave and get her to, you know, do what the doctors need her to do. And the whole time, like she's in the hospital bed, she's like, I don't want you. I want where's my brother? Go get the pastor. Like she's trying to make me, like try to convince me like she has this demon. And I'm like, you got me. Pastor ain't here. You got me. You gonna be all right. Like I'm just sitting there, you know. And that's when they told me they were gonna admit her. And I end up tucking her in and I kissed her and I told her like everything's gonna be okay. And I hated leaving her there knowing that they were getting ready to admit her. So I called my mom and my brother. They were so fucking mad at me for letting them
but
admit
you
her.
showing compassion and love.
For letting them admit her. So the whole weekend, like I'm arguing with them all weekend. They end up getting an injunction to get her out. She was home one day and she damn near set my mama's house on fire. She got into it. She body slammed my brother. They had another pastor come over there. She goes off on that pastor. They tried to do an exorcism on. Next thing you know, they had to call the police. They ended up readmitting her. And I told myself, y'all need to let her stay because she's going through psychosis. Let her stay. And she ended up staying. She ended up getting the help that she needs. And she's better for it now. And she tells me all the time, had you not fought for me, I don't know where I would be. And in the dream, like I feel like the dream, my dad was basically like, hey, like I'm trying to get in touch with them. They can't hear me, right? Because they've given her over to God,
Yeah.
you know. And if it were not for the dream, I wouldn't have known that this was happening, that this was going on with my sister,
Yeah. Real talk.
right? Yeah. So and not saying that my dad came like um you know that, oh, he's alive somewhere, not that. It's the connection, if that makes sense, the DNA, right? That connection that you have, the information that's in our minds that sometimes we just ignore and we don't know that we're thinking about or should be thinking about. Had I not had that dream, there's no telling where my sister would be today because, like, Lord have mercy, she was.
I'm glad you tapped in, you know, and I've been listening for some months, and this makes you so much more relatable. So, you know, even with all the followers you get and likes and gifts, I think that this right here, I hope it helps people to understand that you're just like us. You have normal experiences just like us, and you have been through situations just like us. So I say this to say, y'all, come on, join in, get this teaching,
Absolutely.
understanding, because I promise you, this makes me so much more comfortable. And this my sister right here. She good, do your thing. So y'all better come on and get this learning. And I have special needs that I have to take care of, and I'm gonna still be here. But I thank you for letting me come up and man and talk with you, chop it up with you. You feel like I feel like I've known you all my life now.
Drinking my coffee. Well, I definitely thank you for coming up, and it was an awesome conversation. Thank you for allowing me to go down memory lane. I
Good with
appreciate you. Like it's perfect because my brother wants me to write a song for my dad's anniversary, like his death anniversary, and I told him I was like I'm waiting on the words to come to me, but I feel like I probably will be able to write the song today. So I appreciate you
don't forget
for this
Hank.
conversation as well.
Say what's up, Hank.
I got you. I got you.
Hey, y'all
Thank
have a
you.
great one.
All right, have a good one.
Have a good one, Hank.
Mr. Hank.
Thank you.
Sean, are you in there on purpose? Y'all remember, if you are in the community and you're in the guest request box, unless I see a comment from you, I'm going to think that TikTok threw you in there on accident, okay? And I don't want you staying in there. If you're actually waiting to come up, I don't want you waiting to come up because that's your stage priority, okay? Agape?
No, I didn't want to come up.
Okay, no
I'm
worries.
just here listening, but I
Oh,
enjoy you all the time. Thank you.
thank you so much. Have a good day, okay?
You too.
Okay, thank you, Sean.
I was just about to tell you.
Yeah, thank you, OMG. I appreciate you.
I just want to say I'm my favorite deconstruction host. I love me a lot, and I think that I'm the best.
I think you're
Thank
the
you
best
also.
too. I think somebody else think you're the best. That picture was insane.
I was like, damn, bro, you could have been subtle at least.
Yeah, man, that ain't subtle at all.
Oh, the bear.
Yeah,
What picture?
in
Yeah.
his
It's in
Discord.
Discord.
I'm gonna look.
Y'all,
Fucking,
please
I
tap
wonder why
screen.
I
Let
want to
us
be
get
my
up
dad. Want to be
to
my son.
let's get up to 400K real quick. Let's go for 400 shares. And if you have not become a super fan, I'm sorry. What do we call them, Thinker?
Super nerds.
Okay, if you haven't become a super nerd, go ahead and become a super nerd. Mr. Luther, you gotta wait your turn. And Caps are for mods. Do the gifting thing, and we appreciate you. Hi, Roosters.
Hey, Sean, how are you?
I'm good. How are y'all
Hey,
doing?
Sean.
Doing good.
Hey, Sean.
I'm a deconstructor. I'm deconstructing.
Did you come out to talk about a topic, or did you want to talk about your deconstruction journey?
Um, the topic, eternal life in heaven, is it a scam? Um, I think it is. I mean, I was gonna say similar things to what the previous um person said when he was talking about um. I'm sorry, I'm nervous, guys. About how in Kojic Church, how um
You were coaching
they
too?
yes ma'am, yeah.
Goodness gracious. We got a
Hmm.
lot of Kojic today. There's somebody else in there. It's Kojic. And wow.
Yeah. And how, they talk about heaven and the mansions and things like that. And the same way, my deconstruction journey, um, it, the emphasis wasn't on heaven per se versus hell. It was like, I felt like everything that I was doing while deconstructing was gonna lead me to hell. That was always on my mind, always. And even now, sometimes when I think about it, I'm like, am I a reprobate? I have those questions in my mind, and I think that it's just a tool that Christians use to keep us um, Christian. And I said I didn't say yes. I do believe that heaven is a scam, just like hell is. I think it's just a scheme that Todd set up.
Yeah. The way it was sold to us in Kojic was always, on that great and mighty day, the streets of gold, the mansion in the sky, constantly praising God. Like it was sold like paradise, and it's not that in the Bible. You know, I do feel duped, and it feels kind of bad saying that I was duped because it was my dad was my preacher. That's the only pastor I've ever had as an adult. As a kid, my dad had a different pastor when they was taking us to church. My mom and dad had a different pastor, but all I know is what my dad taught me, and it's not what the Bible says. And he taught what he was taught, but it definitely does feel like people are given this Beverly Hills version of heaven to make them want to give up everything here on earth to achieve for that.
Yeah, and I've been on different, um, I guess, panels. Every now and then I would, and one of them we was talking about this kind of, and there was a phrase that I had heard, and it described my daddy because my dad was also a pastor as well. And um, have you heard this before? It says, "Don't be so heavenly minded that you're no earthly good." Have you heard that term
Mm,
before?
I've heard that term before, yeah.
And that I think that's the mind frame that a lot of Christians want us to uphold, is just to be so so heavenly minded that that's all we think about. And it's I think that it's a flawed way of thinking. And I've always been the type of person to ask questions, and I've always been that way. And um, when I started deconstructing it, I can't even begin to explain how free it felt, to finally be okay with thinking and asking questions and doing research and not feeling like I'm doing something wrong.
Yeah, and Cody, what are the things like? Were you taught the first natural then spiritual thing?
Can you refresh my memory?
That first you have to feed the natural uh, being, take care of the natural, and then the spiritual.
No, I haven't heard that. I don't think so. Mm-mm.
That the reason why I asked is because you said like you were raised, don't be so heavenly minded that you know earthly good. That reminded me of that, which is that's one thing that my dad used to always talk about, is because I think that is one thing that comes from the Bible. Is you take care of the natural first before you take care of the spiritual. But what we're seeing in society today is that people are all spiritual and like damn near rejecting their natural the fact that they are humans, right? Um, and so when you were talking about like being too spiritual or too heavenly minded that you're no good on earth, I think that's what we're seeing people are today. Like they forget, like you can preach to a person who's hungry, but what good is that going to do? They still hungry after you preach to them, right? And they probably not paying attention to you because their stomach is growling, right? Like you take care of the natural. Like don't forget that you are immortal before you try to feed the mind, whether you're trying to help them get a job, whatever, before you try to feed the mind of someone who's struggling, help them with that struggle first so that they can pay attention to what it is that you're trying to give them in their life, right? Whether you call it heavenly or spiritual or whatever. That's one thing my dad always taught me is to put your earthly duties first.
Yeah. My dad, he was he was heavenly minded and was no earthly good. That was my dad to the core. I remember there were times that and this happened in my adulthood with him. And so he um I remember calling him and asked just to see how he was doing. And he was like this all the time. He'd be like, I'm blessed, I'm blessed. And you know, God this and God that. And I'm like, Dad, I want to know how you are doing. Like how are you doing? Because you know, we can tell when something's up with our parents and stuff like that. I know that I can. And so I knew that something was up and he just wasn't honest. And he actually died in that state. My dad died of an accidental overdose of coke. And he would that was something that he was doing without he didn't tell anybody, didn't talk about that with anybody. And but if you were to call him and ask him how he was doing, I'm blessed and God this and God that, without just being for real. Like I wanted my dad, and I felt like I didn't get that because he was just in this space of, I don't know, just
Um, yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, Sean. And like it sounds like some. So I know as a pastor's kid, you could see the stress that a like was your dad in charge of a church? Like was he the lead pastor or?
yes.
And you see the stress that they're under, the pressure to be perfect, right? Because they're the leader, and a lot of times I would see that stress like with my dad, and when you ask how they're doing, they feel like they have to be okay because they're preaching and telling everybody else to be okay. And like I told you like before my dad died, he told me he was done with the church because of the things that had happened. Um, he was done, and he was heartbroken when he died, and I was upset because I didn't understand how the God could allow someone like him to go through what he went through and to die on the side of the road like he was some roadkill and heartbroken the way that he was. Being a pastor is like, especially if you're someone who believes what you're preaching, it's a lot of stress because it sets a bar to be or live a certain way, and it's the bar is so high, like it's damn near unattainable, and then you're depending on the people who you're preaching to actually take root and take you know take you're responsible for the people taking what you're teaching and actually becoming what you're preaching Jesus wants them to be. And then people depend on you. They're calling you to help you pay their bills and stuff like that. And so it can be a lot of stress, and you feel like you there isn't anybody like when you say I'm not okay. I know with my dad, sometimes he didn't think that people actually wanted to know how he really felt. Does that make sense? Like they were not really asking. It was a formality. And I'm not saying that that's what happened with your dad, but I know as a pastor's kid who was close to their dad, that's one thing that I did notice with him.
Yeah, and when I had expressed to him, like, you're talking to me, I'm your daughter. I know that something's wrong with you. I know that something's going on. Or just I would we actually argued about it because I told him, I said, don't mention God at all. I want to know how you are doing. And he got upset because I said that, and we kind of went back and forth. And I wouldn't I don't think I was decent. Maybe I've always been deconstructing. I don't know. But this was years before he passed, and this was whenever I said that to him. And I didn't mean it in that way. Like, don't talk to me about God. It was just for once, I want to know how you're doing. Because at that time I was in Christian college, so God meant a lot to me. So I didn't mean it in that way, but I know that it upset my dad when I said that. But I was just emphasizing on how much I just wanted him. And I think a lot of Christians end up, um, I don't know if like you said, especially a person being a pastor or just being a Christian, period. I feel like you have to put on this facade that everything's all right.
Yeah, especially in Kojic, right? Mental health was not
Yes.
like if you even said that were suffering with mental illness or felt depressed, it was you don't sinned against God or we don't do depression here. You keep your mind on God. Like it wasn't necessarily addressed. And I can remember my dad sitting in his truck, like his work truck, and he was sitting outside the house. It was a couple of days before he died. And I'm like, leaning in the window talking to him, and he's breathing funny. And I looked at him and I said, "Why are you breathing like that?" And he was like, "I'm okay," you know. And my dad was suffering. He was hurt, you know. He was hurt by what those seven pastors did the last year of his pastoral anniversary. And my mom has never wanted me to talk about it because like she told me that like if I were to talk about it, then people would start saying that my daddy wasn't saved, and I didn't. And this is the first time that I'm ever letting it come out of my mouth because she didn't want that because she was worried about him being hurt and depressed with what people would say. But the reality is that he was hurt. He was fucking hurt by the church. He was hurt. And because of the role that they have is often ignored because you have to you know have this image, right? Because you're claiming like this is who God chose as a leader, you know. And I was thinking too, like when I was talking about how he would always, anybody that needed somebody, he was always there. And he's not just my dad, right? I had seven brothers and sisters, and sometimes my younger brothers, he died when they were young. They were still in high school when he died, and so they didn't get all of him, right? And then they had to split him too with the other kids whose fathers left, or his our cousins. And so sometimes when I talk to my brothers, they talk about how they didn't get how they would sometimes feel jealous because they had to share my father with so many people, right? And they didn't have him the way that they wanted him either, because he was out being pastor to so many people.
I also have 7 sisters and 1 brother.
Oh wow! So
Hmm.
you know what it's like.
Hmm.
Yeah.
And I was so my dad had um before he had my younger 3 siblings. It was us, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, us four. Sometimes I have to do the math. So it was just us. And growing up, we were we were daddy's girls, like so close. And my dad, he people would mistake my dad for being our brother. Like we go four wheeling, we do all kinds of stuff. And we were very, very close. And then when I was 14, my parents separated, and that my dad stopped preaching after that. And I know that it hurt him, because you know how when you grow up, you start to put stuff together, and you can just tell my dad was hurt just by the things he would say, the things he would do. And I recognized that as I grew up. And then a couple years later, his mom died, and he was very close to his mom. And then after that, my dad started driving 18 wheelers, and it went from us seeing him, whenever he was off, to every now and then, until it just stopped for like 10 years. We didn't hear from my dad or see him. And then when we finally got back in contact with my dad, he came back home, and maybe I don't know how many years later, probably 5 or 6 years later, that's when he passed. But um, we were very close, and to go from just putting myself in my dad's shoes, I know that my dad was also hurt. I think he died from a broken heart. And then cause we meant the world to him. And something that he would always say is that he wants to, I don't know how I'm trying to figure out exactly how he said it, but basically his girls meant everything to him. His children meant everything to him, and he wanted to just be his best self. And he presented in a way of like Job. Like he wanted to come with many bearing gifts, just being the dad that we knew he was. And I'm like, we don't need that. We just want my dad. And I think he was embarrassed. I think he was embarrassed by just everything. It's a lot, but um yeah. And I
Yeah.
believe that whenever he passed, I think one of the first thoughts he may have thought was, I didn't have to do all that. I could have just, I could have just, been with my girls, been with my kids, and just, you know, because he didn't have to do that. He didn't have to shun himself from us.
Yeah. I know exactly how you feel. And I think, like, for me, the thing that helped me, because, like, after he died, I tried to, like, carry on his legacy in the church. And eventually I realized, like, this isn't me. But I tried to be what, they wanted me to be when he was alive, and carry the church forward. Um, but that just, it wasn't me. And it took me like 14 years to allow myself to grieve. But what really allowed me to heal was to stop, imagining him dying on the side of the road. Stop thinking about the fact that when he died, he was not happy. He was sad. Stop thinking about that, and think about the impact that he did have while he was alive, because he touched a lot of lives, right? And he accomplished every goddamn thing that he said he was going to do in life. He accomplished it. And I was getting my car fixed one day at a auto shop, and the mechanic was like, "You such and such daughter, aren't you?" And I was like, "Yeah, how you know that?" He said, "You look just like him." And he said, "Your daddy saved my life." And he said, when I was in jail, he said, "Your dad used to come and see me all the time." He said he would talk to me. He said, "I am who I am today because of your dad." And like that wasn't the first time that anybody has ever said that to me, but that day was different for me. And the next day was like I sat I sat up. It was like 6 o'clock in the morning, and it was like all the memories, the things that he had done in his life, even from the time that he was a child, the stuff that he would tell me and show me. All of those memories just flooded me, and I let out the loudest cry. And it was like 14 years of grieving that I was able to release, because although he's gone, he's still fucking here, because I can go anywhere in the city and somebody's gonna say, like I told y'all on his birthday, the electric company send us messages on social media. It's like, hey, your dad's legacy is still here. And like the stuff that he did, the people who he helped, is still here. He ain't gone anywhere. And he did not waste his life. If there's anything that I can say about him, is that he did not, his life, he lived that motherfucker to the fullest. And it didn't matter what the fuck he was going through. And he went through some shit.
I feel like we have very similar, like we're very similar in that way, because there's nowhere I can go in my small town that somebody's not talking about my dad.
That's why I say, like, there are some pastors who believe what they were taught and who actually try to live. They actually try to live this.
And I think that's why when you were saying the other day, Thinker, and I wish I could hug both of y'all right now. I think when you were saying the other day about honoring your ancestors, like we saw their struggle, we saw their intent, we saw those tears that they wouldn't let fall. So absolutely, you can think back on the fact that both of y'all can think back on the fact that all of our dads, and I know it's not true for everybody, but most of our parents did the absolute best they knew how. They had the absolute best intent in using this tool, which was the only thing they had access to as well. And they wanted to help people. They did what they did because they were trying to make a difference, a positive difference in the lives of other people. And they did. And there's absolutely nothing wrong. There's nothing demonic about being able to. I do the same thing when I go back home, because I do look a lot like my dad as well. And my dad was a big character. Like he did the prison ministry, like, but he related to people on the street level because he was from the streets. And I think it's those people who grew up in a time where they didn't have the parents that they wanted to be. They didn't even have the tools to be the parents we needed them to be, but they did their damnedest with what they had to give us and those around them what they needed. And they honor that. Absolutely honor that. You're not going to get this type of connection talking about Abraham. We don't know who the fuck he was. He never took us to McDonald's. Like, you know what I'm saying? He never showed
Exactly.
up for people for people around us the way that our families did. And even though it was not ideal, because nothing is, they were just living the only life they had as well. They were figuring it out the best way that they could. They had to pivot sometimes, just like we're pivoting right now. That's what life is about. And there's nothing wrong with remembering that and honoring that.
Absolutely, and I think it reminds us that we're human and it is okay to not be perfect. It's okay to fuck up. A lot of times, religion will tell you that, oh, you don't messed up your life.
Mhm.
You know, they'll make you feel like you stuck in a fucking loop, like you can't unless you have Jesus, right? Like you can't be better, and that's just not true.
No, it's not. And I also think that just this idea of perfection, put that shit in the trash can because it doesn't exist. I learned
Exactly.
I learned so much more from my mistakes than I do my successes. What just think about the space for new information in a win. I did exactly what I was supposed to do to accomplish my goal. Maybe I could have made some, adjustments, but when I fail, all I know, when I make a mistake, all I have room for is growth and learning. So when that is the destination, not perfection, but growth and development and just becoming more aligned with who and what you are as a person, your true character, that's success. And I think that's what all of our parents did.
Not y'all going after Hank
I know,
and
right?
the and that's my daddy's nickname, Hank. That's but no, like I'm grateful. Like I said, I'm grateful for Hank, and I'm grateful for you, Sean, for coming up. And the reality is that coaching causes a lot of trauma, right? And people in the Kojic organization are afraid to talk about the trauma. I don't have like Kojic didn't do anything to me, right? I don't have experiences where a bishop did this or a missionary did this or somebody in the church did that. I don't. But Kojic teaches you to keep secrets. I don't like the fact that Kojic teaches against mental health. And anytime I would say anything about mental health, it's shut down. And you're made to feel like if you are struggling mentally, that means that you've done something against the God or something is wrong with you. Right. And so, but I definitely, I think there needs to be like a support group for Kojic.
Yeah, yeah.
I didn't
And then,
realize. Oh, I'm sorry.
no, I'm sorry if you go ahead.
I was saying what Special K just put in. Like I didn't. It's these conversations that point out the similarities between like religions. Like there was the whole, moving up in the organization or working hard to get appointed to this position. I mean, of course, it was gender based, but all of those things, the concept of hustling for worth, like that validation always being outside of you, needing to hear applause instead of being your own applause, like all of that shit is baked into these religions. So I think you're right. Like my sister and I were talking about the Jehovah's Witness aspect of it, how being able to like we talk about religion and the doctrines and beliefs and things like that, but there are things that are germane to very specific religions that only those in that religion can understand. So I agree with you. Coaching needs one, J Dubs need one, like Mormons need one. I think all of us.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Definitely do. And another thing, something that I also wanted to point out is when after my dad died, I honestly thought that because I wondered where he was, whether or not I thought he was in hell because he overdosed on coke or in heaven because I that was my thought. I was like, where is my dad? So and I just started a journey and I honestly thought that it was gonna draw me closer to God, but it didn't. And honestly, while I was on that journey, I call it unlearning. I'm just now becoming new to deconstructing. But while I was unlearning everything that I was unlearning, I felt that my daddy was even closer to me now than ever before. Because my dad, he he was very religious, and so I have a sister who married a woman, phenomenal woman, by the way, and my dad didn't come to her wedding. He sent us these scriptures via text message and stuff like that, telling us why it wasn't right and stuff. And that's one of the things that I was mentioned whenever I said, I bet right after my dad left, I bet he was thinking I didn't have to do all that. That's one of the things that I'm referring to. Because like I said, I felt closer to my dad when I started unlearning, and I felt he was closer to me. Like even now, the dreams that I have, and just I don't know, I feel that my dad is here with me now, even more than he could have ever been. Um, Especially by him being a Christian, I feel like he's closer to me now than he could have ever even wanted to be had he been here and been a Christian, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And I don't have thoughts of him in heaven. Um, like I said, I am my father's DNA, and
Mhm.
that DNA is in me. And like I said, there are times where I can make a face, or I'm sitting here the way I sit. Like it is my dad. Like for me, he isn't gone. Um, and that's something that I had to realize, right? Like that, I, I am him carrying. I'm carrying him on, and so are my siblings. We have a part of him in us. And so I get this, my brothers look just like him, right? Even my grandson, the other day, I told y'all when he came in the house, he looked like my dad there's a picture of my dad when he was 9, and my grandson looked just like him. And I picked him up, and my grandson is just sitting there hugging me, like I'm crying because I'm like, oh my god. And my grandson just like, oh, and it's like hugging me, like, and it just
Mhm.
feels like I'm hugging my dad because that's DNA passed down. You know, I don't think of my dad in heaven.
Same, I don't either. This mind frame was when my dad first died. Whenever I was still in Bible college and all of that, I thought that me trying to figure out what my dad was gonna bring me closer to God, but instead it landed me on the journey that I am now. I don't, I don't, my dad is here. He's with me. I am my dad, and I see him in my family. I see him just like we discussed earlier. I see him anytime I go to Huntsville. I cannot go anywhere without somebody telling me about my dad. Um, so he's here, and he's closer to me now than ever. And I don't, and that, I'm not considering a heaven nor a hell, and I'm grateful for that thought process. I'm just grateful for the journey that I'm on right now. I'm grateful for that I came across um, your platform. I'm grateful for Fee. Every time Fee opens her mouth, I just feel like it's gold. And the same for you, Thinker, and a lot of other the people that I've heard in their on their platforms as well. But I'm thankful. I'm grateful to be able to talk to you guys today too.
Well, I definitely thank you as well for coming up and sharing your story. If we, get the support groups together, if I could find somebody to you know, manage each one, because I think Fee has a good idea. Like it needs to be a different one for each denomination. And somebody in the comments was like, "Is there a support group for pastors' kids?" I think there needs to be one for that too, because that's a
Mhm.
whole nother experience. But
Mhm.
I'll keep you updated and let you know.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you so much for coming up. I hope you have a great rest of the day. Okay.
You too. Bye,
Thanks.
guys.
Great talking to you, Sean.
Thank you.
Ducky, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Luther? Luther?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, how are you?
Better today than yesterday, but not as good as tomorrow.
Oh, okay, that's good. How do you know you're not
Uh,
as good as tomorrow?
because every day is a brand new day, and it brings greatness. I am great today. I was great yesterday because I made it through, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to make it to tomorrow because I'm not doing the things I used to do. I'm doing better things in a better way, and yeah, that's
I mean, it's a.
just a positive it's a positive concept that I took on myself. I just turned
Oh,
68
okay.
years old, October the 10th, and with me being 68 years old, I've been married for 37 years, and when I came across your eternal life in heaven scam, and it just drew me to you,
It drew you to me or to the post, like to the
to the
question?
post, to the question,
Okay.
man.
Yeah. Okay.
Let me get it correct.
All right. And so you are a believer, I take it.
Uh, no, I'm not. I'm in reconstruction as far as
Deconstruction or reconstruction?
deconstruction.
Oh, okay. All right. And what are
I was
your?
born.
Oh, go ahead.
I was born Catholic. My mother was Caucasian. My father was African American, and I was in the church, so deep in the church where I used to carry the incense. And when I was young, I went to religious instruction and all. I did the whole thing. And right before they was getting ready to violate me, because I was marked to be violated in the Catholic Church. And I had a situation going on with the nun when I went to religious instruction. I had a situation where I was in the back of the room, messing with one of my friends, and the nun called me up front, said, "Luther, come up here." So I went up there, and back in the day, they used to have big wooden rulers. So she said, "Give me your hand," and I gave her my hand, and she smacked me with the ruler because they believed in corporate punishment. So I pulled my hand back. As soon as I pulled my hand back, I looked at her face and it was like a demon looking at me. So what happened was I left out of the church, after that day was over with. I never went back there. I stopped going to school, and it sent me out into the world, which I'm originally from the South Bronx, born and raised. And that's when I started becoming a gang member. I was in the Five Percenters. I was one of the first rappers that ever did this thing called rap. I grew up with Cool Herc, Flash, Ron DMC, Africa Mambata. One of my best friends was DMX and Luther Vandross. I sing, I act. I've been in construction for like 50 years. So I made good choices by being in the world, but that situation certainly chased me away from the church, where every time I went to church after that, I've always looked at the preacher as a scammer, as one that would first they would start the music, get everybody amped up, and then the next move would be to get the 10% out of everybody, get the money out of everybody, and then he would start pointing his finger, talking about how everybody's going to hell if they don't ride with Jesus. And that's why I say I think church is the pimpology of the oppressor. I did my studies as far as the 64 years of Reconstruction back in the slavery time, when they used to actually they would kill you if they seen you trying to read. So in other words, they kept you from reading until they was allowing you to read, and then they wanted you to read what they wanted you to read, and then they gave the slaves the Bible, which was orchestrated into making them think or reprogramming them to think the way they want you to think. And that's how they got 450 years out of us for free labor, which I believe. It's just allegedly.
Well, I don't necessarily think the Bible was the primary thing that allowed them to enslave us. Like they used a lot of violence,
But
right?
that too.
And
Yes.
yeah, killing our um, ancestors' children in front of them, right? Made people afraid to fight back, and then they also had the psychological warfare of saying that this is if you obey, Jesus says a good slave is an obedient slave, and a saved slave will go to heaven. You'll get your reward in heaven for obeying
Right.
your master. Yeah.
So and I concur with you. I seriously concur with you on that point. Um, my father was a praying man. I remember my father. My mother was Caucasian. My father was African American. So uh, my mother was Catholic. So by her being Catholic, she didn't believe in divorce, right? So I would always ask her, "How can you not believe in divorce, but you believe in messing with a married man?" So I'm actually a bastard child, or classified as a bastard child, where my father was from Aiken, South Carolina, and my mother was from French. She was a French Canadian, and they met in New York. And my father was a Mason, so his father was a Mason. I'm a Mason, or was a Mason. I was practicing Masonry, and on the beat goes on. But I remember my father, when he would get up, he would get on his knees and pray, and before he would go to bed, he would get on his knees and pray. And I didn't know that much about my father because you figure 1957, he was a furrier. He was his job was tailoring and making mink coats and mink stoles and stuff like that, working for the Jews in Manhattan. And my godfather, he used to hang around James Brown and all of the big time singers and this, that, and the other. So my godfather was actually Clyde McFadden, the lead singer of the Drifters. So when they had went to the church and put the water on my head and christened me, I had three godfathers, or three fathers over me when I was being brought into the world in this Christian religion type thing. So moving off of that, I would always ask my mother, why isn't dad here? And she would never tell me why my father wasn't living with me. I would see him occasionally. I only have one picture. My God, I only have one picture with my father and him holding me like uh, Mary was holding Jesus. So it's been a very painful experience not having that balance where the streets actually raised me. It was the streets,
Uh,
the Puerto Ricans, the Rastafarians. We stayed away from the YT people because they was up on the concourse. But when you came off the concourse, you came into the hood, and it was a very challenging experience growing up in the South Bronx. And every day that I would come out the house, I would dream of being able to get out of there. So upon me getting out of there, Colin Powell came to the Bronx, to Kingsbridge Road, and he was soliciting us to go into the military. If you want to get out of the hood, you want to get out of these gangs and everything like that, go into the military. And they had a campaign. This was right after the Vietnam era, when it was like peacetime, in '75. And I went into the National Guard. And just to be some information, Colin Powell's middle name was Luther. So I was always thinking that, was he an angel that was sent to get me out of the Bronx that I was dreaming about? And and for the lack of better words, I just held on to that, and that helped me get through the military thing. So when I went to the National Guard, It was
Just
a
a second.
thing where. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So I do want to cut you off. I
Yes, ma'am.
do want to make sure that we stick to the topic. You sound like you have a fascinating story. A
I'm
lot of
all relating to the scam in
the heavenly scam.
yeah,
Yeah. If
Helen
we if
scam.
okay, if we could get to that just a little bit quicker, um, like
Okay, well, I don't
yeah.
want to mess up your podcast. I don't want to.
Oh, it's not a podcast. Like
I
it's
don't
just
want. I don't.
alive. I just want to make sure that we stick to the topic. Like you do sound like you have an interesting story. Are you able to relate it to the heaven scam?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Uh, okay. Uh,
You were at Colin Powell. You were in the National Guard, and
then when I came out, well, I realized that the National Guard wasn't helping me because I needed more monies to be able to do so. I went to church, and the pastor said, just hold on, Luther, just hold on. And me holding on to the way he was talking about holding on, it was not doing me no justice. So I stopped going to the National Guard where they inducted me into the regular army. So now I'm in the regular army, and from that, I'm going into different religions and trying to find out where my place is in religion, and it just wouldn't appear. It just wouldn't appear, and I was doing uh, crazy other things, and it just wouldn't appear. And
when you say it wouldn't appear, what do you mean it? Like the God? Is that what you're saying? The God
the
wouldn't?
the God, the God that everybody was talking about, the Jesus showing up and saving you, he
Mhm.
never appeared.
Right. Yeah. Like you were praying, and then after that, like how long have you been in deconstruction?
Uh, about 4 months.
Oh wow. So you were a believer up until 4 months ago.
Yes.
What started? Was it the Jesus not appearing for you? Is what started your deconstruction?
Uh, no, I started. My daughter just 36 years old. So, and she just got her master's degree in business. And it seemed like the more I would talk to her about religion, the more she would back up off me. And I'm telling her about how God this and God that, and it was me, my wife, and my daughter living in a townhouse. And what actually this is current. And what
So,
happened
so
was
your daughter's not a believer?
no, not really.
Okay. Okay.
So me trying to put it on her or try to guide her, it's really a troubling situation for me now because I'm looking at it like this thing done drew me far away from my daughter. And that my daughter's my firstborn, and I have a son,
Mm.
and he's in Atlanta. His name is Elijah. I named him after the prophet Elijah. So I'm trying to live my life according to this word, and it done unraveled my family.
Mm. Yeah.
And I've been married for 37 years.
Yeah, we talk a lot in here about how, this in the scripture Jesus says that he doesn't come to bring peace but to cause a divide. And he says to turn the mother against the daughter against the mother. And he says you can't be my disciple unless you're willing to hate mother, son, daughter, father. And when we bring that up to believers, they say he don't mean it like that. And we often ask like, well, if that's not what he means, then why is what's happening?
So, hmm
Yeah.
and actually, my daughter, she has a very very nasty mouth where she talks to my wife any kind of way, and my wife uh patronizes it. Well, she don't mean it like that. We just joke like that. And I'm like, no, Levon, that is not the way children are supposed to joke with their parents. So I was raised in a whole nother setting where do as I say and don't do as I do type thing. That was the way my father was and my mother My mother was an alcoholic. My father was an alcoholic, and how they met. My mother was my father's fling, so it was really chaotic. And it's crazy how what you just said that it's an actual fact. Because my sons against the fathers and daughters against the mothers. That's what's going on, and it's crazy.
Yeah, one have to wonder, like, what is Jesus's point in that? And I know that, like, some believers will say, well, it's because, you know, some people will choose Jesus or choose God to put God first and be willing to lose family members. And because the family members that aren't willing to put God first, they'll say, well, they're the reason that the family is falling apart, right? And not that the believer in Jesus is willing to, separate or allow their family to fall apart for the sake of Jesus, right? But if Jesus really is love, and this, I think this kind of goes into the second topic, like, is Jesus' divine power real, or is it in the mind of the believer? Because if Jesus is supposed to be love, or this, peaceful Jesus that we are sold or, preached about, then the results of having this Jesus and bringing this Jesus into your home and giving this Jesus to your children when they're young shouldn't be that your family is fucking broken up.
Facts.
And as I was telling Hank earlier, like, I didn't raise my children in the church the way that I was, and, like, I don't have the issues that our family has. Like, you know, my my kids are very different from how I was, and that's not to say that that they never got in trouble. They did, but not like us. Um, and the like we're a close knit family, and they're still young. Like, when they get out on their own, I'm sure that they're gonna live their life. But we don't have that divide over beliefs. And like I said, my son is a Christian. He's 17. He's still a Christian, and he knows that I'm an atheist. He knows that his brothers and sisters are atheists. Well, the oldest daughter is not an atheist. She's spiritual, but he knows that we don't believe in Jesus or God, and that we think the Bible is mythology. But that doesn't cause a divide,
Right.
you know. And I teach him to critically. I think all of them to think critically about what it is that they believe and why they believe what they believe, and they have an open able to have an open dialogue with me about why I believe what I believe, and that's what keeps the family together. And it's almost like believers see that as demonic, because you're choosing to love your family over something that would cause a divide, which would be this God.
Can I ask you? Do you believe in any part of the Bible?
What do you mean, like, believe in?
Like, do you like study like the first five books?
I
Or
study the
like,
entire book. I study the
okay,
the, the Bible. I study the history around the ancient Near East. Um, any questions that I have about it, like how it affects society, right? How it
hmm,
affects me still today, because I've only been deconstructing now for 7 years. Late 2019, no, 6 years. This is 6 years. Yeah, 6 years. Um, So, like, I still study it to this day, and I don't take the book as like, oh, one big claim. It's a book of multiple claims, right? So there are some things in the book that are true, like events that actually did happen in history. There are you know exaggerated or told in a mythological way, but there's a lot in that book that is mythological. Mythological. I said mythological. That's mythological. And so,
gotcha.
like, it's not just one book, one claim. And I think believers, when I'm talking to believers, they think that I look at the book the way that they look at it. Like, as one claim, there was somebody in the comments tagging me earlier, was like thinking, there's only one divine being. And like the whole purpose is like, if that's the case, then the purpose of these conversations is for you to be able to share what it is that you know, what you think that we have wrong, right? But I find that they can't do that because they look at the book as one big claim, and that claim is Jesus. But I don't think Jesus is divine. I think it's possible that there was a human named Yeshua who convinced, less intelligent people within the Israelite community or the Jewish community that he was the Messiah that they had been taught about growing up. No different than, Messiahs, people who claim to be Messiahs uh, throughout history down to today. But I don't think that he was, divine or rose from the dead or anything like that.
I pretty much concur. Um, I can't help but thinking that, you know, it's a scam to have orchestrated a certain way of mindset for the slave to being able to forgive the slave owner for doing what he did to us for all of those years. I remember when I would my mom's had when President Kennedy was the president, right? They would have Jesus up on the wall, Martin Luther King, and President Kennedy, and they would be like in a structure of chain of command, and it was just it was a hypnotic type mode that we was in the early 70s and the 80s, that it was like, you'll come this way, you're gonna die. And that's the scam part that I see in the religion. And I think it's mostly, on the bottom part of Jesus, the divine power, or in your mind. I think a lot of the believers is just in their mind that, if they believe Jesus, then they'll pursue and they'll reach higher heights, but they got to believe in order for that to happen.
Yeah. I don't think that they realize that they're the ones that's assigning the power to the entity, right? And yeah, because like I've been saying all night, if my mind is powerful enough to deny or reject that power exists, and that power isn't real, either it's really really weak, uh, it isn't real because it's mental. And like, I don't know, like this, I feel like this question, you know, might stump believers, because the reality is if you can't deny true power, and depending on the type of power that you're talking about, right?
Right.
I saw a video of a Taoist, and she was talking about kind of like what I was talking about yesterday, commanding your space when you walk in a room, right? And your mattering. If you are the type of person that you know can command a room, and your presence commands a room, that's true power within the capacity of being human, right? And it can't be
Correct.
denied. No matter what hater, a hater can try their damnedest to ignore your ass, but they won't be able to, right?
Right.
And so if Jesus was God in the flesh, and he is the ultimate power, there shouldn't have been a human that could deny that, no matter how strong that human's mind is. That doesn't make any damn
Facts.
sense to me.
Facts. And the hypocrisy in the Bible, when they said that Jesus said, greater things will you do when I am gone. Okay, now he's gone, and he said, I will guide you unto the Father, and no man gets to the Father but through me. So if you guided me to the Father, then what do I need you for after that? So now that you're not there, uh, now I'm dependent on the Father, and the Father encourages me to come to the throne and remind him what he promised me. Okay, so I go to the throne and I remind you what you promised me, but still nothing shows up. So I got to use my own intuition and my own cleverness to be able to make it pass and keep this journey, relevant in my own existence to the point where I'm satisfied with the way I'm living my life, where I'm not hurting nobody, I'm staying out of the way. And then with this new generation that's coming into fruition, uh, everything has been turned upside down. I mean, since COVID, everything has been they reprogrammed everybody that stayed in the house because I'm not one that stayed in the house. I was still out there moving and working and doing this, that, and the other. I just going on 6 years. I've been retired. I'm disabled vet, and I'm getting Social Security, so I'm pretty good with the economics in my life, and I can still get up and get it. I can still get up and go to work. But it was a thing where, with that COVID thing, that turned everything upside down, and people have been disconnected from society to the point where there ain't no more grabby grabby, huggy huggy type thing. It's a total disconnect in the human family.
I think it just showed people what they didn't know, right? Like people were told for decades that they had to go to church, right, in order to access their God, and then when COVID came, all of a sudden you can access God through Zoom or YouTube stream, right? You can give
That
your
one.
tithes. Yeah, you can give tithes through an app. Like churches started getting apps where you can put your debit card in. So people then learned what they had been told about, needing to be in the house, needing to be in the church to access the God was not true. So then they started like after, not having to go to church so long, it's like, why do I need to go back if I was able to just watch it on YouTube and get the same thing? Right. And then people
Right.
started, they were not in the presence of these religious minded people. They were in their own privacy of their own home, so they could ask themselves questions, right? People started researching, I think, and that's where you start to see a lot of the shift from the church. Not necessarily away from the God, because I think the connection to the God it's personal. It's that fear
For
is
sure.
yeah, it's embedded in the mind. That fear and that hope of protection or reward when you die, I think that's a personal thing. But a lot of people shifted away from the church during COVID. And they're working really hard to get people back out of their houses, back into the churches because the money has gone down. And I think,
Hmm.
too, this is why we see these pastors asking for these large amounts of, last night, somebody sent me a video of a pastor saying, God just told me that he's going to make somebody a multi millionaire, but you got to give $10,000 in 90 seconds. And I hear God saying that to the person that gives this $10,000 in 90 seconds, I'm going to show you my face like never before. And I'm sitting here watching this, and I'm like, so Jesus is like selling selfies now?
Well, watch this. I was watching on YouTube where one of the famous pastors uh told the usher to lock the door,
Yeah, that's,
and we gonna get this money. We got to get this money tonight. I was like, what?
yeah, like
They going to the extreme to get that
yeah,
money,
because people during COVID, they just didn't go back, right? So their income went down, right?
and the bills got to get paid.
Yeah. But I,
But
I
I saw
definitely think a lot of deconstruction started, like people felt comfortable doing some form of deconstructing during COVID.
for sure because the pressure was off them. The pressure of constantly coming and producing because you figured uh, when they came to church, they had to produce. You had to come and give 10%, And then the pastor wanted over that, and then the pastor wanted the pastor's wife appreciation day, the pastor's appreciation day. It turned into a circus of, the money grab, and people are awakening to that fact that they've been duped. They literally been duped. They've been to the point where the pimp is. I mean, at one point I was watching the pastor come up on the stage looking like a pimp with a gold ring. I mean, a gold tooth in his mouth, and at the same time when he was doing that, he was purchasing another building on the other side and let nobody know that was in the congregation that he done bought this other building with their money, mind you. And it's just chaotic. It is just a mess.
I agree.
And I'm following your lead with that one as far as let me just keep it to the point where I studied the word to the best of my ability, and whatever fits me. To you be you, and to me be me, and we just keep it moving. Opposed to, yeah, it's just a crazy mess.
Well, I definitely thank you for coming up and sharing your story with us, Luther.
Thank you so very much for having me.
You're welcome. Have a great rest of the day.
You as well. Peace be unto you.
Same to you. Um, y'all know what I was just thinking about. So, okay, during the election, I read a letter that the evangelical church wrote to the IRS. Like they were negotiating on whether they should be allowed to participate in politics in some shape, form, or fashion. And they had like this plan, and I saved it in one of my Google accounts, bookmarks. I don't know which one, but in the letter, they were negotiating on whether or not the church should be responsible for taking care of the widows, and the single mothers, the widows, and the orphans, and taking that responsibility off of the government because they want to offload. Excuse me, y'all. They want to offload that to the church. They don't want that bill. The government doesn't want that bill anymore. And so part of the negotiation was, well, if we take this bill on, then the property taxes that we have to pay on our extra properties, we shouldn't have to pay. And I wonder if this whole ploy with not allowing the USDA, the funds from the contingency fund, and the 25 billion that they have to fund the SNAP program, like even them like stopping grocery stores from giving discounts to people who are on SNAP. Like I feel like there's a reason that they're like pushing this. Like I'm wondering if this is going to be where that switch over, a part of where the switch over of who's responsible for this bill is gonna go to the church. Because what's his name, what's our the the modern Moses, the fuck is his name, I forgot. He's oh my god,
Pence.
no, not short white guy with glasses. uh oh my god, he's
The Speaker of the House.
the
Gosh,
Speaker of the House. Yes, what's his name?
yeah,
Mike
he's Mike.
Johnson.
Mike Pence. Oh, Mike Johnson.
Mike
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Yeah, Mike Johnson. Mike Johnson said he is modern day Moses, and he says that the God put him in place to get New Jerusalem, which is America, ready for Jesus' second coming. And this is why he said he support Israel. But he was at a church giving a speech, and in that speech he was telling people that his goal is to get more people back into the church so that the church can get more offering and tithes so that they can take this bill from the government. And so I'm wondering if this is what the if this is what the fuck is happening. This if we're witnessing like the transfer of hands for that bill. And I think the way to watch that would be the if the churches get like new property tax cuts, because right now they don't have to pay property tax on like their main buildings, but any additional properties that they own, they do have to pay property taxes on. So if we see that they get those additional property tax cuts, then that negotiation that they were doing went through. So they're doing a switch of who's responsible for that bill.
That
Yeah,
can be so, that terrifies me even thinking about it.
yeah, yep, yeah. That just made hit the conversation with him just made me think about that. Serto, Serto.
No, it's an error.
Okay, no worries. Have a good day. Okay.
You too. Thank you.
All right, you're welcome. Like the fact that they believe that they have to usher it in is like Jesus needs help coming back, which is what he actually said. Jesus, you know, they're helping Jesus come back. Ducky and DJ Heavy, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Some of the clips, actually, I think the clip where Mike Johnson is at the church saying this is on my page, and it's gonna be in 2024. So like you will have to scroll down a bit, but the actual speech is on my page because I made a video about it in 2000. Either I made the video in 2023 or 2024, but that just made me think about that. Ducky or DJ Heavy, are y'all in the box on purpose or on accident? Y'all, if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist, the guest box is open. Why would the point of life? What would be the point of life if God intervened every time something bad happened? What do you mean? What's the point of eternal life? Nothing bad's gonna happen in eternal life. Like, why can't
And
he intervene now?
what's the point of having authority and power if you do nothing with it?
What's the
Like
point
if
of
I
having a God?
that part, like he renders himself useless by not doing the damn thing.
Like, why do y'all ask those type of questions? Like, what? Why do you pray? Like, if you think that your God shouldn't intervene every time something bad happens, why do you even have a God? And why do you pray? And like, why? And why don't you have an expectation for your God to intervene when something bad happens? Like, I don't understand that. And then why do y'all ask these questions? And when we respond to you, you don't respond back. And why are you in the chat and not on stage? Like, are you scared to come up and have the conversation? I didn't see your response, which is why it would make sense for you to come on stage because there are comments going by and I didn't see your response. I don't understand the purpose of a God if you don't have expectations. Your comments are not just for me. I'm the host of the live. Who the hell are you talking to? Like, you didn't tag anyone. I don't understand that.
It's easier to obfuscate from the comments as opposed to being on panel. But because the bottom line is, if they had answers, if they had any expectation whatsoever or demonstration of what this God could do, they come up and tell us about it or show us. But they can't, so they don't.
Your God never gave you a choice to do right. Your God didn't want you to have the option to know the difference between right and wrong. He didn't give you the choice of anything. He punished you for making a choice. Like, it's interesting to me that you all say your God gave you free will, then punished you for using your free will. Make that make sense. You are, like, you believe that you are cursed for the free will your God gave you. And you believe that God is all knowing. Therefore, he cursed you before he even created you. Like, do you realize the entailment of what it is that you believe is that you were cursed? Nowhere in your book does it say that Lucifer is envious of anything of you. Lucifer never says, I'm jealous of humans, ever in this book. Everything that you believe about this devil, you got from somebody else. There's no devil character in this book saying or doing anything that you believe the devil character wants to do. And what you believe about your God, your God does what the devil does. I don't. It does. Okay, cool. There's a lot of things not said in the book. What you're saying does not make that true. There, you just made up that Lucifer is jealous of that, of you having free will. Like, why would he be jealous of you having free will? He obviously has free will if he fucked with you. If Lucifer fucked with your God's perfect humans, he had free will to do so. Why would he be jealous of your free will? Lucifer can be all over the fucking world. You can't. Lucifer has demons to do his bidding. You don't.
I mean, even
You
after
don't
he
have your God's grace because you have no expectation for your God to even use his grace to fucking save you.
and the crazy part about it is Lucifer has access to this God that humans don't. He was able to go to heaven and talk to the God after he sinned and use his free will. God ain't even so much as sent y'all an email.
How do you have your God's grace if you have no expectation for your God to intervene when something bad happens to you? What grace is that? Do you even know what grace mean? Or do you think it's just a woman's name? Like, you're contradicting yourself. It doesn't make sense. Kiki Faison, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? I honestly, I don't think that y'all really believe that you have your God's grace. A lot of y'all are scary. I'm using negative words. You're the one who asked the question and I answered you. Your God bless is fuck you all. Your negative words. Like, you use your God as a curse. You realize that? There's no reason. Like, you don't want your God to bless us. We're demons to you. We're non-believers to you. You saying God bless y'all, you really want to say fuck y'all. Your negative words, right? Like, what did you say? You said God, no you don't. You said You said, God bless y'all and your negative words. So you want your God to bless negative words? Like, make that make sense. The way you structured your sentence is God bless y'all and your negative words. You don't want your God to bless negative words. That's a damn lie. You just used your God to as a fucking curse. Nope. You asked your God. You just said God bless your negative words. That's what you just said. Like, own up to what you just said. You just said God bless your negative words. You want your God to bless negative words? Like, at least be honest. You want to say fuck you in your negative words. That's what you want to say. Like, y'all have literally turned your God into a fucking cuss word. You said it. You said God bless y'all and your negative words. You literally said it. Like, don't get mad at me because I'm smart, because I can read between what your fucking words. You think because you use God bless that it doesn't have the same effect? You might as well just say fuck y'all. Like, you might want to ask yourself, like, why you, yes, Amaya, amazing, yes. No, you're just scared to say it. And you are dishonest with yourself. Like, you live a life of being fake. Like, you don't even know who you really are. You have to be fake. You have to pretend. You're not even really existing. Oh, why are you typing in all caps now? That is exactly how you feel. I read exactly what the fuck you said. Unmute her, Oso. That's exactly what you said. That's exact. You said exactly what you said. God bless y'all and your negative words. You just scared to admit that you were pissed because we were asking you those questions. Nobody can type in all caps. Amazing. They ain't got shit to do with you being a Christian. And the fact that you went from lowercase to, like, do y'all think that we can't see what the hell you do? You're typing in all caps. Let me tell you what you're feeling right now. Amazing. You're feeling something called emotions. You're feeling something called anger that you have been taught to ignore. You have been taught to pretend that you're not feeling it. Ask yourself, amazing, why did you switch to all caps? You know damn well I can see your comments. I'm responding to you. It wasn't to get my attention. Yes, amazing. You can be angry. You can be very angry laying in the damn bed. You can't. And I literally just told you nobody can type in all caps. So now your motherfucking ass has to be muted for 5 fucking minutes. Take a 5-minute cool down period. Now, Jesus is not going to intervene, right, when something bad happens to you, because there's no expectation for him to, and he can't. Emmanuel, how are you? Kiki, are you in the request on purpose or accident?
That was an accident. He just got finished talking that good shit in the comments.
I think they scared. Like, I don't know. Like, y'all feel more comfortable talking shit in the comments. Like, are y'all scared of my voice? Like, do I sound like your God? Do I talk like your God? when I enunciate. Oh, they like confrontation. They just don't like confrontation that they don't think they can win. All right, y'all. The guest box is empty. I think if I talked like oh, y'all can come up if you want to. I think if I like lowered my, if I don't know, um,
I know what'll do it.
hey guys, the guest box is open. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you're deconstructing, if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. Like if I talk like that, open. That's what. That's how Miss Rachel sound. My grandson be like, open. That's what I feel like they need to hear. Like I don't know. This is my fucking voice. Like this is how I talk. Like I'm not gonna change who I am because y'all are afraid. Like I don't know what to do with y'all. I never in my life seen people with like a big powerful God scared of a buck 25, 5'6" woman.
I
Hey
think
fluffy
you're
one,
not
how are you?
5'6".
I am 5'6". I am 5'6".
I think you're missing
I'm
about
Yo,
5
not
inches
four.
in
I'm
there.
not 4'11". I'm 5'6". Um, what's up,
5'6" in
Fluffy?
your heels.
No, I don't wear heels no more. I'm 5'6". I went to the last time I got my height checked, it was 5'6". Yeah, and you know they make you take your shoes off. Now I don't know what hairstyle I have. I am not 4'11". Don't listen to Fee. That's not theology. That's a philology. I am not 4'11".
You
I'm
doing too
not
much.
five
You might
four
be 4'11".
either. I'm not 5'4". Huh?
So you doing too much. You might be 4'11".
I'm not 4'11". Like I was taller than my ex husband.
Damn, there are so many things I want to say right now. I will say
he
this
must
though.
have
I'm
been
gonna just
5'3". I'm 5'4".
Ain't no way you 5'4". Ain't no way you
Same height.
5'4". You say what? I'm not shorter than you, Selena.
We the same height. I ain't 5'6".
Huh? My
Look
ex is
back at the
five. My
video.
ex is 5'5". 5'4", 5'5". I can't remember. But I am taller than him. But no, I'm not. I'm not 5'3", and I'm not 4'11". What's up, fluffy one?
Good morning, everyone. How is everyone doing?
Good. How are
Good
you?
morning.
I am doing well. I'm going to go ahead for TikTok purposes. I am the fluffy one. I am 50 years old and I am deconstruction.
Well, thank you. I'm gonna say like I know who you are.
Some people don't, because I sit in the comments most of the time. I actually just came up to say thank you to you, Thinker. I caught the portion of the live this morning when you were talking about your dad. And it hit home for me because I recently lost my mom. And
I'm sorry to hear that.
yeah, and when I say it's fresh, it's fresh. My mom passed in July. So the things that you were saying about your dad really did help me this morning because I was raised in a Southern Pentecostal church, baby. Everything was a sin. We didn't wear pants. We couldn't wear makeup. We didn't wear, I mean, truly Southern Pentecostal. And I started, I started my journey a long time ago with questioning, but the things that you said about your dad resonated with me because it made me think about my mom and the lives that she touched. Yes, she was deeply rooted in the church, but she really did believe everything that she was living. And I think about all of the times that my mom opened her doors to people who needed somewhere to stay, the times that she pulled out a chair at her table to feed people who were hungry. And those were the things that people talked about at my mom's services. So I just wanted to say thank you for sharing that portion of your life and sharing that portion of your dad, because you will never know how it helped me this morning.
You're so welcome. I wish that I could give you a hug right now. I didn't know that your mother passed away, Fluffy.
A lot of people didn't know. I was my mom's caregiver. As I moved in with my mom during COVID, my mom got sick, and I had been her caregiver since COVID. And I lived with her. I took care of her. It was just she and I, because my father passed years ago. My father passed in the 90s. So it was just me and my mom. So it hit differently.
I hate that you went through that alone. Did you have a support system around you?
If that's what you want to call it, but I, I put it like this. People did what they wanted when they wanted to and when they could. I never had any expectations for anyone to come in and do anything. When I took on the role of being my mom's caregiver, I knew I was going to be doing it by myself.
Wow.
So I really didn't. I'm one of those people, I don't put a lot of expectation in people. I just don't. That way it preserves my feelings and it saves me from disappointment, because if I'm not expecting anything, you can't disappoint me.
Oh, I know that mindset all too well.
And ironically, that mindset came from the church,
Yeah.
because I learned early on that I couldn't depend on people, because the church motto would be, "Oh, just believe in God and God will do it." Or if it's not done, it wasn't His will to be done. Knowing that there were people who could solve certain problems, but they just didn't want to. So I learned at an early age not to depend on people, and it has caused me to be hyper independent. So when
Uh,
I
but also hyper neglected.
that as well, I do a lot by myself. Um, I'm in therapy now, and I heard when you were talking about the church would often shun or discredit therapy. I am in therapy because I know what I need, and it ain't prayer. I need therapy, so I made the decision to get that help for myself because I need it, and I know I need it. And I often thought about when I was younger how we would come in contact with people who were struggling with mental illnesses, and they would come to the church and be told that they had demons, when all the while they just had mental illnesses that had not been diagnosed.
Yeah.
And people were made to feel like they had done something wrong because they were literally suffering with a medical condition that had not been diagnosed.
Mm-hmm.
So I get it. But my main reason for coming up was just to say thank you, because that what you shared today, it helped me in a way that you will never understand, because I have been going through it here. The loss of my mom did something to me that I never thought would happen. It was completely different than when I lost my dad. One, I was much younger when I lost my dad. Two, my dad died unexpectedly, and I was my mom's caregiver. I lived in the house with her 24/7. So it was just she and I watched her decline. And I would watch people say, well, we just gonna pray that she's gonna get better. She's not going to get better. And I knew she wasn't going to get better. My mom died of kidney disease, and she made the decision to stop dialysis. So I knew what was going to happen. I just didn't know how quickly it would happen. My mom stopped dialysis in September of last year. She she left in July of this year.
Wow.
There was no amount of prayer that was going to save her. I knew what was going to happen. and I watched my mom leave.
And the
And I
messed up part about that is that the people that you should be able to look to for comfort only want to give you platitudes and things that you know aren't true and also aren't helpful.
you know, in my grief and in my anger, because yeah, I've gone through all of the stages, and I know I'm gonna continue to go through them because I understand that grief is a process. And I've even snapped on a few people telling me, we're gonna pray for you. And I just told them, pray for yourself, because prayer is not doing anything for me right now. Whatever helps you sleep at night, that's what you do. Because your prayers aren't doing anything for me. Because I'm living this. I am hurting. The one person who has been a constant in my life for 50 plus years is no longer here. The one person that I knew who loved me unconditionally no matter what I did is now gone. In essence, my safety net was snatched from me because I am a person that knew, I am one that knew no matter where I was in life and no matter what I did, if I needed to go home, I always had a home to go to. That is now gone. And there's nothing that anybody can say or nothing that anybody can do to make me feel better about that.
Yeah, that's, that's your experience and what you're dealing with right now. And people want to try to make you pretend like everything is okay so that they can be okay, right?
I'm
So they
done
don't have to deal
pretending.
with it.
I refuse to pretend because pretending is detrimental to my mental health. And I refuse to do that anymore just to make other people feel good about what they're saying. I'm not.
And they'll try to make you feel guilty for feeling your feelings, right? They'll try to be like, "Oh, you just mad," and what the fuck do you think? Like I just lost the one person in my life who I knew that I could count on. The one person who has been consistent in my life. What the fuck do you mean you just mad?
Of course I'm mad. I'm mad. I'm hurt. I mean, I'm all the feels.
Yeah.
I'm all of it. And I'm dealing with it in my way because one, I know I do have other people who depend on me, but because this I'm doing what I need to do for me. I stopped going to church long before the pandemic. I started pulling away, but one thing that I have learned when you go through traumatic events in your life, it will open your eyes to so much. And one of the things that infuriated me, like I said, my mom gave her life to the church when she was 16. So church is all I knew growing up. Some of the very people in the church, when my mom got sick and was going through things, those were the people who got ghost. We didn't hear anything from them because she could no longer contribute financially to what they needed. I watched my mom pay her tithes faithfully for decades. But when my mom was sick and on her deathbed, we barely got phone calls. No one offered to bring food. No one offered to just come and sit with her if I needed to go do anything. No one offered to just come and wash a load of clothes. I did it all. I don't regret doing it, and I would do it again. But it just let me know how alone we really were. Now, I'm not saying everybody because I will say this. My mom's pastor and his wife, they were there to the end. But I know it's only so much that those two could do because they both have full-time jobs outside of the church. So when you said earlier that there are some who actually believe the life they actually believe and they actually did that. But the ones that my mom pretty much churched with her entire life, didn't hear anything from them. Nothing.
It's crazy how that is usually the consistent story when someone is talking about their parent and how their parent gave to the church and how when their parent was on their deathbed the church abandoned them. and I'm not talking about like the pastor. I'm talking about members of the
Hmm.
church abandoned them, like they didn't show up.
And that's pretty much our story. The help, most of the help that we got came from people outside of the church. The very people that the church would have shunned and talked about were the ones who gave the most assistance in my situation.
And usually it's because they've been shunned.
Hmm.
Right, like they know how to relate, like they understand what it feels like to be by yourself and not have anybody to lean on, and they don't genuinely don't want other people to feel that way, and
Yep.
they usually are the ones that will reach out and help.
But yeah, when you were talking about your dad, but I was just sitting here with tears rolling down my face because I'm like, her dad is just like my mom. My mom had the sweetest heart. Now, did we have the perfect relationship? No. Sometimes, baby, we clashed like oil and water. But at the end of the day, the love was genuine. It was something that I never had to question. I don't care how angry she made me or I made her. At the end of we always ended the day with I love you. And that's what I hold on to.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I just wanted to say thank you for sharing your dad with us this morning.
Thank you for sharing your mom. And then also, like, remember, you have community, and you don't have to go through any of this alone. Like that, it's your choice when you want to open up, or if you ever need to somebody to talk to or vent to, as you are grieving and going through this, you have community, and you are not by yourself.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And thank you to everyone in the chat. I see your comments. I'm not ignoring you. It's just that I can't respond to everybody, but I do see you and I appreciate you all. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the comments where I usually lurk. You all have a good day.
All right, have a good day. Kiki, you're back in the request. I don't know if you're in there on purpose or if TikTok keeps throwing you in there. I'm not sure. RG3. RG3, are you there? Okay, thank you, Kiki. All right, y'all. The guest box is empty. It is almost 8 a.m. Central, 7:48 Central Standard Time, 8:48 Eastern. It's now 5:48 Pacific. To those of you that are on the West Coast and laying in bed, typing in all caps, couldn't come up. The sun is almost up in the West Coast. Your excuse is about to rise. Oh, it had you. It threw you in there. It threw you in the guest box. I don't like just the. I I don't know. I don't know. I guess they think we're ignorant.
I just want to say shout out to two-time Timbo.
Who is two-time Timbo? Who is that? Oh, who is that?
He was with me when I invented
Oh,
guitars.
that's you. That's your other account.
Hmm?
That's your other account.
Hmm?
Huh? That's your other account.
One time for two time.
Oh my goodness. How many personalities do you have?
We are many.
Yeah, I think we last stopped. The last count we had was like 45. Like, are you over? Like, where are you at now?
I think the thing about it is some of them just haven't come out to the forefront, and we're just waiting on them to gain the confidence needed to come out.
How do you manage so many damn accounts? Also, and like, do you have different email addresses for all these accounts?
I got like 17 email addresses.
And you have like a spreadsheet with all the passwords and usernames?
Um,
Or do you not give a fuck about the passwords and stuff because you don't get emails to them?
I mean, you'd have to figure out the email, and they're kind of out there.
No, I'm not asking for permission. I'm asking how do you manage them?
Oh, well, that's what I'm saying. Like, you'd have to figure out the names. Like, the passwords are, I got like 7 or 8 that I keep localized in the brain. I write them down. There's redundancies, but
That is a lot of work, friend.
it's how I be my authentic self.
I I I I get it. I don't think I've met a character of yours yet that I didn't like. Forrest, are you in the guest box on purpose or on accident?
I'll have to work on that.
Oh, you want me to not like your characters?
I gotta make one that you're just like, ugh.
Why? Why?
Contrarian is his natural state, I think.
Who is?
I said contrarian is also his natural state.
Absolutely.
Madu, Mad, Madubako, you're not connecting, so I'm gonna take you down. I'm talking about the other Forrest, not you, Forrest. I guess there's a Uncle Forrest. I think TikTok threw them in the guest box too. Oh, the name look like it said Maduka Co. Maduka Co. Serto, you're back in the guest request box. I think it threw you in there again. I don't know. That's what the name looked like it said. Y'all, who's next? No, it was not Madison. It was Maduka Co. Oh, you're gonna have to send your request again if it was intentional this time.
Figure, were you at Christina's live yesterday when she called that man Suave?
She called him what?
She called it Suave, and Bash was like, that man's name is Save You. And everybody in the comments was like, oh, Christina did a thinker.
They always say that when she fuck up a name. Serto, how are you?
Hi. I was just before by an error, and so I got rid of that stage fright. So I just want to make a comment. I'm an atheist, and I agree with mostly everything. But I wanted to make a comment about the life in heaven scam, and about believers. I've read a lot of history on the history of the world, part one, the history of Europe, the history of a few wars, and also the one big one that I read just recently was *Sapiens*, and in all of this, you see how hunter gatherers they start forming groups, clans, and then when the elder dies, they start worshiping them, and usually it's family. And then when they start growing into gangs and then into tribes, these elders, when they die, they become like gods. They keep worshiping them. They make stones and altars to them, but they're still hunter gatherers until they become a big tribe, and then that's when the not the industrial, the revolution, the what you call it, the agricultural revolution. That's when they start building churches in villages. But it's all the same thing. They're praising something that doesn't really exist, and you see that over and over again until you get to when people start conquering other lands. Well, then I don't know much about the micro history, but it's all macro. And if people read that, they would understand that this is all a scam. This is all made up stuff. I especially if people could just read *Sapiens*, that tells it all. So that's what I just want to mention. I'm not really a talker here, so I just since I got in by error, I said, well, might as well say something.
Well, I definitely
So,
thank you for coming back up. I haven't read *Sapiens* before, but Fee has.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's pretty good. I know Twin highlighted that there was some, and I looked into some of the like pushback that some of the ideas in the book gave, but it does give a really, in my opinion, thorough overview of how we are where we are. I'm also listening to another book that's part of the great I think the lecture series of Sono that I can't remember the name of it, but it's about that the evolution of humans as well. And it does kind of paint a very realistic picture as opposed to these divine narratives that we often hear from churches.
oh yeah, I'm gonna look into that one because I did hear about it. So I'm gonna go ahead and get that one. That would be very interesting. *Sapiens* is general, but it does, pick the brain, people's brain, and it's really really interesting. But you have to read more than one to understand all that stuff. Anyway, that's all I have. Thank you for
Thank
letting me.
You're so welcome. Thank you for coming up, and I hope you have a great rest of the day. Okay.
Okay, same to you. Thank
All
you.
right. Bye bye.
Bye.
Hey, Bernard, how are you?
Blissful. I am so elated to hear your voice because it is the voice of reason and it comes
Thank
across
you.
with solidity and just you are just excellent in every way. And I'm saying this because what comes from the heart goes to the heart, and what you are speaking has so much validity until it cannot be overlooked. For those that are really ready to elevate, this is the next step. And you are laying it out in such a way that it is irresistible. So I just, honestly thank you for everything that you're doing and how you are doing it. It is second to none. And you are a gift for this time that we are living in. And I gain so much peace and understanding, understanding, and I welcome all that you're doing because it is so needful, not only in my life, but I'm sure there are so many others out there that share my emotional feelings. So I can never say enough about the truth that you're laying out, and it's so meaningful and needful in these troubled times. And if there's anything that I can do that will make your program better, I will tap, I will send love, I will send roses, I will give you the kudos because there's so many more people that are out there with the same essence that you have, and I just so am enthralled to be a part of your community, and I express love and peace and joy and higher frequency to all that you do. Thank you so much, beloved.
Thank you, Bernard. That was beautiful, and I appreciate you so much for coming up and saying that. And like anytime y'all come up and share the value that you're getting from the information and the conversations and just the community as a whole, like it really, makes me feel good. And so I appreciate you a lot for sharing that with me.
Well, you're welcome. You can drop me down because my soul is satisfied and I am at peace, and I just want to pass it on. And thank you so much for being you and being true to the cause. You are wonderful.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Okay,
I
then bye
got you.
bye,
All
beloved.
right. Have a great day.
Yes, ma'am.
Y'all are amazing. Thank y'all. I appreciate y'all a lot. You said he sounds like an Oso character. Oso was hating on him in the comments.
I haven't typed in the comments in a long time.
I see you.
Dr. Buckleshire was
Yeah.
hating on him.
Oh yeah, I did see Dr. Buckleshire. He's a interesting PhD haver.
I saw Dr. Buckshire on Bash's live.
Hmm?
I saw Dr. Buckshire on Bash's live one day. I sat there and watched Bash debate him one day. Like a
I hate
couple
that
of
I missed
like
that.
last week or the week before last.
You hate that you missed it also?
Yeah, I think I was walking my fish or something.
Mhm.
It was something that he said that immediately let me know whose son that was. I can't remember what it was. I had just clicked into the live and Bash was debating him. And it was something that he said, and I was like, oh, never mind.
Mm,
Yeah.
mm. That's interesting. That's interesting. I feel as though the good doctor is a well-intentioned man. Uh, I feel as though he feels like he's helping the world one PhD at a time. Um, but ultimately, he might be a little misguided.
Yeah. He did. What did he say that made me think of Oso? Oh, God. I can't remember. It wasn't. I'm mad that I can't remember it now, but it was something like, I don't know. Oh, God. For some reason, like it just reminds me of like the word power being broken into. Like, I can't remember what it was, but you were saying you had multiple something, and I was like, oh, that's definitely also son.
Mm,
Yeah,
it was multiple something. I don't remember what they told
yeah.
me he said.
Uh huh. You don't remember what they told you? He said.
Hmm.
Who told you what he said?
I got into live like a little after he left, and they were filling me in the comments.
He definitely acts like his daddy. I mean, more than Jesus acted like his. He
Wow.
definitely acted like his daddy. Like you could tell, right? That that it's got characteristics.
That's interesting. That's interesting.
She missing her angels. Who are the angels? Who are the angels I'm missing? Who? Who is? Wait, Trusted BP, Trusted BP, wasn't you just on TikTok? Are y'all done? It's 8 o'clock. It's been like a really good night. We've had some good conversations tonight. Anybody want to come up and take a crack at number 2? We haven't had a lot of conversations about number 2.
I would be interested to see a believer talk about the number 2 one.
What
Have a
gang
read.
fight? You said it's called sleep. What did you sleep for, like an hour? Like you were just in TikTok. But who are you talking about is missing their angels? Brian Wells? Brian, are you there?
Yeah,
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age, please? And let me know if you are a believer, if you are deconstructing or an atheist.
Oh, okay. How do I get in this group?
I don't know, but do you want me to take you down?
I mean, it don't matter. I'm just killing time.
Okay. So I'm going to put you back in the comments so you can kill time in the comments, okay?
All right.
All right. He said, he said, he said, how did I get in this group?
I bet that
And
makes
then,
you an
like,
atheist now.
the way his PFP looked like his eyes is closed, like, like,
I was for sure thinking that's exactly the pose that he's in right now.
yeah, yeah. Right, Dahlia. I didn't either.
That was awesome. Good morning, y'all. I feel like that
Mm.
was awesome.
Eh?
I don't know. I don't think so. Like, also has a specific spirit.
I don't know. Just like I feel like we shouldn't listen to anyone named Quartavinus. Just something about that name. It just doesn't, I don't know. The syllables are off. Like,
No, definitely Quatava, whatever his name is. That's definitely also.
yeah. Like
That
somebody
Brian
named
Wells guy, I don't think
Quartavinus
so.
shouldn't be taken seriously, right? I mean, I know he can't help his name, but usually people with names like that change them when they get of age. Sorry, awesome.
Buckshire makes me want to drink some tea, so I even think the last
Yes.
name is slightly problematic too.
Like, listen to the amount of syllables Quartavinus Buckleshire. Like, who would want to be named Mrs. Buckleshire? I don't know.
The way he's sitting there quiet, like, it's just tripping me out.
I mean, I think Dr. Longbody sounds better than Dr. Buckleshire. No?
What? Who the hell thought of Buckleshire?
I don't know, but I think that Buckleshire should lose his PhD and Longbody should find it somewhere.
Sure, Buckle, sure, Buckle is better. Oh my goodness. All right, y'all. Where y'all at? If you are a believer, deconstructing or an atheist, y'all, the guest box is open. Y'all know the deal.
He said, I think you hate me because I represent the wealth of knowledge. What is your doctorate in, Dr. Buckleshire? Buckleshire, yes. What is your doctorate in, Dr. Buckleshire? Diabiblical said, didn't Robin Hood go to the buckle shop?
Kent Hovind, PhD.
Doctoral practice.
Look how you spell practices. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. All right, y'all. Where y'all at? We got what Rhea goes live today at 11. We're trying to push this to at least 10:30.
Oh, so how do you feel about Dr. Buckleshire? Do you think he's a man of integrity?
I mean, honestly, it sounds about right. I think that. I mean, I've never heard of anybody getting a doctorate in doctoral practices and such, but I don't have a
I'll be right
PhD,
back.
so I wouldn't be able to tell you.
Mm.
And I mean, I guess it could.
So,
He
so
said it
you
was like
think
a
his
BA in
degree?
general studies.
So you think his degree literally says this has been conferred in doctoral practices and such?
It might. He says it does.
Mm. Can we see it, Dr. Buckleshire? You can prove it. Can we see it? Because I know a couple of people with PhDs. I didn't know there was a PhD in doctoral practices and such. What was your dissertation on?
That's a good question, Doctor.
What was your dissertation on? Because you know we can go look it up, right?
Thing.
Uh, like what was the name of it so I can go look it up? So that was the name. The nature of those things was the name of your dissertation. I'm gonna
I'm
go
not gonna
look
lie.
it
That
up.
sound like it's a good book.
I'm gonna go look at it. Who was your advisor? Who was your dissertation advisor? What school did you get this from?
All right, y'all. The guest box is still open. There is no wait. Don't be afraid to come up. Get over your stage fright if you have it.
Oh no, Cortez is playing. He's playing.
I don't know that guy, but I'll have to Google him or something.
Dr. Lee Harvey Oswald at Yale.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Things of that nature and where to find them is crazy. That's really funny.
He entertainment purposes, definitely. Yeah. Y'all
Devil
silence
say
is
Miss
telling
South
me that y'all
Carolina.
done. Huh? Are y'all done for the day? Like, don't be scared to come up.
Hello. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing fine. How are you?
I'm good. Can I get your age, please?
31.
And are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Deconstructing.
All right. And which topic did you come up to discuss?
I actually just had a question for you and the rest of the panel. So I've been kind of like deconstructing for like the last 2 years. I grew up Pentecostal, so, very hard in the faith kind of thing. Women wearing skirts and makeup and no jewelry and all that kind of stuff. And, like I said, I was dating and met someone that kind of opened my mind up to, the constructive thinking, critical thinking component of things. And, you know, it brought me to a place of real life, like questioning everything that was drilled into me. And with that, I guess, let me get to my point. So when I have conversations with my friends and, my mom and people like that, which I really try to stray away from those kind of conversations unless it's someone that's really on that path or, walking that line, just because I'm still doing some deconstructing and there's a lot of questions that I still can't answer. But I guess my question for you is, being, because you guys do have religious background, right?
Well, I do. Not everybody does.
Okay.
Yeah,
So, I mean, what was that? I'm sorry.
I said I do as well.
Okay. So yeah, like I guess my question of what I have a hard time, because people real life, like the people I grew up in the church with kind of thing, real life have a hard time understanding how one could, when they say you start asking certain kind of questions that they can't answer, they say you've been tapped in something that's demonic, or, you playing with spirits, or you've been introduced to, how it be, some of the stuff that they make, some of the claims that they make. So my thing is, I do recall very vividly being filled with the Holy Spirit, with the utterance of speaking in tongues and things. So I guess my question to you is that a part also of like I mean, at this point in time, I look at it as a cult religion personally, but I was trying to see, so like, I don't know what my question is. Could I still be on a spiritual journey and still, I guess, hold some truth in regard to, like, I guess, being filled with the Holy Spirit? Am I asking that right?
I think it depends on like that. Really, depends on you, and
Hmm.
because you're the only one. Like, if you ask me if the Holy Spirit is true and speaking in tongues is true, I'm gonna say no, right?
Okay.
But that's me and my experience. Like, it's up to you on
Hmm.
how you define that for yourself.
Hmm.
I would have to ask, like, this Holy Spirit that you were filled with, does it do more than make you speak in tongues, like in the language that you don't understand, or is it only powerful enough to make you feel good and you just say things that you don't know?
I mean, that's a good question. Because I do believe that I am gifted and I do discern. So I guess in some way I kind of associate the two. Not sure if I
Well,
should be.
well, like, let's look at what discerning is, right? Like, discerning is the ability to recognize patterns,
Hmm.
right? You're saying that a spirit gave you the ability to recognize patterns and not your brain? Like, your brain doesn't have the ability to do that?
I guess I was at a vulnerable age to where I couldn't necessarily distinguish because I was filled with the Holy Ghost. I'd say probably at 17, at a youth camp. You do your youth camps in the summer times and stuff like that. But I mean, like I said, the past 2 years, I really have been questioning, and deconstructing and, critically thinking outside of the box. I started with, I think the guy's name, Billy Carson,
Okay.
with the Forbidden Knowledge on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that kind of got me to this space. And, just a few questions that I kind of wanted to kind of make some connections to or get some answers to, kind of thing. But yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard us talking about it earlier, but I
Hmm.
believed that I was filled with the Holy Spirit at 12. And I used to speak in tongues. Like I
Hmm.
could still do it to this day. Um, and the the reality is there are several realities, right? Like the first reality is that the what we are taught about speaking in tongues is that it is the gift of the Holy Spirit, and it's what happened on the day of Pentecost. But when you go back and you actually read the story of the day of Pentecost, that that story says that they were given actual languages that people speak here on earth for the purposes of them being able to speak the warnings of the day of the Lord, the wrath, right, coming to those people who didn't speak Hebrew or Aramaic,
Hmm.
right? And so they were given this supernatural gift of knowing these languages without having to study them. And so the people who were in town for the festival from these other nations understood the warnings of this God's wrath coming. When we are speaking in tongues today, it's straight babble and we don't even know what we're saying. And so Paul talks bad about it. He's like, it does no good to anybody but you, right?
Hmm.
For you to do it. That's why he says do it in private. He's like, if you do it in public, like people gonna look at you like you're crazy, right? And so the the second truth is when we are doing it, we ourselves have no idea if we're even saying words,
Yeah.
right? And it feels good because it's a dopamine effect. Most of the time, we have to hype ourselves up, right? It's the hit of the chord from the organ, a preacher, them preaching and they're saying something that touched us. It's us hyping ourselves up. It's an emotional reaction, and because we've convinced ourselves that we can do this, right?
Hmm.
At any moment we can jump out and go, "Ah, shut up," like and just jump into it. And because we believe in our minds that we are speaking this heavenly language to a supernatural deity, the dopamine effect just like increases, right? No different than if we're at a concert, with our favorite singer or some event happening in our life, right?
Hmm.
I don't know if you've ever, been at home and you're just so excited about something, you just break out with like, you just break out and go, "Oh, thank you, he showed a lot," like you know what I'm saying, because that feeling, right?
Yeah, euphoria. Hmm.
Yeah, it's very euphoric. And the third truth of it is that to the extent of what this so-called power, who's supposed to be the spirit of the God, does for any of us that is filled with this God spirit, is it allows us to babble
Right.
and it allows us to dance, right?
Hmm.
And aside from the belief in our mind that we're having some conversation with this God, that I guess the devil can't understand. Like we can't, and the devil can't understand. Like we're taught that it's our soul speaking to the God,
Right.
but at other times, the God speaks English to us, right?
Hmm.
And it kind of goes along with the second topic. If this God's power that we see in this book, the power was so strong that when it was on Paul, whenever he walked by, he healed people, right?
Right.
Or they had power to call down curses from heaven, and she bears would come and maul children, right?
Hmm.
But today that power has conditions. It's not working today because either the God says, "Oh, I'm not doing miracles like that anymore," Or, oh, I'm not doing miracles because your faith isn't, you don't have enough faith.
Today it just lets you speak Klingon, but because
Yeah.
nobody understands any of it. But like from a neurobiological perspective, like to Thinker's point, we know that it's dopamine, oxytocin, and serotonin surges,
Mm-hmm.
like that. And then when
Nah, I
we
do
think of
believe that.
yeah,
Sorry.
and then when we think about like the social role that communal worship provides in the environments that those things happen in, they're designed to evoke like this shared emotional experience, like the rhythmic music, the chanting, the singing, all of those things that are supposed to be for the purpose of creating like this social synchrony.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but the reality is that can be done in secular environments as well. That can, like to Thinker's point, that can be done. I've seen people. My childhood best friend had this huge family from Mississippi, and we would go every summer to their family reunions. And I mean, it would be hundreds of people, all in the same T-shirts, playing the same music. There was an energy there, had nothing to do with the God. I oftentimes recommend the book "Religion, No Science, and the Spirit." Is it Science and the Spiritual Brain? Spiritual Brain and Science, or something like that. If you send me a DM, I'll send it to you. But it's a more psychological and biological assessment of what these spiritual experiences are, because we can't deny it. Like, people are feeling something. That's I don't think that's debatable in these environments. But I think understanding what it is that they are feeling, as opposed to just saying, oh yeah, this is God's Holy Spirit or some invisible force coming upon me. To Thinker's point, like discernment is pattern recognition. And as humans, our brains are hardwired for pattern recognition for survival. Like there's an evolutionary benefit to that. And I think what religion has done is kind of co-opt the natural functions of our us as humans in a society where we live in this day and age, and given this mystical meaning to it without explaining any of it. I want to know how it works. I want to know what's going on in my mind. And I think I sent it to Thinker and Christina, this TikTok that was talking about how a lot of people who think that they're hearing from the God when they are connected to EEGs, it's really the part of the brain that lights up when we think. Our internal dialogue is the things that we are saying to ourselves, but they think it's coming from a God. So
Mm-hmm.
if that part of the brain is lighting up when I'm talking to myself or I'm thinking about something, and that part of the brain is lighting up when a Christian thinks that a God is speaking to them, then who's actually talking? So I think understanding what's going on in our minds is the best way to kind of take that veil off of this experience that has been given to us and fed to us as being spiritual or divine.
I think also too, like a lot of times when people who claim this Holy Spirit and say that they have the spirit of discernment, a lot of times when they come in these spaces, they demonstrate that they actually don't have discernment. And it's usually us that are able to point out patterns in them, and like we could give a cold reading on them because we are actually more aware of our existence and not living in this like metaphysical mindset all the time. Like we've allowed ourselves to engage with our reality and our surroundings, right? And we pay attention to the natural environment and uh, that we're engaging with on a daily, so we can see things differently than those that whose mind is like always up in the clouds, if that makes sense. And if your mind is like, I don't see how you could discern if your mind is always in the clouds, because then you're not actually engaging with reality. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand. So I guess my next question would be, or one thing that has been obvious in the political climate that we find ourselves in now is, I drop in every now and again and hear you guys different discourse, but the God that they create, Christians have started to create in their head, especially like I said with the political divisiveness, with the Charlie Kirk situation. Then some Christians in the church, there are some Christians in the church that's siding with, I guess, what I would consider like I don't know, is like y'all proclaim or profess to be Christians, but my God wouldn't, the Charlie Kirk's supposed to have been a Christian, but then, it's been I guess, established that he's a racist also. But there's other people in the church that's also saying, well, no, he couldn't have been a child of God if he professing to love God and all this other kind of stuff. So it's like, okay, do y'all really truly believe? Because Charlie Kirk's saying he worshiped the same God that you worship, this Jesus guy kind of thing. So I don't know. It's just,
Wasn't Jesus and God, weren't they supremacists? They only came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel.
yeah.
I think too, right? Like this just speaks to it, like the way people interpret the text and the fact that people have different gods. But which is why a lot of believers don't like the fact that I don't deal with theology and I just deal with like what the text says, because this is when you can look at the text and see that the majority of people who are saying that Charlie Kirk that isn't necessarily following Jesus are the ones who have a reinterpreted version of Jesus. And
Mm-hmm.
so for the Jesus that they were taught, right, they're right. That Jesus wouldn't fuck with Charlie Kirk because they
Mm-hmm.
were taught a Jesus that was about equality and social justice and loving everybody and being peaceful and forgiving. That's the Jesus they were taught, but that's not the Jesus in the book.
But that's the
The
same Jesus Carly Church is
That's the same Jesus.
praying to.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
Charlie Kirk knew that his Jesus was an Israelite supremacist.
Mm-hmm.
He knew his Jesus was okay with inequality
Mm-hmm.
and didn't prioritize empathizing with those that were outside of the camp. He knew that, and
Mm-hmm.
people who are siding with Charlie Kirk on that also know that, right? So they read the book as is. In some areas, they have their own theological. You looking for your? What are you looking for? Your phone? What do you mean 5? He in the bed with his daddy. Well, don't be scaring me like that, thinking that child. Goodness gracious, he in the bed with his daddy. Don't scare me like that. I'm sorry. She had me thinking my grandson was missing.
How you come in my room looking for a whole human? What do you mean?
Exactly. Like what? I guess she thought he felt because he did. He was in the bed with me first, and then before I went live, I took him to his dad. But damn, that threw me off. Shit. What was the last thing I said? Damn it. Oh yeah, Charlie Kirk.
Mm-hmm. Just
Yeah,
referencing the fact that they, it is a different kind of a different form of God that they worship in their head, kind of thing. So
yeah,
the
yeah.
synopsis.
And it's just different. It's different gods that people are worshiping. Like I got blocked from a church's page because I quoted Matthew 15, where Jesus was saying the stone for parents should be stoning their kids for being disobedient. Because the reinterpreted Jesus would never do that, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, I guess that's kind of all I have for you guys. I
Well, I think
appreciate you
you're
guys
welcome.
calling me up.
You're so welcome. Thank you for coming up. I hope you have a good rest of the day. Okay.
Okay, you too. I appreciate it.
I don't even know why I even let my mind go to did 5 get out the house. Like I don't even know why. Like my mind started thinking like, where the fuck would 5 be? Auntie Charlene, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Uh, okay, that person hopped out. All right, y'all. The guest box is open.
Tariq says that we need that feeling that only God can give. Are you sure only God can give that feeling? Because I remember one time. Are you sure, Tariq?
Hey, Auntie, how are you?
Oh, I'm doing good, sweetie. How you doing?
I'm doing good.
Yeah. I want to try to answer the second question.
Okay, what are your thoughts?
Thank you. You have a great day. All right. Bye-bye. I'm sorry. I was voting. um, well, this is what I was saying. Can y'all hear me? First of all, because I'm in my car. Can you hear me?
A little bit. It sounds muffled.
I'm gonna take this out. Hold on. Let me get it together. Is this better?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Is Jesus divine power real or in the mind of the believer? And I'm going to say it's in the mind of the believer. First of all, let me say good morning, everybody. I don't mean to be rude. Good morning, Fee. Good morning, Lois. Good morning, Oso. Good morning, Selena. Okay, now, and thank you. I don't know if y'all remember, but I'm gonna give you an example. The story that I had told Bash that time about this lady who went to my church, who we affectionately call Cockeyed Lois. I don't know. Well, the reason I say it was in the mind was because ever since I had been going to that church and known that lady, she has had been very cockeyed. That's just the best way I can say it. I mean, child, she look at you and say hey, and everybody in that vicinity say hey back, because we don't know who she's talking about. And so one day we were having revival at the church, and this minister who was there ministering to us was up preaching, and he called, you know how they call a line for prayer and different things. And so he had saw Lois in the out there with everybody else. And turn this. Hold on, y'all. I'm sorry. I got to put the seatbelt on. And he noticed her eyes, right? So he called her up to pray for her. So he came up there and he prayed for her. He laid hands and got the oil. I mean, he did the thing. Everybody who was in there, we all, how they say, point your, everybody point, hold your hands and point this way, So we all got our hands on. We just praying, oh Lord, straighten that cockeyed Lord's eyes, Lord, just straighten them eyes, put them where they supposed to be, that kind of stuff. And sure enough, after the prayer was done and he finished praying, and she looked up, I am not kidding y'all, her eyes were straight. And so we were all like, oh shoot, God done straightened our Lord's eyes. And it lasted, the rest of the service after the church, everybody was coming over there talking to her. And when she said, hey, we know who she was saying hey to. And, wonderful. We were like, we done witnessed a miracle. Because when I said that lady was cockeyed, I'm not lying to you. And so the next Sunday, we come back to church, we get in the building, and we all in there saying, hey, and I walk up there. And I say, hey, Sister Lord. And I say, hey, Sister Lord. And I look at Honey, that eye done cocked back up. It had done backslid. It done had went right on back where it was, right? And so I say that to say this. If it was a true divine thing that happened, it would have been fixed. But the mind, like you say, you be in that situation where you got all these people together and, on one accord, so to speak, and the mind is something else. And I would chalk it up to her mind, because of the atmosphere that was in there at that time. It straightened that eye out. But when she went back home and went back to just doing her regular thing, that eye, it backslid. So that lets me know that that's just us doing everything that we attribute to the God. Whatever miracle we say God did this and God did, no, more than likely it's something you did because it's something you wanted. You had to get out and work for it, right? Or some type of healing. Like I say, I've even had that happen to myself. I had went to church with a sprained ankle and got around and got in the atmosphere and got to shout and shout. Honey, you think I was shouting on that? You wouldn't even thought that I had a sprained ankle. Oh, God done healed my ankle. God, and I got to testified about it. I came in here, I was limping, and the Lord led the brother, pastor, to touch me on my head, and when he popped me on my head, I got instantly healed. And I had everybody up and running around. We were all running around. Child, I went back home later on, and that same ankle was still sprung. So that lets me know that it's not anything divine. It's really our emotions and our. Am I making sense to you what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, kind of like a placebo
A
effect.
placebo. Thank you. See, I knew y'all were gonna know. A placebo effect. That's exactly what it is. Uh, and I'm sure people say, well, I done seen it in this state. And I'm sure it had. I'm not down. I'm just giving you what I've seen in my experience. And I've chalked it up to it didn't have anything to do with a divine being doing anything. It was the placebo. Just like if somebody give you a sugar pill and tell you it's something, and long as you think that pill is working on your behalf, you will show improvement. And it's not. It's a sugar pill. It's the same. It's the same thing. My point is, we attribute things to a divine God that has nothing to do with it. It's us working in our own on our own behalf, one way or the other. So
I agree. I wonder though, like with did that same effect happen with y'all that believed that y'all saw her eye correct?
you know what? That could be it well too. I won't say it wasn't,
Like it
but
would have to be, right? Because you saw
yeah.
it and when you looked at it,
Oh, it
it
was.
was straight.
It was.
Yeah.
It really
So
was. So it could have been. I've heard of that too. What they call it? It's a I've heard them say it's like a big when you in a big crowd. Say you at a big concert or something, that feeling, because y'all all, kind of like on one accord, so you're all really experiencing the same thing.
like
It,
a
it,
mass hallucination, yeah.
thank you.
Mhm.
So I wouldn't put it
Either
past.
that or, there, sh- she was able to be convinced in her mind that she could, hold her eye,
Right.
straight, or she's done that before, or like, and she got comfortable home and just fucking
Yeah.
forgot, Um, but definitely, I think that it has a lot to do uh, with with your mind, you being willing to
Yeah.
credit, you know, power to a God. But like I think at that in that situation, it had to be all of y'all to decide that.
Well, I mean, and then like I say, he asks us all to participate by all of us lifting our hands. You know how they do, saints. Raise your hand and point it toward, the front, and pray. So I can imagine we probably was all on. It. I understand what you're saying, because we were all in on wanting this to happen. You know what I'm saying? Wanting to see this miracle, wanting this, and we participated in it, and we saw what we saw. But like I say, after everything would calm down and you go home and you come back, that I was right there where it always had been. So, but I mean, I just chalk it up to, I think the mind is, we don't give our mind and what we can do with it enough credit. Because I know when I was hobbling on my ankle at the time, I had to work myself up. I didn't feel no pain. I really didn't. I was shouting, honey, and jumping around and running around that church. But when all that, all that excitement and euphoria left me and I went back home, it started, it didn't just all of a sudden start, but it started nagging. I started getting a nagging pain in my leg, in my foot again, my ankle again, and there it was. But I would have said, God, I did say, because I testified about it, God done healed me on my ankle. I had everybody run around and jump, oh, But so that's my contribution. I think that's what's going on, the best I can explain it.
Yeah,
But,
it's kind of like they say, like when the body goes into shock, um, after like a car, like a real bad car accident, and
mhm.
like you're looking at the person and you're wondering how they're not in pain, and it's because their body has gone into shock. They're, it feels euphoric almost.
Mhm. Mhm.
I think that's the same feeling that we get when we hype ourselves up and we're feeling that, and we convince ourselves that the pain isn't there, and then once our bodies settle down, the the pain receptors start receiving information again. It's no longer blocked, and the pain comes right back.
Mhm. Mhm. Yep. I believe that. But we have to have, for some reason, we're wired that we have to have something outside of ourselves to put things on. Things that we do ourselves. Like like you say all the time. You hear people say, "I prayed for this job and the Lord gave it to me." Okay, but what did you do to prepare? You know, you had the educational skills, you had all of that you prepared. You applied for it. You did all the work, but you got the job and you gonna give it to Jesus. Well, what about the other person who was praying for that same job? Why would if you're gonna put it on Jesus? Did God saw you? He felt like you were more worthy than the next person. I mean, how do you make that make sense? Because I'm sure you weren't the only person praying for that particular job, but you got it. So either you real special with God in your mind, you know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Yeah, I remember there was a guy on stage not too long ago who was basically saying that he had prayed for a job and he didn't get it, and he just said as the guy was, protecting him from something that could possibly be wrong with that job,
Mm-hmm.
and he said that somebody that he knows got it or something like that, and I was asking him, like, you're saying that the God didn't give you the job because there there's something bad about the job, which means that the God was protecting you,
Mm-hmm.
and the other person only got the job because they didn't get the job because they were more qualified. They got the job because your God wanted to protect you, and it's stories that we tell ourselves to make us feel good about why certain things happen in our lives or don't happen in our lives.
Yeah, I agree. But that was all. I just thought I'd share that because it just makes sense to me. But anyway, I thank you all. Y'all have a wonderful day today. Have a good day today and a better day tomorrow if I don't talk to you. And I
Thank you.
love
Have
you
a good day
all.
too.
Oh, I will. I just
You,
went and
Auntie.
voted. If you haven't and you plan to, please do. That's all I'm gonna say about that. Um, but I appreciate y'all, every last one of y'all, my little sweet peas. And Lois, I'm glad you finally made it back here because now I got all of my peas are in the pod and accounted for, so I'm satisfied.
I finally made it back here. I
I'm
still have
glad
to
you
post
did.
some more pictures because we went a couple of other places. Just got to get them together, chap.
Mm-hmm. Well, you heard when you get them together, put them up there because I live vicariously through all y'all. So I done been to Paris now because you done been. So I'm gonna enjoy it. But anyway, I'm gonna get down and let y'all go. I just wanted to share my thoughts.
Well, thank you for coming up, Auntie. I hope you have a good rest of the day.
I will. Y'all too. Love you.
Love you too.
Love you too.
And drop me down.
I got you.
Thank you, baby.
Um, Mr. McTime. So I do see your message. I'm not sure how much help I can be. I don't necessarily like convince people to leave Christianity. Um, it's weird that that person was being charged to be baptized. And I'm
What?
sure, yeah, there's somebody on YouTube that was being charged to be baptized, and several people on YouTube was trying to convince them that that was wrong, and they were asking for my help. Like, I don't know how much help I can be, outside of it. Like, I'm sure y'all told him everything that I would probably say to him, right? Like how insane that is that he's being charged for baptism. But I don't set a goal to convince people to leave Christianity. That's something they have to decide on their own.
Wait, like he has to pay money to be baptized?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I
The,
mean, they've been paying for every other connection with this God, like through tithes and offerings and paying for the lifestyle of the person that they've chosen as their spokesman for this God. So I'm not quite surprised that it go into this level.
Marla, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? All right, y'all. I think we're really like getting slow. Um, I don't know if y'all if there's anybody in here that wants to talk about the topics. Or are we hanging out now? But it's getting really slow. You have to send a request. What do you need a Christian for, Oso? What do you need a Christian for? Yeah, it's been a really pleasant night. Chammy, you're not connecting. Oso.
To save my soul.
I think you need a Christian to fuck with.
What?
Mm-hmm.
You think? What? You think I need chaos to thrive? That would make me a Christian. No, I'm cool with peace. I'm happy with all the peace and stuff, and like the niceness and stuff. I love it. It's nice.
You sound so convincing.
Yeah. So try someone else.
Oh my goodness. All right, we'll give it 9 minutes and see till 9 o'clock and see because it's winding down. I'll play a song. What song do y'all want?
We need
Black
the funk.
before everything.
We gotta have that funk.
Oh, that child is in there tearing up my living room.
I'm black before I'm Christian. What the hell is that? When you came out the womb, your ancestry was fed. No newborn delivered, cry, Christ is risen. That's an identity you learn, not the skin you live in. Christianity's a label, religion you adopt. But the melanin in your skin, it can't be swapped. Our bloodline speaks louder than the gospel they spin. Your faith you were taught, but your blackness is within. Don't ask me, don't expect me to accept your fantasy or proximity. If your savior needs blackness to lead, then salvation isn't for me. 'Cause I'm black before anything. Yeah, I'm black before anything. They say Jim Crow is better, that's what some of them claim. And some of you black voices echo it like it's not insane. Trading ancestry for pews, putting blackness on the shelf, calling racism salvation while denying themselves. How you worship a Christ who ought to change you once new, but forget your ancestors who bled and died for you. You backburner your blackness just to fit in the faith, or to serve a God who erases your face. Don't ask me, don't expect me to accept your fantasy of proximity. If your savior needs blackness to lead, then salvation isn't for me. 'Cause I'm black before anything. Yeah, I'm black before anything. Yeah. Our ancestors prayed while they had chains on their hands, adopting a Christian identity at their slave masters' demand. their voices in the river, their blood in the soil, and survival was their sermon. Be resistant, be determined. We are proof of the faith, their fight, their song, carrying forth with the legacy they dreamt of all along. Before your cross, before your church or amens, I was black, I am black, and I'll be black again. Don't ask me, don't expect me to accept your fantasy of proximity. Aging blackness to lead, then salvation isn't for me. 'Cause I'm black before anything. Yeah, I'm black before anything. I was black, I am black, and I'll be black again.
Sure, Nehemiah, the song makes no sense because you are Jesus before anything. Even though you were black before you knew Jesus, Nehemiah. And I bet your name isn't even Nehemiah. I bet that's your TikTok name. The way y'all will deny what is actually real for shit that you can't see is just beyond me. And then wonder why shit is happening in the world the way it is. It's beyond me. Hey, Jarian.
Y'all, hey, thank you. Thank you. So I log in. Hey, everybody. I'm so sorry. I just get so excited about the music. I log in like on all of my devices, right? So one device I'm listening to you, and then I'm like, I want to listen to the music. That damn Obsessed remix. When I tell you, like, the first one is good, but was that the one I said you voted for yesterday? That we voted for yesterday. Selima
Uh-uh.
likes it. Is that the one?
Obsessed?
Yeah.
No, Obsessed is already released. The ones that we were voting for yesterday is Black and I'm Proud.
Oh, okay. So I just downloaded it this morning. I have been jamming all morning. It's been hard to listen because I just been listening to the music, like trying to go back and forth to keep up. What a gift. Look, if y'all haven't downloaded I don't even know what you call it. I call it an album, an EP. It's like 14 songs on there.
20. They said I did too many songs.
Yeah, you gave
20
too.
songs.
Yeah, you gave a lot. You gave a lot. I don't want to say you gave too much because I just don't know if there's such a thing. But how generous, and thank you. And because Apple whatever, I don't have to pay to download the album. I'm trying to get this to everybody. Like, how do you pay for it? Like, some people I can pay for it. Like, is there a space where you go pay for the album or the
I
EP?
think because it's on Apple Music now, I think the only time that you could have paid for it is through iTunes when it was on pre-order.
Oh,
But now that
oh.
it's on Apple Music, I think it's just streaming. I don't know though.
What's the artist name, Tinker? I'm gonna look for it now.
You
What?
stinker.
But it's spelled differently, right?
No, it's Thinker.
I thought it was without the I. I guess I must be
Oh, that's
confused.
on Suno.
Oh,
Okay.
so no.
What's Suno?
Where I would create the music.
Oh, oh, okay.
Sometimes I'll like release it on the platform that I created on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm
So,
trying to get you paid. Look, I'm everybody's
mm-hmm.
promoter. I'm just like, how do I send the link? I done sent it to everybody, but I didn't realize that you don't have to, if you have I guess, a subscription with the different providers, that you don't actually pay for the actual album or
Yeah,
whatever.
they just I think you get paid for like streams. I don't even know how that works. Um,
Mm.
yeah.
Well, I just wanted to come up and say, if y'all haven't subscribe to Apple. I don't know what you got to do to listen to it, but that it is like I have no words. Like, it is so. Yes, look. Let me get out the comments. I'm talking about. Are you on? Somebody said, "Are you on Spotify? Are you on all of them?"
Yeah, except for YouTube Music. Lovey said her daughter bought it yesterday on Apple because she doesn't have a subscription. So I think if you have a subscription, you can't buy it. But if you don't have a subscription, you can, I guess. Or
Okay,
or,
so
or iTunes, I think. I don't know.
okay, I'm gonna figure it out because we need to patronize or however we have to do. We need to pay for it. In my opinion, I mean, it's your gift. Like we can't eat the air, and I know that's not something that you are big on, but yeah, we need to. I guess I can log out and then go pay for it. I'll try that or try with one of my other IDs or something like that. But I just wanted to say, if y'all not listening to it, if y'all hadn't downloaded, are you on Amazon Music too? Because maybe I can go.
Everything but Apple Music and I mean everything but YouTube Music, Facebook, and Instagram.
Okay,
So
okay.
all of them.
Well, okay, everybody, y'all need to go and listen and get the downloads and like. I know I'm not saying it in the right way, but y'all know what I'm talking about.
Hold on, Jaron. Barish, I didn't write the song on Suno, dumbass. I wrote the song and then used Suno to create it. Use your brain. And if it's such a easy thing to do, then go fucking do it. Like everybody can do it. Go do it. Like y'all, Jesus turns y'all into haters. Like if this is why I don't think your Jesus has no power. Jesus turns y'all into haters. Y'all are mad because Jesus didn't give you inspiration to create songs on Suno. I'm not selling shit, and I didn't write the song on Suno. The lyrics are mine, and the engineering is mine. This discernment that Jesus is giving y'all, this power that Jesus is giving y'all, he isn't giving you the power to create. Like you swear up and down that Jesus gives you purpose, but y'all hating on other people's purposes or other people's creations because your Jesus isn't doing it for ya. What y'all do is y'all sit up under me and you tremble in your fucking seats because Jesus hasn't prepared you to defend his word. And then you hate. You hate on the laughter that we have in here. You hate on the community that we have in here, all without your God. That's what Jesus done. When he said that you can't be my disciple unless you hate, he fucking meant that shit. And he turned y'all into haters. And that might be a fucking song that I make on Suno. Because you just inspired it and not your Holy Spirit.
And if I may just pardon the interruption, I'm fucking up here selling it. No, and this was an interruption. The music is awesome and it is written for people like us. People like me in particular, who is deconstructing, who love music, who want to move around and don't want to feel like the damn Holy Ghost or who else has like no. So cut it out, and why don't they just move on thinking like this? This is what always confounds me about the believers that
Because they're not happy. They're not happy. That's why they sit in here and they listen to us when we're talking and they don't come up, right? They're not happy. Jesus isn't doing it for them, but they want to try to convince us that he is because they're scared of Jesus. They're scared of living. They've been convinced that if they even give themselves any type of credit, that Jesus is going to take what little bitty job or, you know, comfortability that they do have. They're scared he's going to take that away because they believe Jesus gave it to him, right? So they're not happy. They feel trapped and they're jealous. When they say the devil is jealous, they're actually jealous of the freedom that those of us who have actually broken away from this fear and this anxiety and this mindset of limitation, they're jealous of that because they want to break away, but they're scared to. That's why.
But you know what's funny is most of us. You were talking about being being Kojic, and you were talking about the different places in the like states, like Memphis and Alabama and so on, Mississippi. Well, I was Kojic in Germany, so it was like that's where I met the God at in Germany. So I kind of chuckled at that. And I said that to say, like, the believers who come in here don't understand that we know their story. We know how they feel. That's why you're able to call them out like Johnny on the spot. Like you're able to lift the cover up so you can see them sucking their thumbs to calm their nervous system down, or however it is they have decided to cope with their travesties and stuff. So, and we truly are grateful for this community. A year ago, I was running around talking about, well, what, and Lord's answered this. She and Bash answered it at the same time. I was just like, well, what do you do? What do you do? And Lord said, any damn thing you want to do. And that was so freeing for me.
But they don't believe that. They believe without their God, there is no purpose in life. Like they're without Jesus, they've not engaged with themselves at all. And so they don't know themselves, that they don't know life. This is why I said there is no God of life in that book, because they take life for granted. The people who wrote these stories knew how life came about, right? They knew that men and women have sex and therefore you are born. They don't know how you die. And so there is a God of death, right? There are demons, there are angels of death, there's no angels of life. They don't they've not been taught how to engage with their life. They've been told to fear their death. So they live to die. And they're jealous of those of us that have figured out how to live. And they sit back and they watch us live and they hate.
Not even, I don't know if they even realize that it's tough. Like it for me it was like I was trying to think about when I was prepping for our interview that's coming up, and I was trying to think about when did I really deconstruct. All I did was I stopped going to church 15 years ago, but the deconstruction process for me has, I mean, really and truly, kind of in a sense, just begun because I have come out of the proverbial closet. I'm not ashamed of being an atheist anymore. I was very ashamed of being an atheist because of the peer pressure. And even now, my husband is like, well, why do you have to categorize? And I'm like, because I need for people to understand, like, I don't want to have anything to do with any kind of God, anything that had me in the space that I was in. I mean, I was tricked into believing that that's where, well, no, I wasn't tricked. I willingly started to believe that that's where my validation comes from. That you just, the whole thought process that we get stuck in because we want to be a part or we want to feel special. We want to feel special. So we find ourselves in this space or this ideology, or I allowed myself to be radicalized because my belief system was, I'm telling you, I think I mentioned it before, I thought I could raise the dead. That's how radicalized I was in this belief system. But it was in my early 20s and through my 30s, and finally when I turned 40, I guess I was just like, girl, come on now. You ain't no richer. You've done all this hard work. You've built this life, and you still gonna give this credit to something outside of you. That's I think was just the killer for me, like the straw that broke the camel's back.
I used to think that I could pray tumors away. I told you my mother-in-law had a big ass tumor on her neck. And I thought that I could pray that tumor away, and it didn't go anywhere. But,
Right.
it's just, waking up and dealing with reality is not easy. You can deal with truth bombs once your Jesus teaches you how to fucking get on a cell phone to get on the panel, because you in the comments whining about your ass being on the PC. The Holy Ghost should have told you how to work TikTok.
That's so funny because I was on my computer earlier today trying to
But
believe. I'm sorry. I just when you said that, I'm sorry.
they trip me out. Yeah, like to be mad at someone else's happiness is crazy as fuck, right? And like he ready to come up here and drop truth bombs, and like it's from a place of like really envy, That's the thing that like irritates me, for another human to just sit back and like you really hate another human because you're jealous. Like you are literally jealous of this person. Like you don't know anything about anybody in this room. Nothing. And you hate people in this room because your God doesn't do for you. That's fucking sad. Like it's one thing to not have the same beliefs and to discuss that, but you literally have a hatred because people don't share your belief. And I dislike y'all because your personalities just fucking suck. Y'all are like spoiled children. You are jealous. You are very jealous. You've never had a conversation with me, bitch. You've never had a conversation with me. Don't even know who you are. But you are fighting hard to have a conversation with me. That's what's hard. That's what you're definitely going through a pain in your ass to try to get up on my stage. That's what's happening. And the interesting thing is that I'm pretty sure you've been listening to me, and the thing that moves you, right? To try to figure out, to try to ask your Jesus to move hell and high water to get on my stage is you heard a song that I made with Suno. And that is what lit a fire in your ass to get on the stage.
And so, if I may interrupt again, like that's what I love about you. Like, in a way, it gives us, not that I have ever felt voiceless, but like the courage uh, to call them out, like to just call them out right then, right there, not second guessing anything, not, it's like that knowing to like just say, I mean, all of y'all really, it's just done in such a beautiful way that I don't know. I thank you all for that too, like giving a voice to the emotional shit that I be wanting to say to motherfuckers. Like just, it's worse than punching them in the face because they have to replay the conversations over and over and over and over again. While they think they're not replaying them, they are thinking about like, okay, I should have said this, or how can I get them back with that? Jesus, come tell me, give me the answer right now, Holy Ghost. And ain't nobody gonna give them no answer. They just got to take the fucking smack down.
They just complain to their Jesus all the time, and beg and whine their Jesus for shit that he ain't gonna come and give them. Like that, it's crazy. Like the other day, I was watching this news forecast, and the guy was talking about Bitcoin, and he was talking about AI, and he said over the next 5 years, Bitcoin and AI is going to make the next group of millionaires, and he's not lying, right? Like the people who are able to engage with AI and with Bitcoin, um, they're going to make money. Like I have several brothers who have been investing in Bitcoin, several coins for probably about the last 4 years. And when I tell you that, like the amount of money that they have in it, not what they've invested in, what they've made from it is astronomical, right? Same thing with AI. Like I started working on my AI company. Man, probably about 4 or 5 years ago, we switched from being native to AI, because that's where the market is going, and people that complain about that, right? Because it ain't gonna change, right? The government is moving towards it. A lot of our banks are moving towards using it, and the more that you're able to engage with it in a responsible way, you're going to be able to find easier ways to make a living, right? But if you want to be this, you know, uh, type of person that just sit back and watch people create and innovate and move forward with the time and complain about that, then you're going to be always stuck in this cycle of complaining and asking your God, why not me? Why not me? Why not me? Why not me? If that's what you want for yourself because you've stored your treasures up in heaven, kudos to you. But don't put your like project your bullshit on other people, right? Because other people allow themselves to use their brain, right, and get out of the fucking cycle of begging. Because that's what Jesus did is turn people into fucking beggars.
I agree emphatically. I was talking to a group of my writers and they were like, well, we don't want to use AI. We don't want to use Chat GPT. And I was like, why the hell not? Like, you don't have to, it's not your creativity. I mean, it helps with grammar check. It helps you find your resources quicker and easier. I mean, it's just, why wouldn't we? And I was like, AI could potentially replace all of my writers, all of them. So they need to get hip to it so that we can move on together and we can produce more products quicker, especially with me being in like the paper, not necessarily reading and writing, like getting information out. So information. I had my phone. Somebody keeps calling me. I guess they hear me on here. So, but I just like it's so funny. Like I'm always so afraid to come up because I think somebody is gonna hear me or recognize me or something. That's why I'm always changing my name, and I'm slowly moving out of that space too. But I just basically I just want to say thank you because they're not gonna stop calling me now, and I can't wait to have our conversation and share it, not just with the community, but with everybody. And play another song before we get off because it's 10:16 my time. So play a few more songs and let everybody enjoy the beautiful music so that whoever the cat was, maybe he'll get inspired to go on Suno himself and create his own
He doesn't
music.
have the creativity to do it.
And that's what they're upset and jealous about. Well, listen, y'all have a great today, and let's everybody just keep on keeping on.
All right, have a good one, Jaren.
Okay.
I'll talk to you tomorrow.
All righty. Okay. Bye-bye.
The data centers have always used large amounts of water. AI is contributing to that as well, and they are working on ways to limit that. And then the AI centers going into black neighborhoods, like that. Every AI company isn't doing what Elon Musk is doing, right? And so this is why I say be responsible with the AI that you use. Every AI developer isn't the same. They don't have the same transparency policies. They don't have the same agendas, the same infrastructure. So, like, before you give your information, you start like talking to an AI or using an AI or giving your information to one. See who the developer of that AI is and look at their ethical practices. Look how they collected their data, stuff like that. And they provide that stuff on their website. But all AI aren't the same. Yeah, research is key. Haven't had a crash out today, but I guess Jesus wanted one. I see Jesus finally told your whiny ass how to get on TikTok, or was it me who told you that you needed to get on your cell phone?
Yeah, it was you that
It was
mentioned
me.
getting on the cell phone.
Well,
Yeah.
damn. Why did Jesus fail in that? Why didn't Jesus tell you that you had to get on the cell phone?
So you think Jesus talks to me in an audible voice?
It doesn't matter if it's audible. I'm sure you talked to his ass.
Well, here, this is why I've wanted to jump on because I've seen
Oh,
your.
you're not gonna answer that question.
Yeah.
Whatever woo woo feelings he give you that you translate. Why didn't he send a woo woo feeling to tell you to get on your cell phone?
Well, I don't like TikTok. I didn't want to
I
put
didn't
it
ask
on
you if
my
you like
phone
TikTok. I
and
asked
all of
you why
that.
didn't Jesus give you guidance for how to get on stage and talk for him?
Because Jesus gave me a brain to handle these things
Evidently
on my
not.
own. Yeah, well,
Evidently not. Like
no, just because,
the
I
brain
don't
that's in
like
your head,
TikTok.
the brain that's in your head, you're about to use to speak for your God.
Sure. So
Yeah. So why
anywho,
didn't your God tell you how to get on TikTok? Why did he have to use my atheist ass brain to tell you that?
anyways, this is a ridiculous.
Ah,
This is
yeah.
stupid.
It
For
is,
real.
isn't
Do
it?
you
It
want to?
is.
Do you want to
Yeah.
have a serious
Yeah. Oh, did
conversation
you
like
come in here
grown ups?
serious? Did you come in
Yeah.
here serious? I don't think you
Yeah.
did.
Absolutely.
I don't. No, you didn't. Had you came in here with some respect, then I would respect you. But I don't fucking respect you.
That's fine. You know what I
So
mean? You don't
don't
have
then
to.
stop
I
fucking
would
stop
like to
whining.
earn your
Then
respect.
fucking stop whining. You can't do that. You
Yeah.
can't
No.
do that.
I'd like to earn
My
your
respect is
respect.
fucking expensive, and you fucking can't do that. You came in here broke. When you came into my comments, you came in here fucking broke.
Sure. So, anyways, so would you at least concede that Jesus was a real person in
For fucking
history?
what? No.
No, you're going to pretend he doesn't exist
How the fuck do I know if he existed?
because you can investigate all of the historical
What
records.
historical record? What historical record?
Like, have you ever heard of Josephus?
The Josephus don't say shit about your Jesus.
Are you kidding for reals?
No.
That's a you're that's misinformation.
Is your Jesus
You're
telling you
incorrect.
that? Is your Jesus telling you that Josephus talked about him?
No, this is historical facts. Like, do
Sure.
you know who
What
Bart
historical?
Ehrman is?
What yeah, Bart Ehrman does not. The testimonium of Flavian is an interpolation. There was no church father or no historian that mentioned the testimonium of Flavian before Eusebius's lying ass. There are no historical artifacts or archaeological evidence for your Jesus. The best you have is a fucking probability that a human named Yeshua, which were many at that time, lied about being the Jewish Messiah.
Okay, so then what would be the motive of all of the disciples to go out and say they, saw Jesus rise from the dead,
What disciples?
as far as like, the 12 apostles?
What 12 apostles saw him rise from the dead? What 12 apostles wrote and said that?
Yeah, Peter.
What did Peter write and say that?
Yeah, Peter,
Where did
John,
he
many
write
of
and say
them.
that?
What are you talking about?
Yeah,
You've
what does
heard of
Peter
the
say?
four gospels before, right?
Is there a fourth gospel? Is Peter the
Okay,
fourth gospel?
hold on a minute. I mean, is
Is
truth of
Peter a fourth
concern?
gospel?
Is truth
Which of the
of
four gospels
concern
did
to
Peter
you?
write? Which of the four
Do you
gospels
care
did
about
Peter write?
truth, or do you just want to sit in your
Which
fucking
of the
bubble?
four gospels did Peter write?
Peter didn't write the four
Right.
gospels,
Peter
but
didn't write the four gospels.
you've
You're
heard of the
absolutely
book of
right.
Peter, right?
What did Peter say?
That Peter died on a cross upside down for
Oh, is that in the
claiming.
book of Peter?
Oh, dude. Okay, just
Is that
relax,
in the book
woman.
of Peter?
Look, I know you're upset
Answer the
because you're so
question.
happy.
Answer
You know
the
what I mean?
question. Does it say in the book of Peter that he died on a cross upside down?
Yes.
Oh, where? Peter what? What
In,
chapter?
now, hold on one
No,
second.
Chapter, please.
Okay, you're
What
trying
chapter?
to, yeah,
What
you're trying to go
chapter?
down a rabbit
What
trail.
chapter in the book of Peter
Just
does it
stop.
say?
Stop
What
for 1
chapter?
second.
Hey, Jesus. What chapter in the book of Peter does it say Peter died upside down?
No, that's a historical fact.
Oh, so that's not in the book of Peter.
No, that's not in the
No,
book of
that's
Peter.
not in the book of
Now
Peter.
relax
That is
for 1
that's
second.
not a
Just calm
historical
down.
fact. That is an oral tradition,
Hey,
right?
look, I know you're
It's not
upset.
a historical fact. It's an oral tradition, right? Now I'm
No,
going
no,
to
no.
ask you again, what 12 disciples are you referring to that wrote that they saw Jesus rise from the dead?
Well, you've heard of Paul, right, on the road to
Was Paul
Damascus?
there when Jesus rose from the dead?
Yeah, sort of.
Paul was there. In which four gospels does Paul appear?
He's not. You're
Oh,
being
he's
ridiculous.
not.
You're
And
just
where
being
did and
ridiculous.
which book of
Please,
Paul, which letter
please,
of Paul
try
does
not to
Paul say?
behave like a
Which
child.
letter of Paul does Paul say he saw your Jesus rise from the dead?
Paul on the road to Damascus. I'm
Oh, was
sure
that?
you've
Oh,
heard
so
of
he
the
saw. So
story.
your Jesus's
You're
ghost
just
came
trying to
to
be
him. Your
ridiculous. You don't
Jesus's
even want to
ghost.
talk.
Your
You
Jesus's
just want to sit
ghost.
here and assert your
Hey, stop
bullshit
fucking
atheism position.
whining. Stop whining. You came in here. You fucking asked for this shit, and you're getting it. Now you could have gotten what everybody else got all fucking night, but no, motherfucker, you had to come in here like a little whiny ass bitch, and so I'm gonna treat you like a whiny ass bitch. Which of the Gospels does Paul say that he saw your Jesus rise from the dead? Don't fucking ask for shit that you can't fucking handle.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Jesus. We can
Okay,
hear
so
you.
here it is, okay? Because here's the Christian position. God showed up and
I
proved
didn't
that
ask you
he's
for the Christian
real.
position. I asked you which of the books does Paul say he saw your Jesus rise from the dead?
The road to Damascus in the
That's
book of
not
Acts.
seeing your Jesus rise
What
from
are
the
you
dead.
talking about? How
That's
could
not seeing your
have
Jesus
you
rise from the
even heard?
dead.
Oh, do you
That's
know what
not
I'm
seeing
talking
your
about?
Jesus.
Just
What you're talking about is Paul, actually Luke, claiming that Paul saw a fucking bright light. When Paul doesn't even say he saw a bright light, Paul says he received a revelation from your Jesus.
okay, so here it is. Here's this guy Paul that gets
Paul
commissioned.
wasn't a 12 disciple.
Listen, just
No, you
see,
no,
you don't even want to
you
talk.
made a claim. You made a claim that the 12 disciples saw your Jesus rise from the dead, and they wrote about it. Paul wasn't one of the 12 disciples. Paul didn't see your Jesus rise from the dead. Paul didn't even really say he saw a fucking light. Luke
So
said that
you're
shit.
saying
No, no,
Paul was
I'm
not
talking.
one of the
Paul, no, he was
apostles?
not. He was not one of the 12 disciples. You
You got
motherfuckers
to
think
stop
I'm a
trying to
pain in
talk
the ass.
over.
Y'all think I'm a pain in the ass to talk to because I don't let y'all bullshit me. This is what using your brain actually feels like.
I'm just trying to have a conversation on what is going
No,
on.
you ruined that shit when you came in the comments the way you came in the
Just
comments.
listen for a
No,
second.
no,
At
no.
least let
Stop
me make
fucking
my
whining.
point.
No, you asked for this shit. You talk shit in the fucking comments. You're getting exactly what the fuck you asked for. You're getting exactly what the fuck you said.
Listen, Miss
No,
Delightful and
no,
Miss Happy all
no.
the time. Just
No,
calm
I don't
down.
fucking. You can't get what everybody else get, motherfucker. You get what the fuck you deserve, and
I
that's
am
this.
that
You
motherfucker. So
don't. Well,
just
then,
shut your mouth
motherfucker,
for
then
a
deal with
moment
it. Then
and
deal with
let
it.
me state my
Make
claim.
me shut my mouth. Make me
I
shut
would
my
love
mouth.
to. I would love to.
Use the divine power of your God to make me shut my mouth.
Yeah,
How
well,
about
he
that?
gave you a free
Use the
will and he
divine
gave me
power.
a free will.
Use well.
So you can run
So
your
then
mouth as you please.
my mouth, and my free will is more powerful than your God, which is such a fucking waste. Because if my mouth and my motherfucking will is more powerful than your God, then I don't fucking need them. It's a waste. And you're in here whining about not shit. Like I said, with your jealous ass. Hateful and jealous. And when did it become ridiculous to ask for evidence of a claim being made? Like if you're saying that the book or Peter or Paul or Mary or whoever said something, shouldn't it be rational to ask for you to go to the book and show us where he said that? That's not irrational at all. We had a whole night without crash outs because we only had one Christian join the stage. The crash outs come from the believers because you guys are filled with hate. And then you want to approach people with hate and expect people to approach you with fucking kindness. That's not me, motherfucker. Your Jesus needs to teach you how to use TikTok. The brain that your Jesus gave you don't work. Take that shit back.
Maybe you missed the update. Try to go to sleep and see if maybe it works.
The update is in the Bronze Age. That motherfucker's still buffering. These motherfuckers ain't even in the Greco-Roman. They ain't even got to that shit yet. Shit still on 5%.
Damn.
Motherfuckers still trying to figure out how to use their 5 sense knowledge. Nigga gonna sit there until we send him a invite to come off mute because he can't find the fucking microphone.
This would be a wonderful opportunity for that Holy Spirit power.
I wonder how it is that we keep going on mute and then off mute to have a conversation.
The whining is crazy. Stop being mean.
Who's
The whining
whining?
is crazy.
You think this is whining?
Oh, you were born with a whiny ass voice.
You're tripping. But anyways, I'm all man.
You're
baby.
tripping. You're
Yeah.
tripping. That's how you talk. You're tripping. Like
Well,
you were born with a whiny ass voice.
Okay, well, you were born with a bitchy voice, so
Okay,
do you want
cool.
to sit here and call each other
Cool.
names,
Did you think
or
that
do
I
you
was
want to
gonna
have a
be? Did you think I was gonna
conversation?
be upset about that?
Yeah. So
Like
if
I
God
know you
showed
think
up
I'm a
and
bitch
proved
because
that
you're
He's
scared. You're
real,
fucking
now what
scared.
are we arguing
You're
about?
scared. There's nothing to fucking argue about because you don't have any fucking knowledge.
You just sat there and just totally misstated incorrect facts, and you're telling me?
How do you misstate incorrect? Would that make it?
I mean, okay, they're outright lies. Everything
If
that
you
you said
misstate an
was just a
incorrect fact,
lie.
does that make it a real thing, or how does
Okay,
that work?
so
If it's a
have
double
you ever
negative,
heard
doesn't that
of
make it a
Bart
positive?
Ehrman? Have you ever
No,
heard of
I
Bart
have
Ehrman?
no idea who that is. Are you talking
What's
about
a bar
Bart
Gerbil?
Simpson's son?
No.
Are you talking about Homer Simpson's son, Bart? I don't know who Bart Ehrman is. Definitely don't.
Okay, well, he's a professor at Chapel Hill.
You don't say.
Yeah, I do
And he
say.
definitely doesn't have a podcast with Dr. Joshua Bowen's wife Melanie, right? He definitely does. Megan. He definitely doesn't have that. I mean,
Okay, so
goddamn.
here's my point. Okay, Jesus was a real person. We can all agree on that, right?
You think that because Bart Ehrman says that it's more likely that he was real because they talked about embarrassing shit, that means that your Jesus was real. The only thing you have are scholars saying is that it is more probable that Jesus existed as a human because humans named Yeshua existed. And what Bart says is that it's probable that Jesus existed because the stories written about him are fucking embarrassing.
Bart
And
Ehrman straight up says
he literally says he does not see people writing such embarrassing stories and it not be real. Bart doesn't have any archaeological evidence for a historical Jesus. Bart is working off of probabilities. Just like every other fucking scholar.
Bart has claimed outright there is no way to dispute Jesus was a real person.
There is a way to dispute that whether or not this Jesus was a real person because there is no archaeological evidence. There is no archaeological evidence. But Bart also says that your Jesus is not God. Bart also says that the stories that were written about your Jesus were also written about Apollonius, and that the followers of Jesus and the followers of Apollonius were competing with each other and writing competing mythologies about their saviors.
Okay, but you do agree Jesus existed, right?
No.
See, then you're not being honest.
I am being honest with you,
You're
motherfucker.
not.
You asked me if I agree that your Jesus existed, and no, I don't.
Okay, every historian, Bart Ehrman even claims straight up, there's no historian.
Bart Ehrman
on the
is
planet.
but first off, Bart Ehrman is one motherfucking person. He does not speak for every fucking scholar. Bart says that it is more likely that he existed because fucking humans named Yeshua
You're being
existed.
dishonest.
No, I'm not. I'm fucking telling
Would you like
what
me to share
I'm fucking telling you what the fuck Bart Ehrman said. He does not say that he has evidence of your Jesus existing. He literally says that it is probable that he existed because humans existed named Yeshua at that time. And given the fact that the stories written about him and his early followers are so fucking embarrassing that he doesn't see that anyone would make up such embarrassing stories about themselves, that is more likely why your Jesus existed. He does not say that he has evidence that your Jesus existed.
Are you going to continue to mute my mic like a child?
I'm not fucking muting you.
I will.
Okay. Somebody's muting me.
Yeah, I told you
Then
already. If you
stop
try to
fucking
talk while
talking
she's
while I'm
talking, I'm gonna
talking.
fuck you up with that mic button, baby.
You ain't going to fuck nobody up, you little punk bitch. So,
Oh yeah,
listen up, okay? Because here's
you
the
want to bet?
reality of the situation. Okay, you
You
can
want to
sit
bet?
here and say Bart Ehrman doesn't claim Jesus was
You
real.
straight
That's a
balling.
lie. That's a lie. You're outright lying. I can show you the video of him plainly saying to a whole crowd of atheists, you look ridiculous if you try to claim Jesus doesn't exist. That's ridiculous.
Because it doesn't make, nobody can prove he didn't, and nobody can prove he did, motherfucker. That's what the fuck. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. That's what probability means, you dumb motherfucker. That's why I said Bart is dealing with probabilities. Stupid ass. You stupid motherfuckers here that nobody can claim that he didn't exist, and you hear, oh, that means he did exist. That's not the same thing.
Grow up, sir, that keeps fucking muting my mic like a child. You know what I mean?
Oh, I thought you were gonna fuck him up, and he was a stupid bitch.
I'm
Now
not.
you're begging. Now you're using. Now you're
Who's the one
using
that fucking
childish ass innuendos.
Give me a
Now you're
break.
using childish ass
You
innuendos.
guys are
You talk
fucking.
a lot of shit. You talk a lot of shit that you can't fucking back up. And you've been whining like you were begging to come on this stage because you were gonna put us in our place. Now you're fucking whining. Don't talk shit that you can't fucking handle.
Again, your boy got to mute my mic like a child. You're children. You don't even want to have a serious conversation.
You didn't come in here for a serious
I sure
conversation,
did.
motherfucker. No, the fuck you
I
didn't.
sure did.
No, the
And
fuck
you've
you
been
didn't.
nothing but a
You
rich,
came in the
angry
conversation.
bitch.
You came in the conversation exactly the way I'm treating your ass.
Sure.
That's how you came in here.
So you want to pretend
Like you
Jesus
want to dish
doesn't
out shit that
exist.
you can't fucking take back.
Yeah. You want to pretend Jesus doesn't exist.
Your Jesus,
You
there is
wanna
no evidence.
pretend
There is
he
no
didn't get
evidence that your Jesus
crucified.
existed. There's no evidence that your Jesus existed. None whatsoever.
You are fucking delusional.
Where is the
That
evidence?
is the most
Where is the
lying statement I've ever
evidence?
heard.
Where is the evidence that your Jesus existed?
I mean, the mountains, there's more evidence.
What
for
is
Jesus.
it? Name it.
What do you
name the mountains of evidence, motherfucker? Name
the motherfucking Bible, motherfucker.
That's not
How
evidence.
that?
That's a claim, you dumbass.
How about the motherfucking Bible? How about that?
That's a claim. That's a claim,
you
stupid
fucking
ass.
retard.
That's a claim. That's a claim. Name the evidence. And I am fucking mad. Name the evidence.
He just used the R slur.
I heard him. Name the evidence.
I just used a what slur?
Name the evidence.
There's the Bible. There's all of the
Bible is the claim. The Bible is the claim. What is the evidence to support the claim in the Bible?
Prophecy would be a good start.
You are a dumb fuck.
You are a
You are
fucking
you are
idiot.
a dumb fuck, and you like
So
Jesus
you
just
want
sent you
to
in here to
you
fucking whine. That's all Jesus did. Jesus sent you in here to fucking whine to show everybody how stupid his followers are. You know what? I'm gonna take you back. There is evidence that your Jesus probably existed because Celsius says that Jesus' criteria for his followers would be that y'all will be ignorant, uneducated, foolish,
sure.
and stupid. And that's what I see. Like a lot of you that follow Jesus are stupid, unintelligent, and ignorant. And y'all display that when y'all come on this stage. Y'all are the evidence. That's why it says
Your
faith.
boy
Faith
is a
is the
fucking
evidence.
child.
That's
This
why it
little
says faith is the evidence. Your faith, your stupid faith, your stupid mentality,
your
your
fucking
level of
retarded.
low intellect is the evidence that your Jesus existed. And y'all show that every fucking day when y'all come on this stage.
La land. You're in La La Land. And your little boyfriend here keeps muting my mic so I can't even speak.
You should be happy. I just conceded.
Kind of sounds like
What? You know what I mean? You should wake up because hell
You
is
you should
real.
be happy. I just conceded.
Yeah. Yeah.
Your Jesus is real because he had a crew of stupid people following him.
Sure. So you prove to me then, give me a motive for why the apostles and all of the first century Christians, were threatened with death by the Roman army. I'm sure you've heard of a Roman candle before, right?
I mean, sure, the same reason that people who didn't follow your Jesus were threatened with death, the same reason that followers of Jesus killed other followers of Jesus.
What other followers of Jesus
I
killed
can't
other
teach you
followers?
that. You're gonna have
Are
to
you
ask
are
your
you going to
Holy Ghost
claim
to
that
teach you that.
Catholics are Christian now?
You're gonna have
Give
to
me,
ask your Holy Ghost to teach you that. Like I can't teach you that. I'm not here to be your fucking teacher.
boy, your little buddy here that keeps muting my mic, dude. That's such a punk maneuver.
God, you're such a fucking whiner.
Well, why does your boy have to keep muting
Yeah,
my
stop
mic?
fucking whining.
Sure, I'm whining.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. You love to play in imagination, so run with it. You want to pretend Jesus wasn't real. You want to
I don't have to
pretend that
fucking pretend, motherfucker. I don't
you
have to
are
pretend.
pretending.
If he's real, then bring his ass on stage.
So, I mean,
Where is he? If he's real,
think
bring him
about
on.
your
If
request
he's
for that.
real, tell him to request.
Why don't you call like Donald Trump's
Jesus,
office and
Jesus, come get
demand
on
Donald
stage.
Trump come to your
Jesus,
house?
hold on. I'm calling. I'm calling heaven.
Yeah.
Jesus, hey yo, Jesus. I ain't getting no answer. Jesus,
Wait.
I ain't getting no answer. Like
Why
I'm
don't you call
yelling.
out
Like
to? Why
I'm
don't you
yelling. Like at the
demand Don?
top of my Jesus. I ain't getting no answer, homie. Like maybe if you yell because you got the power, right? Like
Maybe
your
if
mind,
you
the
what?
power is in your mind. So maybe if you yell because my eyes are blind, my mental ears are deaf, right? I don't know. Maybe Jesus can't understand. Like maybe he can understand that.
So do
And
you
then he
think
can
if
come and get on stage.
yeah? So do you
Like
think if you called Donald Trump's office and demanded that he come to your house
I
to
mean, at
prove?
least Donald Trump's office can answer. I mean, heaven ain't answering right now. I done spoke Holy Ghost. I done yelled AAVE.
No, you've
Right?
just acted
I
like
done
a
did it all.
child.
I done did it all. I'm yelling at the top of my lungs for Jesus to come get on stage. Right? But here you are
Like a
with
child.
you have the power, right? Like you've given your brain to Jesus, right? You're connected. So all you got to do is be like, "Hey, yo, Jesus, come show all these motherfuckers that you real. Hop in the box."
Your boy is a child that keeps muting my mic. This is just pathetic. It really is. Y'all need to grow up and,
Sir,
and
you need
face
to grow up.
reality.
You came in here trying to insult people, right?
I'm not. I didn't try to
Listen,
insult anybody.
no, yes, you did, bitch. Let me tell
No,
you
I
something.
definitely
You came
didn't.
in here trying to insult people, and don't think powder that fucking boy is not lost on her. You come where black people are and destroy everything, right? That's
I'm
all
not
you bitches are good
destroying any.
for. That's all you bitches are good for. That's all you good for.
That's all we bitches are
That's
good for, huh?
that's all you white motherfuckers
See,
are good
I'm
for.
trying to open you guys up to see that you're
You can't
getting
open me
played.
up to do nothing. Do you open your wife up?
Do I
Open
what?
that hoe up. Don't worry about opening us up, bitch. Cause we all right. Do
I'm
you
not
open that hoe up? Or is that bitch dead? Do you open that hoe up? Don't worry about us. We okay.
okay.
Don't worry about opening
If you
us up.
guys, if you guys
Open up
want to
that dusty
pretend
snatch. Don't worry
that
about
hell
opening
is
us
not
up.
real, you're not going to heed the warning, then I mean,
Fuck
you're
a warning. White folks been warning us for decades, and
okay.
look how it
Stop
turned
the
out.
whole
We don't
black
believe
white
you bitches
issue
anymore.
here.
We don't believe you whores anymore.
Wow, do you see how
We
black
don't
people have
believe you
become
anymore,
more
Powder. We
racist
do not believe you anymore.
than all time?
We
This is
don't
sad
believe you.
because
Clear
we're
eye for
getting
the
Have
white
played.
guy. We
become
do not believe
more
you anymore.
racist than all time. Let's think about that. Black people have become more racist than all time.
Because his feelings are hurt.
Let's just think about how that can't make sense. Is all time racist? Does that even can all time even have an ideology? Does that make sense? Hmm. I thought he was supposed to be dropping knowledge bombs in this motherfucker. He just sounds stupid.
I mean, it's hard to have a conversation with someone who conflates the claim with the evidence for the
Listen, quit muting my mic, man.
Stop
For
fucking
real.
cutting her off. You disrespectful little bitch.
Oh wow.
I mean,
I mean, I sat here and I listened to you for about as long as I'm going to, right? With your bullshit. You came in here and I don't know why you even I don't know why you
My
even in here.
bullshit that
I don't
Jesus is
I don't
offering eternal life as a free
how
gift.
do you
That's
know? How
Did
do
bullshit.
you
Jesus
know?
also
How do
call me
you
a
know?
bitch when you called me a bitch? Remember you said you were speaking for Jesus? You
I
called me a
didn't say I
bitch?
was speaking for
Yes, you did.
Jesus.
Yes, you did.
Oh man.
Yes, you did. And
I
you called
did?
me a bitch. And then now when you get called a bitch, oh wow. Oh wow. Oh wow.
Yeah,
You
and
don't
how
dish
do you
out what the
know?
fuck you can't
You
take
can
back,
call me
motherfucker.
whatever you want.
And
Don't
how do
dish
you
out what
know?
the fuck you can't take back.
Yeah,
How do you
okay.
know what God is offering? Do you know anybody that has
Because I've
eternal
read
life?
and studied the
Do you know
Bible. That's
anybody that
why.
has eternal life, bitch? I've
What was
read
that?
about Publishers Clearinghouse, but I don't know anybody that ever won anything from it. Do, do, do you know anybody that's gotten eternal life?
Uh, have I passed to the other side yet?
Do
No.
you know anyone that has gotten eternal life? If they're living eternally,
Yes,
we should be able.
Jesus of
Okay,
Nazareth would
we
be a
should be
good
able.
start.
Okay,
Yeah.
so let me ask you a question. We have two boxes down there. If Jesus is alive, call that motherfucker and tell him come get in the box. Cause people that I know that's alive, I can call
Listen
them.
to how ridiculous your question, your
Sir,
request
you
is.
said that he had eternal life. That means he is alive, correct?
Absolutely, he is.
So call that motherfucker. I could call everybody that I know is alive.
Okay, listen to how absurd your request is.
Sir,
Just
call that.
listen.
No, my request is absurd because you know that that motherfucker don't do shit. Every time we ask you
Wow.
to prove that your God is alive, you always have an excuse for that motherfucker. He stubbed his toe. He had to go bring his daddy to the hospital. Y'all always got an excuse for that bitch. He
Yeah.
can't never come. He doesn't ever come.
Oh,
And then
he's
when he does
coming. And
come,
when he
and then when
does
he does
come,
come, you know what it is? It's to do shit like help y'all find y'all keys and get y'all new cars and shit. That's the only thing he good for.
that's
And saying,
because you don't understand what you're saying.
So you could put blessed one mama on your motherfucking license plate. That's the only thing he good for. He ain't good for shit else.
So listen, look, is it possible that you guys have been so turned off by all of the religious bullshit
Hell
that
no. Hell
you've
no. Listen,
avoided
let me tell you something. I have
investigating
never
the
believed in
claims
your
of
God.
Jesus
I have
yourself?
never believed in your God because it doesn't make logical sense.
So what does make logical
It
sense? That
doesn't make
nothing
logical
created
sense
everything?
that a motherfucker, let me tell you something. It doesn't make logical sense that a motherfucker whose image we were made in doesn't want us to be like him. What sense does that make?
Well,
If
I
we were
don't even
if we were made in his image, why wouldn't he want us to be like him? Why
Well,
wouldn't he want us to
that's who
know good from
Jesus
evil?
is. Do you understand that
Listen.
Jesus is God manifest
I
in
am
the flesh?
asking you, if we were made in God's image, why wouldn't God want us to be like him?
He does want us to be
No, he
like him.
doesn't. He put us out the garden because he didn't want us to be like him. He
No.
says it. The
What
Bible,
the?
no, listen, the Bible says it.
Wow.
The Bible says it. Now they will be like us, knowing good from evil. It says it. He didn't want that. If he did, why would he tell them not to eat the tree?
Can I ask you how have you read the whole Bible?
Yes, I have, front to back.
I'm finding that really hard to believe, but
No,
okay.
sir, I am telling you what is in the Bible. You could go look right now and
Well,
see what I'm saying is
I've
true.
read the Bible cover to
If
cover hundreds of
if
times.
your God didn't want us to be like him, right?
He
Why?
does want us to be
No,
like
he
him. What are
doesn't.
you talking
He
about?
doesn't. He does
Ah,
not. He says it.
I,
He says,
I don't know
now
how
they
you
have
get that from the
become,
Bible.
it says now that because he put you out the fucking garden for becoming like him. That's
It's interesting.
why. He put you out the garden for becoming like him. He
It's
didn't want that.
interesting. It's interesting the amount of Christians that's in the guest box because you see fighting. But when it was peace all night, y'all
It's just
motherfuckers was
because we're
nowhere
trying to,
around. Shut the
knock
fuck
down
up.
all.
Shut the fuck up while I'm talking. It's interesting to see y'all in the guest request box now that there's fighting and there's chaos. Like y'all are drawn to that shit. Y'all are drawn to that shit, and y'all hate it when we are in our own element
We
doing
hate
our own fucking
lies
thing.
and
Shut the fuck up. In our own element, doing our own thing. Y'all fucking sit back and you hate that shit. And the same thing that you claim, a devil is jealous of. That you
because we love
motherfuckers
you.
are you're your own fucking devil. You're your own fucking devil
Adam,
because you look at other people and you wish you were them. You've accepted this bullshit ass mythology for truth, and then you hate other motherfuckers for not accepting that bullshit too. Y'all are fucking drawn to fucking chaos. You are the chaos that's in the fucking world.
They're like the Dementors on Harry Potter, right? The Dementor, all they came to do was
you think
steal your
I'm jealous?
memories. Shut up, bitch, shut up. All they came to do is
I can
steal
get
your
my mic
memories.
muted.
And all they do is come to steal your memories and your fucking soul. That's it. They're like the Dementors on Harry Potter. We were sitting here, where the
I'm
Christians,
trying
where
to
the
help
Christians?
you not go
Now,
to
because
hell.
you think you're gonna be able to come up here and act like an ass like this bitch, nah, he done gave y'all some fucking courage. But don't come up here and get cussed out. Don't come up here and let me talk about your fucking trash ass mama and daddy, bitch. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. You want to open somebody up. When the
Let's
last
just
time you
try to
opened up
behave
that
like
pussy that lay
adults.
next to you every fucking night? When the last time you did that? Open something up, bitch. Open
Just
that
try
up.
to let's have
Yeah.
a civil conversation
No,
for
you didn't
real.
want to have a civil conversation. We're
Oh, I
giving you
sure
what you
did.
wanted. No,
I
you
sure
didn't. You
did.
got your bitch ass up in the fucking comments talking about what Thinker is doing and what she's not doing. You a trash motherfucker. And so we
Oh,
taking out the
trash
trash.
motherfucker.
You a trash bitch and we taking out the trash. That's what we doing. We takes out the trash here, boo. We
Uh,
don't let it linger. It stinks.
Look, I don't want you people to go to hell. This is why
Sir,
all of
you
these
can't,
lies
Shut
sir,
the
let me
and
fuck
tell you
up.
something.
delusions
Let
have
me
to
tell
be
you
dealt
something,
with.
sir. You are a blue collar white bitch.
I'm not.
There
I
is
got
nothing
Negro
that you
Oh
can
tendencies
my
do.
like you
god.
wouldn't believe.
Sir, there is nothing that
I
you can
don't.
do to stop anybody from doing anything. I could see the blue on your collar. You can't
Ah,
wash it off, bitch. I could hear it in your
you,
voice. I could hear it in you. You's a blue collar white motherfucker. You ain't got shit and mad because your parents fumbled their manifest destiny. Now you coming fucking with us.
I just want you to know
How the
all of
fuck
my.
you ain't doing good in a place that was built for you?
What? I
How the
don't
fuck
even.
you are not how the fuck you not doing good in a place that was built for you? And now you want to come tell us about the Jesus that couldn't save your ancestors from poverty. You want to come
What?
tell us about that motherfucker.
Oh my
I
god.
don't know where you get this shit. Like you guys are totally in your own little bubble.
Yeah, we are.
It's
We are.
sad.
And we ask you motherfuckers to leave us alone in our bubble, but y'all don't want to do
Is
that.
that what you want? You want us to
Y'all
leave
don't
you
want to do that.
alone while
Yeah,
Yeah.
you go to
motherfucker.
hell?
Yes.
Yeah.
Fucking right. You can't stop it. You
Get
can't
the
stop
fuck
it.
on.
Romans 9
Well,
said
truth can
God made
set you
vessels for
free.
Romans 9 said God made vessels for good and vessels for destruction. I am a vessel of destruction,
Excuse
bitch.
me,
I am a vessel of destruction. There's nothing you can do about it. I'm intent on destroying you motherfuckers from the inside out.
you
There's
just
nothing you can
you
do about
speak
it.
misinformation out of ignorance. You need to
No,
be
bitch, read
real.
Romans 9. That's how I know you haven't
You're
read the
telling me
Bible.
Romans 9 says vessels unto honor and vessels unto
Yes,
dishonor?
read it.
You're wrong.
Sir, read it.
Which verse is that?
Go read the whole fucking thing. It's
Here,
talking
I'll
about
pull it up right
God's
now. Would you
election.
like me to
Listen,
read the whole
the
thing?
whole fucking thing. It's short. Romans 9 is short. The whole thing talks about God's election, how Jacob have I loved, Esau have I hated. I'm a vessel of destruction.
Would you like me to read the whole thing or not?
No, bitch, I read it already. You the one that don't know it.
I know it very well, my
No, you
dear.
don't. You're lying. You're
You
lying. You're
so
lying. You're lying
you,
because if you did, you would know that I know what I'm talking about. You're lying. You're just such a liar. Why do you
I'm
come on
such a
here and lie?
liar.
Yes. Why do you come on here and lie?
I'm
Right?
not
You could just
lying.
tell the truth. The truth shall set you free. All glory.
Okay, so there you go. You said the right thing there.
Yes, well,
Okay, the
tell the truth.
truth
Stop
will
lying.
set you
Stop lying.
free.
I know it's in y'all. I know lying is in y'all motherfucking DNA, bitch. But still,
Listen,
but cough it out.
I'm
Cough it
willing
out.
to read all of
Cough it out.
chapter
I don't want
9
you to read nothing to me, bitch. I
to
know what I'm
prove
talking
that
about.
you're full of shit.
I don't want you to read nothing to me, bitch. I know what
I
I'm
know you
talking about.
don't, because
You
then
just
you
gonna
would
get
reveal
embarrassed.
that you're full
You're
of
just,
shit.
sir, you're just going to get embarrassed if you read it. You just gonna get
Okay.
embarrassed. Now, if you want to read it and get embarrassed, bitch, go ahead. Do it. Do it for the vine. Go ahead. Read it. Read it. Y'all,
Do it for the vine.
we gonna
What
listen
did
to this
Malik say
motherfucker read.
yesterday? God destroy you, bitch. What did he say yesterday also? When
We
Lord
gonna listen
said
to
you
this
are
bitch.
God kill you, bitch.
God.
Yeah.
He
We gonna
said,
listen to this bitch read it so he could get embarrassed. Go ahead. Go ahead, Bill. Read it.
you really want me to read all of Romans
Yes, bitch,
chapter 9?
read it. Read it. You beg. Now go ahead on.
Okay. I say the truth in Christ. I lie not. My conscience also bearing me witness in the Holy
Romans
Ghost
9.
that yeah, this is Romans 9,
Okay.
that I have great heaviness and continual sorrow in my heart. For I could wish that myself were accursed from Christ for my brethren, my kinsmen according to the flesh, who are Israelites, to whom pertaineth the adoption and the glory and the covenants and the giving of the law and the service of God and the promises, whose are fathers and of whom as concerning the flesh Christ came, who is over all, God blessed forever. Amen.
What if God
Not,
desiring to nobody want to hear your whiny ass voice? What if God, desiring to show his wrath and to make known his power, has endured with much patience the objects of wrath that are made for destruction? And what if he has done so in order to make known the riches
what
of his
version are you
glory for the
reading?
objects of mercy which he has prepared beforehand for glory, including us whom he has called, not from the Jews only, but also from the Gentiles? Your voice is too fucking whiny. Like Jesus put the wrong voice box in your ass when he was forming you. He picked up the voice box that belonged to a fucking toy and stuck that shit in your throat.
Maybe it's
Imagine
because his
Jesus.
voice box is in his
Imagine,
ass.
imagine, imagine God shoving voice boxes up people's asses. I could see him. That's it. Oh, I put that one in wrong. It's gonna be a little whiny. Go ahead. We ain't got time to stop
I
the
mean,
assembly
he
line.
definitely sounds like his voice is coming from his ass, going through and trying to squeeze through his fucking throat. Like that's how he sounds. I can't listen to that.
Sure.
Lily, have you ever
Yeah.
considered that not all of us want to go to heaven? Have you ever thought about that? Like to believe that
Hey,
everybody who can you let me finish my question? To believe that everyone who reads this book will land at the same conclusion as you is very myopic. Like we all have minds that process things differently.
I agree. And this is why it's about proper interpretation. And this is what I deal with a lot of people that claim to be Christian all the time. You know what I mean? And we
I
have all
agree. That's
different,
why I think you should do it.
yeah. But that's we deal with different interpretations, and then of course you've got to deal with all of the different versions of Bible. Then you got to deal with all of the Greek lexicons and concordances
Like
that are
for a
all.
Holy Spirit, right? That's supposed to be powerful. The fact that your fucking brain, which isn't powerful at all, like you don't even have the fucking power to turn on a fucking light bulb. Like your brain is just like depleted. But for the fact that your Holy Spirit gives a so-called word to people that have to be translated and retranslated, interpreted and reinterpreted in order for you to know what your God wants to say to you, that motherfucker don't want to talk to you. That motherfucker made it hard for your ass to talk to it.
No, this is where you also got to understand the history of the Counter Reformation
Your
movement.
God don't want to talk to you, motherfucker.
I talk to him just fine.
Yeah,
You know what I
you
mean? We have a
had
great
to talk to
relationship.
you.
So what about your God making vessels of destruction, like Romans 9 said?
Yeah, so if you study that all out in
Oh,
context,
but you told me it didn't say that. You said it didn't say that.
I did question if you had the right
So
chapter
so
there.
so so
Let
then
me
what? So then what does that say?
Here. Let me just do this. I'll just
So
search
then what
real
does that
quick.
say? I'm sorry for being a jackass, Miss Lords.
Here we go. Okay, so you actually were correct
Yeah, I know.
on
I know. So
Romans.
don't.
In
So
Romans,
first of all, don't question my motherfucking intelligence and my knowledge about this Bible again, bitch. You hear me?
okay.
Ever,
Listen, you don't have
ever,
to. Do you want to
ever,
just have a civil
ever.
conversation?
No, I don't feel like being civil to you. We've been civil to you bitches long enough. It's time. It's
So
time.
what? So what?
Time to
You
make
you
that
guys are
change.
all
Yup,
full
yup.
of love, and you're gonna
Oh, oh
you're
no, I'm
Don't
sick
not
of
nobody
full of
us
fucking
love at
owe you
all.
no
trying to
goddamn
drag
love.
your ass
Don't
into
nobody owe
heaven
you no
instead of
Oh
hell.
motherfucking
no.
love. Don't
Man,
I'm
nobody
what a
want
not
to
bunch
full
of
of
go to
love.
assholes
heaven with
we
your
are.
ass. Like the fact that you are begging motherfuckers to go with you when don't nobody want to be where the fuck you are.
We are not Michael Jackson. We do not want to be where you are, bitch. We are not Michael. We are not the Jackson Five.
We don't want what the fuck you're selling.
I'm
We
not
don't
selling it,
want your nasty shit.
but nobody
That's
wants to
crazy though,
die.
because like they really do think that people don't fuck with them in real life in this limited amount of time we have in real life, and they think for some reason we want to hang out with these motherfuckers for eternity. Like you're dumb as shit.
But I love you.
No, here it's a
But
matter
I
of
love
law.
you, Oso. I love you.
Yeah, but I mean,
You
do you
don't
guys
love
all
me, Oso?
You fuck.
look? I mean, you guys do understand
Eternity.
we all have a court date
Eternity.
coming up,
It's
right?
eternity, Oso. I'm squeezing my ass. It's eternity. It's eternity. Oso, I love you.
Yeah. If you love me, then you know that I like when my shit get tickled. So get the busy.
So listen, though, you know
Do
what I
that
mean?
thing with
Because
your tongue that you know I love if you love me for real.
It just
I don't know
happened.
who you're talking to.
I'm talking to you, bitch.
We talking to the motherfuckers who do things with their tongue.
So, like, you're into fellas? Is that your gig?
We into everybody. We
Sometimes
love everybody,
I'm with
bitch.
them. I'm what you might call a switch. Sometimes I'm into fellas, and sometimes fellas are into me.
Huh. Interesting. Well, good luck with
We
that.
not like y'all. We love everybody up here. We don't give a
I
fuck.
can tell. I feel the love.
We love everybody except you.
Mm.
Look, I ain't with you on that. I don't love
I think
everybody.
you guys are all delusional, though, and you're just sitting here in your little echo chamber petting
And that's
each other.
fine. That's fine. You
Yeah.
came here. You came here starting shit with us.
No, I've been,
Yeah, you
trying
did.
to talk with Arch for a while, because I hear all of these Christians that obviously don't know their Bible jump onto this channel, and then you guys just totally
And
clown
sir,
them.
you don't know your Bible either. I had to tell you about your Bible.
No,
You
no, no,
don't know
no.
your Bible.
I
I
know,
had to,
believe me, I do know
sir.
my Bible.
I had
My
to. You
name is
didn't know
not
that.
fucking Art. I don't know where the fuck, why the fuck
That's
y'all
what
think
your
that
YouTube
it says
channel is
Art.
called,
It
Arch
says
Thinker.
Art Thinker. My name is not fucking Art.
Well, what's your name? I don't know it.
You just said it, and then you're on my page.
It just says Thinker on your page here.
Y'all about to, I swear, I'm not even gonna bring in your brothers and sisters in this shit, but you dumb than a motherfucker.
Okay, because this is my first day using TikTok. I'm dumb as a motherfucker.
Yeah. You're
Okay.
dumb than a motherfucker.
I don't think that's the only reason we're saying that. Like you came into an echo chamber to complain about what you hear. Like how much sense does that make?
I'm not here to complain. I'm here to say, hey, let's
Or you were saying
Because
something?
yeah, I don't know why he cuts me off as soon as I start speaking. But like the reality is everybody doesn't think like you. Everybody
I
doesn't
understand that.
but everybody is not going to land at the same conclusion that you land at reading this book. You figure out a way to apologize for this God. We're not doing that. A God that is okay with slavery and seeing women as less than and commanding grape as a punishment. I don't give a fuck what type of
God's not,
eternity he's offering. I don't want any of that.
you think God's, please quit muting my mic, man.
What?
I'll do that when you figure out why it is I keep muting you. When you put two
Oh,
and two together, when you use that brain that God gave you, when it
I
finally
allow
fucking
everyone
clicks,
to
you'll
talk.
stop getting muted. You'll understand one day.
Yeah, I allow everybody to talk. I'm trying to have a
Oh, you
conversation.
do? So
I
every
do.
time she starts a sentence and you cut her off to say some dumb shit, that's you allowing her to talk?
I apologize if I interrupt
Oh,
anyone.
well, I'm better than an apology. I'm what you call change. I'm going to make sure it don't happen no more, okay?
What's gonna
Okay.
change? What's gonna change if you have the conversation in person? What's
We
going
would all
I'm
be a
not
lot
talking
more
to you. I'm not
respectful to
talking
each
to
other.
you.
That's for sure.
I'm not talking to you. What's going to change if you have the conversation in person? I would like to know that.
Who are you talking to?
None of your fucking business.
Well, little love child, I'm feeling it over here. You're so full of love, I can tell.
I don't fucking owe you love, motherfucker, so stop expecting that shit.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm not.
That's not what a love child is, you dumbass.
Well, no, you guys make the claims that you just
That's
love
not what a love
everybody and
child
all of
is,
that.
dumbass.
Yeah.
No, I said except you.
Oh, except me. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I said that. Remember I said that?
Yeah. Well.
Except you.
Okay. So, I mean, do you want to be a vessel made to destruction
No,
yourself?
I'm already. God made me for destruction. I'm already a vessel made for destruction. It doesn't matter what I want, right?
So,
I thought you're God, right? It says Jacob have I loved, Esau have I hated before they were even born. It doesn't matter what I want.
so real quick
God
though,
hates
because
me. He just hates me. It's nothing I can do if he
no,
made me as a vessel of destruction. I don't care.
yeah, if
I
you
take
if
my role. Listen, I take my role seriously too.
okay.
I go around here busting up shit all the time.
So do you really think that the God of the Bible is cool with free?
Yeah, he said it in Leviticus 25:39 through 46. He said it.
No, he never.
Starting in 44, he said, as for the slaves you may have.
Let me explain something to you, because you'll only find the word
You don't have to
slaves and all
explain it.
of that.
It says, as for the
How come
slaves you
she
may
never
have.
gets muted when I get interrupted?
Because I can't get muted. I have the power of God. See, that's the difference between me and you. I have the power of God. You don't.
Okay.
Don't, because
All
I'm a
right.
vessel for destruction. He made me to go around. I'm actually on his side. He
But
made me
can I just
to go around
explain
doing
a
that.
simple fact to you so that you don't get
You
confused?
can't explain a fact to me about something you hadn't read, right?
If you look up in the Bible, in a King James Bible, all the
Mm-hmm.
other versions of Bible, they're cool with slavery.
Mm-hmm.
The God of their Bible, of all of the perverted Bibles, is cool with slavery. The God of the King James Bible is not cool with slavery and makes it very
Dr. B,
clear.
I sent you the invite. I don't know if you got it.
Who are you talking to?
I'm talking to Bart Ehrman's co-host husband.
Dr. B in the house.
Co-host husband.
Talking
Bart
to Bart
Ehrman's.
Ehrman's co-host husband. Sorry to introduce you like that, Dr. B, but there's a reason. There's a reason I'm introducing you as Megan's husband.
It's because he was riding Ermine nuts earlier, and so I think it would probably have
Well,
a
I
lot
mean,
of
it's just it. Yeah, I'm just saying that it's ridiculous to claim Jesus wasn't a real person. That's all. It's an important point. You know what I mean? If it's
You said Bart had evidence that your Jesus existed, and he doesn't.
what are you talking? I just
You said he
that's a
has evidence,
ridiculous.
and he doesn't. He doesn't.
He
You could
really
hear the
he
liar
Now,
wrote a
coming out his
whole
here's the
book
fucking
thing.
on it.
voice.
Now you want to change it up.
No,
Now you want to. Now you want to change what you said.
no.
I
Bart
was about to
Ehrman
say
wrote
something.
a whole book on it. That's why for you to say Bart Ehrman doesn't, hasn't no proof or anything that Jesus existed
What
is
proof does
is a
Bart have
ridiculous
other than
statement.
probability? What proof does Bart have other than probability? Bart does not claim to have evidence that Jesus existed. He claims that it is more probable or likely that Jesus existed because of the embarrassing ass stories.
Can I just share a video with you that we could, maybe view together
Well,
of
I-
Bart Ehrman on this
if
exact topic?
if you wouldn't mind, I'd be, and I think, or if you want to go that direction, obviously,
Oh, go ahead,
I'll,
Captain
I'll
P.
mute up. I was just curious. You were going to explain something about slavery in the Hebrew Bible, and I was just here for that. So if you'd be willing to engage with me about that, please, I'd love to hear your
Sure.
thoughts.
Yeah. So, my thoughts as far as, I'm of the position that the fully preserved word of God, because the inspired scriptures promised preservation in Psalms 12, 6, and 7. So we have a promise of preservation. Then also in Zephaniah 3, 8, and 9, we have a promise of a pure language. So this is why I contend that the English language, the King James Bible, is the truly preserved word of God,
Okay.
because
Listen. I'm going to grant you that. Okay. I'm going to grant you that the King James Bible is the only one that's inspired in an errant, an English language, whatever you want. I'm going to grant it. So go ahead and operate with your argument based on that assumption.
okay, yes. So in the King James Bible, their slavery is not allowed. You know what I'm saying? You will always see the word servant, not slave, like you see in all of the other modern Bible versions.
Okay. So let's just go with the word servant. So how do you know how to define a word? So for example, if I say to you, those shoulder pads are really boss, like what would that mean?
Well, in contemporary English, the English that we speak today, which is different from modern English, that would obviously mean that they're, very cool or
Right.
very awesome to be
Exactly.
boss. Yeah.
That's right. That's right. Sorry for dating us, everybody in the audience. It's a Michael Scott reference. So the way that you determine the meaning of a word is its context, right?
Sure.
Okay. So the passage that they were referencing, Leviticus 25, 39 to 46, are you familiar with that passage?
Sure. Here, I'll even pull it up real quick.
Please do.
Leviticus
Yeah.
25, what?
You can start at verse 39, but I think the most important verses are 44 to 46, but it's good to see the full passage so you can see the contrast.
Sure. So I could start at
I don't
Leviticus.
want him to read. His voice is too fucking whiny. I'm gonna read it.
Can you read it from a King James
I'm
Bible,
no.
though?
Yeah, I'll read it from the King James version.
Thank you.
My mom and daddy blessed me with a nice voice.
I would agree, and I think you're a very
Hey,
attractive
hey,
woman.
hey! Your voice is hurting my ears. Can you stop? And if thy brother that dwelleth by thee be waxen poor, and be sold unto thee, thou shalt not compel him to serve as a bondservant, but as a hired servant, and as a sojourner. He shall be with thee, and shall serve thee until the year of Jubilee. And then shall he depart from thee, both he and his children with him, and shall return unto his own family, and unto the possession of his father shall he return. For they are my servants, which I brought forth out of the land of Egypt. They shall not be sold as bondmen. Thou shalt not rule over him with rigor, but shalt fear thy God. Both thy bondmen and thy bondmaids, which thou shalt have, shall be of the heathen that are round about you. Of them ye buy bondmen and bondmaids. Moreover, of the children of the strangers that do sojourn among you, of them ye shall buy, and of their families that are with you, which they beget in your land, and they shall be your possession. And ye shall take them as an inheritance for your children after you, to inherit for them a possession. They shall be your bondmen forever. But over your brethren, the children of Israel, ye shall not rule one over another with rigor.
So if you had like, let's say you're teaching an adult Sunday school class, or preaching a Sunday evening message, trying to think of a time that you would preach this. Um, how would you like summarize in a couple of sentences those that passage? What's the difference, let's say, between the laws about Israelites being taken as, we're going to use the King James word here, bondmen and bondwomen or bondmaids, and foreigners being taken? What's the difference, would you
Well,
say?
yeah. To be in bondage, so to speak, is about a bond. It's an agreement and it's a matter of debt. If you're in someone's debt, that's where, that's what puts you in bondage, and why you're their money, because you're in debt to them. This is why God also says to the Israelites, you're never to be the borrower, always the lender.
Okay, so pause for a second. So I want you to really focus in on the verses, though, because like, this is a Sunday evening. These are people that are there that are looking to get more meat, right? That's what Sunday evening is about. It's get some more meat. So, you're going to be looking at the passage. You're going to say, now, look, the distinction here in the text is that, I'll just go with the easy part here. Israelites are not allowed to be kept as bondmen, right? The text says you can't keep them as a bondman.
A fellow Israelite.
That's right. You
Right.
have to treat them in what way instead?
Well, just that they have the equal authority, so to speak, as far as that's why one brother can't rule over another brother.
Well, can't rule over them with harshness, but what does the text say? You have to keep them not as a bondman, but instead as a hired worker.
Right.
Okay. Um, but
Because I mean, we can all agree though that slaves don't get a paycheck, right?
that's correct.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's why I think there's the distinction being drawn there between a bond person, a bondman, again, trying to use the terminology here that you want, and the hired servant. So then let's switch to the foreigner. So somebody raises their hand in Sunday evening service and says, so what's 44 to 46 mean? Like, I get 39 to 43. What's going on with the foreigners? Because like a bond person, is that what the text is describing in 44 to 46? What would you say?
Yeah. As far if they're people that are not of Israel, the heathens round about, that's where, I mean, if they're in debt to them, to the if the heathen is in debt to the Israelite for any reason, that's what makes them a bondman or a bondmaid. So, and this is
Okay.
why also it says, like after the 7th year, you give them the choice if they want to stay or go. You know what I'm saying?
Where does it say that in the text?
I'm not sure exactly what. Let me just look it up.
It's Exodus 21, 2 to
Okay.
6, and 15, Deuteronomy 15, 12 to 18. But that's but that's not what we're dealing with here, right? And that's for Israelites, not for foreigners.
Okay, so I mean, are you gonna? I mean, your position is to prove that God is cool with slavery, right?
Right. That's what I'm trying
Okay.
to show you. So
Okay.
that's why I'm walking it through. I want to use your version, right? And I want you to explain it to me. That's because I think you'll see it as you explain it to me. So what are the characteristics of foreign bondservants according to these verses, 44 to 46? Like what are some of the characteristics?
As far as like them being hired help, so to speak, or
Well,
I'm not
it
sure.
doesn't say that. So look here, let's just look at it. We'll take Thinker, would you mind scrolling back up to 44? So we'll go through it straight, go through it, line by line here. They're going to come from the heathen around them, so you can get them from the other nations that are around them. So then 45, right? You can also get them from the people that are sojourning in the land, the foreigners sojourning, and from their families who've been born in their land. But that last sentence there, and they shall be your possession. What do you think that means?
As far as like I mean, to me, it's like kind of the same as like an employer who has an employee. You're liable for your employees.
Do you own your employees?
No, but you're
Okay.
liable for them. Like if my employees go out and do damage on a property, for example, then it would be my company, me, that would be liable for that.
Right, but that's a protection for the person
But this is
that's
kind of what
right,
it's
sir.
talking about here when
Hang
it
on.
says your possession.
Okay,
It
so
means
you're
you
going to have to.
liable.
Well, I don't see that in the word possession. I'll tell you
Well,
what I see in the word possession is, and again, just trying to go from the King James here. If you go to verse 46, notice what it says further. You take them as an inheritance for your children after you to inherit them for a possession. They shall be your bondmen forever. So, do you inherit? Like, do your children inherit your employees after you? Do you pass them on as possessions to your children when you die?
I mean, as far as, this is kind of like, the same as handing over the family business, so to speak.
Is it though?
It is though, but this
So,
is why, yeah.
so why do you think that in 39 to 43 there's a sharp contrast? Remember, you and I both agreed there's a sharp contrast between a bondservant and a hired worker, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so
There's a difference
you're
between someone that's in debt versus a hired worker. Yes.
right. So an employee, is that somebody who's in debt and a bondservant, or is that a hired worker?
Sorry, say that again. You broke up a little.
Is a bondservant is a bondservant somebody who's in debt, or is a bondservant a hired worker?
Someone that's in debt,
Okay, so then is an employee a bondservant, or is an employee a hired worker?
a hired worker.
So if they're sharply contrasting bondservant and hired worker in this passage, can a bondservant be an employee?
By choice, yes.
Sir, definitionally, you said it, right? In fact, you made sure to clarify with me a bondservant isn't paid. So, by your own
Well,
definition, which I agree with, by the way, I agree with, a slave, a bondservant, is not paid. So, for you to equate your employees, whom you are paying to do a service, with a bondservant goes against your own definition of a bondservant. And of course, the definition here in the text itself.
well, no, because they have to pay off their debt, and then
So,
also you'll
so
notice
let me
that
ask a question. Are foreigners only in debt for life? When foreigners go into debt, does it take their life to pay that debt off?
not necessarily, and I mean,
They're not released. Look at the word. Bondmen forever. So is their debt forever?
No, and there's also you have the whole Jubilee.
That is for Israelites. We're talking about foreigners.
It even applies to Jubilee, even applies to
It
foreigner.
doesn't. It doesn't though. In Leviticus 25 itself, it's explicit. It's only for Israelites.
It only provided a time frame for Israelites. Like you've got to see that scripture that Thinker just read. It showed a difference between the time frame for each group. One can be a lifetime slaves. That's literally what it says.
I mean, look, I know that I would be the annoying. I mean, I pastored a church for 7 years. This Sunday evening service was like my big thing. I would be the annoying person in the audience right now, right? Saying, hey, but wait a minute. So I get it. I get it. But the pushback that you're going to get on your position is that in verses 39 and 40, it says, bondmen are not hired workers. But now you're saying in 44 to 46, bondmen are hired workers. And your whole argument is predicated on that. You see that, how that's a problem?
Jesus hasn't told him that he's muted yet. Wait, I forgot. Jesus doesn't talk. Barish, you are on mute. Come off mute. I don't know. Maybe I gotta stop asking logical ass questions. They seem to be too fucking powerful.
Well, somebody in the comments said that they just have to believe on faith. That's all they are required to do. So it tracks.
First, do you realize that you're muted? We can't hear you.
I think he knows he's muted, Dr. B. I think he's trying to figure out how to get around the they can't be in debt for life. I mean, you can talk to Jesus for a long time. It still ain't gonna change what he said. It's still there. It's gonna be there tomorrow too. Whew, it's hot. Bees in the trap. Bees in the trap. The Holy Ghost ain't here. He ain't saying nothing. Bees in the trap. Bees in the trap. You done?
Barish, if you can still hear us, I mean, another way maybe to think about this is if in fact possession in this case just means a hired worker, then I think you have to ask yourself the question, why is the text distinguishing between Israelites and foreigners? Because if possession means employee, right, hired worker, then all the text is saying is you have to treat your foreigners in the same way that you treat Israelites, right? So why would it say here are the rules for Israelites? They can't be bondmen, they have to be hired workers. Then in 44 to 46 it says you can treat them as bondmen forever, but that just means hired worker. Like the text loses its logical coherence, I think, once you read it that way.
Dr. B, I think he has like checked out. He's intentionally, he knows how to come off mute. He's intentionally like coming off mute because he doesn't have anything to say against that.
Brish, if you can't figure out how to come off mute, that's okay. I've been there before. Put a comment in the comment section, maybe, or drop out and come back up. Maybe that'll release it.
He figured out how to come off mute when Oso muted him.
Mm-hmm. He called me a bitch and said that I had a bitchy voice. He know how to work that mute button. Well, looks like we're gonna have to move on. Jesus can't give him an answer to why he said this shit. So, bye, whiny ass.
Bye, bitch. I mean, bitch. I mean, whatever your name is.
Yeah, I think like he couldn't get around them being in debt for life. Like if it's about debt, then you're saying that only foreigners was in debt for life. Like you can't get away from that.
Yahweh gave him credit card debt. You guys just don't listen.
Well, I appreciate you having me up, Thinker. I'll probably drop down. Just as a quick aside, I'm so sorry to take the space to do this. Did you get the email about Saturday?
No, I kept trying to log into class and it kept saying that the class hadn't started. I tried 3 times.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm lost. So Megan, I had 104 fever for, I don't know, 3 days this
Oh
weekend.
wow.
It's been fun. I mean, not the whole time, but with medication. Anyway, um, so Megan came downstairs about 10 o'clock on Saturday and saw me essentially snoring, not snoring, but completely passed out on the couch. Zach, and she said, "Okay, I'm canceling class." Um, so she put together whatever email blast that goes out, and then I start getting texts around 3.
That I was trying to
She
log in.
it was David. David was saying, "Are we having class today?" And I was like completely caught off guard. I was like, "No, Megan canceled it." Anyway, so she's the system has sent something out. I don't know if it's in the email or whatever, but there's a survey apparently out there. I'll call her now and ask her if she can check it. Of what day you guys want to reschedule it, because she's doing Bart Ehrman's conference this coming weekend, so I can't do it at the same time because I got the kids. But anyway, we will have the class. It was just I was sick with some sort of weird quasi flu. Um,
I was thinking that maybe I had missed some announcement because last week, I was out of town, so I
mhm.
kept trying to log in, and the last time I tried was like at 2:15, and I was like, well, maybe I missed the announcement that there wouldn't be class this week.
And it was just me being lazy. That's all it is. Sick and lazy.
Well, I mean, if you're sick, Dr. B, how dare
Excuse
you?
me. Yeah, right. Oh gosh. Well, thank you for having me up. I'm sorry that I caused caused him to not be able to work technology anymore. It was but
Broke him in, Jesus.
indeed. All right, let me down.
I got you. Have a good one. Glad you're feeling
Thank
better.
you. Thank you
All
so
right.
much. Bye
All right.
everybody.
Bye.
Bye, Dr. B.
Let's see. I'm trying to get the guest box open. Pity. You're saying tag you in. I know you saw what the fuck just happened on stage with Barish, but we would prefer not to have conversations that way. So if you come up here, if you want respect, give it. Okay? That's all I'm gonna say.
Absolutely.
How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm good. Wait, you are an atheist, aren't you? I've talked to you before.
Yes, we have. We've discussed.
Are you an atheist?
Yes.
Okay. And which topic did you come up to discuss?
Well, I initially requested for that dude who ran away,
Oh,
but
I don't allow that on here. I have dedicated co-hosts for that. I don't allow
okay.
people from yeah.
Can I hang out till we get an op, or do you want me to go
No,
away?
I have dedicated co-hosts for that. I don't allow people from the chat to come up and talk to ops.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you for allowing me up, but I hope y'all have a good day.
All right, you too. I feel like I said that the last time he was up.
Can I stay at your house?
Bees in the trap. Bees in the trap. Prince James, you are not connecting. Y'all, we have time for one more. Is Rio going live today? We usually stay until 11 on the days that Rio go live. Oh, she's not going live today? Oh, damn, y'all. I'm sorry. Didn't it say, wasn't his name Prince James? Didn't it say that? Oh, Bash is live? Okay. Hood Guru?
Yeah,
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing fine.
That's good. How old are you? Okay, okay,
Uh,
Zena. How old are you?
30. I was up here once before. Y'all gave me a different perspective to explore, and I appreciate that.
You're welcome. I do apologize if I don't remember you. I'm sorry. I talk to a lot of people uh,
I
five
know
nights
you
a
be
week.
giving them the business, and it seems like you enjoy it. You know?
Yeah, yeah. I do what I do because I like doing it, not because I have to.
Yeah,
Um,
I learn a lot just listening to y'all have y'all conversations.
awesome. I'm glad to hear that. Remind me, if are you in deconstruction? Are you a believer? Are you an atheist?
Uh, I deconstructed, and then I learned about the world, and then I seen a little bit of the truth in the Bible. But it's lies and truth like scattered in the Bible, I believe.
Okay, so you're like you deconstructed and then you reconstructed
I'm
into
trying
like
I
a
want to make
different
sense
beliefs.
out of it. I want to
Okay.
make sense out of it, you know.
Okay, that makes sense. Like, and this is the place to do that. So since you've had conversations with us before, then you know that we're gonna, like, if it's something that we don't agree with, we're gonna push back, and sometimes it can feel quite uncomfortable. But that's the way to challenge what you believe you know, or you what you believe, right? Like, so you
Yeah,
feel like,
I actually enjoy how I actually enjoy how like y'all have y'all conversations and it really be like a debate. It be like a war of the minds, you know. I actually enjoyed it.
okay, awesome. Which other topics do you want to discuss?
Uh, is everybody on here atheist?
Just about. I don't know if Selena identifies as an atheist yet.
So y'all don't believe in no higher power?
We don't have a belief in a God.
Okay, okay, not a specific God.
Right. There's a lack of belief in a God, right? Like that's what an atheist is.
Okay, okay. So, but y'all do believe in like a higher power, just
Which
not God.
no, no, I'm not. No, I didn't say that either. But what we believe in doesn't have anything to do with the topic. We just the only thing you need to know for this conversation is that we do not believe in a God. Like, we're atheists.
Okay, okay.
I actually think people should keep their beliefs to themselves.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because belief is like you don't need evidence to believe in something, you know. But it is a powerful tool to use.
Evidence becomes required when you start telling other people that they should adopt it, right?
Yeah, yeah. But it's certain things that we would never have evidence for,
Like what?
like consciousness, like dreams, memories.
Evidence of consciousness by the fact that we're having this conversation.
Yes, but where does consciousness come from?
Well, we don't know. Because
That's
there are a lot of hypotheses about where it comes from, whether it's an emergent property of the brain, whether the brain is a receptor for some sort of signal. But I don't know. But there's no need to posit an answer if we don't have evidence for that answer.
okay. So that goes back to what I was saying. Like, it's certain things that you can't explain with like physical evidence.
Then you remain in a neutral state on that claim. Like, but that's not what religions do.
Okay, so what do religions do? I'm here to learn, so like that's why I'm asking questions.
I think they posit answers that we don't have any evidence for. They say a God did a thing without being able to demonstrate a God. They talk about power, but you have to believe in that power first. That's what a lot of religions do. And that's not how you land at truth. That's how you land at something comforting, but not necessarily true.
I mean, yeah, but it still goes back to there's just some things that just like cannot be explained. So it's some things, and we're constantly, and we're still like growing as a civilization where we're finding out new things. Like, like I don't think we're finding out new things. I think we're just like looking from a different perspective and getting a new perspective from a lot of things. But
Yeah,
we're still learning as a people.
right. And as we learn, then we accept claims to be true. But there's no need, or it doesn't make sense to accept it as true before you have evidence that it is true. Nobody's claiming total knowledge of anything. I would just say stop short of claiming knowledge of something you have no evidence of.
Hmm. Okay. So do you don't believe in like well I'm gonna stop using the word belief. So what do you think about like spiritual intelligence?
I don't. What do you mean by that?
Spiritual intelligence, like how I describe it is, it's like the invisible forces, the forces that we can't see but we know like they're in motion. You know, it's kind of like things that it's kind of like you ever had a dream and then you end up getting like a snapshot of the dream and you end up seeing it in reality.
Yes,
How would you explain it?
I don't. I don't know is an acceptable answer. We haven't figured it out yet. Is an acceptable answer. If we don't know why something happens, you can't posit an explanation for something that you don't have, and that's what religions often do.
Okay, I can see your point. So religion religion to me, I see it as a tool. Like my understanding of religion, it basically just protects people belief in their spiritual beliefs in law. That's what my understanding of religion is.
Well,
But
other people.
talking, I was gonna say talking about the religion, right, without talking about the God. Like I'm just curious as to why you want to do that. Like why? Like you're right. Religion is a tool, right, that helps uh, keep the belief in a entity or a specific thing alive, right? It sets order, right? It's the like the organizational structure.
Yeah.
It's a system. So why do you want to talk about the system but not talk about the product, which is the God or the belief?
I'm actually just exploring your perspective so I can get an understanding of the way you think. So I can
Why?
so I can apply it to iron sharpens iron type of thing, you
But
know,
I'm saying like you need to understand the way I think for what?
just to get a different perspective. I'm interested in different perspectives because I think the issue is it's hard for people to see other people's perspective in their thoughts and the way they think. And I
On
think that's where the
religion, like I
disconnect.
on religion, because I don't talk about religion here. I talk about the God and the belief. Religion is the vehicle that the God and the belief rides in. Like the to me, the car that the entities are in doesn't change what the entity does and who the entity is. So I don't too much focus on the religion itself.
Okay, okay, we can talk about the God part of it. So let me ask you this: is there anything that you read in the Bible that you looked at as true about
Like
God?
that the sun comes up. Uh, about your God? Like, what do you mean look that as true?
Just like in the Bible, like about God. Is there
No,
any like do you dismiss the whole
I
Bible
don't
as
believe in a
all?
God. I don't believe in a God.
Hmm.
Like, is there a reason you're not picking one of the topics on the board to discuss about the God?
Oh, where's the topics on the board? I'm sorry.
Like when
Eternal
you
life.
you asked, is there anything like do I dismiss the whole Bible? Like the Bible is a book of claims, right? There's different stories written at different times by different people about different things. They all have different claims about a God. They have different claims about history. They have different claims about people, right? And so, I to say that the entire book is wrong, that every claim in the book is wrong, wouldn't be intellectually honest, right? You can't approach the book. You can't approach it as if it's just like one cohesive story because it's not.
Okay. Well, I apologize. I'm looking at the comments and I guess I'm
Don't worry about the comments. Don't worry about the
okay.
comments.
I really didn't have anything to really talk about. I just want to explore y'all perspective on things.
You don't want to talk about one of the topics, which is about the
I
God.
don't. You talking about is heaven a scam? Is eternal life a scam?
I mean, I would rather talk about topic number two.
Is Jesus? Is Jesus? Yes. Okay, we can talk about that one.
Yeah.
Is Jesus' divine power real or in the power of the believer? In the mind of the believer? It's in the mind of the believer, I believe.
And so, with you knowing that, right,
Yeah.
that this is something that you believe in.
Yeah.
So, if you know that this entity doesn't have power unless you give it power in your mind, why not just use your mind without assigning your own mental power to an outside entity? You're like the battery source to Jesus. Jesus needs you to work. Jesus
I
needs
mean,
you to exist or be. Like, that doesn't make sense to me.
I understand it different. Like, I don't look at Jesus as God. I look at him as like a blueprint. Like he just came to show you what your belief is, like
Well,
what
let
your
me let me
belief
say
is
this.
capable of.
Okay, so when it says Jesus there, that includes whoever you believe God to be. So if you're going to say that Jesus's power is in your mind, but your God, like the God of Israel's power, is not in your mind, right? Then you would have to be able to demonstrate that,
Hmm.
or explain or articulate at least why you're saying that.
Why I'm saying that the power is in us.
No, you're saying Jesus is a figure in like a prophet or something, like a human. But the God that you believe in, is that God's power real? Like, is his divine power real, or is it also in your mind?
It all comes from your mind and what you believe in.
So the
Well,
reason,
it doesn't matter whether you believe in God or what you don't believe in. It's all about what you believe in. That's where your power comes from.
no, not your power. I'm asking about the God that you believe in. Does the God that you believe in, does that God have power?
It's like a third party to your own power. Is what I'm saying.
It
So
no, I
believing in
don't.
God is like a what?
Is your God real or is it your God imaginary?
It's real if you believe it's real.
So your God is only real if you animate it.
Can you repeat that?
Your God is only real if you animate it. Like if you put batteries in it, if you blow it up and give it life, like your God is, you know how when we were kids we had toys, like little dolls, like my brothers had the army set, you know, the little army men,
Yeah.
and you know, me and my sister had the dolls and stuff. So in order for the dolls to talk or walk or do anything, we had to be its voice. We had to move its legs, right? Pretend like they were having conversation, pretend like they were marching. It was our bodies, our voices, and our imagination that was making these toys do things and say things, right?
Yeah.
Is that God? Is that how your God is? Like your God doesn't talk, walk, or do unless you dictate what it does.
How I see God is everything in reality as a collective. So for me it's not like one specific God over another God, and this God is real and that God is fake. No, it's everything as a collective is all God. That's how I see God.
So you don't believe in the God of the Bible.
No, I think the worst thing they could have did with the Bible is mix a lot of truth with the lies. Because if you look into the lies, then you'll dismiss the truth. And if you
What
look
what is
into the
what
truth, you'll dismiss the lies.
what is the truth of the Bible that you're saying is there?
The truth will be the things like, and then it's the way that it's written, but the truth will be the things like the creation story.
How is the creation story true without a God? That story literally depends on a God created.
It depends on how you read it.
It says
It's like
Elohim.
the way the Bible is. It's twisted in so many
If
ways, and
if it's twisted, it is not true.
they made God out to be an actual being, and that's
Like
where
can
they fucked up at.
well, something is creating. What's creating?
So you do believe something is created.
That's in the story. In the story, something is creating. What's creating? If it's not a being,
Energy is more like an energy, a source of energy.
an energy is creating. Does this energy have hands?
Nah,
And so, how did the energy create in the story?
the in the Bible in the beginning, they saying like God created heavens and the earth, but it really was more like the energy is split into two energies.
Where is it? Where is that represented in the Bible that the energy was split into two energies?
It doesn't say that. It's like a read between the lines type of thing.
Then
But
that truth isn't in the Bible. So we're talking about what you're saying is true in the Bible. If you have to read between the lines, then you're putting that in the Bible. It's not in there.
uh, yeah, you can say that.
Well, that's what it is. It's not that I can say it. That's literally what you're doing, right?
I mean, but
You said that you found
it's
that
kind of what you
you,
have to do though,
but
in
you
order to read the Bible.
but you said, right, like you said it. You found truth already there. Not that you are putting truth in there. What you consider to be true in there. What I'm asking you is, what is already true in the Bible that you're saying you found?
Mm. Well, I guess in that sense, I can't say I found it any truth in the Bible, because if you reading it from a logical standpoint, of course it's gonna look like bullshit.
What? So, if you read it from a logical standpoint, of course it's going to look like bullshit. It's the of course that's kind of like tripping me up, right?
Yeah.
Um, and are you saying that you have to read it from an illogical standpoint to actually see the God?
No, you have to learn. You have to learn about the outside world. You have to learn about like the world first and live life first, and then read the Bible, and then things will start to make sense.
Yeah, but you use
Because
the
I
word logical.
deconstructed, huh?
Hold on. You use the word logical, right?
Yeah,
You, reading it from a logical standpoint, regardless if you have experienced the outside world or not, you should still read it from a logical standpoint. Unless you are saying, after you've experienced the world, you come back and read it through an illogical standpoint, then you understand it. Like it's either logical or it's illogical. Which is it?
it's logical. It's logical once you understand about the world. The more you understand, the more sharp your logic is.
That's
Well,
not
you
how anything logical works, though.
Huh?
right. And you just said reading it from a logical standpoint, of course, is bullshit.
Yeah,
Do you realize what you're saying?
I get. I might not be communicating it the correct way.
Yeah. Go ahead, Fee. You were going to say something.
No, I was just saying that like logical things don't become logical the more you understand them. Either they are logical and you can follow them, or you just accept them without understanding them. And I think that oftentimes when we have these conversations, people who believe in magical things, because once you say spiritual, there are no rules. You can just say that something is without explaining how it is. You conflate understanding with acceptance. If you accept it to be true, okay, but if you understand it, you can explain it to me. And I think that that conflation is something that causes a lot of miscommunication in these conversations.
Hmm. Okay, so I think I just need a better way of communicating it.
Well, I think what you're saying is if you read it through a carnal mind without the belief in a God, of course it's going to sound like bullshit. But once you go out and you live life and you go through some shit and you accept the God and you come back and read it, then it's going to make sense because you're going to read it through the eyes of your belief. But
Mm,
in reading it through the eyes of your belief, that's how you are defining logical. Like it, because you're reading it through the eyes of your belief, that's logical to you.
yeah, that might just be what it is.
Yeah, because through the eyes of your belief, the God isn't an entity, right? The God is oneness and everything. So you look for, like Bash always says, you Bible your belief, right? You go out, you get the belief, then you come back and read the Bible, and you add your belief to the Bible. So you Bible your belief instead of actually reading the Bible.
Now that makes perfect sense.
Do you think that's the right way to read it? You don't think that'll make you biased in your reading?
It depends. It depends because like we all have like I'm gonna say a lie detector, but how many of us have like a truth detector for real? You know, like me, I'm a truth seeker, so I look for the truth in things.
If your
So,
lie detector works, isn't that kind of just like a truth detector?
huh?
If your lie detector works, isn't it also a truth detector?
No, because a lie detector just points out the lie. The truth
So if there's
detector,
no lie, then you can assume it's the truth, right?
say it again.
But if there's no lie, then isn't that the truth?
If there's no lie, then there's the truth. Yes, but the truth can be multiple different truths at once. Me and you can say two things that can be true at the same time, just from different perspectives.
Is there a lie involved?
Nah,
Are they both true?
Yeah. Two things can be true at once.
Okay, so yeah, if you can't detect the false, then that means it's correct, right?
Say that one more time.
If you can't detect false, that means it's correct, right?
Not every time.
No, never mind.
Because you could detect false for another false. You could think this is false and then you can think this is the truth, but this could be the false too. You see what I'm saying?
But if you're using a lie detector, then that lie detector is going to detect all lies.
Yes, but the lie detector won't find the truth.
He's not saying that the lie detector will find the truth. He's saying if there are no lies, then that means you are telling the truth if no lie is detected,
Okay.
right?
Right.
And if there's multiple ways to perceive a truth, it is still the truth.
Yeah.
Yeah. But my
And-
question was, do you think that this is the right way for you to be reading the Bible? For you to Bible your beliefs? And if you are Bibling your beliefs, and you have to imagine that what you believe is in this Bible, why are you calling it truth? Like you're looking at a lie detector results and you see it filled with spikes to detect lies, and you're reading those results and calling it truth. Why are you doing that?
because I don't give a fuck what lie it is, it's gonna have at least 10% of truth. And if you can zone in on that 10%, then you can find 100% of the truth. So as much bullshit as it is in the Bible, it's truth spread it out throughout the Bible. So it's like,
Any lie has 10% of truth.
huh?
Any lie, all lies have 10% truth.
Yeah, at least 10% truth.
So if I told you that I weigh 213 pounds, where's the 10% truth?
You, you weigh something. That's the 10%
So,
truth.
but the lie I told was that I get no. I didn't say I weigh something. The lie I told is that I weigh 213 pounds. Where is the truth in that lie?
I'm just going to head out.
Okay.
I apologize for what you got time. Hello?
Okay, have a good one. I don't know why, but something told me to ask him if he was comfortable, if he was okay with being uncomfortable. I don't know. I don't remember talking to him, but something told me that he would not be.
Yeah, I don't know. I was
Why is
gonna try.
Barish back? Huh?
I don't fucking know. I said I was gonna try though, but I ain't wanna. mm, I ain't wanna do it.
Oh, he's not coming back up. Y'all, let me know when Zena's live. Or we can go ahead and go to Bash. But I know Zena said she's going live at 12. Yeah, he's back in the comments, so he can lie about why he didn't answer. Yeah, I gotta give him that atheist black woman. Mike, to the nerds that are in the guest box, same here. Biko, are y'all in the to the nerds that are in the guest box? Who's in there on purpose? Have a good day, Granny. A Marva. A Marva Granny. Y'all let me know when Zena's live. Marva. Oh, okay. What did
I'm
I
still
see a
looking.
A? Huh?
I'm still looking. There's an A in her username.
Oh, okay. Let me play a song. Give her time to go live. I don't think any of the nerds that's in there are in there on purpose, and the bitch is not coming back up.
See what I couldn't see. Keep at sky, yeah, I advise thee. You can do that easily. Proclaiming lineage from scripture. Avadi my no. You should know. Keep at sky, yeah, I told you so. Avadi my no. Why you look like that? Now what did I just say? Run the track back. That's you should know. But if you did, you wouldn't be claiming this role. My ancestors were West African, had tribes and tongues. I wouldn't give that up for a story undone. So before you claim what you can't translate, at least cite your source before you preach and debate. You say yes, people, I say prove it, boo. If you Hebrew, then what did I just say to you? What I couldn't see. Keep at sky, yeah, I advise thee. You can do that easily. Proclaiming lineage from scripture. Avadim no. Now what did I just say? Yeah, I thought so. I said what you gonna do? Can you break it down? Or can you post a clue? Talking tribes and bloodlines, yeah, that's cool. But translation don't bleed generations, fam. This ain't you. You quote scrolls like they family proof, but your sources be TikTok, not actual truth. We study context, you copy and paste, and you call it revelation, claiming bloodlines from a Deuteronomy page. You wear Hebrew names, but forget the roots. Misquoting prophets and designer boots. Lineage ain't learned, it's lived, it's traced. It's not a meme, it's a documented space. You should know. Keep at sky, yeah, I told you so. Vavadi my no. Why you look like that? Now what did I just say? Run the track